Sabriel died alone in the cold. She woke up in another woman's body, surrounded by a family history called evil. But what she found wasn't monsters, just people trying to survive as enemies closed in. What happens when the only way to save your family is to become the villain they're accused of being? Ashes Under Oath, a web novel. Isekai, Portal Fantasy by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The pen stopped moving. Sabriel Aurenthal stared at the final page of her divorce, the ink still wet on the line where she had signed away 7 years of her life. The car idled in the parking lot of the county clerk's office, heater wheezing against a sleet that had turned the evening sky the color of bruised iron. She had not read the terms aloud. She had not asked anyone to explain them again. She had simply taken the papers, thickened with official seals, and written her name where the notary had marked an X. 34 years old, a marketing coordinator, a woman with no children, no pets, no emergency contacts who would answer a call after 10. The settlement would clear her bank account, give the house to a man who had stopped touching her in year 3, and leave her with a used sedan and a lease in a complex where the downstairs neighbor screamed at his television every night. She capped the pen. The windshield showed her nothing but her own reflection. Dark hair flattened by damp, eyes the color of wet slate, a face that had stopped arranging itself out to hope somewhere around the second mediation. She had not expected to feel relieved. She had not expected to feel much at all. The numbness was a kind of mercy, a glass wall between her and the shape of what came next. She reached for the door handle, meaning to take the papers inside, to hand them to the clerk, to finish the last mechanical act of a marriage that had already ended years before the filing. The glass wall broke. Pain hit behind her eyes first, a hot bloom that spread down her neck and into her chest. Her hand missed the handle. Her knees hit the floor mat. She heard herself make a sound, something wet and unshaped, and then she was on the pavement, the sleet stinging her cheek, the papers scattered across the asphalt like pale birds. The parking lot was empty. The clerk's office had closed at 5. The only light came from the street lamp at the edge of the lot, casting a jaundiced glow over the scene. Sabriel tried to call out. Her mouth moved. No sound came. The sleet kept falling. She watched a single page of the divorce settlement lift on a gust of wind and skitter under the car next to hers. The corner of her vision darkened. She thought, absurdly, about the milk in her apartment refrigerator. She had bought it that morning. It would spoil before anyone thought to check on her. And if anyone checked, and if anyone thought. The dark pressed in. The cold stopped mattering. The last thing she saw was her own hand, palm up on the wet asphalt, fingers slightly curled, as if reaching for something she had forgotten to take. Then nothing. Then everything. Blood on her tongue, copper and salt, and the scrape of a voice that did not belong to her. Something warm against her face. A cloth, soft and damp, dabbing at her mouth. A woman's voice, low and urgent, calling a name that meant nothing. Iliana? Iliana, stay still, darling, you took a bad fall. The words came in a language she understood but had never spoken in. The vowels stretched differently, the consonants catching at the back of the throat. She tried to open her eyes. The lids were heavy, unfamiliar, weighted by a skull that did not feel like her own. She tried to speak. Her throat produced a thin, reedy whimper. She's waking. A different voice, younger, a girl's voice, tight with relief. Mama. Her fingers moved. Hands settled around her, small hands, careful hands, lifting her shoulders from something soft. A pillow. She was lying on a pillow. The air smelled of beeswax and dried lavender, and the faint mineral tang of a fire banked for the night. Warmth pressed against her back. A quilt, wool and linen, and the weight of someone tucking the edges around her. She forced her eyes open. The room swam into focus. A nursery, low-ceilinged and paneled in dark wood, lit by a single candle on her nightstand. The woman leaning over her had hair the color of autumn leaves, braided back from a face etched with worry lines, and a tenderness that made something twist in Sabriel's chest. She held the damp cloth in one hand and a chipped porcelain cup in the other. "There you are." The woman's smile was trembling, fragile, real. "You gave us such a scare. Off the pony like a sack of flour, do you remember?" She did not remember. She remembered sleet and a signature and the dark closing in. She remembered dying alone in a parking lot. She looked down at her own hands. They were small, 8 years old, maybe 9. Pale skin, a crescent scar at the base of the right thumb that she had never seen before. The fingers were short, the nails clean and rounded, the wrists thin enough to see the blue veins beneath the skin. Her stomach turned. "Iliana?" The woman's voice sharpened with concern. "Sweetheart, can you hear me?" Iliana. The name hit like a stone dropped into still water. She knew that name. She had read that name in a serialized novel years ago, during a winter when she had been too depressed to leave her apartment. A grim, dark epic about a noble house that became the Empire's final enemy. A house that was slaughtered to the last member for crimes so monstrous the reader was supposed to feel relief when the heroes finally burned the estate. House Pelumir. She was Iliana Pelumir, the second daughter, the one who died in Chapter 3. A casualty meant to show the family's evil had infected even the youngest. A footnote in a massacre. The panic rose before she could stop it, a hot tide that closed her throat and made her small hands clench into fists against the quilt. She tried to pull away from the woman's touch, tried to sit up, tried to find a door, a window, any way out of the body that was not hers. "Iliana, you're scaring me." The woman set the cup down and reached for her again, and this time Sabriel saw what she had missed in the first wave of terror. The woman was not a monster the serial had painted. He was her father, and he was afraid. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and Sabriel realized, with a clarity that cut sharper than the cold of that empty parking lot, that the story had already started. She was inside it now, and the killing had only just begun. Chapter 2. Morning light came gray through the windows, thin and watery, carrying the sound of birds she did not recognize. Iliana had not slept. She had lain in the nursery bed with the quilt pulled to her chin, listening to the house breathe around her. Footsteps in the corridor, the creak of floorboards settling. A woman's voice, low and soothing, singing something in a language that curled at the edges like smoke. Casnia, her mother. The woman who had dabbed the blood from her mouth and called her sweetheart. The name still did not fit. Iliana. She tested it in her skull like a tooth that had come loose, prodding the edges, finding no purchase. The body did not fit either. The limbs were too short, the joints too light, the hands too small to have signed a decade of contracts and a divorce decree in the same winter. But the body was hungry. That was the first real proof that she was alive. Her stomach clenched, hollow and insistent, and when a maid appeared in the doorway with a soft announcement that breakfast was laid in the hall, Iliana swung her legs over the edge of the bed before she had decided to move. The maid helped her dress. A wool gown, dark blue, patched at the elbow with thread that did not quite match. The fabric was soft from years of washing. The sleeves were too short. She had grown since this was sewn. The corridor outside the nursery was narrow, paneled in the same dark wood, lit by sconces that held the last crusts of last night's candles. Iliana followed the maid past closed doors and crossed passages, her bare feet silent on the cold boards. She had not asked for shoes. She had not asked for anything. She was still learning what questions were safe to ask. The hall opened ahead of her. It was not grand, a long room with a low ceiling and a fire crackling in a stone hearth, the flames throwing shadows across a table set for 4. Platters of bread and cheese and a dish of stewed apples, a pitcher of milk, the steam rising from a pot of porridge, and people. Casnia saw her first. She rose from her seat with the same trembling smile from the nursery, crossing the room in 3 quick strides and gathering Iliana into an embrace that smelled of wood smoke and rosewater. Her hands were warm on Iliana's back. "Come, sit. You must be starving. Tobin saved you the softest piece of bread." Tobin, the younger girl from the nursery, the one who had noticed her fingers move. She was already seated at the table, a child of 10 or 11 with brown hair and a face that was all sharp angles and too much earnestness. She pushed a plate toward Iliana without being asked. "I told them to put honey on the porridge. You like honey?" Iliana did not know if she liked honey. Sabriel had preferred her coffee black and her mornings short. But she sat, and the bowl was placed before her, and the steam carried a sweetness that made something in his chest ache. Casnia sat beside her, Tobin across. The 4th chair at the head of the table was empty. Then Granary entered. He moved like a man who had been awake for hours, his tunic rumpled, his hair silver-streaked and uncombed. He carried a knife in one hand and a pear in the other, and he sat down without looking at anyone, his attention fixed on the fruit as he began to cut it. "Father," Casnia's voice was gentle, "the physician said she should rest today. I thought perhaps she could take her lessons in the library instead of—" "She can take her lessons wherever she likes." Granary did not look up. The knife moved in precise, careful strokes, peeling the skin in a single long curl. "She can take no lessons at all, if that is what she wants. She can spend the whole day in the orchard. She can—" His voice broke. He set the knife down and pressed the heel of his hand against his eyes, hard, as though he could push the exhaustion back into his skull. "I am sorry." His hand dropped. He looked at Iliana then, and the grief in his face was the same grief she had seen in the nursery, raw and unguarded, too tired to hide. "I am sorry. I should not have let you ride alone." The pear sat on the board before him, peeled and sliced into neat crescents. He pushed the plate toward her. "Eat, please." Iliana picked up a slice. The flesh was pale and cold and sweet, and she chewed slowly, watching him watch her. This was the man the novel had called the Butcher of Morvain Reach, the architect of the massacre that would justify the Empire's final purge, the father who had raised his children to be monsters. He was cutting pears because his daughter had fallen off a pony. She ate another slice. The silence stretched, not uncomfortable, just full of things no one knew how to say. Tobin stirred her porridge. Casnia buttered a piece of bread and set it on Iliana's plate without comment. And then the messenger came. He was not announced. The door to the hall swung open, and a man in the gray and silver livery of the imperial court stepped inside, his boots leaving wet prints on the stone floor. He held a scroll sealed with black wax, and he did not bow. "Lord Pelumir." Garamir's hand went still on the table. His face did not change, but Iliana saw the shift in his shoulders, the way he drew himself up like a man preparing for a blow. "A message from Chancellor Massik's office," the messenger said, "regarding the winter tide arrears. You are instructed to respond within the fortnight, or the court will consider the debt in default and proceed with seizure proceedings against the southern grainers." Silence. Tobin stopped stirring her porridge. Casnia's hand found Iliana's wrist under the table, her grip tight. Granary did not move. His eyes were fixed on the scroll, and Iliana saw the same tremor she had noticed in his hands when he cut the pear, a fine vibration that ran from his fingers to his wrists and did not stop. "A fortnight," the messenger repeated, as though Granary had not heard. "Do you wish to send a reply?" Granary rose. He did not speak. He crossed the room, took the scroll from the messenger's hand, and closed the door in his face without a word. The hall was silent, except for the crackling fire. Granary stood with his back to them, one hand braced against the door, the scroll crushed in his other fist. His shoulders rose and fell with a breath that took too long to release. When he turned, his face was composed, kind, worn. "More porridge, Iliana." She looked at the scroll in his hand, at the black wax seal that bore the imperial crest, at the way his fingers trembled around it even as he smiled at her. She understood. The killing had already started. It was not swords and fire. It was polite messengers and sealed demands and the slow, patient tightening of a rope around a family's throat. And she was the only one who knew how it would end. "I am not hungry," she said. Garamir's smile did not waver, but something in his eyes flickered, a recognition that his daughter had aged 10 years in the space of a single fall. "Then you should rest," he said. "Tobin, walk her back to the nursery." Tobin pushed back her chair and came to Iliana's side, her hand hovering near Iliana's elbow, ready to steady her. Casnia kissed her forehead, quick and fierce, and whispered something that sounded like a prayer. Iliana let Tobin guide her out of the hall. At the threshold she paused, looked back. Granary stood alone at the table, the scroll unrolled before him, his head bowed over the words that would destroy them all. She could not unknock the machine that had been set in motion. She could not turn back the clock to the cold parking lot where she had died, could not return to a world where names like Pelumir were fiction and not flesh. But she could learn the shape of the cage before the door closed. She could learn to pick the lock. Chapter 3. The nursery smelled of beeswax and lavender, the same mixture from the night before, and Iliana lay still beneath the quilt while the gray light of morning crept across the ceiling. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the black wax seal, the tremor in Garmir's hands, the way Casnia's grip had tightened around her wrist under the table. 3 days until the fortnight deadline. 3 days until the court could seize the southern grainers and tighten the rope another notch. She pushed herself upright. The bed frame creaked. Her body still felt wrong, too light, too small, the bones of her wrists like twigs beneath her skin. She had spent 34 years in a body that knew its own weight, and now she lived in a vessel that had not yet learned to carry her. The maid who came to help her dress was young, maybe 16, with calloused hands and a nervous habit of glancing at the door. She did not meet Iliana's eyes. She pulled a wool dress over Iliana's head, the same patched gown from yesterday, and laced the back with quick, practiced movements. "You are to stay in the nursery today," the maid said. "Lady Casnia's orders," the healer said rest. Iliana said nothing. She let the maid guide her to the window seat, let her arrange a shawl across her shoulders, let her build the small cage of a child's routine. The moment the maid left, she slipped off the seat and pressed her ear to the door. Footsteps in the corridor, the clatter of pots from somewhere below. A man's voice, low and irritable, arguing about firewood deliveries. She cracked the door open. The corridor was empty. She had spent half the night thinking about the scroll, about the black wax seal and the messenger's flat voice, the winter tithe arrears, the seizure proceedings. In the novel, she remembered, House Pelumir's financial collapse had been presented as proof of Garamir's incompetence, the first domino in a chain that ended with blood. But the novel had not shown her the mechanism. It had not shown her the debt. She needed to see the books. The keep was quiet in the morning, servants moving through their routines with the hollow efficiency of people who could not afford to waste time. Iliana kept to the wall, her small body easy to overlook, her bare feet silent on the cold stone. She found the records room on the ground floor, tucked between the kitchen and the main hall. The door was ajar. A single candle burned inside, and she could hear the scratch of a pen against paper. She pressed herself flat against the wall and peered through the gap. The steward sat at a heavy oak desk, his back to her, bent over a ledger the size of a battle shield. His pen moved slowly, deliberately, as though each stroke cost him something. On the desk beside him lay a stack of loose papers, some of them sealed with red wax, others marked with the same black crest she had seen on the messenger's scroll. The seizure proceedings, the terms of the debt, the penalties for default. Iliana's heart beat faster. She needed to see those numbers. She needed to know exactly how deep the pit was, how many rungs the court had already cut from the ladder. The steward stopped writing. He set down his pen and rubbed his eyes with both hands, a gesture of such exhaustion that Iliana almost felt sorry for him. Almost. He pushed back his chair and stood. The ledger lay open on the desk, its pages exposed to the candlelight. He walked to the door. Iliana did not move. She held her breath, pressed so flat against the wall that she could feel the mortar between the stones. The steward stepped into the corridor, his boots loud on the floor, and turned left toward the kitchen. His footsteps faded. She had seconds. She slipped through the door, crossed to the desk, and looked down at the ledger. The numbers were written in a neat, precise hand, each entry annotated with dates and signatures and the official stamp of the Imperial Accountancy Office. The winter tithe arrears, 4,000 crowns. The interest, another 600. The penalties for late payment, 800 more, 5,400 crowns. She had seen the storerooms. She had seen the grain in the graners. There was no way the household owed 5,400 crowns. The harvest had been lean, yes, but not that lean. The numbers did not fit the reality she had observed, the modest meals, the patched clothes, the single candle burning in the records room. The penalties were fabricated. The interest was inflated. The debt was a weapon. She heard a footstep behind her. She spun away from the desk, her shoulder catching the stack of loose papers, sending them sliding across the surface. One fell to the floor. She grabbed it, shoved it into the folds of her dress, and turned to face the door. The steward stood in the threshold, a cup of tea in his hand, his eyes fixed on her. Iliana did not breathe. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The candle flame flickered. The ledger sat open between them, its numbers exposed, its lies waiting to be read. "Little lady," the steward said. His voice was flat. "You should not be in here." Iliana made her face blank, made her voice small. "I was looking for Turburn. Lady Turber is in the East Tower with her tutor." "I did not know." She took a step toward the door, her hands pressed against her sides, the stolen paper a hard weight against her ribs. "I am sorry. I did not mean to disturb you." The steward's gaze dropped to the ledger, then back to her face. His expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a tightening in his shoulders, a narrowing of his eyes. "The records room is not a place for children." "I know. I am sorry." She slipped past him into the corridor, her bare feet cold on the stone, her heart hammering against her ribs. She did not run. She walked, slowly, evenly, the way a child would walk when she had been scolded and sent away. She felt his gaze on her back the whole way to the stairs. The paper in her dress was warm against her skin, as though it carried its own heat. She did not look at it until she was back in the nursery, the door closed, the bolt drawn, her back pressed against the wood. She unfolded the paper. It was a single sheet, covered in the same neat handwriting she had seen in the ledger. A list of names, factors, mills, trading posts, each with a number beside it, a tally of debts that did not add up, penalties that had no basis in the grain tallies she'd glimpsed in the steward's desk. And at the bottom, in a different hand, bolder and darker, Chancellor Masic's directive, autumn session, 3rd year of the Regency. Her hands were shaking. She had found it, the mechanism, the proof that the debt was manufactured, that the penalties were fabricated, that House Pelumir was being strangled on paper before a single sword was drawn. But the steward had seen her. She folded the paper and pressed it flat beneath the mattress, her mind already racing through the implications. He had seen her in the records room. He had seen her standing over the ledger. He would tell Casnia. He would tell Garomir. They would ask questions she could not answer without revealing that she knew too much, that she was not the child they thought she was. Or she stopped. Or he would not tell anyone, because he was the one keeping the false books, because he was the one who had written the inflated penalties, who had altered the tallies, who had let the court's rope tighten around his lord's throat. She did not know which possibility frightened her more. She sat on the edge of the bed, her small hands pressed flat against her knees, and forced herself to breathe. The novel had never named the steward. It had never shown the moment when the debt became a noose. She was in unwritten territory now, moving through gaps in the story she had thought she knew. And she had just announced herself to someone who might be the enemy. The rest of the day passed in a blur of small obligations. The healer came, felt her forehead, pronounced her improving. Tobrin visited between lessons, her eyes worried, her voice gentle. Casnia brought soup and bread and kissed her hair. Iliana ate. She smiled. She said the right things. And when the door closed and the keep grew quiet, she pulled the paper from beneath the mattress and read it again by candlelight. The names blurred before her eyes. She thought of Boromir standing alone in the hall, the scroll crushed in his fist, his head bowed over words that would destroy them all. She thought of Casnia's hand on her wrist under the table, the grip of someone who knew the walls were closing in and could not stop them. She thought of Tobin, the honey on the porridge, the soft bread saved from the morning meal, a kindness that felt like an anchor she could not afford to hold. She thought of the steward's eyes, flat and assessing, as he watched her step away from the desk. The cage was already built, but she had found the first seam in the metal. She pressed the paper back into its hiding place and blew out the candle. The darkness closed around her, warm and absolute, and she lay in the narrow bed with her eyes open, listening to the wind rattle the shutters. She did not sleep. She waited for a footstep in the corridor that did not come. Chapter 4. The keep woke early. Iliana heard the clatter of pots from the kitchen before the sky had fully lightened, and she pressed the stolen paper flatter beneath the mattress before the maid arrived. The girl who brought her breakfast was young, maybe 15, with flour dusted on her sleeves and a nervous way of glancing at the door. She set the tray on the nightstand and bobbed a curtsy. "Mistress Casnia says you are to rest today." "I will." Iliana picked up the spoon. "But I am hungry. Did they bring the winter grain in yet?" The maid blinked at the question. "The grain, my lady. The southern shipment. I heard father say it was due." She stirred the porridge, keeping her voice light, a child repeating a Dart talk. "I wanted to see the carts. Tobin said they are very tall." The maid hesitated. "I do not think it has come, my lady. The stores are still being counted." "Oh." Iliana let disappointment color her voice. "Then they will count again when it arrives, to make sure the numbers match." "Someone will have to, I suppose. Master Rennick keeps the tallies." Master Rennick, the steward, the man who had caught her in the records room. Iliana ate her porridge slowly, letting the name settle. She did not ask more questions. She did not push. She had learned already that a child who asked too many specific questions became memorable. The maid left. Iliana waited. An hour later, she dressed herself in the patched gown and slipped into the corridor. The keep was quiet, the morning routines still holding everyone in their places. She took the back stairs, the narrow ones the servants used, the ones where bare feet on cold stone did not draw attention. She found the kitchen yard through the low door beside the pantry. Snow lay in thin drifts against the wall. A cart stood empty, its traces hanging. 2 men carried sacks toward the grainer door, and a woman with a ledger stood beside the threshold, marking each one as it passed. Iliana pressed herself in the shadow of the doorway and watched. The woman did not look like a clerk. Her hands were red from the cold, her apron stained, her hair tucked under a wool scarf. But she held the ledger like someone who knew its weight, and she did not look up when the men spoke. 37, she said as the last sack disappeared. That is all? It should be 50, one of the men said. The factor said 50. The factor can count. The woman closed the ledger. There are 37 sacks in this grainer. If the factor wants 50, he can bring 13 more. Iliana's breath fogged in the cold air. 37 instead of 50. A shortfall of 13 sacks. The number meant nothing on its own. Grain could be lost to rot, to pests, to a dozen honest misfortunes. But she had seen the false ledger in Rennick's desk. She had seen the inflated penalties, the manufactured interest. A shortfall of 13 sacks, recorded honestly, would be a small problem. A shortfall of 13 sacks, recorded falsely, could become a reason for seizure. She stepped out of the shadow. The woman with the ledger looked up and her face tightened. You should not be here, child. I am Iliana Pelumir. She said it plainly, without apology. I was looking for Tobin. He is not in the kitchen yard. I see that. Iliana looked at the ledger, then at the grainer door. Is that the tally for the winter stores? The woman's grip on the ledger shifted. It is 13 short? The silence stretched. The two men stopped walking and turned to look at her, their expressions wary. The woman's eyes narrowed. Who told you about the shortfall? No one. I heard the man say it should be 50. Iliana let her voice stay light, curious, the voice of a child who did not understand what she was asking. Will someone write it down wrong and blame us? The woman stared at her. Iliana stared back. Then the woman's lips pressed into a thin line and she said, That is not my job. My job is to count what comes in. What people do with the numbers afterward is their concern. Then what if you counted twice? The question landed like a stone in still water. The woman's hand tightened on the ledger. What? If you counted twice, now and again when the factor comes, then everyone would know the first count was right and no one could change it. Iliana shrugged, a child's shrug, innocent and empty. That is what Tobin would do. She says proof is the only thing that stops liars. She did not wait for an answer. She turned and walked back through the low door, her heart beating fast, her hands steady. She had planted the seed. Whether it grew depended on whether the woman with the ledger was honest or afraid. She found Tobin in the library, hunched over a stack of correspondence, her pen moving slowly across the page. She looked up when Iliana entered, and her smile carried the same warmth it always did, the warmth that made Iliana's chest ache. You are meant to be resting. I know. Iliana sat on the floor beside her. Can I help? Goving her around, light hands on the shiskel happens like a Chania. Casnia's hands stilled. Why do you ask? I saw him yesterday, in the records room. Iliana shrugged. He seemed nervous. He is under pressure. We are for. Casnia was intergutting, but her voice had changed, carrying an edge Iliana had not heard before. Why were you in the records room? I was looking for Tobin. Tobin does not keep the records. I did not know that. Iliana looked down at the wool, at her small hands holding it steady. I will not go there again. Casnia did not answer. The silence stretched, heavy and unfinished, and Iliana felt the weight of it pressing against her chest. She had been careless. She had asked one question too many. She needed to be more careful. That night, after the keep had grown quiet and the candles had burned low, she pulled the stolen paper from beneath the mattress and read it again. The names blurred before her. But one name stood out, a name she had seen before, a name that made her stomach clench. Harrowfield Mill, Factor Tolan. The same Factor Tobin had written to. The same mill town, the same name, written in the same hand that had listed the inflated penalties, the false debts, the manufactured shortfalls. The same name that now sat at the center of a web she was only beginning to see. She folded the paper and pressed it back into its hiding place. The cage was not just built, it was already tightening around them. She lay in the dark, listening to the wind, and thought of the woman in the kitchen yard, the ledger in her hands, the shortfall of 13 sacks. She thought of Tobin's letter, still waiting for an answer that might never come. She thought of Rennick's eyes, flat and assessing, as he watched her step away from the desk. She thought of the factor in Harrowfield, a name written in a false ledger, a name that connected the southern mill town to the court in Aurenthal. She did not know how deep the web went, but she had found the first thread, and she would pull it until the whole thing unraveled. The footsteps came at midnight. She heard them in the corridor, soft and deliberate, the tread of someone who did not want to be heard. She lay still, her breath held, her hand pressed against the paper beneath the mattress. The footsteps stopped outside her door. Silence. She did not move. The footsteps began again, moving away, fading into the dark. She waited until they were gone. Then she let out a breath and pressed her forehead against the cold wall. The steward had not reported her, but someone else was watching. Chapter 5. The morning came gray and hard, frost lacing the window glass like veins. Iliana dressed herself before the maid arrived, pulling the patched wool gown over her head and fastening the worn leather belt. She had not slept after the footsteps. She had lain in the dark, listening, her hand pressed against the paper beneath the mattress, waiting for the door to open. It never did. But the knowledge sat in her chest like a stone. Someone else was watching. Someone who knew which door was hers. She found Tobrin in the hall, picking at a piece of bread, her face pale in the cold light. The morning meal was sparse. Yesterday's porridge reheated and thinned with water. No honey today. "Father is in the great hall," Tobrin said. "The auditors arrived an hour ago." Iliana's stomach tightened. Auditors? From Aurenthal, for the winter tithe. Tobrin set the bread down, uneaten. "They came with an escort. 6 men. One of them carries the Chancellor's seal." The Chancellor's seal. Masik's men. Iliana forced herself to eat a few bites of the thin porridge, chewing slowly, letting the warmth spread through her. She needed her body steady. She needed her mind sharp. She followed Tobin to the great hall. The room was cold, the hearth fire banked low, the tapestries hanging still and dark against the stone. Servants lined the walls, their faces carefully blank. Retainers stood in clusters near the doors, men who had ridden for House Pelumir, men who had bled for its name. They stood with their arms crossed, their jaws tight. At the center of the hall stood 3 men in the dark wool of imperial service, their collars marked with the crossed quill and scale of the exchequer. The eldest among them held a scroll, its seal already broken, and he read from it in a voice that carried to every corner of the room. "Yours funds of 4,000 crowns, plus lawful interest of 600, and penalties of 800 for the winter tithe of the second regency year. Total due, 5,400 crowns. Garomir stood before them, his hands at his sides, his face carved from stone. He wore his lord's coat, the one with the silver badges, but it hung loose on his shoulders. He had lost weight in the weeks since Iliana had woken in the nursery. She saw it now, the hollow at his collar, the shadow beneath his eyes. "These figures are incorrect," Garomir said. His voice was quiet, steady. "Our grain tallies do not match the sum you claim. I have the receipts from Harrowfield Mill and the spring provisioning records. Your receipts are incomplete." The auditor did not look up from the scroll. "The Empire has conducted its own accounting. The shortfall is confirmed." "By whom?" "By the office of Chancellor Masik." Iliana watched her father's hands. They were shaking. "You are further advised," the auditor continued, "that failure to tender payment within the 3-day window will result in immediate seizure of the southern granaries and the attachment of all outstanding grain yields from Morvain Reach until the debt is cleared." The room went still. 3 days, the same 3 days the steward's ledger had shown, the same deadline that had been carved into the stolen paper beneath her mattress. This was not an audit. This was a performance. Iliana stepped forward, past Tobin, past the retainers, until she stood near the edge of the serving table, close enough to see the auditor's face. He was older than she had expected, his beard streaked with gray, his eyes flat and practiced. He had done this before. He knew how to make a lord bend without drawing a sword. Garomir said, "I cannot raise 5,000 crowns in 3 days. That is not the Empire's concern. You would seize grain from children who need it to survive the winter. I would execute the law as written." The auditor finally looked up, meeting Garomir's eyes. "I suggest you find the funds, my lord. The alternative will be recorded in the annals of the Regency. I would not wish to see House Pelumir remembered for default and dishonor." The word had hit like a slap. Default, dishonor. Iliana saw it then, the shape of the trap. The audit was not about the money. The sum was deliberately impossible, a debt so large it could not be paid, so that the default would become public record. And once the default was recorded, the court could move from financial pressure to full condemnation. The narrative was already written. The Empire just needed witnesses. She looked at the retainers, the servants, the men who had ridden for House Pelumir. They were the witnesses. They would carry the story home to their villages, to their families, to every corner of Morvain Reach. By nightfall, the province would know that its lord had been shamed in his own hall. Garomir straightened his shoulders. "I will find the funds." The auditor inclined his head. "You have 3 days, Lord Pelumir. I will return with the receipts." He rolled the scroll and tucked it into his belt. The 3 men turned together, their boots echoing on the stone, and walked out of the hall without a backward glance. The retainers began to murmur. A few moved toward Garomir, but he raised a hand, and they stopped. "Leave me," he said quietly. They obeyed, filing out of the hall, their faces a mixture of anger and shame. The servants followed, their footsteps soft and hurried. Tobin hesitated at the door, her eyes on her father, but Iliana touched her wrist, and she went. The great hall emptied. Garami stood alone in the center of the room, his back to the cold hearth, his head bowed. He did not move. His hands hung at his sides. Iliana stayed where she was, pressed against the serving table, watching. He thought no one was looking. He was wrong. She saw the tremor run through his shoulders, the way his jaw tightened, the way his breath came slow and deliberate, as if he was counting to keep himself from breaking. He was a lord who had just been stripped in front of his people, and he had no way to fight back because the enemy was not a sword. The enemy was a number written in a book. She understood now. This was how the Empire killed a house, not with steel, not with fire, but with paper, with audits and interest and penalties that grew faster than any harvest could feed, with public humiliation that broke a lord's authority before a single soldier crossed the border. She thought of the stolen paper beneath her mattress, the false ledger in the records room, the factor in Harrowfield writing receipts that would never match, the same name woven through every thread. She stepped forward. Her feet carried her across the stone floor, past the long table, past the cold hearth, until she stood beside her father. He did not look at her. "Iliana," he said, his voice rough, "you should not be here." "Neither should you." She said it quietly, without accusation. "This is not your fault." He let out a breath, half laugh, half sob. "It does not matter whose fault it is. The debt exists. The deadline exists. I cannot make it disappear by wishing." "Then do not wish," she said. "Find another way." He turned his head, finally looking at her. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face drawn tight with a grief that went deeper than the audit, deeper than the debt. He looked at his 8-year-old daughter and saw something he did not understand. "You are too young to carry this," he said. "Then do not ask me to carry it alone." She held his gaze. "Ask me to help?" He stared at her for a long moment. Then he reached out and placed his hand on her head, the same gentle weight she remembered from the breakfast table, the same tremor in his fingers. "Go to your room," he said softly. "I will see you at supper." He turned and walked out of the hall, his footsteps heavy on the stone, his coat hanging loose on his shoulders. Iliana stood alone in the empty room, the cold seeping through her thin gown, her heart pounding a rhythm she could not slow. She had seen the trap now, every seam of it, but seeing the trap was not the same as escaping it. She walked back through the keep, past the murmuring servants, past the retainers who did not look at her, past the door of the records room where the false ledger sat waiting. She reached her chamber, closed the door, and pulled the stolen paper from beneath the mattress. Harrowfield Mill, Factor Tolan. The name stared back at her, and she thought of the 3-day deadline, of her father's shaking hands, of the auditors who had come to humiliate him in his own hall. She thought of the woman in the kitchen yard, the honest tally in her hands, the shortfall of 13 sacks, the factor who might confirm a shipment that did not exist. She needed proof. Not suspicion, not inference. Proof that the Empire had manufactured the debt, proof that could be shown to someone she could trust. She did not know who that someone was, but she knew where the factor was. She folded the paper, pressed it into her sleeve, and began to plan. Chapter 6. The afternoon light had turned thin and gray by the time Iliana left her chamber. She moved through the keep with her head down, the stolen paper pressed flat against her ribs beneath her dress, her mind turning the same question over and over. Who in this house could she trust with what she knew? Not Tobin. He was still a child, gentle and frightened, and the truth would only wound him without giving him a weapon to fight back. Not Casnia. The wariness in her mother's eyes this morning had been clear enough. Trust was already fraying. Not the steward. He had seen her at the ledger, and she still did not know whether he was conspirator or pawn. That left her father. She found him in the armory, a narrow stone room off the west corridor where the household kept its old steel and leather. He stood at the far wall, his back to the door, one hand braced against a rack of rusted spearheads. His head was bowed. She stopped in the doorway, watching. The tremor in his shoulders had not stopped. She could see it from here, the fine vibration running through his spine, the way his free hand curled and uncurled at his side. He was not crying. This was something worse. This was a man holding himself together by will alone. She stepped inside. The sound of her feet on the stone made him straighten, but he did not turn. "Iliana," he said, "I asked you to stay in your room." "You did." She stopped a few paces behind him. "I did not listen." He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "You are becoming very good at that." She said nothing. He turned, finally, and she saw his face in the dim light. The red had left his eyes, but something else had taken its place. A hardness, a flatness, the look of a man who had been pushed past exhaustion into a colder place. "I should have seen it coming," he said quietly. "The audit, the timing, the way they waited until the hall was full." He shook his head. "I have been a fool." "You have been decent," she said. "That is not the same thing." He looked at her, and she saw the question in his eyes, the same question she had seen at breakfast and in the great hall. Who is this child? What made her? He did not ask it aloud. Instead, he walked past her, out of the armory, and she followed, keeping pace with his long strides as he moved through the keep toward the east wing. The servants stepped aside when they saw him, their eyes dropping, their hands stilling. The shame of the audit clung to him like ash, and they did not know how to look at their lord now. He stopped at a door near the end of the corridor, a heavy oak door with an iron lock she had never seen opened. His private chamber. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Iliana hesitated on the threshold. She had never been in this room. It was his space, his refuge, the one place in the keep where he could be alone with his grief. He did not tell her to leave. She crossed the threshold. The chamber was small and spare, a narrow bed, a writing desk, a fireplace with cold ash in the grate. The walls were bare except for a single tapestry, faded and threadbare, showing a woman with autumn leaf red hair standing in a field of wheat. Her mother. The woman she had never known, the woman whose face she had only seen in the portrait in the great hall. Granary moved to the writing desk and pulled open a drawer. He rummaged through it, his movements stiff, his breath coming in short bursts. "There are papers," he said, not looking at her. "Old correspondence, requests I sent to court, petitions I filed, receipts I kept." He pulled out a stack of yellowed parchment and dropped it on the desk. "I thought if I could find something, some record, some proof that the grain tallies were correct." He trailed off. "The tallies are correct," Iliana said quietly. "That is the problem. They do not match Mesquite's books because Mesquite's books are false." Garamir's hand stilled. He turned to look at her, and she saw the hardness in his eyes flicker into something else. Fear. Not of the Empire, not of the debt, but of her. "How do you know that?" he asked. She had not planned to say it. The words had slipped out, driven by the sight of him standing in this bare room with his dead wife's tapestry watching over him, a man drowning in a debt he did not create. She could not take it back. "I saw the ledger," she said. "In the records room. The steward keeps it. The numbers do not match the grain we received." He stared at her. "You are 8 years old." "Yes." "And you are in records room." "Yes." He said nothing for a long moment. Then he walked to the window and stood with his back to her, his hands braced on the stone still. "Casnia said you have been asking questions," he said, his voice low. "About the grain, about the steward, about Harrowfield." He paused. "She thought you were just curious, a child's curiosity." It was not. He turned. The hardness was back in his face, but it was different now, sharper, examining her like a general examining a battlefield. "What else have you seen?" She felt the weight of the stolen paper against her ribs, the proof she had hidden beneath her mattress, the name of the factor who could confirm the Empire's lie. "I have seen enough to know we are being destroyed on purpose," she said, "not by accident, not by bad harvests. The debt is manufactured. The penalties are inflated. We are being made to look incompetent so the court has an excuse to take everything." He flinched. not at her words, but at the way she said them, the precision, the calm, the adult mind moving behind a child's eyes. "Who taught you this?" he asked. "No one." "Then how?" "I watch." She met his gaze. "I listen. I remember. That is all." He held her eyes for a long moment, and she saw the battle in his face, the part of him that wanted to believe her, that wanted her to be the weapon he had not known he had, and the part of him that was terrified of what that would mean. He broke the gaze first. He turned back to the writing desk and pulled open the bottom drawer. She heard the scrape of metal, the click of a latch. Her eyes found the sound. He was holding a small iron key, tarnished and dark, the kind that fit a lock she had not seen before. He knelt in front of the low chest beside the bed, the one she had assumed held blankets or old clothes. He fit the key into the lock and turned it. The lid opened. She stepped closer, her heart beating faster. Inside the chest was not blankets or clothes. It was papers, documents, letters, sealed scrolls, a leather-bound journal with a broken spine, and on top of them, a woman's ring, a thin band of silver with a small green stone, her mother's ring. Granary reached into the chest and pulled out a folded sheet of parchment. He did not open it. He held it in his hands for a moment, his fingers pressing against the creases. "Your mother kept correspondence," he said, his voice rough. "With people in Aurenthal, with people in the court, with people I did not know existed until after she died." Iliana's breath caught. "There are letters here," he continued, still not looking at her. Names, promises, debts of another kind. She was trying to secure something, protection, maybe, leverage. He finally turned his head, his eyes finding hers. "She died before she could tell me what it was." He held out the paper. Iliana took it. The paper was old, the ink faded, the handwriting small and precise. She unfolded it and read the first line. "To my daughter, Iliana, in the event I am not there to tell her myself." Her hands began to tremble. "I said I am soft for speaking, which is unsociate." He stops a broken stop day to day. He steep up their redacting spear, right both, with a moved own. He eartily espied me around my bag would weekly tell us as well my shoulder. He stone looking with the sun was less chapter 1, the million. It's fast. Okay, but you can talk about it, do not have every one. He steps together her fast, weeping literally. Potentially for a pixter here to wise this penance which perfectly looked like the throughout chance of whiting for you. He stops to be caling. He breaks his roast, the voice tractors of manifesting leaven, the Lehman bands, which intently to grass, his odds is terrifying to fully that heisted. Chapter 7. The letter was short. Iliana read it 3 times in the dim light of Garamir's chamber, her mother's handwriting small and precise, the ink faded to a pale brown. "To my daughter, Iliana, in the event I am not there to tell her myself. You are too young to understand this now, but I need you to know that I tried. I tried to find a way out that did not cost us everything. There are people in Aurenthal who owe me favors I never called in, and people who fear me for reasons I never explained to your father. If you are reading this, I failed to make those protections hold. Do not trust the court. Do not trust the Regent's kindness. The Empire does not forgive houses that remember what it has buried. Be brave. Be careful. Be the daughter I will not get to see become the woman I know you will be. I love you. I am sorry I could not stay." There was no signature, just the last line trailing off as if she had been interrupted. Iliana folded the letter with hands that would not stop shaking. Granary stood at the window, his back to her, the winter light cutting his shadow across the bare floor. "What was she trying to secure?" Iliana asked. "I do not know. She would not tell me." His voice was raw. "She said it was safer if I did not know, that if the court ever came asking, I could honestly say I had no part in it. And you believed her." "I loved her." He turned, his face hollow. "I trusted her." Iliana looked at the letter in her hands. The paper was thin, the kind that crumpled easily. She pressed it flat against her thigh. "May I keep this?" Granary watched her for a long moment. "Yes." She slipped it inside her dress, against her ribs, next to the stolen paper that named the factor at Harrowfield Mill. The two documents pressed together like conspirators. "Father." He looked at her. "I need to see the orchards." He blinked. "Now?" "Now." She did not explain why. She was not sure she could, but she needed to see the land, the villages, the people who would starve if the Grainers were seized. She needed to understand what she was fighting for beyond the stone walls of Bracken Keep. Goromir stared at her. Then he did something she had not expected. He nodded. They walked out through the postern gate, past the kitchen yard where the ledger woman was still counting sacks, past the kennels where the hunting dogs pressed against their chains. The morning air was cold and damp, carrying the smell of wood smoke and turned earth. The orchard stretched south of the keep, rows of bare ash trees standing like old men in the gray light. The ground between them was hard, frozen, the grass brittle underfoot. They walked in silence. Villagers looked up as they passed, an old woman carrying a bundle of kindling, a boy driving a goat with a switch. They saw Gomir's lord's coat and dropped their eyes, but Iliana noticed the way their hands tightened on their tools. Not respect, wariness. They had heard about the audit. A village headman met them at the edge of the third orchard, a man with a face like cracked leather and a wool cap pulled low over his ears. He bowed to Goromir and studied Iliana with quick, assessing eyes. "Lord Pelumir, we did not expect you." "Just walking," Goromir said. "My daughter wanted to see the trees." The headman's gaze flickered to Iliana. "The trees are bare, little lady. There is nothing to see." "I see the frost cracks," Iliana said. The headman's eyebrows rose. She pointed to the nearest tree, where a dock split ran down the trunk. "The bark is splitting. Last winter was hard, and this one will be harder." The headman looked at Goromir. Goromir said nothing. "She is observant," the headman said slowly. "Like her mother." Iliana's heart beat faster. "Her mother used to walk these orchards," the headman continued. "She counted the trees, knew every one by heart, said the ash gave good firewood and better medicine." "What else did she say?" The headman's face grew still. "She said we should prepare for lean years, that the court in Aurenthal did not care if the south starved as long as the north ate well." He paused. She was right. Iliana felt the letter pressed against her ribs. "Have the Grainers been counted?" she asked. The headman's eyes narrowed. "Twice," he said. "Once by the steward's man, once by a factor from Harrowfield who came with orders to count losses." Iliana kept her voice light. "Losses?" "The mill factor, paid to record how much grain had spoiled, how much was lost to rats, how much was damaged in transport." The headman spat to the side. Never seen a factor so eager to find rot. He counted every bad sack like it was a prize. Iliana's blood went cold. A factor paid to count losses, not to verify the grain, to manufacture shortage. "When did he come?" 3 days ago. 3 days. The same day the auditors had arrived at Bracken Keep. They were coordinating. "Did he write down his findings?" The headman nodded slowly. "He had a book, a leather one with a brass clasp, wrote everything in it." Iliana stored the detail away like a weapon she had not known she was carrying. "Thank you," she said. The headman looked at Goromir again, uncertain. Goromir nodded. They walked back through the orchards, the trees casting long shadows across the frozen ground. Iliana's mind was moving, sorting, connecting. A factor paid to count losses, a book with a brass clasp, the same 3-day window. The whole thing was engineered. "Father." "Yes." "Riders on the southern road." Goromir stumped. She pointed south, past the last row of trees, where the road curved along the riverbank. 3 horses moving fast, their riders wearing the dark blue of imperial messengers, Chancellor Masik's colors. They stood in the shadow of the ash trees and watched the riders pass, their hooves throwing mud against the frozen gorge. The lead rider carried a leather pouch strapped to his chest. Documents, orders. The riders did not slow. They did not look toward the orchards. They rode straight for the mill road, the road to Harrowfield. Goromir's hand found Iliana's shoulder, his grip tight. "Those are the Chancellor's men," he said. "I know." "That road leads to Harrowfield." "I know." His hand trembled against her shoulder. "They are going to the factor." he said, to make sure he tells the right story. Iliana watched the riders disappear into the gray distance. Then we need to get there first. Garomir turned to look at her, his face pale and like winter light. You cannot ride to Harrowfield. You are 8 years old. I am not going as a child. She met his eyes. I am going as the daughter of House Pelumir, the one no one is watching, the one everyone has already dismissed. She paused. That is exactly why I will succeed where you cannot. The wind moved to the bare ash trees, carrying the sound of the mill wheel starting to turn. The dot of the fiend, the move lever crescist, but the seals who heard the scenes change. The attacker Liebix his cheers head, literally knits exploded, which could Benley velaged over so many more. Just a sex team passion to trample through the Lannis, which is underfacial on the sentry or illumint. Maybe got to hurt during the creaturely barely nervous lines of the brazy. In the next one we've list, the whole thing like a waif, one out of the good. That is exactly why I will succeed where you cannot. The wind moved through the bare ash trees, carrying the sound of the mule wheel starting to turn. The spider spites the griffs. Instead of gaining, still swash lose. Fees while conger. My sense it's like a speetmies in Vivery. Boys dringed with my S&D square. You could say to the place that they are buried to that whiting teast. I know. Box can head refer. The Chians, the Scories, the course before. My revidence would completely despise the room. I knew my powers will doing aver this night. I am discable, for the most lovely which I had a happy order, but I was Deb. The schooly enagrammic rear forgetting the body words I'm only would have done with this time ago. Quado banges phones to worm goodness, he survives space war Molsons, hum weekends sitting all toms intensified. He floatily avives this traff trying to die in behind. The documents Petitions match the vis spag in the sneeder. Chapter 8. They left the orchard road as the light began to fail. Garomir walked beside her, his long strides shortened to match hers, his breath flouting in the cold air. The Imperial messengers had vanished into the gray distance a quarter hour ago, and Iliana could still feel the tremor of their passage in the frozen ground. You cannot ride to Harrowfield tonight, Garomir said. I know. The roads are bad. The passes will ice over by dark. I know. He stopped walking. She stopped too. Then what are you planning? Iliana looked back toward the keep, where thin smoke rose from the kitchen chimney and a single candle flickered in an upper window. Her mother's letter pressed against her ribs. The stolen ledger paper sat folded beneath her mattress. The records room, she said. Garomir's face tightened. The steward keeps everything there. The grain tallies, the correspondence logs, the factor's receipts from the last 3 years. She paused. If Tolan is going to swear to a false loss, his previous reports will show a different truth. Rennick will not let you near those shelves. Rennick is in the Great Hall every evening between supper and the night bell. He takes tea in the kitchen at the same hour. He has done it every night since I arrived. Garomir stared at her. How do you know that? Iliana had not meant to say it. The words had slipped out like a habit she had not known she owned. I watch, she said. The silence stretched. Garomir's hand moved to his face, pressing against his eyes. When he lowered it, his expression had changed. Wariness, something close to fear. You are not supposed to be this, he said quietly. I am what the house needs. Needs, he repeated the word like it tasted wrong. Iliana, you are 9 years old. 8, she corrected, and that is exactly why I can do this. No one watches a child the way they watch a man. Garomir said nothing. She waited. He turned and started walking again, and she followed. The keep was quiet when they entered. Supper had been cleared. The servants had retreated to their quarters. A single torch burned in the iron sconce beside the great hall doors, and the corridor beyond lay in shadow. Iliana moved toward the records room without hesitation. The door was unlocked. She slipped inside, closed it behind her, and stood in the dark, breathing the smell of old paper, ink, and dust. Her hand found the candle stub she had hidden behind the doorframe 3 nights ago. The flint striker she had taken from the kitchen lay wrapped in cloth in her pocket. She worked quickly. The flame caught. She cupped it, letting her eyes adjust to the small pool of light. The shelves lined the walls in uneven rows, crammed with ledgers, scrolls, and loose bundles tied with twine. She found the grain ledger first, the one Rennick had been writing in when she had first come here. She set it aside. She needed the older records, the ones from before the pressure started. The factor's receipts from 2 years ago filled a slim leather volume, brittle and foxed. She opened it on the desk, running her finger down the columns. Yarrowfield Mill, spring shipment, 200 bushels. Autumn shipment, 180 bushels. Winter delivery, 150 bushels. The numbers were consistent. She pulled the next volume, last year's receipts. Yarrowfield Mill, spring 190 bushels, autumn 175, winter 140. A slight decline, nothing suspicious. Then this year, the page for the autumn delivery showed 130 bushels. The winter entry was blank. She turned back to the spring receipts. There, at the bottom of the page, a notation she had almost missed, written in a different hand, smaller, pressed into the margin. Loss adjustment pending. Factor Tolan, Harrowfield. Referral to winter tallies. Her finger traced the ink. Loss adjustment pending. As if the loss had been expected before the grain was even counted. She pulled a clean sheet of paper from the desk drawer and began copying the entry, her hand cramping, her breath shallow. She worked by the candle's small light, 3 pages of careful transcription, receipts and dates and marginal notes that told a different story than the one the Empire wanted told. A floorboard creaked in the corridor. Iliana froze. The flame wavered. She blew it out and stood in the dark, her heart hammering, her hand pressed against the copied pages. The footsteps came closer. The door swung open. Rennick, the steward, stood in the threshold, a lamp in his hand, his face unreadable. "Iliana," he said, "I needed a book." "At this hour?" She held up the copy of the grain receipt. "I wanted to understand the tallies. Father said I should learn the house accounts so I can help when I am older." Rennick's gaze moved past her to the open ledger on the desk, the volumes stacked beside it. His jaw tightened. "Those are not playthings. I am not playing." She met his eyes and held them. Something shifted in his expression. Wariness, assessment, the same look he had given her the night she had first stolen a paper from this room. "You should not be here alone." "I am not alone. You are here." The silence drew out. Then Rennick stepped aside. "Put the records back," he said, "and do not let me find you here again." Iliana gathered the copied pages and slid them into her dress. She returned the ledgers to their shelves, her movements slow and careful, as if she were nothing more than an obedient child following instructions. At the door, she paused. "Master Rennick." "What?" "The entry from last spring, the one about the loss adjustment pending." His face went still. "Factor Tolan wrote that before the grain was even counted," she said. "How did he know there would be a loss?" Rennick did not answer. She left him standing in the lamplight, the door closing behind her. In her room, she spread the copied pages across the bed and read them by candlelight. The receipts told one story. Consistent deliveries, modest decline, nothing that explained a sudden loss of 13 sacks. But the marginal notes told another. They referenced correspondence logs she had not yet seen, letters exchanged between Harrowfield and Aurenthal that had been copied into a separate book, its binding different from the rest. A book she had not found. She pressed her palm flat against the ink. Rennick was watching her now. Not the distant, half-attentive watch of a servant, but the focused gaze of a man who had seen something he did not understand. She had to move faster. Her hand moved to her mother's letter, still folded against her ribs. She pulled it out and read it again by the dying candle. "Do not trust the Regent's kindness. The Empire does not forgive houses that remember what it has buried." What had her mother remembered? What had she buried? Iliana's fingers traced the place where the letter trailed off mid-sentence. Then she heard it. the soft scrape of a footstep outside her door. She blew out the candle. The footsteps stopped. She sat in the dark, her hand clamped over the letter, her breath held, and waited. Chapter 9. The footsteps did not move. Iliana sat in the dark, her hand clamped over her mother's letter, the copied pages sharp against her palm. The wood grain of the door was barely visible in the sliver of moonlight through the shutters. She counted her own heartbeats. 9, 12, 16. The footsteps did not retreat. Whoever stood on the other side of that door was waiting, listening, testing whether she had truly fallen asleep. Iliana pressed herself against the bed frame, forcing her breathing into the slow rhythm of a sleeping child. Her jaw ached from the tension in her teeth. A long pause. Then the footsteps moved on, soft, deliberate, heading toward the east stair. She waited until the sound faded into silence before she let herself breathe. The watcher was real, not a trick of her imagination, not a servant passing by on night errands. Someone in Bracken Keep had seen her enter the records room, or had been told, and now they were mapping her movements. She slid out of bed and crossed to the door, pressed her ear against the wood. Nothing. The corridor lay empty. She knew this without seeing it, the same way she knew the steward would not forget that she had looked at him with a grown woman's eyes and asked a question he could not answer. Rennick was the watcher, or Rennick had told the watcher where to find her. She pulled on her wool dress over her shift, not bothering with the laces. Her fingers found the flint striker still tucked in her sleeve from the records room. The copied pages she folded into the waist of her dress, flat against her ribs, where her mother's letter already rested. 2 documents, pressed together like conspirators, but she was missing the third piece, the correspondence log, the separate book with the different binding, the one that connected Harrowfield to Aurenthal through something more than numbers. Rennick knew where it was, and Rennick would not give it to her. She slipped into the corridor. The keep breathed around her. The creak of old beams settling, the distant crackle of the kitchen fire banked for the night, the whisper of wind through shutters not quite latched. The servants' quarters were dark. The great hall was empty. She did not go to the records room. She went to her father's chamber. The door was ajar. A sliver of amber light bled through the gap, and she heard his voice, low and rough, speaking to someone who is not there. A prayer, a memory. The words were too soft to catch. Iliana waited. The light shifted. She heard the scrape of a chair, the heavy tread of boots crossing the room, and then the click of a door closing. An inner door. The door to the solar where her mother's chest sat locked. She counted to 50 before she pushed the door open. The chamber was empty. The fire had burned down to embers, casting long, railed shadows across the stone floor. Her father's bed was undisturbed. A cup of untouched wine sat on the table beside an open book. The inner door. She crossed the room, her bare feet silent on the cold stone. The latch yielded. The solar was small, barely more than a closet with a narrow window, and in the center of the floor sat the chest, locked. Iliana crouched beside it. The wood was dark, old, scarred with the marks of years. The lock was brass, heavy, a mechanism that required a key her father kept on a chain around his neck. She had watched him open it, watched him pull the chain from beneath his collar, fit the key into the lock, turn it twice to the left and once to the right. She had counted every movement. Her hand went to her own neck, where a thin leather cord held a small silver pendant. Not a key, but she had felt the shape of her father's key against his chest when he had leaned down to kiss her forehead before bed. The notches, the lengths. She pulled a hairpin from her braid. The lock was old, brass, worn with years of use. She bent the pin into a curve and inserted it. The mechanism was simpler than she had expected. A single tumbler, the wards worn smooth by decades of turning. She felt the pin catch, shift, and slide into place. The lock clicked open. Iliana lifted the lid. The scent of cedar and dried rose petals rose from the chest. Her mother's ring lay on top of the folded letters, the silver and green stone catching the ember light. Beneath it, the leather journal. the sealed scrolls, the correspondence. She pulled out the journal first. The pages were brittle, the ink faded. Her mother's handwriting was elegant and small, each letter pressed into the paper with delilectrif. She read the first entry by the firelight. 5th of Harvest Moon. Another letter from Aurenthal, unanswered. I have written to Lady Dracmont 3 times now, and each time the reply is the same courtesies with no substance. She knows what I am asking. She will not give it to me in writing. Iliana turned the page. 10th of Harvest Moon. Granary does not see what I see. He believes the court's displeasure is a passing storm, that if we keep our heads down and pay our debts, we will be left alone. I have tried to tell him that debts are not the point. They do not want our gold. They want our name. Another entry. A list of names. Minor houses, petty lords, merchants with grievances against the crown. If the quiet means to move against us, we will need allies who remember what loyalty means. I have called in 3 favors this month. 2 were honored. 1 was met with silence. Iliana's fingers traced the ink. Her mother had been building a network, a defense, a wall of obligations and debts that could be called upon when the court moved. But the journal ended abruptly. The last entry was dated 2 weeks before her mother's death. The chest is not enough. The letters are not enough. I need something the court cannot ignore, something that proves they have done this before. I have sent word to the old archivist in Aurenthal. If he still has the records from the purge of Thornwood, I will have evidence that House Pelumir is not the first house they have marked for erasure. Iliana's brow caught. The purge of Thornwood. She had never heard of it. She reached for the scrolls, her hands shaking. The first seal bore the crest of a house she did not recognize. A wolf's head over crossed wheat stalks. She broke the wax and unrolled the parchment. To the Lady of Pelumir, in answer to her question. Yes, the Thornwood records exist. I have seen them. 23 houses purged on charges of treason, each charge manufactured in the same session of the concordance. The same witness forms, the same margin notes. The pattern is unmistakable. I will send copies by trusted hand. Burn this letter after reading. The document was signed with an initial, no name. Iliana stared at the words. 23 houses, the same pattern, the same concordance forms. She did not succeed. I know. He looked at her then, really looked, and she saw something shift in his eyes. Not anger, not fear, grief. She did not finish the letter, Iliana said. She was interrupted. Garamir's hand trembled against the wood. Yes. By whom? He did not answer, but his gaze dropped to the scroll in her hands, the one with the wolf's head crest, the one that spoke of 23 houses and a pattern stamped into the concordance like a mold. Put it back, he said. Father, put it back, Iliana. She did not move, and in the silence, she heard it. Footsteps, coming down the east stair, the same deliberate tread, the same pause at the top of the landing. The watcher was coming. Chapter 10. 3 springs passed while Iliana learned the shape of power. Not the power in books or court ceremonies, but the power that moved through more vain reach like water through cracked stone. Petitions from villagers who could not write their own names, supply tallies that never matched what the grainers actually held. The ambitions of lesser banners, men who smiled at Granary in the great hall and spoke of him differently when the wine came out. She learned to read those faces first. The second spring, she learned to read the accounts. Tobin taught her the ledgers, proud and patient, showing her how grain yields, road tolls, and winter stores balanced against each other like a scale. She already knew most of it from observation, from nights spent memorizing the records room before anyone thought to lock it, but she let him teach her, because his pride in being useful to her was a fragile thing, and she hoarded it like coin. Here, he said, pointing to a column of figures. This is what we owe the mill guilds for the autumn grinding. It's higher this year because the river froze early and they had to haul by cart. Iliana traced the number with her finger. And this one? Interest on the bridge repairs from 2 winters ago. Father borrowed from House Averley to cover it. How much do we owe them now? Tobin's face tightened. Enough that they could call it due whenever they wanted. She memorized that too. The third spring, she began watching the lesser banners. House Averley, House Felon, House Bonwick. Men who held the roads and the river crossings, who could slow a grain shipment by a week with the right word to the right toll-keeper. Men who had never liked kneeling to Pelumir, and liked it less each year the debt grew. She watched them at the spring petitions, when Granary sat in the great hall and heard disputes over grazing rights, timber boundaries, and whether a miller had cheated the lord's share. The lesser banners sat in the back row, their faces carved from the same stone as the walls, and Iliana watched the hands. House Averley's heir clenched his fist every time Granary ruled against a commoner. House Velen's agent wrote notes in a small leather book, recording every decision. House Bonwick's lord simply smiled, and his smile said he was waiting. She was 13, nearly 14 when the levy came. Word arrived on a gray morning, carried by a messenger in the imperial blue who did not dismount at the gate. He handed the scroll to the gatekeeper and rode on before the seal was broken, as if delivering the news was beneath his dignity. Granary read it in the great hall, his hand trembling at the edge of the parchment. Casnia stood beside him, her face still and pale. She had grown into a woman of quiet grace, her laughter rarer now, her eyes always moving, always watching the door as if expecting someone to walk through it with bad news. Tobin stood at his father's shoulder, reading over his arm. His lips moved as he traced the words. Then he went still. "What is it?" Iliana asked, though she already knew. "The court," Granary said slowly, "has proposed a punitive levy on the southern provinces for the spring deficit, to be collected by the local lords. How much? Half of every harvest surplus, plus a head tax on every village." A murmur rippled through the retainers. Iliana felt the numbers settle into her mind like stones dropped into still water. Half the surplus. A head tax. In a province where 3 bad winters had already emptied the grain stores and sent families begging at the keep gates for bread. "Who presented the measure?" she asked. Granary looked at her. The same look he had been giving her for years now, the one that said she was not supposed to be this. "Chancellor Marsik's office. Of course. And who will enforce the levy if the villages refuse to pay?" Granary did not answer, but Tobin did. "Us," he said, his voice hollow. "The court wants Pelumir banners on the roads, collecting from people who cannot pay." Iliana understood in the same breath. This was the trap. Not the debt, not the audit, not the mill or the factor or the false receipts. Those were the cage. This was the moment the cage would close. If Tobin led men to collect the levy, if he stood in a village square while soldiers pried grain from starving hands, the memory would never leave him. It would stain his name, his reputation, the way the province saw him. It would make him the face of cruelty, and the court would have its evidence that House Pelumir had become what the concordance always said it would. And if he refused, if he let the levy go uncollected, then the court would send its own men, and they would not be gentle, and the blood would still be on Pelumir's hands for failing to keep order. There was no clean choice. Iliana looked at Tobin. He was 16 now, tall and thin-shouldered, with their mother's autumn leaf hair and their father's worried eyes. He was kind, too kind for what the world wanted him to become. She saw it in the way his hands shook as he set down the scroll, and she saw it in the way he looked at her, asking a question he did not know how to put into words. "What do I do?" She did not answer. She went to her room instead, where the stolen papers still lay beneath her mattress, pressed together like conspirators, and she began to plan. The levy could be blocked, not by force, not by defiance, but by something slower, something the court could not fight without admitting it was at war. She would need the mill guilds, the river barons, the lesser banners who owed favors her mother had called in years ago, favors that had gone untouched, waiting for a hand to collect them. She would need to move before the levy reached open vote, and she would need to make sure that when the dust settled, no one would know who had turned the pieces. That night she wrote the first letter, to House Averley, whose heir had clenched his fist at the spring petitions. "You want to see a different hand at the tiller? I can show you how to steer without the court knowing you have touched the wheel." She sealed it with a blank disc of wax, no crest, no name, and she sent it with the stable boy, who owed her for the winter he had spent coughing in the cold while she smuggled hot broth past the cook. Spring turned slowly toward summer. The levy did not pass. By the time the court called the vote, the mill guilds had raised objections. The river barons had petitioned for delay, and 3 lesser banners had quietly informed their representatives that the southern roads would not be safe for collectors until the autumn harvest came in. The measure stalled. The cage did not close. But that evening, as Iliana stood in the orchard watching the sun sink behind the ash trees, the stable boy came running with a folded note in his hand. She opened it. One line, written in a hand she did not recognize. Who rules Bracken Keep? She turned the paper over. No seal, no signature. But the ink was still wet. Chapter 11. Tobin found her in the orchard before the note had cooled in her hand. He came through the ash trees with his shoulders hunched and his hair falling across his face, the way he always walked when he wanted to be smaller than he was. 16 years old and already learning to apologize for taking space. I saw the stable boy, he said. Running. Iliana folded the note into her palm. He brought a message. From who? I do not know yet. Tobin stopped 3 feet from her and did not ask to see it. That was trust, or fear of what he might find. She could not always tell the difference anymore. The levy, he said. You stopped it. I helped. Do not do that. His voice cracked on the last word. Do not pretend with me. I know it was you. The mill guilds, the river barons, the timing of the objections. That was not father. That was not any retainer. That was you. Iliana said nothing. Tobin looked at the ground. I have been sitting in the library all afternoon, trying to understand how a levy that had 20 signatures and a court sponsor turned to ash in 3 weeks, and I kept coming back to the same name, the same person I have been coming back to for 3 years. Tobin. I do not want to be a lord, he said, and the words fell out like stones from a broken wall. I have never wanted it. The ledgers, the petitions, the banners, I do it because someone must, because father cannot carry it alone, because you are 8 years younger than me and already better at it than I will ever be. He sat down in the dry grass with his knees pulled up and his arms wrapped around them, a child's pose on a young man's body. They wanted me to collect from people who cannot pay, he said. They wanted me to stand in a village square and watch mothers hand over their last grain while soldiers pried fingers from storage jars. They wanted that to be my face, the face of Pelumir. I know. And you stopped it. He looked up at her. You stopped it without telling me you were going to, without asking, without letting me help. Iliana felt the weight of the folded note in her palm, holding a sealed scroll with a crest she had never seen before. From the South Road, the servant said. Delivered an hour ago. The rider said it was for the one who steers. Iliandal raised their tolls without notice. To barons whose sons were passed over for court appointments. To every man in the province who has a reason to want the capital to lick elsewhere for its grain. Tobin stared at her. How do you know their names? Mother's journal. He went very still. She kept a list, Iliana said. Names, grievances, obligations, the people who owed her, the people who feared her, the people who would help if they remembered why they should. You read Mother's journal? I had to. Tobin was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. What else did she write? Iliana chose her words carefully. She knew the court was not finished with us. She was trying to build a wall. Favors, alliances, old debts. She did not finish. Because she died. Yes. Tobin picked a blade of grass and tore it lengthwise, then again, until nothing was left but a shred between his fingers. I do not remember her voice, he said. I remember the color of her hair. I remember she smelled like cold air and cloves, but I do not remember her voice. Iliana said nothing. There was nothing to say. Do you think she would be proud of us? He asked. I think she would be proud of you. You always do that. Do what? Answer for yourself by talking about me. The observation landed like a clean knife. Iliana looked at her hands, the crushed scar at the base of her right thumb, pale against her skin. A lifetime ago, in another body, she had learned that deflection was safer than confession, that managing other people's feelings was the only way to keep them close. She had not unloaned it, and Tobin had noticed. I am trying, she said. "To protect this house, to protect you, to protect Casnia and Father. I do not always know how to do that without keeping things close. You could try telling me. I could. Will you?" She met his eyes. They were their mother's eyes. Autumn leaf hair and worried eyes, and a heart too soft for the world that was coming for them. "Yes," she said. She meant it. The sun dropped behind the other trees, and the orchard filled with shadows. Iliana stood and offered Tobin her hand. He took it, and she pulled him to his feet. "The levy is stalled," she said, "but it will not stay stalled forever. I need you to write to House Bronwick. Their youngest son was passed over for a Garifung post in favor of a court cousin. Ask him how he feels about Aurenthal's judgment. Do not mention the levy. Just ask." Tobin nodded. "And you?" "I need to find out who else received the same warning I did." She did not show him the note, not yet, but she told him about it. The wet ink, the unfamiliar hand, the question that was not really a question. Tobin's face tightened. "Someone in the keep is watching you. I know. Or someone in the province. Also possible." "What will you do?" Iliana looked toward the keep, where lights were beginning to glow in the windows. "I will find out who rules Bracken Keep before they do." She left Tobin in the orchard and walked back toward the stone walls, the note still folded in her palm. That night she wrote 3 more letters. One to the river barons, thanking them for their patience and reminding them that the next levy would hit their barges before the villages. One to the mill guilds, with a whispered piece of intelligence. Aurenthal was planning to nationalize the southern mills within the year, and the levy was the first step in that seizure. And one to a name she had found in her mother's journal, a name she had never used before, a name that had been waiting for the right moment to be spoken aloud. Lady Prenell Drakmont. She sealed each letter with blank wax, no crest, no signature. Then she sat in the dark and waited to see who would answer first. The answer came 3 nights later, not by letter, by a knock on her door at the hour when the keep was deepest asleep. Iliana opened it. A servant she did not recognize stood in the corridor, holding a sealed scroll with a crest she had never seen before. "From the South Road," the servant said. "Delivered an hour ago. The writer said it was for the one who steers." Iliana took the scroll. She broke the seal. Inside was a single name, Varen Riven Kell, House Kell, Southern Marches. "I know what you did to the levy. I want to know who taught you." The ink was dry, but the question was still wet enough to burn. Hitchermisme. Chapter 12. The fire had burned low by the time the second messenger arrived. Iliana sat in the window seat of the small library, the scroll from Baron Kell still folded inside her sleeve, her fingers tracing the cold seam of the stone sill. Below, the courtyard lay silver under a half-moon. A grue crossed from the stables to the kitchen door, his breath pluming, his boots leaving dark prints on the frost. 3 days since she had sent the letters. 3 nights of waiting. Tobin found her there, his footsteps hesitant on the threshold. He carried a candle and a piece of paper that trembled in his grip. "It worked." She turned. "The levy," he said. "Maskek's office received the petitions. The mill guilds, the river barons. House Everley sent a formal objection to the Regent's Council. The southern roads are officially declared unsafe for Imperial Kletsits until spring." Iliana let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "Show me." Tobin crossed the room and handed her the paper. It was a copy of the Imperial response, transcribed by a clerk in Aurenthal and relayed through the provincial relay system. The language was dry, administrative, careful. The levy was postponed until the roads could be secured and the objections reviewed. Postponed, not cancelled, but enough. "They backed down," Tobin said, his voice cracked on the last word. "They actually backed down." Iliana read the response twice, then set it on the window seat beside her. "It is not a victory," she said. "It is a delay. They will come back with a different shape, a different name, but it will be the same knife." Tobin sat down across from her, the candle throwing long shadows across his face. He was 16, tall and thin-shouldered, with their mother's autumn leaf hair and their father's worried eyes. He looked young in the dim light. He looked like someone who had just been spared a wound he did not know how to name. "I would have had to collect it," he said. "I know. Father would have sent me to the villages, to stand in front of the headmen and tell them to hand over half their surplus or face imperial discipline. I would have had to watch them choose between feeding their children and obeying the law." Iliana said nothing. She had seen the same future, the same calculus, the same stain that would never wash off. "How did you do it?" Tobin asked. "I told the mill guilds that Aurenthal was planning to nationalize their mills. I told the river barons the levy would hit their barges before the villages. I told House Everly that their grain stores would be requisitioned first because they were the closest to the capital. I made each of them believe the knife was aimed at the Boulogne own." Tobin stared at her. "That was true?" "Some of it. The rest will be true if no one stops it." He sat back, the candlelight shifting across his face. "How did you know?" "I read the concordance forms, the way the Empire writes its intentions into margin notes and witness clauses. The nationalization is in a draft appendix to the trade compact, buried under a dozen unrelated provisions. The levy's language Cortese's collection from the nearest navigable river, which means the barons' barges get seized first if the villages cannot pay. And House Everly's proximity to the capital is listed as a logical first recourse in the collector's standing orders." She had spent 3 nights in the records room, cross-referencing, mapping, following the thread of the Empire's logic until she could predict its next step. Tobin was looking at her as if she had grown a second head. "You are 14. The Empire does not care how old I am. It only cares whether I can read its hand." He was quiet for a long time. The candle sputtered. The shadows swayed. "I do not know if I should be grateful or terrified," he said. "Both," Iliana said. "I am." She meant it. The next morning, Granary called them to the solar. He sat behind the oak table that had belonged to his grandfather, the waning light falling across the piles of correspondence that had grown on his desk like frost. He looked older than he had 3 days ago. He looked like a man who had been running for years and had just realized the ground was about to give way. "The levy is stalled," he said. "We heard," Tobin said. Granary looked at Iliana. "The river barons sent their objections to the Regent's council before dawn. The mill guilds delivered a formal protest sealed with every master's mark in the southern reach. House Everly filed a petition that cited 12 precedents of unlawful collection." He paused. "All of them submitted within the same 6-hour window." Iliana kept her face still. "That is not coincidence," Granary said. "No," she agreed. "It is coordination." "Yes, coordinated by someone who knew what each of them feared." Iliana met his gaze. "Yes." Granary set down the letter he had been holding. His hands were steady, but the tremor that had lived in them for years was waiting just beneath the surface, the one she had first seen when he peeled a pear at breakfast, the one that appeared when the weight pressed too hard. "The Empire will not forget this," he said. "They were never going to forget us," Iliana said. "They have already decided what we are. All I did was make it harder for them to prove it." Granary looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at Tobin. "You knew." Tobin hesitated. "I figured it out, after. And you did not tell me." "I did not know until it was done." Granary closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had shifted. Not trust, not quite, but a kind of resignation. The exhaustion of a man who had been trying to protect his children and had just realized they were already protecting themselves. "The Imperial courier brought something else," he said. He pulled a sealed letter from beneath the pile and held it up. The wax was dark blue, stamped with a crest Iliana did not recognize, a coiled serpent around a tower. "This came with the morning relay. Addressed to me, but the seal is not from Maskek's office." Iliana felt the temperature in the room drop. Granary broke the seal, then read aloud. "Lord Iliana Pelumir, the Regent's Council notes with interest the successful resolution of the Southern levy dispute. Such coordinative's position in your province reflects either exceptional local leadership or unusually informed counsel. Please forward the names of everyone who advised the House during this period, including any outside consultants, household retainers, or family members who participated in the decision. I look forward to your reply. Lady Pernell Drachmont, Office of the Regent's Correspondence. The room went silent. Iliana could feel Tobin's eyes on her. She could feel Garamir's waiting, calculating, measuring. Lady Pernell Drachmont had not asked for the names of the conspirators. She had asked for the names of everyone who advised the House, including family members, including the 14-year-old second daughter who had just orchestrated the most elegant political countermove the southern provinces had seen in a decade. She knows, Tobin whispered. She suspects, Iliana corrected. There is a difference. Will she find out? Iliana looked at the letter in her father's hands, at the wax seal that had already been broken, at the name that had been waiting for her mother's journal to speak it aloud. She had written to Pernell Drachmont 3 nights ago, and now Pernell Drachmont was writing back, not to Iliana, to Granary, asking for names. She already knows, Iliana said. She is just giving us the chance to confirm it. Granary set the letter down. What do we tell her? Iliana thought of the scroll from Baron Kell, still folded in her sleeve. The note that had arrived 3 nights ago with a question that was not really a question. I want to know who taught you. 2 people in the same week asking the same thing. She had bought her family a month, maybe 2, but in doing so she had put herself on a list that was now being requested by the Regent's spymaster. We tell her the truth, Iliana said, that I advised Tobin, that I found the concordance clauses, that I wrote the letters. Tobin started. Iliana, she already knows. Lying will only make it worse. Garamir's jaw tightened. You understand what this means? It means Pernell Drachmont knows my name. It means she will watch you. Iliana met her father's eyes. She was always going to watch me, she said. The only question was whether I would be worth her attention. She stood, her legs steady despite the cold that had settled in her chest. Tell her the truth, she said again. And tell her I would be happy to continue our correspondence. Gurumi stared at her. Tobin stared at her. Iliana walked to the door, then stopped. One more thing, she said. The servant who delivered Baron Kell's scroll. I need to know who sent him, and I need to know who else in this keep is keeping secrets. She left them in the solar, the letter from Pernell Drachmont, lying open on the desk, the name of the one whose steers now spoken aloud for the first time. The levy had broken, but the hunt had just begun. Chapter 13. The dancing master arrived on a cold morning, sent from Aurenthal at Garomi's request, a thin man with silver at his temples and eyes that measured everything Iliana did and stored it somewhere she could not see. His name was Master Aldrich, and he taught them in the great hall with the trestle tables pushed against the walls and a fire burning low to save wood. Iliana learned the proper way to enter a receiving chamber. 3 steps, pause, chin at the exact angle that suggested neither deference nor defiance. She learned how to accept a cup without letting her fingers touch the givers. She learned the 5 acceptable ways to refuse a dance, and the 3 that would be remembered as insults. The court is a ledger, Master Aldrich said, circling her like a hawk watching a field mouse. Every courtesy is an entry. Every silence is a withdrawer. You will be balanced before you speak your first word. Casnia picked up the forms effortlessly. Her curtsy had the exact depth, neither humble nor proud. Her wrist turned at the correct angle when she accepted an imaginaire cup. She smiled at Master Aldrich, as though she had been doing this her whole life, and perhaps she had, watching their mother move through rooms Iliana had never seen. You are too stiff, Master Aldrich told Iliana on the 3rd day. You were thinking about the rules instead of inhabiting them. They are the same thing. No. He stopped in front of her, close enough that she could smell ink and old wool. The rules are the architecture. Inhabiting them means making the court believe you were born inside that architecture, that you could not imagine any other way to move through the world. Iliana thought of the false ledger, the manufactured grain shortfall, the concordance clauses she had used to stall the levy. She already knew how to make people believe things. But this was different. This was not hiding behind anonymity and blank wax. This was standing in the open, wearing her name like a target, letting every lord and lady in Aurenthal read her posture and decide what it meant. Again, Master Aldrich said. She lifted her chin and stepped forward. On the 5th day, Tobin joined them. He was terrible at the forms. His shoulders hunched when he bowed. His hands did not know where to rest. He kept glancing at Iliana as though she might signal the correct position, but Master Aldrich did not allow signaling. "The heir of House Pelumir must look like he belongs," the dancing master said, and Tobin's face went pale because they both knew the unspoken end of that sentence. Even if the house does not. Casnia caught Iliana's eye across the hall. Something passed between them, a shared recognition of what Tobin was being asked to become. That evening, after Master Aldrich had retired to the guest chamber, Iliana found Casnia in the small library. Her sister was sitting by the window with a folded letter in her hands, the firelight catching the autumn leaf red of her hair. "From Mother's old correspondent," Casnia said, before Iliana could ask. "Lady Marin of House Averley. She sends her regards and asks whether I am promised to anyone." Iliana's stomach tightened. "Are you?" "Not yet." Casnia set the letter down. "But Father received 3 inquiries this week. House Velen's second son, a minor lord from the northern reaches, and someone from Aurenthal itself, a clerk in the Regent's treasury who claims distant kinship with House Wenmary." Iliana crossed the room and sat on the window seat beside her sister. The stone was cold even through the cushion, and the glass rattled faintly in the wind. "What did Father say?" "He told them I am not 15, and that any serious proposal must wait until after the midwinter season." Casnia paused. But the club from Aurenthal wrote again, more directly this time. "How directly?" Casnia unfolded the letter and held it up. "Your daughter's reputation precedes her. I would be honored to discuss the future of House Pelumir's alliances at the midwinter banquet. I trust she will be in attendance." There was no signature, just an initial. M for what?" Iliana asked. "Marin, Malvern, Massick." Casnia's voice was steady, but her fingers trembled slightly against the paper. "Or a name I do not know yet." Iliana stared at the single letter, elegant and anonymous, and felt the same cold certainty she had felt when the ledger woman counted 37 sacks instead of 50. Someone in Aurenthal was already circling Casnia, and they had signed their note the same way the Purge of Thornwood Scroll had been signed, with an initial, no name, nothing to trace. "You are not going to that banquet alone," Iliana said. Casnia looked at her. "I will have Father, Tobin, the retainers." "That is not what I meant." The silence stretched between them, warm and painful. "I know," Casnia said quietly, "but you cannot protect me from everything, little sister. And if the Regent's court wants to make me a bargaining piece, they will find a way whether you are standing beside me or not." Iliana thought of the letter hidden beneath her mattress, the stolen paper that proved Massick's conspiracy, the names in her mother's journal that she had used to stall the levy. She thought of Pernil Drachmot, who had written to Garami asking for names, and who was almost certainly already in correspondence with the person who had signed that initial. "Then I will make sure they cannot touch you without costing more than they are willing to pay." Casnia's smile was sad and knowing, the expression of an older sister who had watched her younger sibling become something she did not fully understand. "That is exactly what frightens me," she said. She stood, folding the letter and tucking it into her sleeve. "Get some rest. Master Aldrich will have you practicing curtsies at dawn." She paused at the door. Iliana pressed her palm against the cold glass and felt the tremor in her own hand, the one she had inherited from her father, the one that appeared only when she was more frightened than she wanted to admit. The midwinter banquet was 6 weeks away, and someone was already watching her from the dark. Chapter 14. The carriage jolted over the last bridge into Aurenthal, and Iliana pressed her palm against the cold glass and watched the capital unfold. Spires of pale stone rose above snow-choked streets, their faces studded with lanterns that burned pale blue against the dusk. The great houses had hung their banners from every window, silk and wool and beaten gold snapping in the winter wind. House Wendemir's silver tower, House Nemec's crowned stag, the Aldermere sunburst, 3 times the size of any other. Casnia sat across from her, wrapped in a dark blue cloak with silver embroidery at the collar, her autumn leaf hair pinned high and threaded with tiny crystals that caught every passing torch. "You are staring," Casnia said softly. "I am." "Same thing when you do it." Iliana did not argue. The carriage slowed at a gate worked with iron leaves, and a servant in Aldermere blue opened the door with bow that was precisely shallow enough to remind them they were late. The cold hit Iliana's face like a slap. She stepped down onto swept stone and felt the weight of 100 unseen eyes. The grand hall of the Aldermere Palace was a cathedral of glass and marble and living flame. Chandeliers hung like frozen waterfalls, each branch carrying 50 candles that dripped wax into silver basins. The floor was pale stone polished to a mirror, reflecting the chandeliers and the glittering crowd, and the long tables that groaned under silver platters of roasted fowl, glazed fruits, wheels of cheese, towers of sugared pastry. Iliana counted at least 200 guests before she stopped. Lords and ladies in velvets and silks, knights in dress armor, clergy in white wool, merchants in dark wool with silver chains of office. They moved in slow currents, bowing and curtsying and smiling with teeth that never quite warmed the eyes. Casnia's hand found hers and squeezed. "Breathe," she murmured. "You look like you are calculating the cost of every candle." "I am." "Stop." Garamir led them into the hall, his formal coat brushed and his silver-streaked hair combed back, exhaustion hidden beneath a practiced calm. Tobin walked at his side, straight-backed and pale, his hand resting on the empty sword hilt at his belt, a gesture Iliana knew was meant to steady himself more than anyone else. They were announced. Lord Garamir Pelumir of Morvain Reach, Lady Casnia Pelumir, Lady Iliana Pelumir. The names rippled through the crowd like stones dropped into still water. Some heads turned with polite interest, others did not turn at all. Iliana felt the assessment in every glance, the calculation of which house still had value and which was simply waiting to fall. The first hour was a blur of names she forced herself to remember, empty compliments she returned with emptier smiles, and the slow, grinding effort of performing grace while her mind raced through every face and gesture and whispered exchange she could catch. Master Aldrich's lessons held her upright, the way to hold a cup, the angle of a curtsy, the rhythm of entering a conversation without seeming eager or reluctant. She performed each form and felt the seams of the performance straining beneath her skin. Casnia moved through the crowd with natural ease, her beauty drawing admirers and her warmth disarming suspicion. Iliana watched her sister smile at a young lord from House Velen, accept a cup of mulled wine from a knight in Windermere colors, and exchanged 3 murmured words with a gray-haired woman whose brooch bore the boiled serpent Iliana had come to recognize. Punel. Drummond's people were everywhere. Iliana circled the Eastern hall, staying close to the pillars, watching. She saw Princess Eloia Nemec seated near the dais, surrounded by ladies-in-waiting who laughed at every word she spoke and watched every face in the room with the same measuring eyes. Eloia was younger than Iliana had expected, perhaps 17, with dark hair and a stale, sharp face that smiled without reaching her eyes. Their gazes met once across the crowd. Eloia tilted her head a fraction of an inch, acknowledging something Iliana could not name. Then she returned to her ladies, and the moment passed. The slight came during the receiving line, when a man Iliana did not recognize cut in front of her with a laugh that was too loud and a hand that brushed her shoulder with casual dismissal. "My apologies," he said, not looking at her. "I did not see you there." He was tall, fair-haired, wearing a brooch of silver and jet, a house sigil Iliana did not know. His companions chuckled behind him. The line paused, a few heads turned. Iliana felt the shape of the trap immediately. If she protested, she would seem petty, too aware of her own importance. If she ignored it, She confirmed that House Pelumir's second daughter could be displaced without consequence, a small cruelty that the court would remember and repeat. She was opening her mouth to deliver the harmless, deflecting response Master Aldrich had drilled into her when a hand caught the fair-haired man's elbow with practiced precision. "Surely the Lady Iliana deserves the courtesy of a proper introduction before you rush past her." The voice was warm, unhurried, and carried just enough weight to stop the laughter. Tristan Windermere stepped into the space between them. He was younger than Iliana had imagined from the future script, perhaps 19, with dark hair and a face that was handsome in the way of carved stone, sharp angles, and a mouth that seemed more accustomed to silence than words. His formal coat bore the silver tower of his house, and his eyes were a pale gray that caught the candlelight and held it. The fair-haired man's smile went brittle. "My Lord Windermere, I did not realize you were acquainted with the lady." "We are not," Tristan said, "but that is hardly a reason to disregard common courtesy. Is it, Lord Errant?" The name landed like a stone. Lord Errant, House Venn. A house known for its ties to the treasury and its loyalty to Chancellor Massick. Lord Errant's smile thinned. He stepped aside with a bow that was precisely shallow enough to be insulting and moved on without another word. The line resumed. The laughter faded. But Iliana felt the shift in the room, the subtle recalibration of faces around her. Tristan Windermere had intervened for a Pelumir. In public, in front of witnesses. That would be remembered. She turned to thank him, but he was already stepping back, his expression unreadable. "Watch yourself," he said quietly. "The slight was meant to test your response. You passed, but Lord Errant will not forget that you made him look small." "I did nothing," Iliana said. "You did." "No." Tristan's eyes met hers, and for a moment she saw something sharp and searching beneath his calm. "I gave you the chance to hold your ground. You took it. That is not nothing." He inclined his head and vanished into the crowd before she could answer. Iliana stood in the wake of his departure, the candlelight warm on her face, and felt the first real breath she had taken since entering the hall. From across the room, a woman in deep green silk was watching her. Lady Prenelle Dramond. She smiled. It was a slow, deliberate expression, the smile of a woman who had just seen a knife she had not expected and was deciding whether to pick it up. Iliana held her gaze. She did not look away. Prenelle raised her glass in a small, ironic toast, then turned to speak to the person beside her, leaving Iliana alone with the knowledge that the Regent's spy master had just marked her. The midwinter banquet stretched on, glittering and merciless, and Iliana understood with cold certainty that the hunt had already begun, when really absolutely a glory tag. The woman in deep green silk did not approach immediately. She let the banquet flow around her, speaking to a silver-haired lord, then to a cluster of ladies whose laughter carried like breaking glass. Iliana watched from the edge of the dance floor, her hand resting on Casnia's arm, feeling the weight of Prenelle's attention like a thread pulled taut across the room. The orchestra struck up a new measure. Couples turned and separated and found one another again. "I need wine," Casnia murmured. "Real wine, not the sugared kind they give the unmarried girls. Father will notice." "Father is pretending Lord Bronwick's hunting stories are interesting. I have time." Casnia slipped away toward the sideboard, and Iliana felt the space beside her fill like water closing over a stone. Lady Prenelle Dramond smelled of cloves and winter roses. She was older than Iliana had expected, perhaps 40, with lines at her eyes that spoke of laughter rather than severity, and a mouth that seemed permanently on the verge of a private joke. Up close, her gown was not simply green, but threaded with silver wire that caught the candle flame, a dress that had been chosen with the same precision Iliana used on her letters. "Daughter of House Pelumir," Prenelle said. The words were not a question. "I hear you have been studying court forms." Iliana inclined her head. "One learns the weather before one travels." "Indeed." Prenelle's smile deepened. "And what does the weather say about Morvain Reach this season?" "Cold. The harvest was lean. The grainers are under watch." Iliana let the last words sit, neither heavy nor light. "But the roads remain open for those who know how to travel them." Prenelle laughed. It was a warm sound, genuine enough that several nearby heads turned. "You have your mother's ear for a phrase," she said. "I met her once at a spring festival in the southern court. She told me that the best way to hide a truth was to put it inside a complaint where no one wanted to look." Iliana kept her face still. "I did not know you knew her." "I knew everyone who mattered." Purnell's eyes held hers, steady and amused. "And I remember everyone who mattered's children." A footman passed with a tray of glasses. Purnell took one, examined the wine, set it back without drinking. "The midwinter banquet is always the same," she said, as if commenting on the weather. "The same faces, the same compliments, the same careful avoidances. Attend enough of them and you learn to read the spaces between the words. A missing name on a guest list tells you more than 100 invitations. A dance card left deliberately blank is louder than a shouted insult." She turned her glass in her fingers. "A missing margin in an old record tells a story all its own, does it not?" Iliana felt the air change. The words landed precisely, deliberately, the way a knife finds the seam between ribs. "Records," Iliana said. "I would not know. I am only just learning the forms." "Of course." Purnell's smile did not waver. "But you learn quickly. That is the impression I have. That you learn very quickly indeed, and that you remember what you read." She leaned in, close enough that her breath stirred the fine hairs at Iliana's temple. "The Levy stall was elegant," she murmured. "I would like to know who taught you to write a threat that reads like a request. But I am patient. I can wait." She straightened, her expression bright and public once more. "Do enjoy the evening, Lady Iliana. The winter is long, but the dancing is tolerable." She turned and walked away, a green silk rustling against the polished floor, leaving Iliana standing alone in the warmth of the candlelight, with her pulse beating hard at her throat. The dance ended. The couples scattered and reformed. Casnia returned with a glass of dark wine and a furrow between her brows. What did she want? "To know the weather," Iliana said. Casnia gave her a long look, the kind that said she knew she was being managed and was deciding whether to push. Before she could, a page in palace livery appeared at Iliana's elbow, a boy of perhaps 12, with a face that had already learned to hold secrets. "Lady Iliana, the Princess Eloia requests the honor of your company in the eastern alcove." Iliana felt the shift. A public summons from the regent's niece could not be refused, but it would also be seen. "Tell the princess I am honored," she said. The page bowed and vanished. Casnia's hand found Iliana's wrist, squeezed once, the old signal she had used since they were children. "Be careful," she said. "I always am. That is what worries me." Iliana crossed the hall through the current of silk and conversation, past couples who pretended not to watch, and servants who watched without pretending. The eastern alcove was a shallow recess framed by curtains of deep blue velvet, half hidden from the main floor, lit by a single candelabra that threw shadows across the marble. Princess Eloia Nemec sat on a cushioned bench, her hands folded in her lap, her dark hair pinned with silver combs that caught the light. She looked younger than she had from across the room, and sharper, the way a blade looks smaller when you hold it close. She did not rise. "Lady Iliana, thank you for coming." "I was honored to be asked." "Were you?" Eloia stood, smoothing her skirts. "But your mother did, and she died before she could tell me whether that trust was deserved." She stepped past Iliana, her silk brushing Iliana's shoulder, and paused at the edge of the curtain. "The archive guard changes at the 4th bell," she said. "The new watch takes 12 minutes to settle. That is long enough." She parted the velvet and stepped back into the light of the banquet, leaving Iliana alone in the alcove with the paper burning against her skin and the weight of a door she had not known existed pressing against her mind. Chapter 16. The paper was still warm in Iliana's palm when she stepped out of the alcove and back into the noise of the banquet. She did not look at it. She did not look for a loggia. She slipped it into the hidden pocket sewn into the waist of her gown, the one Master Aldrich had not taught her, the one her mother's letter had taught her to need. The hall pressed around her, silk and breath and candle heat, faces that smiled without reaching. She needed air. She found a side door half hidden behind a column of veined marble, unguarded, unremarked. It opened onto a narrow terrace that ran the length of the eastern wing, empty in the winter cold, the stone cold enough to feel through her shoes. The air hit her like a slap. Clean, brutal, real. She walked to the railing and gripped it, let the frost bite her fingers, let the wind pull at the loose strands of her hair. Below, the palace gardens lay frozen and silver under the moon, hedges trimmed into shapes she could not name in the dark. She heard the door open behind her. She did not turn. She counted the footsteps, measured, deliberate. A man's weight, but not heavy. Someone who knew how to move without announcing intent. Lady Iliana. Tristan Windvere's voice was lower than she remembered, roughened by the cold or by something else. She turned. He stood a few paces back, the terrace torchlight carving his face into angles of shadow and gold. He held something in his gloved hand, small and pale. "You dropped this," he said. He stepped forward and held it out. Her glove, the left one. She had not even noticed it was gone. She took it. Their fingers did not touch, but almost, the space between them thinner than a breath. "Thank you," she said. "You left quickly." "Did I?" "You did." He did not smile. "The princess's summons, then the alcove, then the terrace. People are watching, Lady Iliana. Some of them are counting your movements." She pulled the glove on, slow, deliberate. "And you?" "I am standing on a terrace in midwinter with a woman who should be inside where it is warm." He tilted his head. "So yes, I am watching too." The words sat between them, weighted with a meaning neither of them named. Iliana turned back to the railing. He did not leave. "The hall is suffocating," she said, because it was true and because she wanted to see what he would do with a truth offered freely. He came to stand beside her, close enough that she caught the scent of wool and cold metal and something underneath, wood smoke perhaps, or leather. He did not touch the railing. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, straight as a blade, his profile sharp against the torchlight. "Lord Harris," she said, "the slight in the receiving line. You stopped him." "I did." "Why?" Tristan was quiet for a long moment. The wind moved through the bare trees below, a sound like dry bones. "Because it was a test," he said, "and because you passed it before I intervened. He wanted to see if you would flinch, retreat, apologize. You did none of those things. You stood still and let him show himself. And you wanted to show him something else." His jaw tightened. "I wanted to show him that House Windvere does not stand silent while petty lords perform cruelty for an audience." The performance was for Chancellor Masik's people. Tristan looked at her then, full and direct, his pale gray eyes catching the torchlight until they looked almost silver. "Yes," he said. "I know." The silence stretched. Iliana felt the paper in her hidden pocket, the princess's words still burning behind her teeth, the weight of a door in the south corridor that she had not yet decided to open. "Lord Harris's slight," she said slowly. "You think it was arranged. I think it was too careful to be chance." He turned to face her fully. "The timing, the placement, the way he chose you instead of Casnia or your father. Someone wanted to see how the second daughter of House Pelumir would handle pressure in public. And now they have their answer." "They do." His voice dropped. "But so do I." Iliana's pulse quickened. She kept her face still. "What answer is that?" Tristan studied her for a breath, too. The wind lifted a strand of her hair, and he watched it settle before he spoke. "That you are not what you appear to be." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. "None of us are what we appear to be," she said. "That is what court is for. Court is for wearing masks." He stepped closer, close enough that she had to tilt her chin up to hold his gaze. "You are not gnawing one. You have simply learned to make people believe the mask is your face." Her breath caught. She could feel the heat of him through the cooled, the solid weight of his presence, the way the torchlight carved shadows beneath his cheekbones and made his mouth look harder than she knew it was. "And you?" you said. "What mask are you wearing, Sir Windvere?" He did not answer. His hand moved, slow enough that she could have stepped back, could have stopped him, but she did not. His gloved fingers brushed her wrist, turned her hand over, and he pressed something cool and small into her palm. A seal, silver, no larger than her thumbnail, marked with a tower. "House Windvere keeps its promises," he said. "If you need a door opened in this city, show that seal to the night guard at the north gate. he will find me. She closed her fingers around it. Why? Because the slice against Pelumir was too arranged. He released her hand. And because I want to know who arranged it. He stepped back, the distance between them widening, the cold rushing back into the space his warmth had filled. Good night, Lady Iliana. He turned and walked toward the door, his boots ringing on the frost-stoned stone. She watched him go. At the threshold he paused, his hand on the doorframe, his face half in shadow. One more thing. Yes? The princess's information. About the archive. He did not turn around. Be careful which doors you open tonight. Some of them are watched by people who want you to find you is inside. He pushed through the door and was gone. Iliana stood alone on the terrace, the wind cutting through her gown, the silver seal cold in her palm, and the princess's paper burning against her ribs. The fourth bell had not yet rung. She had 12 minutes to decide whether the door in the south corridor was a path to the truth or a trap with her name already written on it. Chapter 17. The journey back took 4 days of frozen roads and silent watches. Iliana sat in the carriage with Casnia asleep against her shoulder, the silver seal cold in her hidden pocket, Eloia's note already ash scattered from the carriage window on the first morning. She had not entered the archive door. She had stood in the south corridor with 12 minutes burning away, felt the weight of watchers she could not see, and turned back. The decision had cost her sleep every night since. Rack and Keep rose against the gray winter sky when they finally crested the last ridge, smoke from the chimneys, lights in the kitchen windows, the familiar shape of the gatehouse with its worn stone and the Pelumir banner snapping in the wind. Iliana felt her chest unlock. Home. But home no longer felt safe the way it had before the banquet. The walls were the same. The servants were the same. Yet she saw shadows differently now, measured every glance, listened for footsteps that stopped too long outside doors. 3 days after their return, the first letter arrived. A kitchen maid brought it with the morning tray, slipping it beneath the teapot with a murmured apology about a delivery from the mill guild. Iliana did not question it. She waited until the door closed, until Casnia's footsteps faded down the hall toward the solar, before she broke the plain wax seal. No crest, no name. The hand was precise, angled slightly left, the ink a deep blue-black that caught the candlelight. Lady Iliana, I trust the journey home treated you kindly. I have been thinking of the alcove where we last spoke and the quality of the light there. It reminded me of a story my old nurse used to tell, about a winter when the river froze solid and the fish were trapped beneath the ice, visible but unreachable. The court continues its quiet rhythm. A new appointment in the treasury has been noted, a man named Corvin from the northern provinces, whose methods are said to be thorough. There is talk of revisiting old accounts to ensure nothing has been overlooked. The mill guilds have sent a delegation to the capital, but I do not expect they will be received before spring. I remain. A friend you have not yet named. Iliana read it 3 times. The alcove, the river freezing, fish visible but unreachable. Eloia was telling her that the court's machinery was still moving beneath the visible surface, and that Iliana could see the danger but could not yet touch it. Corvin from the northern provinces, a treasury appointment. Old accounts revisited, the mill guilds delayed. She burned the letter in her chamber candle, watching the edges blacken and curl, and sat down to write her response. The cipher took her the rest of the morning. She had devised it on the carriage ride home, using the rhythm of the wheels as a framework, a simple substitution keyed to the second word of every third sentence in a book her mother had kept on the nursery shelf. Tales of the Southern Marches. No one else had opened it in years. Iliana had checked the dust. Her first letter was careful. She thanked the princess for her thoughts on the journey, described the quality of the light in Morvain Reach, and mentioned that the ash orchards were showing early bud despite the cold. Hidden inside the nested code. Who is Corvin loyal to? How long before the Treasury Review reaches the south? Can you send the names of the delegation? She gave the folded paper to the kitchen maid that evening, pressed with a copper coin and no explanation. The girl took it without a word. 7 days passed. Iliana attended breakfast, walked the corridors, sat through Tobrin's recitation of border disputes and Garamir's quiet reports of restlessness among the Mother barons. She watched Casnia circle her marriage inquiries like a bird tracing the edges of a cage. She smiled. She nodded. She was present, but her attention lingered in the space between letters. The second arrived on the 8th day. Same plain wax, same careful hand. The kitchen maid delivered it with the evening bread, and Iliana carried it to her chamber and read it by candlelight, with the door bolted. Lady Iliana, the orchards sound resilient. Early bud is a risk in these parts, but the roots run deep in southern soil, and I have learned not to underestimate what survives beneath frost. Regarding the matter of the Treasury Review, I am told the new appointee has a particular interest in account margins, those small spaces where corrections are routed. He believes errors accumulate in the margins. I understand you share his attention to detail. The delegation from the guilds has been delayed by a procedural matter involving witness forms for a concordance revision scheduled at winter's end. The forms require signatures from 3 provincial houses before they can be entered into the record. I am told the list of required houses is already prepared, though I do not know whose names appear on it. I remain, a friend who watches the frost. Iliana's hand went still on the page. Concordance witness forms. The rest of the letter was valuable. Corvin's interest in margins, the guild delegation stalled by procedure. But the witness form pulled her attention like a thread dragging on a nail. She had seen those forms in the archive records Aloya had shown her. They were legal instruments, dry and bureaucratic, used to certify that a concordance entry had been witnessed by authorized parties. But the forms themselves were not innocent. She had read about the purge of Thornwood, 23 houses purged on manufactured treason. The patter had used the same machinery, fabricated debts, staged provocations, and even the legal apparatus of concordance to make the destruction official. Witness forms were part of that apparatus. They turned a lie into law, giving it the weight of testimony. Winter's end. That was when the Regent cajoled his concordance revision, when the witness forms would be signed, when someone's name would appear on a list that made their destruction legal. Iliana set the letter down. The candle guttered. She sat in the dark for a long time, the words still burning behind her eyes, and understood that she was no longer gathering information. She was reading the shape of the cage King built around her family. The next letter she wrote was not a response. It was a request. She asked Iliana for the names of the required signators, for the date and chamber of the concordance hearing, and for the name of the clerk who would file the witness forms. She phrased it as an inquiry about land boundaries, varied in pleasantries about spring planting and the quality of southern grain. She folded the paper. She did not seal it. The kitchen maid did not come that night. Iliana waited until the keep fell silent, then walked to the stables herself, the letter tucked inside her sleeve, the cold biting through her wool cloak. The stable boy was there, half asleep in the hay, and he kicked the paper without asking questions. "Get this to the capital," she said, "to the woman who sent the first letter. The kitchen maid will tell you where." He nodded, already tucking it into his tunic. She turned to go. "My lady." She looked back. "There was a rider tonight," he said, his voice low. "Came through the east gate just before dusk. Didn't announce himself. Went straight to the steward's quarters." Iliana's pulse tightened. "What did he look like?" "Dark blue cloak, no sigil I could see." The boy hesitated. "He carried a leather satchel, the kind clerks use for documents. Chancellor Massic's colors." She thanked him and walked back to the keep with her hands cold and her mind spinning. A rider from Aurenthal, unannounced, going directly to Rennick. The steward who had always been too careful, too still, too watchful. The same steward who knew where every document in Bracken keep was kept. She reached her chamber and bolted the door. Then she took out the silver seal Tristan had given her and turned it over in her palm, watching the tower catch the candlelight. The witness forms were coming. The question was whether she could find them before they bore the family's names. Chapter 18. The first suitor arrived 3 days after the rider in dark blue. Iliana watched from the solar window as a carriage painted with the silver and ash of House Venn rolled through the east gate. Lord Heiress's colors. The same house that had delivered the calculated slight at the midwinter banquet. The same brittle smile that had retreated before Tristan Wimvir's correction. She pressed her palm flat against the cold glass. Already? Casnia stood in the doorway, still in her morning dress, her hair half-pinned. I thought Father told them to wait until after Midwinter. He did. Iliana did not turn. This one did not ask permission. The carriage stopped in the courtyard. A young man stepped out, fair-haired, narrow-shouldered, wearing a coat that cost more than the stable boy's yearly wages. Not Lord Errant himself, but someone close enough to carry his house's interest. The second suitor came the next morning. House Dryden, a northern banner with fading fortunes, and a second son who needed a dowry to restore his family's granaries. He was polite, unremarkable, and gone before noon. The third arrived at dusk. No carriage, no herald, just a rider on a gray horse, mud-spattered and travel-worn, carrying a letter sealed with pressed ash leaves on cream wax. He asked for Lord Giromir by name and would not give the letter to the steward. Iliana watched from the gallery above the great hall as her father took the letter, read it in silence, and turned his face toward the fire. She could not read his expression, but she saw his hand tremble before he folded the paper and slipped it into his coat. That night, Giromir called Casnia to his study. Iliana waited in the corridor counting heartbeats, listening through the oak. The voices were too low to carry, but she heard a rhythm to them. Her father's heavy pauses, Casnia's lighter, faster responses, then silence. When Casnia emerged, her face was smooth and composed. That smoothness told Iliana more than tears would have. "Sit with me," Casnia said, not a question, and walked past her toward the east stair. They ended in the small library where the fire had burned low and the shadows stretched long across the floor. Casnia did not light a candle. She sat on the window seat with her knees drawn up, her autumn leaf hair spilling over her arms, and stared at the dark glass. "House Aldrich," she said. Iliana sat across from her. "The northern banner?" "The one with the fading fortunes, yes." Casnia's voice was flat. "Father says they have old ties to Mother's family, a debt of honor, a promise made before we were born. A marriage debt, an expectation." Casnia's hands were still, too still. "The second son, he would take my name if I wished to keep it, or I could take his. We would live at the northern estate. The winters are harsh," she said, "but the land is good." Iliana said nothing. The letter tonight was from the family themselves, not the son, the father. Casnia finally turned her head. Her eyes were dark in the dim light, her mouth a thin line. "They are asking Father to confirm the arrangement by spring." Spring, winter's end, when the concordance witness forms were scheduled to be signed. Iliana felt the pattern lock into place like a key turning in a lock. A marriage alliance that would pull Casnia north, away from Morvain Reach, away from the coming purge. A debt from their mother's network, walled in at exactly the right moment to make it look like choice. "Father is considering it," Casnia said. "He told you that." He did not say no. Casnia's composure cracked, just a hairline, a tremor at the corner of her mouth. "He looked at me like I was already gone." Iliana crossed the room and sat beside her on the window seat, close enough to feel the cold radiating off the glass, close enough to see the pulse beating in Casnia's throat. "Do you want to go?" Casnia laughed. It was a broken sound, nothing like the warmth Iliana remembered from childhood. "Does it matter what I want?" "It matters to me." "Then no." Casnia's voice dropped. "I do not want to be traded north to fulfill a debt I never promised. I do not want to be a second son's consolation prize while my family burns in the south." She turned, and her eyes were wet now, bright and accusing. "But I also do not want to stay here and be a piece on your board, Iliana. So tell me, what am I not being told?" The question hung between them. Iliana felt the weight of every secret she had carried. The false ledger, the stolen paper, the Levy stall, the coded letters with Eloia, the silver seal in her pocket, the concordance witness form scheduled for winter's end, the rider in dark blue who had gone straight to the steward's quarters. She had told herself she was protecting Casnia. But protection, she was learning, was also a kind of cage. "I cannot tell you everything," Iliana said slowly. "Not yet, because knowing some of it would put you in danger, and I will not let the Empire use you as a lever against this house." Casnia's mouth tightened. "But I can tell you this." Iliana took her sister's hand. The fingers were cold. "Father is not trading you because he wants to. He is being pressed from every side, and the people who are pressing him are the same people who killed Mother. Casnia went still. You know that for certain? I have proof. Iliana held her gaze. Not enough to act till yet, but enough to know. The fire popped. A log shifted, sending sparks up the chimney. Casnia was quiet for a long time. Then she squeezed Iliana's hand once, hard. Then I will wait, she said. But Iliana… Yes. When you are ready to tell me the rest, tell me to my face. Not in a letter, not through a cipher. Her voice was steady now, sharpened by something that might have been fear or might have been anger. I will not be managed into safety. Iliana nodded. She did not promise. Because the fourth suitor's letter arrived at dawn, and this one bore the initial M. Chapter 19. She told Garomi she needed 4 days in the capital to examine the stalled Treasury review accounts. He had looked at her for a long moment, his hands resting on the Morning Post, and then he had nodded without asking the obvious question. When had his daughter learned to read Treasury accounts? The carriage let her off at a merchant hostel near the river gate, far enough from the palace to be unremarkable, close enough to reach the archive before the morning bells finished ringing. She wore a gray wool dress with no house colors, a brass clasp at her throat that could be turned into a tool if she needed one, and Tristan Wenmir's silver seal pressed into the lining of her left boot. The palace archive occupied the entire west wing of the lower Aldermere, a long gallery of stone and aged oak where the light fell in dusty columns from tall windows that had not been cleaned in years. Iliana had never entered it before. She had only seen it from the banquet hall's upper windows, a gray roof hunched against the winter sky like an old animal waiting to be fed. The door was not locked. That should have been her first warning. Inside, the air smelled of ink, dried glue, and the particular cold that comes from paper stored too long in stone. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, each one crammed with ledgers, scrolls, and bundles of loose parchment tied with faded ribbon. A clerk's desk sat near the entrance, empty. A cup of cold tea and a half-eaten roll lagged behind as if the occupant had stepped away for a moment and never returned. Iliana stood in the entry for 3 full breaths, listening. Nothing moved. No footsteps. No voices. She stepped forward. The archive was organized by year and by department. Treasury records occupied the first 8 shelves, their spines marked with imperial seals and date ranges that stretched back decades. She ran her fingers along them, reading the labels, searching for the pattern Eloya had described. Concordance revisions were not filed with Treasury records. They had their own section, deeper in. She found it at the end of the 4th row, where the shelves angled into a narrow alcove hidden from the entrance. 2 rows of volumes bound in dark leather, their spines stamped with the concordant sigil, a circle divided by 3 lines, like a wheel broken into spokes. Each volume covered a 5-year span. 40 volumes for 200 years of law. The latest volume sat at the end of the row, half pulled out of its place, as if someone had been reading it recently and had not bothered to reshelve it properly. Iliana pulled it free. The binding was stiff, the leather cracked at the spine. She opened it to the most recent entries and found them written in a clerk's neat hand, each one a record of revisions made to the concordance over the past decade. Legal adjustments, witness requirements, the conditions under which a house could be stripped of its protections under the Oathwork Code. She read the entry for the purge of Thornwood. 23 houses. A single concordance revision, dated 2 months before the first arrest, that had quietly changed the definition of treason to include the withholding of imperial revenue during a season of declared shortage. The same revision that now applied to Morvain Reach, because the winter tithe arrears had been declared a shortage season by Chancellor Massic's own office. Iliana's hands went cold. The mechanism was right there, written in plain ink on plain paper, filed in a room that anyone could enter. The Empire did not hide its machinery. It simply trusted that no one would know where to look. She kept reading. The revisions for the coming year were listed in a separate section at the back, marked as proposed rather than enacted. She found House Pelumir's name in a footnote, attached to a revision that would require all houses with outstanding imperial debt to submit to direct treasury oversight of their grain stores and patrol routes. The revision was scheduled for signature at winter's end. 3 provincial house signatures required to enter it into law. The same witness forms Eloya had described. Iliana stood in the narrow alcove with the volume open in her hands, and for the first time she understood the scale of what she was fighting. It was not a conspiracy of men in rooms. It was a system, built over centuries, designed to absorb resistance into procedure. Every protest she filed would become a footnote. Every ally she gathered could get turned into a witness against her. She almost closed the book, almost retreated. Then she heard footsteps in the main gallery. Not the soft step of a clerk returning to his desk, someone walking with purpose, the tread measured and deliberate, moving past the treasury shelves and turning toward the alcove where she stood. Iliana slid the volume back into its slot and pressed herself against the shelves, her heart counting the steps. 4 seconds, then 3. The footsteps stopped. "Miss Pelumir." The voice was calm and female, and Iliana recognized it before the woman stepped into the alcove's entrance. Lady Pernille Drakmag stood in the dusty light, her hands clasped before her, her green silk dress exchanged for a traveling gown of dark brown wool. She looked at Iliana the way a cat looks at a closed door. "I wondered how long it would take you to find this place." Chapter 20. "Wait, how long?" Iliana stopped herself, forcing her voice flat. "How long have you known I would come here?" Pernille lilted her head, the gesture almost fond. "The question is not when I knew. The question is who left the volume half pulled from its shelf for you to find." The words landed like cold water. Iliana's fingers still pressed against the spine of the concordance volume, the cracked leather rough under her touch. She had assumed the half-pulled book was carelessness, a clerk's oversight, the luck of a door left slightly open. She'd been so certain she was the one finding things. "Princess Aloya," Iliana said slowly, testing the name against Pernille's smile. "She told me where to look. The tapestry in the south corridor, the guard change at 4th bell." "Did she?" Not a question. Pernille moved past Iliana into the alcove, her traveling gown brushing the shelves on both sides, filling the narrow space with the scent of cloves and winter roses. "And did the princess also tell you that she sent me a note last night, warning that a curious young woman from the south might wander into this section and find things she should not?" Iliana's stomach dropped. Aloya had warned Pernille. The princess had given her the archive's secret, and then, in the same breath, delivered her to the spymaster like a gift wrapped in Cipher. Why? Because Aloya Nemec plays a longer game than you understand. Pernille stopped at the shelf where the concordance volume still sat, its spine visible between them. "She owes your mother a debt. That much is true, but she also serves the Empire, child. She serves it by making sure useful people find their way to the right hands." Iliana's mind raced, reassembling every piece of the correspondence. The sealed note boned on the journey home, the cipher keyed to the nursery book, the letters exchanged under hiding places so careful they felt like love. All of it had been a test, and she had passed, only to discover she had been walking into a cage she never saw. "You wanted me here," Iliana said. "You wanted me to find the concordance revision. I wanted to see what you would do when you found it." Pernille's voice softened, almost kind. "You could have run. You could have screamed for a clerk. You could have taken the volume to your father and demanded he raise a protest." Iliana said nothing. "But you did not." Pernille reached past her and pulled the concordance volume free, opening it to the page Iliana had been reading. "You stood in this alcove and read the mechanism of your family's destruction, and then you stood still. You calculated. You did not panic. Is that why you caught me instead of having me arrested?" "Caught you?" Pernille's mouth curved. "Iliana, I've been watching you for 3 years. I did not need to catch you. I needed to meet you." The admission hung in the dusty air, older and heavier than Iliana had expected. 3 years. That meant Pernille had been tracking her since the Levy stall, since the first anonymous letter, since she was 11 years old. The thought should have terrified her. Instead, something cold and sharp settled in her chest, a kind of recognition that felt like looking into a mirror she had not known existed. "If you know what I did," Iliana said, "then you know I will not stop. I am counting on it." Pernille folded the volume and held it out. "I will forget I found you here. I will tell Iloya you never arrived, but in exchange, you will take this." Iliana stared at the book. "Take it," Purnell repeated. "There is a page you have not yet read, a draft revision in the Regent's own hand, dated before the Purge of Thornwood, that lists the houses he intended to dismantle. House Pelumir is the last name on that list." Iliana's hands moved before her mind caught up. She took the volume to its shelf, pushed it flush with the others, and stood. 17 minutes. She walked out of the alcove through the treasury shelves, past the empty clerk's desk with its cold tea and half-eaten roll, and into the corridor where the torches had burned low. Behind her, the archive door clicked shut. Ahead, the palace stretched into shadow, full of watchers she could not see. She did not run. She walked at a measured pace, her hand pressed against the stolen page hidden in her cloak. And for the first time since she had woken in Bracken Keep with blood on her tongue, she understood the shape of the war she had entered. They had written her family into a lie. She would rewrite them free. Or she would burn the page and the author with it. Chapter 21. The journey back to Bracken Keep took 5 days through sleet and frozen ruts, but Iliana did not feel the cold. She sat in the carriage with the stolen page pressed against her ribs, the ink-dark letters of the Regent's hand repeating in her mind like a pulse. Pelumir, the 24th name, added later, lighter ink. The same hand that had written the other 23 into oblivion had reached for his pen again and added her family like a second thought, and afterward, a loose end that needed trimming. She had stopped the levy. She had stalled the audit. She had learned to read accounts, read faces, read the space between a courtier's words and the knife behind them. None of it mattered, because the trap was not the levy. The trap was not the debt. The trap was the story itself, the shape the Empire had already decided House Pelumir would fill, and everything she had done so far was only fighting the scaffolding while the building rose around her. The carriage creaked through the orchard road. Bare branches scraped the windows like fingernails. Iliana closed her eyes and felt the weight of Sabriel's old life pressing against the inside of her skull. The parking lot's sleet, the signature, the pavement rushing up. A story she had read once about a family of monsters who got what they deserved. She had been wrong about everything. The story was not a warning. It was a weapon, and someone else had been holding the pen. Bracken Keep rose out of the gray twilight, its windows lit against the winter dark. The steward met her at the gate with a face smoothed of all expression, the same flat, assessing look he had worn when she was 8 years old and caught with the false ledger in her hands. "Welcome home, my lady." "Thank you, Master Rennick." She walked past him without stopping. Let him read that as confidence or coldness, she did not care. She had a page in her cloak and a war she had only just learned to name, and she could not afford to wonder whether the steward reported to Masik or to someone else. Not anymore. In her chamber, she barred the door and spread the stolen page across the writing desk. The Regent's handwriting was elegant and unhurried, the strokes of a man who had never needed to rush because the Empire waited for him, not the other way around. She traced the list of 23 names with her fingertip, reading each house aloud in a whisper, as if speaking them into the air might undo what had been done to them. House Arvel, House Cantrell, House Darrow, House Errant, House Pharaoh, House Gren, House Halden, House Idris, House Jarrow, House Cast, House Lorne, House Mar, House Nettle, House Austin, House Pren, House Quill, House Riven, House Sorn, House Tallow, House Under, House Ven, House Warden, House Yarrow. 23 names, 3 columns, 1 handwriting. And at the bottom, in lighter ink, the 24th, Pelumir. She sat back in the chair, her hands flat on the desk, and tried to think past the cold ringing in her ears. In Sabriel's world, the grim dark serial has been famous for its intricate plotting, its morally gray characters, its slow burn toward a tragedy that felt inevitable. The readers had admired Vesemnoldoldemir as a complex antagonist, a regent who loved his empire and sacrificed his mercy for its surviving. They had called Garamir the Butcher of Morvain Reach, and debated whether his villainy was born of grief or ambition. They had believed the story because it was well written, because it had been crafted by someone who understood that truth was not the same as fact, that belief could be shaped by the order of sentences, the weight of a signature, the authority of a seal pressed into wax. The Regent had not written a prophecy. He had written a legal document, and then he had let the court's machinery turn it into a story that felt like history. Iliana looked at her own hands, the crescent scar at the base of her right thumb, the pale skin over thin wrists, the tremor she had inherited from her father and learned to suppress. She was not a character in a story. She was a variable the architect had not accounted for. But to rewrite what he had written, she would need to understand the machinery he had used. Not just the debt and the audits and the staged provocations. The deeper architecture, the power that made a concordance revision carry weight, the force that turned a signature into a sentence. Oathwork. The family archive in Bracken Keep was smaller than the palace's, a single room off Garmier's study with 3 shelves of old records, heraldic deeds, and marriage contracts bound in cracked leather. Iliana had looked through it before, hunting for Harama's old letters, but she had never read the oathwork forms with attention. She read them now. The language was precise, ritualistic, full of clauses about witnesses, seals, and the cost of violation. A blood-sealed oath required a drop from the signer's dominant hand, pressed into the wax beside the house crest. A witnessed vow required 3 witnesses who could testify to the signer's free will. A concordance revision required 3 provincial house signatures, because the oathwork binding the empire's legal structure demanded distributed consent. A web of witnesses that made the lie harder to unravel. But the cost was always there, written in the margins, noted in the commentaries. Every oath taken extracts a price. Health for a minor binding, memory for a significant one, life or sanity for the great severances. Iliana traced the words with her finger, her breath shallow. She had always known about oathwork the way she knew about Witter, a fact of the world she inhabited. She had never considered that it might be a tool she could use. She found an old document in the bottom of the archive chest, a blank witness form from her grandfather's time. The parchment yellowed but still intact. The ink had faded, but the seal recess remained, the Pelumir crest stamped into the paper like a scar. She carried it to her chamber. She took her mother's silver and green stone ring from the pouch at her belt, the one she had taken from Garamir's locked chest years ago, and held it in her palm. Then she pricked her finger on a needle from her sewing box. The blood welled, bright and small. Iliana pressed her finger to the empty seal recess on the witness form, watching the dark red bloom into the paper's fibers, binding her to a document that meant nothing, a test with no witnesses, a vow sworn only to herself. The cost hit her like a blade between the ribs, a memory she had carried from Sabriel's world, a fragment of earth, wrenched loose and dissolved into the air. A kitchen, yellow light, someone laughing, a man's voice saying something about a leaky faucet. The details scattered before she could catch them, leaving only a hollow shape where the memory had been. Iliana gasped and dropped the form. The paper lay on the desk, her blood seal darkening as it dried. She pressed her hands to her face and felt the absence like a missing tooth, a space where something familiar had been and now was not. She could not remember what the man had said. She could not remember his face. She could not remember whether she had loved him or hated him, or whether the laughter had been real or a trick of the light. That was the price. A single drop of blood and a blank witness form, and she had already lost a piece of Sabriel's life. She lowered her hands and looked at the stolen page, at the Regent's elegant handwriting, at the 24th name. If writing the script cost him nothing but ink, rewriting it would cost her everything she had been. Iliana picked up the witness form and held it to the candle flame until the edges curled and blackened. The ash fell into her palm, warm and light. She would need to understand the rules before she broke them, and she would need to decide which parts of herself she was willing to trade. The knock came at dawn. Iliana had not slept. She had spent the night reading every witness form in the archive, copying clauses into a small leather notebook, mapping the architecture of obligation that held the empire together. She opened the door. Casnia stood in the corridor, wrapped in a wool shawl, her dark hair unbraided and her eyes red-rimmed. You promised, Casnia said. Face to face. You said when you were ready. Iliana looked at her sister's face, at the trust fraying at the edges, at the demand she had been dreading since the orchard. She had the stolen page in her cloak lining. She had the Regent's handwriting burned into her mind. She had a list of 23 dead houses and a 24th waiting to join them, and she had just learned that the cost of rewriting the script might be the memory of who she had been before she woke in Bracken Keep. Not yet, she said. Casnia's face closed like a door. You keep saying that, because I am not ready. Iliana held her sister's gaze. But I am closer than I was yesterday, and when I am, I will tell you everything. Casnia stared at her for a long moment, then turned and walked back down the corridor without another word. Iliana watched her go, the stolen page like a brand against her ribs, and wondered how many pieces she would have to lose before the story was hers to write. Chapter 22. The lamp on the Regent's desk burned low, the flame paired to a thread of blue. The Seaman Aldermere sat with his hands flat on the polished wood, his silver-blonde hair caught in the dim light. He had been reading reports for 3 hours. The pile on his left contained summaries from the Treasury, the grain commissioners, and the Southern road wardens. The pile on his right held a single sheet of parchment, the morning's dispatch from Morvain Reach. He read it again. Guild objections quieting. River tolls collected at half rate. No further hostility reported between Pelumir retainers and Imperial collectors. A mild account, almost boring. Vasimadin set the dispatch down and reached for the next report. The Chamberlain announced the Warden of the Common Courts just before midnight. The man entered with a flush across his collar, his hands clasped behind his back in the posture of someone carrying bad news he did not want to deliver. He bowed and waited. The Seamadin did not look up. Speak. Your Grace, the grain rioters at Thornwood Cross. I have read the summary. 15 men, 3 women, a broken window in the factor's office. Yes, Your Grace. Were they armed? Stones, Your Grace. One of the women carried a bread knife. The Seamadin lifted his gaze slowly. And what does the court recommend? The warden swallowed. The Chancellor's office recommends public execution of the leaders and a doubled fine on the cross's remaining harvest. Chancellor Massak is thorough. Yes, Your Grace. The Seamadin rose from the desk and sat down. Find the factor for the broken glass and send a barrel of oats from the palace stores to Thornwood Cross. Write it as a gift from the princess. The warden opened his mouth, closed it, and bowed. When the man had gone, the Seamadin sat alone in the lamplight and thought about hunger. He had never been hungry, not truly. He had known privation during the northern campaign, the thin rations and the cold, but that was different. That was chosen. That was strategy. The hunger of a millworker in Thornwood Cross, watching his child's ribs show through the skin. That was an entirely different country. The Seamadin picked up the next report, but he did not read it. He thought about the single visible enemy, the one house the Empire could name when fear began to curdle into rage. The one set of shoulders broad enough to carry the blame for shortages, for delayed grain, for cold winters and late springs, and all the other small cruelties of a world that did not care whether children ate. House Pelumir. He thought of Granary, a tired man with a tremor in his hands, trying to hold a province together with debt and memory. He thought of the older daughter, the bright one, the one whose name appeared in the marriage inquiries. He thought of the son, the heir, too gentle for the work that would soon be asked of him. He thought of the younger daughter. He did not know her name. The reports had never mentioned her. But someone in that house had stopped his levy. A knock at the door. The Seamadin did not look up. Come. His clerk entered, a thin man with ink-stained fingers and a face that had learned to carry no expression. He placed a leather folder on the desk, opened it, and withdrew a single sheet of unlined parchment. The Concordance folio binder reports a discrepancy, Your Grace. The Seamadin watched the man's hands. What discrepancy? Volume 24, Article 7. The page bearing the running list of targeted houses, dated before the Thornwood Declaration, is missing from the revision alcove. The volume has been returned to the shelf, but the page has been removed. The lamp flame shivered. The Seamadin sat very still. Volume 24, he said. Article 7. Yes, Your Grace. The silence stretched until the clerk's breathing became audible. The Seamadin did not shout. He did not rise. He did not show any sign of disturbance that a man trained to read faces would call anger. He simply reached for the nearest report, turned it over, and said, "Who has accessed the revision alcove in the past 7 days?" The clerk read from a second sheet. 3 presiding clerks, Your Grace, 2 from the Concordance Office, 1 from the Triangulation, the visiting scholar from the university, name recorded as Master Felon, and the daughter of House Pelumir, recorded as a guest of the palace during the midwinter banquet period. The Seamadin looked at the name, Iliana Pelumir. He had not known her name, not until now. He set the report down and folded his hands over it. "Send a rider to Lady Pernille Draupmont," he said. "Tell her I wish to know what the second daughter of House Pelumir was doing in my archive." The clerk bowed and withdrew. The Seamadin sat alone in the quiet room, the lamp burning lower, the missing page like a chill in the air. He had been patient. He had been merciful. He had restrained his hand from the Thornwood Cross rioters and poured oats into their children's bowls. He had written House Pelumir into the role the Empire needed, not because he hated them, but because the realm could not afford to fracture into civil war over grain and pride and provincial grievance. One house, one visible monster, one sacrifice to halt the rest together. That was not cruelty. That was architecture. But someone had begun editing his script, and the Seamadin Aldermere did not let other hands touch his pen. Chapter 23. The sleet had stopped by the time she reached the stables, but the cold stayed. Iliana slid from the saddle before the groom could steady her, her fingers too stiff to work the buckle properly. The stolen page was still pressed against her ribs, folded so tight it felt like a third layer of skin. She had not slept on the road. She had not dared. Bracken Keep rose gray against a sky that could not decide whether to snow or clear. The windows were lit. Supper was still laid. Then, good. She wanted to see them all in the same room, breathing, alive, before she had to think about what came next. She crossed the courtyard with her cloak pulled high and her boots crunching on frozen gravel. The guard at the door nodded. She nodded back. Normal. She was just the second daughter, returned from a visit to the capital, nothing worth reporting. Granary found her in the side corridor before she reached the hall. He looked worse than she had left him. The lines around his mouth had deepened, and his tunic was rumpled, the same one he had been wearing 4 days ago. He had not been sleeping either. "You are back," he said. The words carried relief and something else, something careful. "I am." Iliana stopped. She wanted to tell him everything. She wanted to lay the stolen page flat on the table between them and say, "Look, this is what they have planned. This is the shape of the cage, and I have the key." But she had already lied to him about the treasury accounts. She had already chosen secrecy. She said, "The capital was quiet, nothing new." Granary studied her face. He was not a fool. He had never been a fool. He simply loved his children more than he loved his own survival, and that made him willing to believe the lies they told him. "Good," he said. "We have enough here to occupy you." The trouble was not one thing. It was everything. Guild objections had quieted in the capital, but in Morvain Reach they had sharpened. The millers at Thornwood Cross had refused the latest imperial grain price. The river tolls had been collected at half rate because the collectors were afraid to push harder. House Velen had sent a letter asking when the Pelumir heir intended to tour the southern border, phrased as courtesy, but read as pressure. House Averley had sent nothing at all, which was worse. Granary handled the reports in his study with the same tired method she had watched all her life. He read each one twice. He set them in piles. He rubbed his temples and poured wine he did not drink. Iliana stood at the window, watching the last light drain from the ash orchards, and listened. "I can send Tobin south," Granary said. "Show the banners we are not hiding. House Velen will read that as panic. They will read silence as weakness. They will read a 16-year-old boy with a borrowed sword as an invitation." Garamir's hand stilled over the wine cup. "What would you have me do then? Burn the page? Kill the man who wrote it. Tear the concordance apart with my own hands. Give me the millers, she said. I will negotiate the price myself. Granary turned. Iliana, I am not a child. No, he said. You are not. That is what worries me. The compromise she arranged took 3 days. She met the Thornwood Mill representative in the small hall, without banners, without ceremony, with nothing but a fire and a pot of tea and a stack of accounts she had memorized on the ride home. The man was thick-shouldered and skeptical, a miller who had watched 3 winters strip his village bare. My father's tax levy is fixed by imperial decree, Iliana said. I cannot know what the crown demands. The miller's jaw tightened. But I can adjust the storage fee. The crown sets the grain price, not the storage rate. If we reduce what we charge for holding your flour through the spring, your net loss stays under my father's seal instead of going into the imperial ledgers. The miller stared at her. That is not how it has ever been done. It is how it will be done now. He wanted to argue. She saw it in the set of his shoulders, the way his hands stayed flat on his knees instead of reaching for the tea. But he was also a man who had watched his neighbors break a factor's window for bread, and fear was a better negotiator than pride. I will need it in writing, he said. You will have it tomorrow. He left. Iliana stayed at the table, her hands wrapped around the cooling cup, until the tremor in her fingers stopped. That night, she stood in the corridor outside Tobrin's room and listened to him breathe. She had not told him about the Regent's list. She had not told Casnia, who had not spoken to her since the morning after her return, who avoided her in hallways with a precision that stung worse than shouting. She had not told anyone. The stolen page lay under a loose floorboard in her chamber, wrapped in oilcloth, between a dead mouse and a forgotten button. She had hidden it there at dawn, her hands shaking, her breath clouding in the cold. They will come for us anyway, she thought, even if I keep every secret, even if I never tell them. But she could not make herself speak. 2 nights later, she overheard the retainers. She had come down to the kitchen for warm milk, unable to sleep, her mind still turning the same questions in the same circles. The kitchen door was ajar. 2 of Garamir's older men sat at the servants' table, their bowls empty, their voices low. The Lord will not hold, one said. Not the way things are going. The heir is a boy, a good boy, but a boy. Daughters are worse. How so? Daughters get married off. Married off means new loyalties, means the house blood thins. A pause, the scrape of a spoon. Someone is steering us, the second man said. Someone who does not appear in the reports. I have been watching. The levy stopped. The millers quieted. The river tolls hold at half because no one knows which collector will be challenged next. Who? I do not know, but it is not the Lord. Iliana stood in the dark corridor, her heart ticking against her ribs. Maybe that is for the best, the first man said. Maybe we need someone who does not flinch. He pushed his bowl away. Fear makes a man harder than anything else, and I have been watching Lord Garamir's daughters. The older one has steel in her. The younger one... He hesitated. The younger one hears something else. Iliana did not wait to hear the rest. She walked back to her chamber, the cold milk forgotten, and stood at the window with her palm flat against the glass and the ash orchards black and silent beneath the moon. The retainers were right. Someone was steering them. Someone who did not appear in the reports. And that someone would have to decide, soon, whether softness was still a luxury she could afford. The kitchen had gone quiet by the time she turned from the window, but the question stayed. What kind of creature are you becoming, Iliana Pelumir? She did not have an answer. She only knew that fear was already in the house, and she was the one who had let it in. Chapter 24. She returned to Aurenthal 4 days later. The excuse was plausible. The Thornwood storage arrangement required an imperial countersignature if it touched crown-adjacent accounts, and the clerk who normally handled such waivers was reportedly ill. Iliana rode with a single retainer, a gray cloak, and the memory of Tristan Wendemir's silver seal pressing against her ribs. The palace at night was a different creature. By day, it was marble and ceremony, chandeliers and polished deference. By night, it was shadows, cold drafts, corridors that doubled back on themselves, and servants who moved like they had been trained to vanish. Iliana had timed her arrival for the second bell after supper, when the main halls would be empty and the archive clerks would be counting their hours until release. She did not go to the archive. She went to the East Servants' Passage, the one Eloya's note had described as connecting the north gate to the lesser banquet rooms. The passage was narrow, unlit, smelling of tallow and damp stone. Iliana counted doors until she reached the 7th, then stopped. She did not knock. The door opened before she could decide whether to leave. Tristan Wendmere stood in the gap, his dark hair loose, no sword at his hip, a lantern held low so the light barely touched his face. He looked at her for a long beat, then stepped aside. "You came," he said. "You sent word." "I sent a question, not a summons." Iliana did not move past the threshold. "What is the difference?" He almost smiled. Almost. "Come inside. I will not keep you long." The room was small, a clerk's office or an unassigned study, with a desk, a cold brazier, and a single window overlooking the inner courtyard. Tristan set the lantern on the desk and turned to face her. "Chancellor Massig's men are building a file," he said, "on House Pelumir." "I know. You know part of it. They are not investigating whether your father has committed wrongdoing. They are assembling evidence that assumes guilt in advance. Every report, every deficit, every late payment, every complaint from a border village. They are arranging facts to fit a conclusion they have already written." Iliana kept her face still. That is how imperial prosecutions work. The accusation is the judgment. The trial is a formality. Tristan studied her. The lantern light carved shadows into his face, making his pale eyes look darker, older. "You are not surprised," he said. "Should I be? I do not know what you know." He stepped closer. "I know you went to the archive. I know the page you took is missing. I know Pernell Drachmont let you walk out, and I know that means she wants something from you." Iliana's throat tightened. "How?" "I watched the north gate that night. I saw you leave." He was close enough now that she could smell the cold on his coat, the faint wood smoke, something clean underneath. "I am not asking what you took," he said. "I am asking what you are fighting." She opened her mouth to answer with something practiced, something smooth, something that would close the distance between his question and the truth without letting him touch either. He caught her wrist before she could speak. His fingers were warm, his grip firm but not painful. He held her there, his thumb pressed against the inside of her wrist where her pulse was hammering, and she knew he could feel it. "Do not lie to me," he said quietly. "Not tonight." Iliana stood frozen. The corridor was silent. The lantern hissed. His hand stayed where it was, and the seconds stretched into something that felt like a held breath. "I am fighting a script," she said. His thumb moved, a slow, unconscious stroke against her pulse. "A script that says my family will become monsters and die for it. A script that was written before any of us were born. A script that the Empire is following so closely that every choice my father makes is already being recorded as evidence of his villainy." Tristan's jaw tightened. "Who wrote this script?" "The Regent." She watched the knowledge land in his face, watched him weigh it, test it, decide whether to believe it. "This imminent," he said, not a question. "Yes." His hand was still on her wrist, his thumb still moved. She should pull away. She should step back, reclaim the space, the mask, the control that had frayed somewhere between his fingers and her confession. She did not move. "You came to Aurenthal to warn me," she said. "Why?" "Because I do not know which side I am supposed to be on anymore." The words were raw, unpolished. He had not planned them. "Then choose," she said. His eyes met hers, dark, searching. "What if I choose wrong? What if we both do?" The space between them narrowed. She did not know which of them moved first. His hand left her wrist and found her jaw, his palm against her cheek, his breath warm and uneven. She rose onto her toes, a breath from his mouth, a breath from ruin. Footsteps, fast, deliberate, coming down the corridor. Tristan's hand dropped. He stepped back, the space between them flooding with cold air, and in the same motion he blew out the lantern. Darkness swallowed them. Iliana pressed herself against the wall, her heart smashing against her ribs, her lips still burning where they had almost touched his. The footsteps stopped outside the door. A pause, then a knock. 2 sharp raps, a beat, a third. Tristan did not move. Iliana did not breathe. The knock came again, harder. "Sir Wenmary, the Chancellor requests your presence." Iliana's blood went cold. Tristan's hand found hers in the dark, squeezed once, released. He crossed to the door and opened it a crack. "I will attend him," he said. His voice was calm, official. "Tell him I am on my way." The servant's footsteps retreated. Tristan turned back. She could not see his face, only the shape of him against the faint light from the corridor. "Stay here until the passage is clear," he said. "Then leave through the north gate. Do not go back to the archive." "I was not planning to." "I know." A pause. Iliana, her name. He had never said it before. "I am not your enemy," he said, "but I do not know how long I can stay useful to you without becoming a traitor to everything I swore." He was gone before she could answer. She stood in the dark room, her wrist still warm where his fingers had been, her lips still aching, and she understood that the Chancellor's summons had not been a coincidence. Someone had known Tristan was meeting her. Someone had told. She slipped out through the servants' passage, her mind already turning, her heart still racing, and she did not stop moving until she reached the north gate, and the cold air burned the taste of him from her mouth. Chapter 25. Snow fell through the morning light in thick, unhurried flakes that buried the courtyard under a new, white silence. Iliana watched from the library window as the rider approached the gate. Dark blue cloak, silver trim on the bridle, treasury colors. Her ribs still ached from the ride home. 3 days since the Chancellor's summons had pulled Tristan away. 3 days since she had stood in that dark room with his fingers still warm on her wrist. She had not slept more than 2 hours at a stretch since. The rider dismounted and presented a scroll to the steward. Casnia. Iliana knew it before Rennet carried the message inside. Not for Goromir, for Casnia. She found her sister in the eastern parlor with winter roses and a fire too large for the room. Casnia sat by the window with a book open in her lap, but her eyes were fixed on the garden door, not the page. "A rider came," Iliana said. "I know." Casnia's voice was flat, careful. The carefulness hurt more than anger would have. "Do you want to know who sent it?" "I already know." Iliana crossed the room and sat on the arm of her sister's chair. Casnia did not lean away, but she did not leave into her either, and the absence of that small warmth felt like a door closing. "House Ven," Iliana said. "Second son, Lord Eris's younger brother." Casnia closed the book. "They are asking permission to visit. Father has already invited him to stay for 7 days. 7 days, in their home, walking through their halls, eating at their table, watching Casnia with a suitor's eyes while the Treasury faction built a file on House Pelumir and a room in Aurenthal. "Lord Eris's brother," Iliana repeated. "Edric. I am told he is the reasonable one." "And you believe that?" Casnia looked at her then, direct, unblinking. "I believe the Empire does not send reasonable men to do its work." Edric Ven arrived at dusk. He was older than Eris by a handful of years, softer in the face, with the same fair hair worn longer, and a manner so pleasant it almost felt genuine. He brought wine from the northern valleys, a book of southern poetry for Casnia, and a smile that never quite reached his eyes. Iliana watched him through dinner. He asked Casnia about the spring flooding in Morvain Reach, whether the river tolls had recovered, whether the southern orchards had survived winter. Practical questions, interested questions. The kind a man asked when he wanted to understand a house's weakness. Casnia answered every one with the same measured grace Iliana had watched her practice in Master Aldrich's lessons. After the meal, Tobin challenged Idrichar to a game of conquest chess in the Great Hall. Casnia excused herself to the library. Iliana followed. You are watching him. He might poison the wine, Casnia said without turning. He might. I thought we were done with secrets. Iliana stopped. The words hung in the air, sharp and deliberately placed. Casnia still had her back to her, one hand resting on a shelf, her shoulders straight and stiff. We are not done with the truth, Iliana said carefully. Then tell me what I should know about Edric Venn. Iliana looked at her sister. At the tension in her spine, the way her hand gripped the shelf edge hard enough to whiten her knuckles. She had told Tristan the truth. She had told Tristan the Regent was writing her family into monsters, and Tristan had believed her. But she had not told Casnia. She had told Casnia nothing. I will find out, Iliana said. Find out now, before I have to break his fast with him tomorrow morning and smile through it. Iliana moved through the keep that night like a ghost. She questioned the servant who had brought Edric's bags to the guest quarters. She spoke to the messenger who had ridden with him from the capital. She found the stable boy who had tended Edric's horse and asked about the saddle, the bridle, the weight of the baggage. Small pieces, each one harmless alone. She learned that Edric Venn had stopped at a gaming house in Crossmarket before entering Morvain Reach, that he had lost enough silver to make the innkeeper nervous, that he had written a letter to someone in the capital before crossing the bridge, and that the letter had been sealed with wax that did not bear House Venn's crest. By dawn, she had enough. Not a crime, not a conspiracy, just a weakness. Edric Venn gambled more than he should, and he kept it from his father. 3 days passed. Edric walked with Casnia through the ass orchard. He attended the morning audience with Granary. He praised Tobin's strategy in the chess remats and masked with a smile that did not crack. On the 4th day, a letter arrived for Edric from the capital. Iliana saw his face when he read it. The pleasant mask did not slip, but something behind his eyes went still and dark. Casnia told her that night, in the corridor outside her chamber. He is leaving tomorrow. Sudden family business. He apologized most politely. Iliana said nothing. Casnia studied her for a long moment. You did something. I neutralized a risk. A risk. Edric Venn is a risk. He carries debts from Crossmarket. Debts his father does not know about. Debts that would matter very much if someone in the treasury decided to inquire about a suitor's fitness for marriage. Casnia's face did not change. If House Venn sends another son, Iliana said, I will find his debts too. If they send a daughter, I will find who she loves when she should not. Every gift they offer will arrive already tainted, because I will make sure they cannot afford to stay. You cannot do that forever. I only need to do it long enough. Casnia looked at her, not with gratitude, not with anger, with something closer to recognition, the way a person looked at a face they had seen in a dream and were not sure they recognized while awake. Who are you becoming, Iliana? Iliana had no answer. She found the note in her chamber that evening, pressed beneath the loose floorboard where she had hidden the Regent's page, folded into the oilcloth beside the stolen draft revision. No seal, no signature. 3 lines in a hand she recognized. The Ben boy's debts are now common knowledge among 3 houses. I have finished what your information began. Love makes you far less harmless than you look. P. Iliana read it twice. Then she burned it in the candle flame, watching the paper twist and blacken, the ash falling onto the floorboards like the first snow of a season that had not yet ended. Chapter 26. She spread the stolen page across the floorboards beside her mother's journal and 3 letters from Eloia that she had decoded from the nursery cipher. The candle burned low. Outside, the ash orchard stood bare under a moonless sky, and the keep had gone still an hour ago. Iliana knelt in the circle of documents, like a scholar at a puzzle board, tracing lines between phrases she had read a dozen times before. 3 provincial house signatures. Witness forms entered into record. Withholding revenue during a declared shortage season. Eloia's second letter had described the mechanism without naming it. The concordance does not command belief. It creates the conditions for belief to follow the path already laid. Each entry narrows the next permitted action until only one outcome remains legal. Iliana had not understood that fully until now. She picked up the Regent's draft page running her finger along the lighter kick that spelled her family's name. 23 houses had died under this system. 23 sets of witnesses had signed forms that made treason look like a discovery rather than a decision. The 24th was supposed to be Pelumir, but the pattern required a final stage that the page did not describe. A visible event. A moment the witnesses could swear they had seen with their own eyes. Blood in Morvain Reach. Not manufactured debt, not a stalled levy, not whispers about a lord's failing grip. Those were preparation. The foundation. The real machinery needed one irreversibly public act of violence that could be entered into the witness forms as proof that House Pelumir had become what the concordance said it would become. Iliana's hand stilled on the page. She saw it then, the shape of the trap laid out in clean legal logic. Provoke unrest. Force Granary into a response. Describe that response as the act of a tyrant. Use the witness forms to lock the description into law. The blood would not have to be real. It only had to be believable. And the Empire had already spent years preparing the court to believe. She did not sleep. At dawn, she washed her face in the basin, changed her dress, and walked to the great hall where the morning reports were already spread across the table. Granary sat at the head, reading with his hand pressed to his temple. Tobin stood at the window, watching the eastern road through the frost. "Patrols are late," Granary said without looking up. Iliana stopped. "Which patrols?" "The River Road Patrol, due back before midnight. No word yet." She sat down slowly, keeping her face still. "That is not unusual. The River Road had stretches where a rider can be delayed half a day by fog." "It is not usual," Garmok may my support, "for 3 patrols to be delayed simultaneously." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Iliana looked at the reports spread across the table. She had not read them yet. She had been thinking about concordance entries and legal phrasing, while the first piece of the final stage had already arrived. 3. The River Road, the Eastern Orchard Patrol, and the Mill Road Watch, all overdue, all dispatched from Bracken Keep within the same hour yesterday. She reached for the nearest report and read it twice. The Mill Road Patrol had been sent to investigate a reported fire near the Thornwood Crossing. The Orchard Patrol had been redirected to check on a herder's complaint about missing livestock. The River Road Patrol had been ordered to verify a supply notice that Iliana herself had never seen. Each order was plausible. Each delay could be explained by weather, terrain, or simple bad luck. But 3 patrols sent to 3 different locations, all overdue on the same morning, with no messenger returning from any of them. That was not bad luck. That was a board being cleared of pieces before the next move. "Father," Granary looked up at her tone. "Send a rider to the Thornwood Miller. Ask him if his men saw anything on the river road last night. Thornwood is 3 hours hard riding. Then send the rider now." He did not question her. He gave the order to the steward, who stood by the door with his flat, assessing gaze, and the steward nodded once and left. Iliana waited until the door closed. "You need to recall the remaining patrols, the ones still in the keep. The men are already tired. If I recall them." Tobin turned from the window. His face had gone pale. "What do you see?" he asked quietly. She looked at her brother, at the mother's eyes in his face, at the gentleness that the court had already marked as weakness. "I see a road being cleared," she said. "I see 3 patrols sent to places where something could happen to them, quietly, while no one is watching. I see the first step of a pattern I have been tracing since Aurenthal." Garamir's hand had stopped pressing his temple. He was watching her with the expression she remembered from the audit, the one that said he was seeing something in his daughter that he did not know how to name. What pattern? She could not tell him everything. Not yet. Not with Tobin standing in the window light and Casnia likely on her way down the stairs at any moment. But she could tell him enough. The concordance revision, the witness forms, the pattern of the Thornwood Purge, it all leads to a single event, a public act that can be written into the record as proof that we became what they said we would become. A public act, Garmok repeated slowly. Blood in Morvain reach, someone's blood, visible, witnessed, entered into the forms before anyone can ask whether it happened the way the report describes. The silence stretched. Tobin's hand found the window frame and gripped it. Garamir's face did not change, but something behind his eyes shifted, settled, like a man who had just seen the edge of a cliff he had been walking toward in the dark. "Who sent the patrol orders?" he asked. "The steward, the rider from Masik, the clerk's satchel that had arrived before dusk." "I do not know yet," Iliana said, "but I will find out." She was halfway to the steward's quarters when the eastern gate bell rang. One note, sharp and short. A rider coming in fast. Iliana changed direction and reached the courtyard as the horse skidded to a halt, its rider slumped in the saddle with blood drying black across his tunic and one arm bound in a strip of torn troth. Men ran to catch him before he fell. She pushed through them, grabbing the rider's chin and lifting his face. He was young, 17 maybe. She had seen him at the morning briefings, one of the orchard patrol riders. What happened? The boy's eyes struggled to focus on her face. "Ambush, at the old mill. We found them." He coughed, and blood flecked his lips. "We found them hiding arms, swords, imperial steel. They moved before we could report back." "How many?" 6, maybe 7. Dressed like provincial men, but they moved like soldiers, knew what they were doing. He swallowed hard. "They let one of us go." Iliana went still. "Let one of you go?" "Told me to bring a message. Said we should tell Lord Granary that there are worse things in the province than empty granaries. Said," he coughed again, "said the next time they would not leave witnesses." She looked at the blood on his tunic, at the neat cut across his arm, professional and precise. At the fact that he was alive. Someone wanted him alive. Someone wanted him to bring that message back to Bracken Keep so that Granary would know the threat was real, would feel the fear of it, could be forced to respond. Provoke unrest. Force a response. Describe that response as tyranny. The first piece had just been placed on the board, and Iliana had not even finished mapping the pattern before the game had already begun. Chapter 27. Dawn came cold through the keep windows, and with it, 3 more riders. The first carried word from the river road, a supply notice posted at Thornwood Crossing, signed with a treasury seal Iliana did not recognize, ordering all grain movement halted until further imperial inspection. The second reported a fire in the eastern orchards, a storage shed that had stood empty for years, burning clean through the night while no one watched. The third brought nothing but silence. The rider had found the Mill Road patrol post abandoned, horses gone, gear gone. No blood, no sign of struggle. Iliana stood in the great hall with Garamir's reports spread across the trestle table, the paper curling at the edges from the damp air, and she traced the positions with her finger. River Road supply halt, orchard storage shed, Mill Road post empty. 3 points on a map that formed a neat arc around the village of Thornwood Crossing. She pressed her palm flat to the paper. The facts lined up like a sentence already written. "What do you see?" Garumia asked from the doorway. She had not heard him approach. The lack of sleep was doing that now, blurring the edges of sounds and shadows. "A circle," she said. "They are closing off the routes someone would use to reach Thornwood Crossing. The river road is blocked by false authority. The orchard gives them cover to move through the trees. The Mill Road post is gone, so no one can report what happens on that approach." Garumia walked to the table. He stood beside her, looking down at the marks she had made on the map, and she saw his hand hover over the page, the way it hovered over the wine cup at night, wanting something to grip. "The supply notice," he said slowly. "Can it be challenged?" "Not quickly. Not without sending someone to verify the seal in person. That takes time we will not have if the pattern moves faster." "The fire in the orchard?" "Misdirection. It clears the eastern approach of watchers overnight. Anyone who would have seen movement on that road is now busy hauling water or standing guard over the remaining storehouses. And the missing patrol." Iliana looked at the empty space on the map where the Mill Road post should have been. "They took them," she said. "Or killed them. or sent them somewhere we will not find them until we need them most. Guromer's jaw tightened. He did not look at her when he spoke again. How do you know this pattern? I read it. From where? She met his eyes. The truth would take too long to explain and would cost more than she could pay in this moment. From the reports, from the Thornwood histories, from watching how the Empire moved against the houses before ours. Guromer held her gaze for a long moment. She could feel him weighing her answer, feeling the shape of it the way she had felt the shape of the pattern on the map. You see things, he said quietly, that no one taught you to see. It was not a question. Before she could answer, footfalls sounded in the corridor. Tobin appeared in the doorway, his face flushed from cold and exertion. The eastern villages are frightened, he said. I rode to the outer farms this morning. They have heard about the ambush. They are asking if the house still holds the roads. Tobin, Garamir began, but Tobin stepped forward, his hands open. They need to see us. Someone needs to ride out openly. Show the banner. Let them know we are still here. Iliana looked at her brother. At the earnest angle of his jaw, the desperate hope in his mother's eyes. He wanted to be useful. He wanted to stand where the villagers could see him and believe that House Pelumir would protect them. And the Empire wanted exactly that. A visible heir, a named target, a boy on a road where the next ambush was already planned. No, Iliana said. Tobin's face flickered. Why not? Because that is the trap. I am the heir. If I do not show myself, then you stay alive. The words came out harder than she meant. She saw Tobin's shoulders stiffen, saw something close in his expression. You cannot keep me in the keep forever, he said quietly. Until I understand the full pattern, I can. What pattern? You keep speaking in circles. You show us pieces, but never the whole board. The accusation landed. She felt it like a stone dropped into still water. I am trying to protect you. By hiding me? By not letting them take you. Her voice cracked on the last word. She heard it and could not take it back. Tobin stared at her. The silence stretched until Garamir spoke. Your sister has reasons she cannot explain in full. I will ask you to trust her on this, Tobin. She lies to you, Tobin said. I have seen you know it, and you let her. Garamir did not answer. Tobin turned and walked out of the hall. The silence that followed was worse than the argument. Iliana found the arms cache at dusk. She had followed a hunch that would not settle, a sense that the pattern needed one more piece to be complete. The storage shed fire had drawn attention east. The supply halt had closed the river road. But something else had to be moving through the space they left open. She found it under a hunter's lean to a half-mile from the river crossing, hidden beneath pine boughs and packed straw. 3 crates of short swords, 2 of crossbow quarrels, and a bundle of leather jerkins stamped with no housemark. Provincial weapons, easy to claim, hard to trace. She leapt aside the nearest crate and lifted a sword. The blade was new, the grip unworn. Someone had placed these here recently, ready for hands that had not yet touched them. The final piece. Weapons for the men who would wear no colors. She heard a footstep behind her and turned. One of the riders from the morning patrol stood at the edge of the clearing, his face pale in the fading light. Lady Iliana? She rose, the sword still in her hand. How long have you known this was here? The rider's mouth opened, but before he could speak, another sound came from the river road. Hooves, many of them, moving fast. She looked toward the noise and saw nothing but dark and the glitter of water through the trees. Get to the keep, she said. Tell Lord Guromer the caches are being positioned. Tell him to hold every rider inside the walls until I return. You cannot stay out here alone, my lady. I am not asking. She waited until he was gone, then turned back to the crates. The hooves grew louder. She counted them in her head. 8, maybe 10. Riders moving with purpose through the dark. The first move had already been made while she was still reading the pattern, and now she had to decide whether to wait and watch or to vanish before they found her standing beside their hidden steel. Chapter 28. The hooves grew louder. Iliana dropped the sword back into the crate and pressed herself against the lean-to's shadowed wall. The river road ran 30 paces east, hidden by a screen of bare alders and rising mist. She counted the hoofbeats. 9, maybe 10. Moving at a controlled canter, not a charge. Riders who knew exactly where they were going. She watched through the gaps in the pine boughs as the column passed. Dark shapes in the fog, no colors visible, no banners. They rode with the economy of men who had traveled this road before, their horses picking the path without guidance. The last rider carried something slung across his saddle, a bow case, or a rolled length of oilcloth. Iliana waited until the sound faded north, then counted another 50 heartbeats before she moved. The cache could not stay where it was. She knew that with the same certainty that had guided her to the lean-to in the first place. Weapons placed for hands that had not yet touched them meant men who would arrive later, men who expected to find steel waiting, men who would wear no colors while they did whatever the weapons were meant for. She dragged the pine boughs back over the crates, smoothing the straw until the disturbance was invisible in the failing light. The short sword she had picked up she kept. The weight of it felt wrong in her hand, too heavy, too final. She should go back to the keep. She knew that, too. The riders she had sent would reach Granary within the hour. The walls would hold. Tobin would stay inside because he had nowhere else to go and no orders that contradicted hers. But the riders had gone north. North, toward Thornwood Crossing. She followed at a distance that kept them as sounds rather than shapes, staying off the road and moving through the fulsome marsh grass where the ground crunched beneath her boots and the fog swallowed every trace of her passage. The cold settled into her bones. The sword grew heavier. She found them a mile later, stopped at the old ferry landing where the river narrowed and the current ran fast enough to keep ice from forming. They had dismounted. One of them held a lantern, hooded to a single crack of light. She crouched behind a fallen stone wall crusted with frost and watched them work. They were pulling something from the water. A rope, a line, then a dark shape rising, streaming river water, a bundle wrapped in waxed canvas. The lantern light caught the face of the man who opened it. Young, bearded, his hands steady as he checked the contents. Iliana could not see what they held, but she saw his shoulders relax, saw him nod to the others. They had expected the bundle to be there. That meant a chain. Someone had placed the cash in the lean-to. Someone had sunk this bundle in the river. Someone had timed both to be retrieved by men who came on the same road from the same direction. She was looking at the middle of the pattern. Not the beginning, not the end. The parts that moved while everyone watched the edges. A hand closed on her shoulder. Iliana spun, the sword lifting before she had finished turning, the blade catching the faint glow of the distant lantern. Tristan Wenvier stood behind her. His pale gray eyes were fixed on the blade inches from his throat. "Easy," he said. She lowered the sword. Her heart hammered so hard she felt it in her teeth. "What are you doing here?" "Following the same riders." His voice was low, rough with cold. "I thought I told you the Chancellor's men were building a file. I did not tell you to go looking for the evidence they planned to use." "I was not looking for evidence. I found a weapons cache." "Where?" "The hunter's lean-to by the river crossing. 3 crates of short swords, 2 of quarrels, unmarked leather. They are still there." He looked at her for a long moment. The lantern light from the ferry landing caught the sharp angles of his face, the hollows beneath his cheekbones. "You are always exactly where the patterns unravel," he said. "Someone has to be." "Is that what you tell yourself?" The question landed harder than he probably meant. She saw it in the way his mouth tightened afterward, the flicker of something that might have been regret. "I tell myself that if I stop, my family dies," she said. Tristan looked past her toward the men at the ferry landing. The bearded one had finished checking the bundle and was passing an oilcloth packet to another rider. Orders, or payment. "Those men are not Imperial soldiers," he said. "They are not provincial militia either. They move like men who have done this work before, for someone who pays in gold and expects silence." "How do you know?" "Because I have been watching them for 3 days. They came south from Aurenthal with a sealed purse and a list of landmarks. I followed them as far as the Thornwood crossing, then lost them in the fog. 3 days. He had been tracking them for 3 days. Does the Chancellor know you are here? Tristan's silence was answer enough. You are risking your oath. I know what I am risking. The men at the ferry landing remounted. The lantern went dark. They moved north again, their horses stepping carefully along the frozen bank. Iliana watched them disappear into the fog. There are more caches, she said. The one I found was not the only one. They are positioning weapons at key points around Thornwood Crossing. When the time comes, men will arrive who know where to find them. How many caches? I do not know yet. But you will find them. It was not a question. She turned to face him fully. The fog had thickened while they spoke, turning the world to gray wool. She could barely see his expression, but she did not need to. She could feel the weight of his attention. You are afraid of me, she said. I am afraid of what you are becoming. That is the same thing. No. He stepped closer. She could smell the cold on his coat, the wool and leather and something beneath it, wood smoke, horse, and the faint metallic tang of steel that had been drawn recently. I am afraid because I see you clearly, and I want you anyway. The words hung between them. She felt the sword in her hand, the weight of it, the wrongness of carrying it through a world that would condemn her for using it. I am not safe, Tristan. I know. I will do things that make it impossible for you to stand beside me. I know that too. He did not reach for her. He stood where he was, letting her decide whether to close the distance or hold the blade between them. She did neither. What did you find in the river? She asked. A list. Names of houses that have already agreed to sign the Concordance revision. 10 signatures, including House Then and House Dryden. 10 signatures. They only needed 3. They are not waiting for winter's end, she said. No. His voice was quiet and terrible. They are moving now. From the north, through the fog, a bell began to ring. Thornwood Crossing, one note, then another. Steady and urgent and wrong. Iliana was already running before she made the conscious decision to move, the sword still in her hand, her breath tearing at her throat. Tristan caught up with her in 3 strides. If that is what I think it is, he said, you cannot face it alone. I have no choice. You have me. The bell kept ringing, and somewhere in the fog ahead, the first fire bloomed against the sky. Chapter 29. Iliana reached Thornwood Crossing with the bell still ringing and the fire already eating the eastern granary. She did not remember the run. Her lungs burned, her legs shook, and the short sword felt welded to her hand. Tristan was beside her, his breath as ragged as hers, his pale eyes fixed on the flames that climbed the night sky. The granary was the old one, the one that held nothing but winter straw and broken plows. She stopped at the edge of the mill yard, crouched behind a stack of timber, and watched. Men moved between the granary and the river, 4 of them. They carried torches, but they were not trying to spread the fire. They were lighting the straw store and moving on. She counted the gaps in their timing. 9 seconds between one man and the next, when the path between the granary and the river was empty. 4 men, Tristan said, low. Maybe more inside the mill. They are not running the grain, they are drawing attention. Yes, she understood it now. The bell, the fire, it was theater. A performance that would be described in witness forms as Pelumir men setting fire to their own stores to claim imperial sabotage. But the real work was elsewhere. The weapons caches, the riders with the river bundles, the 10 houses already signed. This was the mask. Pull back, she said. Tristan did not argue. They retreated through the fog until the bell and the fire were only sound and glow through the gray. Iliana led him to the hunter's lean to where the cache still sat untouched. She dropped the sword beside the crates and pressed her palms against her thighs, trying to stop the shaking. You are not going to stop them, Tristan said. I cannot stop them by running into a burning grainer. That is exactly what they want. They want you desperate. I never even burn out. I am desperate. She looked at him, but I am not stupid. He watched her for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a folded oilcloth packet, held it out to her. "I found this on the river landing before the riders arrived. It was tucked inside the bundle they retrieved." She took it. The oilcloth was cold and damp. She unfolded it carefully, expecting a list or a letter. It was a seal. Silver, set into a ring of dark metal marked with a tower. Tristan's seal, the one he had given her after the banquet. He had retrieved it from the river. "Someone placed it there as a message," he said. "They wanted me to find it. They wanted me to know they know." Iliana held the seal in her palm. The weight of it, the cold, the perfect clarity of the message behind it. "It is a warning," she said. "It is a promise." The bell stopped ringing. They both heard it. The silence where the sound had been was louder than the fire. Iliana looked at the seal, then at Tristan. "How many people in the Chancellor's circle know you gave me this?" 3, 4. I do not know anymore. "You have an informant." "I know. And the informant wanted you to see this before the night was over." Tristan said nothing. He did not need to. She wrapped the seal back in the oilcloth and tucked it inside her coat. "Then we use it." "Use it how?" "They gave us a threat." She stood. "We give them a greater one." The fire still burned in the distance, but she no longer felt the urgency to run toward it. The pattern was clearer now. The riders, the caches, the bell, the fire, the seal in the river. Each piece a message, each piece a move in a game that had already begun. But she had made moves of her own. The storage fee workaround, Edric Ven's debts, the stolen page under her floorboard. She was not playing defense anymore. "Come with me," she said. "Where?" "Back to the keep. I need to test something." She did not wait for his answer. The keep was quiet when she reached it. The bell at Thalwood Crossing had not rung long enough to raise the household. Only the night guard stirred, and he let her pass without question. She went to the east storage room, the one Granary used for private meetings. She lit a candle and laid out the materials she needed. A witness form, a clean piece of vellum with the house sigil stamped at the top, a blade, her blood. She had tested oathwork once before. She knew the cost. A memory for a binding, a piece of Sabriel's life traded for a thread of control. But that had been small. A single loyalist, a simple command. Tonight she needed more. She heard footsteps in the corridor. She did not turn. The door opened. Granary stood in the threshold, still dressed, his face gray with exhaustion. "Iliana, I need 3 people," she said. "Loyal, trusted, willing to be bound." He looked at the blade, the form, the pale set of her face. "What are you doing?" "Making sure we survive the night." She saw the argument forming in his eyes. The father who wanted to protect her. The lord who knew she was already beyond his reach. "It will cost you," he said. "Everything costs something." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded and turned. He returned with 3 men. 2 older retainers she recognized from the kitchens and the stables. A woman in her 30s with hard hands and steady eyes, the house's head laundress. They stood before her in the candlelight, uncertain but willing. "Bind us," the laundress said. "Tell us what to do." Iliana dipped the blade. The first binding took a memory of rain. She felt it go, a gray afternoon in a city she could not name, the sound of tires on wet pavement, a coffee cup gone cold in her hands. The second binding took a birthday, the number of a year, a cake with candles, a voice singing off-key. The third binding took the face she had been trying to forget. Sabriel's husband, the man she had married, the man she had divorced. The face dissolved like smoke. She could not remember what he looked like anymore. She could remember the divorce papers, the parking lot, the cold. But the shape of his mouth, the color of his eyes, the way he had said her name the last time, gone. She stared at her hands. The blood had already dried. The 3 downed retainers stood before her, steady and ready. They did not know what she had traded, but she knew, and the knowledge was a weight she would carry through the dark. Outside, the fire at Thornwood Crossing still glowed against the sky, and she was no longer running toward it. She was waiting. Chapter 30. The morning came gray and windless. Smoke from the Thornwood fire smeared across the sky like a bruise. Iliana sat on the edge of her bed, still dressed, The short sword from the hunters leaned to resting against her bedpost. She had not slept. The 3 bound retainers had gone to their posts before dawn, steady and unquestioning, their loyalty now woven into her through memory she would never get back. She touched her temple. The absence where her husband's face had been was a smooth, cold space, like a tooth pulled clean. A knock. The head laundress, Marin, her hard hands folded at her waist. "Word from the village, my lady. The early riders brought it in." Iliana stood. "What word?" "That Pelumir men are planning to seize the granaries by force, that your father means to take what the Empire will not sell and leave the villagers with nothing." The words landed like stones in still water. "Who started it?" "Not clear, but it is spreading. 3 villages already. Some say they saw the house banner moving at night toward the eastern stores." Iliana closed her eyes. The staged fire, the redirected patrols, the arms cache placed for hands that never came. And now this. They were writing the script in public, in the mouths of farmers and millers, before she could even reach the next page. She found Tristan in the east corridor, still wearing the same travel-stained tunic, his dark hair uncombed, his pale gray eyes sharp despite the sleepless night. "You heard," she said. "The whole keep is murmuring. Your father is in the great hall with the retainers." "Good. He needs to know before he acts." She walked past him, and he fell into step beside her. "This is how they do it," she said. "First the rumors, then the village militia gets called to roads where nothing happens. Then, when everyone is looking the wrong way, the real work begins." "You've seen this before?" "Not seen, raid." She could not explain the source. She did not try. "Thornwood," she said. "The purge started the same way. Paid men in taverns, whispering that House Kentrall was hoarding grain while children starved. By the time the truth came out, the witnesses had already signed. Tristan was quiet for 3 strides. How do you stop a whisper? You do not." She pushed open the door to the great hall. "You make a louder one." Granary stood at the long table, maps spread between his hands, gray-faced and tired. 3 retainers flanked him, the same men who had knelt for her oath work the night before. Their eyes tracked her entry with a stillness that made her stomach turn. They would obey her now. Not him. Not entirely. The thought was a weight she had chosen to carry. Iliana pressed her palm flat against the map. "How long until the rumors reach Thornwood village itself?" "By midday," one of the retainers said. "The miller's wife has 3 sons in the militia. She has already sent a rider to ask what Pelumir intends." Iliana felt the edges of the trap closing. The rumors were not random. They were timed. The forged notices were not clumsy. They were precise. And the massacre, when it came, would look like a lord's last desperate act of tyranny, exactly as the concordance required. But she had 3 bound retainers. She had the seal Tristan had given her. She had a page stolen from the regent's own hand. She had one more move before the board closed. "I need a horse," she said, "and a message delivered to Thornwood village before the miller's wife makes her choice." Granary straightened. "What message?" "That the house banner is riding at dusk, that anyone who wants to see the truth should wait at the crossing. You cannot ride into that village. They will tear you apart. If I do not ride, they will tear apart everything we have left." She turned to Tristan. "I need you to stay. Watch the keep. If anyone comes asking about my father's seal, detain them. Do not let them leave." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. "If you are going to do this, you should take someone who can carry word back faster than you can ride. The downed men stay. Then take me." Marin's voice came from the corridor door, steady and hard. The laundress stepped forward, her hands still damp, her eyes on Iliana. "I know every path between here and Thornwood. I can run what you need to run while you handle the talt." Iliana looked at her. The oath was still fresh, the thread of command still warm. "No," she said. "You stay. I need you here to do something only you can." Marin's eyes narrowed, but she did not argue. Iliana turned back to the map. She traced the road to Thornwood with her finger. The old bridge, the mill, the crossing where the fire had burned. The shape of the massacre was almost clear now, almost complete. But she needed one more piece, one final confirmation. And it came before she reached the door. A servant appeared in the threshold, pale-faced, holding a sealed paper. "My lady, a rider just brought this. He says it is from the capital, for your eyes only." Iliana took the paper. The seal was unfamiliar, a coiled serpent around a tower. She broke it open. The message was 4 words in Lady Pernell Drakwant's hand. "The butchers arrived tonight." Iliana looked up at Garamer, at Tristan, at the waiting retainers. She could not hide this anymore, and the look on her face was answer enough for all of them. Chapter 31. The paper trembled in Iliana's grip. 4 words. "The butchers arrived tonight." She looked up. Boromir's face had gone gray. Tristan stood at the door, his hand frozen on the sword hilt. The bound retainers watched with the patient stillness of people who had already chosen their side. "Who sent that?" Boromir's voice scraped. "Lady Pernell Drakmont." Iliana folded the paper and pressed it into her palm. "The Regent's spymaster. She has been watching me for 3 years. She is warning me now because she wants to see what I do with the warning, or because she wants you to run into the knife. Either way, the knife is already moving." Boromir crossed the room in 3 strides and took her by the shoulders. His hands were heavy, warm, trembling at the edges. "Iliana, tell me everything you know. No more gaps, no more protection. I am your father. If we are going to die tonight, I will die knowing what my daughter has been carrying alone." She looked at his face, the same face that had cut pears for her at breakfast on her first morning in this world, the same hands that had shaken over the audit scrolls. She opened her mouth, and Tristan stepped forward. "Lord Garamir." His voice was cut glass. "I need a word with your daughter before she answers that. Alone." Garamir's gaze snapped to him. "You are not in command here, knight." "No, I am in danger." Tristan pulled a folded paper from inside his tunic. "This arrived an hour ago, carried by a rider who rode his horse to death outside the north gate. It is addressed to me, sealed with the Chancellor's personal cipher." He held it out. Iliana took it, broke the seal. "Read." The words blurred and then sharpened. "Wenvir, you will be at the Hawthorne crossing before the 12th bell. You will wear provincial colors. You will carry no sigil. You will follow the orders of the man calling himself Corvus, and you will not ask his name. This is not a request." Now he read it twice, a 3rd time. Then she looked at Tristan. "You were ordered to be there. Tonight, at the crossing where the fire burned." His jaw tightened. "The same crossing where the Regent's agents are moving weapons and men. The same crossing where the villagers will be gathered, waiting for your house banner." "To do what?" "To kill them." He said it flatly. "To be one of the disguised men who slaughters Thornwood Village in Garamir's name. To provide a witness who can swear under oathwork that he saw Lord Pelumir's men commit the massacre." The room went silent. Garamir's hands dropped from Iliana's shoulders. "You are telling me," he said slowly, "that the Empire ordered one of its own knights to dress as a provincial murderer and cut down my people so they can blame me for it?" "Yes." "And you came here to warn us?" Tristan met his eyes. "I am here because I do not know which side I belong to anymore, but I know I will not be that man." The fire in the hearth popped. A log shifted, sending sparks up the chimney. Iliana stood very still, the paper burning in her hand. She should have known. She should have seen this coming. The weapons cache, the river bundles, the riders moving with trained precision in unmarked clothes. They had always needed hands to wield the blades, hands that could be produced later and claimed as Pelumir men. Tristan had been marked for this, not because he was corrupt, but because he was credible. A young knight with an unblemished record, a house name that carried weight, a face that witnesses would remember clearly when they swore to what they had seen. "Corvus," she said. "That is the name on the orders." "Yes." "Do you know him?" "No, but I know his method." Tristan reached into his tunic again and pulled out a second paper, older and creased. "I found this in the archives 3 days ago, before I started tracking the riders. It is a pay sheet. Names of 43 men listed as garrison soldiers at Thornwood Cross during the Purge. Every one of them died in the first wave. Every one of them was paid from the same imperial purse that funds the cellar beneath the Regent's tower. He held it out. Iliana took it. The names were written in rook columns, dates, amounts, a seal at the bottom that matched the one on the supply notice at Thornwood Crossing, the seal she had not recognized. "Corvus is not a man," she said slowly. "It is an office, a position, the same position that managed the purge of Thornwood." Yes. She looked up at him, the knight who had given her his seal, who had tracked riders for 3 days without the Chancellor's knowledge, who had come here with profuse that could hang him. "Tristan, I know. If Mastic finds out you brought me this, then I am already dead." He took a step closer. "But if I do not bring it, then you are dead, and your father, and your sister, and every soul in Thornwood Village." His hand moved, slur enough that she could have stopped it. He touched her wrist, the same place he had held her in the corridor at Aurenthal. His fingers were cold from the night air, but they warmed against her skin. "I have been watching you," he said. "I have been following your patterns. The Levy stall, the millers, the archive. I know you stole a page from the Regent's own hand. I know you have been moving pieces on a board you should not even know exists. You make it sound like an accusation. Because it is." His voice dropped. "And because I am afraid of what it means." He was close now, close enough that she could smell wood smoke and horse and the sharp scent of cold steel. "Every time I think I see you clearly, you shift. Every time I think I understand what you are trying to do, I find another layer." His thumb traced the inside of her wrist. "I do not know if you are saving your family or damning them. I do not know if you are a strategist or a fanatic or something I have no word for." "Then why are you here?" "Because I have to know." His hand moved to her jaw, his palm against her cheek, his fingers sliding into her hair. The touch was deliberate, careful, as if he was asking permission for something he had already decided to take. "Tristan, if you are hiding something monstrous," he said, "now is the hour to choose what kind." She kissed him. It was not soft, it was not careful. It was the collision of two people who had been running toward each other through a burning field and had finally stopped pretending the fire did not exist. His arm hooked around her waist and pulled her against him. Her fingers curled into his tunic, knuckles pressing against the leather, feeling the rapid beat of his heart through the layers. The room existed somewhere beyond them. Granary, the retainers, the paper with the Chancellor's seal, the warning from Pernil. All of it waited. She broke the kiss. Her forehead pressed against his. Her breath came fast. "Choose," he said. "Tell me who you are." She pulled back, looked at him, and told him the truth that would change everything. Chapter 32. Tristan's hand was still warm on her wrist when Granary turned. The Lord of House Pelumir stood in the doorway with his shoulders squared and his face unreadable, but Iliana had spent 16 years learning to read the tremor in his hands. They hung open at his sides, empty and waiting. "The butchers," Granary said. "What butchers?" Iliana released Tristan and stepped back. The space between them filled with cold air and the weight of what she had just spoken. "Sit down," she said. "I will not sit." "Then stand. But listen," she told him. Not everything, not Sabriel, not the old serial that had shown her his face on a page marked for slaughter. But she told him about the concordance, about the Regent's list in his own hand. House Pelumir added in lighter ink as the 24th name, about the staged debts and the false audits and the planted rumors that had been seeded in every village within a day's ride. Granary listened. His face did not change, but his hands began to shake. 3 years, he said when she finished. "Yes, 3 years you have carried this. I carried it because I could not afford for you to carry it too." His jaw tightened. "You did not trust me. I trusted that if I told you, you would try to fight openly, and if you fought openly, we would already be dead." The words hung between them like a blade spun in the air. Casnia appeared in the doorway behind Granary, still in her night shift with a shawl pulled over her shoulders. Her hair was loose, her face was pale. "I heard shouting," she said. Then she saw Tristan and the paper in his hand. and the way Iliana stood like a soldier who had just laid down a weapon she had been holding too long. "Casnia," Iliana said, "tell me you did not know about this." "I did not know about Tristan's orders. I knew about the rest." Casnia's hand went to the doorframe. "You have been planning this," she said slowly. "All of it. The levy, the suitors, the letters. Every move this house has made for the past 3 years came through you." "Yes, and you did not tell me." "I could not." "You could not." Casnia's voice cracked on the second word. "I am your sister. I am the one who held you when you woke screaming from nightmares about the Orchard Road. I am the one who taught you to read ledgers so you would not have to trust the steward. And you have been treating me like a piece on your board." "It was not like that." "Then tell me what it was like." Casnia stepped forward. Her bare feet made no sound on the stone. "Tell me what it was like when you stood in my doorway and watched me write letters to House Aldrich and said nothing about the conspiracy that was about to swallow us whole." Iliana's throat closed. She had no answer that would not sound like an excuse. Tobin came through the side door from the east stair, still bucklious a belt. His eyes took in the scene in a single sweep. Tristan standing guard, Garimir grey-faced, Casnia shaking, Iliana at the center of it all like a wound that had finally been opened. "Someone had better tell me what is happening," he said. "Your sister has been running the house," Garimir said, "for 3 years, without telling any of us." Tobin looked at Iliana. The shame in his eyes was worse than anger. "I asked you," he said. "I stood in the orchard and asked you if you were hiding something, and you looked me in the face and told me no. I was protecting you. You were lying to me." "Yes." Iliana let the word land. "I was lying to you, and I would do it again if it kept you alive." She was shaking. She had not noticed until now. Her hands were trembling the way Goromir's did when he had not eaten for too long. "The butchers are coming tonight," she said. "They will reach Thornwood village before midnight. They will be dressed as provincial men, carrying provincial steel, and they will kill enough villagers to create a massacre that can be blamed on Pelumir arms. Witnesses will swear they saw Lord Goromir's men. The concordance will be signed in the morning, and this house will be burned into history as the monster the Empire always said we were." Silence. Outside, a horse stamped in the courtyard. Wind moved through the ash trees in the orchard. "How many?" Garomir asked. "Enough. Answer me properly, Iliana." 40, Tristan's voice cut through. "Minimum, possibly more waiting at the staging points along the river." Garomir's hands stopped shaking. "You knew this," he said to Tristan. "You knew this was coming tonight, and you came here instead of following your orders." "Yes." "You have condemned yourself for my house." "I have condemned myself for what is right." Garomir stared at him. Then he turned back to Iliana. "What do you need?" Iliana felt something crack open in her chest. Permission. He was giving her permission. Not forgiveness, not yet, but permission to act. "I need the retainers who are oath-bound. I need the militia moved to the Mill Road, not the South Road where the forged orders sent them. I need you to stay alive." "And what will you do?" She picked up the short sword from where she had left it leaning against the wall. "I will be at Thornwood when the butchers arrive." Casnia moved before anyone could stop her. She crossed the room and stood in front of Iliana. Her hand came up and pressed 3 times against Iliana's wrist, the old signal from her childhood. "Honesty. Say it true." "You are not going alone," Casnia said. "I have to." "No. You have had 3 years of carrying this by yourself. That is finished." She turned to Garomir. "I am going with her." "Casnia, father. Tonight is the night our house either survives or is written into a grave. I will not spend it waiting for news on your doorstep." Tobin stepped forward too. "If she goes, I go." Garomir looked at his children, all 3 of them, standing together in the cold stone room with a stolen page and a knight who had betrayed his empire. "Then we all go," he said. A knock came from the courtyard door. One of the oath-bound retainers entered. The head laundress, Marin. Her face was hard, and her hands were clean. "My lady," she said to Iliana, "the scouts you sent to the river road have returned." Iliana turned. The retainer's voice dropped. "The butchers are already moving. They have passed the old mill. They will reach Thornwood before the bell. Chapter 33. The head laundress's words hung in the cold air of the great hall. Past the old mill, before the bell. Iliana felt the short sword's weight in her hand, the leather grip worn smooth by someone else's palm, someone who had carried it for a purpose she did not know. The blade was light, too light for what it would need to do before dawn. "How long?" Garamir's voice came from behind her. "Less than 2 hours," Marin said. "Maybe less. The scout said they were moving fast, no torches, keeping to the river road." Garamir nodded once. Then he crossed to the wall where the old iron rack held the house keys, the patrol schedules, the things that made a keep run. He lifted a key from the lowest peg, a key Iliana had never seen him touch. "The sigil vault," Casnia said. "Father, every lord who rode into a fight he might not survive opened the vault first." Garamir's hand closed round the key. "Your grandfather did it before the Thornwood crossing. Your great-grandfather did it before the Harvest War. I will not be the first Pelumir to die with the sigil still locked away when my family needed it." Iliana's chest tightened. The ancestral sigil, the heart of the house's oathwork authority. She had read about it in her mother's journal, had pieced together fragments from old retainers who spoke of it in whispers, but she had never seen it. Garamir had never offered, and she had never asked, because asking would have meant admitting she knew it existed. "Follow me," he said. He did not wait for an answer. The corridor to the vault was narrow and cold, lined with stones that held the damp of centuries. Garamir's boots struck the floor in a rhythm that sounded like a march. Behind him came Iliana, then Casnia, then Tobrin, then Tristan, then the 3 oath-bound retainers who had followed without being asked. Garamir stopped at a door Iliana had passed a thousand times, a door she had assumed led to a storage cellar she had no reason to enter. The key turned. The lock released with a sound like a bone breaking. Inside, the vault was smaller than she expected. A single shelf held a wooden box banded with iron, and on that box sat a seal ring she recognized from every official document her father had ever signed. But beside it lay something else. A second box, smaller, made of dark wood that seemed to drink the light. Garamir opened the larger box first. The sigil inside was not a ring. It was a blade. Short, curved, black along the spine, and silver at the edge, with a pommel carved into the shape of an ash tree in winter. The Pelumir sigil, the tree that stood when all others had fallen. "This is not a weapon," Garamir said, "not in the way swords are weapons. This is the house's authority made steel. Every lord who swore fealty to House Pelumir swore on this blade. Every oath we took to the crown was sealed with its mark. If we carry this into battle, we carry the weight of every promise our house has ever made." He lifted it from the box. The blade caught the lantern light and threw it back in a single, cold line. "Take it," he said to Iliana. She did not move. "Father, you have been running this house for 3 years without its authority. If you are going to lead us tonight, you will do it with the sigil at your hip, so that every man and woman who sees you knows you carry the house's full weight." Iliana's hand moved before her mind caught up. The blade was heavier than it looked. The pommel fit her palm as if it had been shaped for her grip, which was impossible, because she had never held it before. But the ash tree carving pressed against her fingers like a promise she had not asked to receive. "The villagers will see the sigil," Dorman said from the doorway. "They will know Pelumir steel is coming. Is that what we want?" "It is what they need." Garamir turned to face his son. "If we'd arrive without the sigil, we arrive as frightened nobles riding into a trap. If we arrive with it, we arrive as the authority of Morvain Reach. And tonight, that is the only thing that might make the butchers hesitate." Tobin's jaw tightened. He looked at Iliana. "I want to stand where the villagers can see me," he said. "If we survive this, they need to know the heir was there, that I did not hide behind the walls while my sister bled for our name." Iliana wanted to argue. Every instinct screamed at her to put him somewhere safe, to keep him behind the line where the knives could not reach. She looked at his eyes. They were not asking permission. "I will put you at the front of the line," she said, "but you will not engage. You will be seen. You will speak. You will not draw steel unless I give the order." Tobin nodded once. Casnia stepped forward. Someone needs to manage what happens after. Her voice was steady now, the shake gone. If we kill the butchers, there will be bodies. There will be questions. There will be evidence that needs to disappear or be preserved, depending on what it says. And there will be witnesses who need to be told what to remember. She looked at Iliana. You have been carrying the strategy. Let me carry the aftermath. Iliana's throat closed. This was what she had been afraid of, trusting them, letting them choose roles she could not control, could not adjust if the plan went wrong, could not protect them from the consequences of their own choices. Casnia, I am not asking to hold a sword. I am asking to hold the story. Casnia's voice did not waver. You taught me that the story matters as much as the steel. Let me write tonight's version. Iliana looked at her sister. 3 years of silence between them. 3 years of Iliana moving pieces while Casnia watched from the other side of a door that was never quite closed. And now, Casnia was standing in front of her, asking for a role that would put her in the center of the carnage, not at the edge of it. Agreed. Casnia's breath caught, relief and fear in the same exhale. Tristan spoke from the back of the vault. I need to know where you want me. Iliana turned. He was leaning against the stone wall, his face half in shadow, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The sword he had sworn to the Empire. The sword he had turned away from the Empire to stand with her. You cannot be seen riding with us, she said. Not yet. If Massic's agents survive tonight and report that you were at Thornwood with Pelumir Steel, every piece of evidence we recover will be tainted by your presence. Tristan's mouth tightened. Then where? The staging points, the ones you tracked along the river. If there are more butchers waiting in reserve, they will be there, and someone needs to make sure they do not arrive at Thornwood while we are fighting. He held her gaze for a long moment. Alone? Take 2 of the oath-bound retainers. They will follow any order you give. Tristan's hand dropped from his sword. Come back, he said. It was not an order. It was not even a request. It was the closest thing to a prayer she had ever heard from a man who did not believe in gods. Ride now, she said. The river road will be empty for another hour. Use it. He crossed the vault in 3 strides and stopped in front of her. His hand rose, hesitated, then pressed once against her wrist. The same gesture Casnia had used, but his fingers lingered a half-second longer. Then he was gone. Granary closed the smaller box without opening it. Time to move, he said. They filed out of the vault, Iliana last, the sigil blade cold against her hip. Marin caught her arm at the door. The retainers are ready, the horses are saddled. And the word has spread through the keep that the family rides tonight. Iliana looked at the head laundress's face, hard and lined and afraid. How many know? Everyone who matters. Marin's voice dropped. And no one who does not. Iliana's chest tightened. She had spent 3 years building a network of secrets, loyalties, and controlled information. And now, in the hour before the knives came, the keep was ready without he having to command it. The family knew. The retainers knew. And they had chosen to stand. She walked into the courtyard and found the horses waiting, the short sword still in her hand, the sigil blade cold against her thigh, and the first stars beginning to fade as something moved in the dark beyond the gates. Chapter 34. The courtyard smelled of horses and frost, and the salt sweat of fear held too long. Iliana stood at the center with the sigil blade drawn, its curved edge catching the last starlight. The retainers had formed a loose circle without being told. Men and women who had served House Pelumir longer than she had been alive, their faces gray in the dark, their hands steady on reins and harness straps, and the hilts of tools that could become weapons. She had spent the ride from the vault thinking about architecture. Not stone, not timber, oathwork. The concordance was a lattice. Every witnessed form, every sealed vow, every recorded act of violence or mercy was a beam in a structure designed to carry weight in a specific direction. The Regent had spent years building his. If she wanted to meet it with something that would not collapse at first contact, she needed her own. Marin stood at the front of the circle, her hard face unreadable. You said there was a task only I could do. Iliana nodded. She could not afford another memory loss tonight. The 3 she had already spent were still raw, still missing, pockets of absence she kept bumping against like a tongue worrying a pulled tooth. But she did not need to bind new loyalty. She needed to weaponize what was already bound. She raised the sigil blade. "I need you to carry a command through the keep," she said. "Not spoken, not written, carried in the way you move, the way you look at people, the way you ready a horse or close a door. I need every servant who walks through Bracken Keep tonight to feel that something has already been decided." Marin's eyes did not leave hers. "And if they ask what?" "You do not answer. You let them fill the silence with what they fear most." The head laundress was silent for a long breath. Then she nodded once, turned, and walked back toward the keep without another word. Her boots made no sound on the frozen stones. Iliana turned to the oath-bound retains. 3 of them. The 2 older men who had stood in the storage room during the first binding, the woman who had watched without flinching when Iliana pressed her blood into the witness form. She had bound them to obey her commands, but she had not yet told them what those commands would be. She set the sigil blade flat across both palms. The hilt was cold. The ash tree pommel seemed to pulse against her skin, not with heat, but with the weight of every oath that had been sworn on this steel. Every lord who had knelt and spoken the words, every retainer who had pressed their forehead to the blade and promised to follow. She opened her mouth and let the oathwork find her voice. "You were bound to me by blood. Now I bind you to each other by blade." The words came out wrong. Not wrong in meaning, wrong in sound, as if something other than her throat was shaping them. The air in the courtyard thickened. The horses shifted, their breath fogging, their eyes rolling. The 3 retainers went still. "I name you the first posts of a lattice that will hold this house together tonight. You will not act alone. You will not decide alone. You will not fall alone. When one of you moves, all of you move. When one of you sees, all of you see. When one of you bleeds, the others will feel the wound and know where it came from and who dealt it." The sigil blade began to warm. "I will carry the center, you will carry the corners. And if the enemy tries to break through a crack I did not see, you will be the weight that seals it." She pressed her thumb along the blade's edge. Blood welled, hot and bright. The 3 retainers stepped forward as if pulled by a cord. Each of them touched the blade in turn. The older man with the scarred hands, the woman with the steady gaze, the younger man who had not spoken since the binding in the storage room. The lattice closed. Iliana felt it, not as a thought, as a physical shift in the space around her, a tension that had been loose now drawn taut, a web of awareness that stretched from the cub's east wing to the stables, to the gate, and back to her chest. She could feel them, not their thoughts, their presence, their readiness, the way the older man's pulse had quickened, the way the woman's jaw was set, the way the younger man was already scanning the dock beyond the gate, his eyes moving in a pattern she recognized, because it was the same pattern her own eyes made. The knowledge came with a cost. Iliana felt the blood leave her face. Her knees buckled. One of the retainers caught her arm before she hit the ground, and she felt the contact through the lattice, a surge of alarm that was not entirely hers. She straightened. Blood dripped from her nose, dark and thin, spotting the frozen stones at her feet. "It will hold," she said. The words came out steady. That was the terrifying part. She wiped her upper lip with the back of her hand and looked toward the gate. The lattice hummed at the edge of her awareness, fragile, incomplete, but present. 3 points of contact. 3 pairs of eyes that would see what she could not, and 3 pairs of hands that would move and she could not reach. Now she only needed the enemy to take the bait. She did not have to wait long. The first flicker of orange appeared beyond the old Ull road, a pulse of light that grew and spread as she watched, climbing the frozen sky as if the night itself had caught fire. Granary appeared at her side. "That is not one of ours." "Of course it is not." Iliana's voice was flat. "That is the signal. The butchers are moving faster than the warning said." She felt the lattice tremble. The 3 retainers felt it too. She knew because she felt their attention swing toward the fire, felt their bodies shift, felt the question that none of them voiced but all of them asked. She gave them the answer anyway. "We move now." The horses were already stamping. The retainers were already mounted. Casnia stood at the courtyard door with a leather satchel pressed against her chest, her face pale but her spine straight. Turbin had the reins of his horse in his hand, his knuckles white, his eyes fixed on the glowing glow beyond the mill road. Iliana swung onto her horse. The sigil blade was warm against her thigh. The lattice pulsed once, twice, a heartbeat that died under her heartbeat, a second pulse that would keep going even if hers stopped. She looked at the fire. Then she kicked her horse forward into the dark. Chapter 35. The river road ran dark between skeletal trees, the fire ahead painting the sky in shades of rust and amber. Iliana felt the lattice pulse beneath her ribs, 3 heartbeats not her own, the retainer's readiness bleeding into her bloodstream like a second pulse. The old mill emerged from the fog, timber and stone, 3 stories of blackened beams and a wheel frozen mid-turn. The stream beneath it glazed with ice that caught the firelight and threw it back in shards of orange. Men moved around the base. Not many. 8, maybe 10, carrying torches that cast long shadows across the mill yard, their horses tied to a rail where the water had not frozen. They were not provincial men. Iliana saw it in the way they stood, the spacing, the silence. Men who had done this before knew how to wait without shifting weight, how to hold weapons without adjusting their grip. The lightest tightened. The older retainer with scarred hands had already drawn his blade. The woman with the steady gaze had slipped sideways into the tree line, circling toward the far side of the mill. The younger man stayed at Iliana's flank, his breathing shallow, his eyes locked on the torches ahead. Granary reined in beside her. "Those are not farmers," he said. "No. They are waiting for something." Panic. Iliana's voice came out flat, distant, as if it belonged to someone else. "They are waiting for the villagers to flee, then they cut them down on the road and leave the bodies where they will be found in the morning." The fire beyond the mill road climbed higher. The butchers had lit something. A building, a hayrick, a reason for frightened people to run straight into the blades waiting in the dark. Casnia slid from her horse before anyone could stop her. "What are you doing?" Iliana's voice cracked. "Getting the satchel." Casnia pulled the leather bag from her saddle, her movements precise, her face pale but steady. "You said I would hold the story. How can I do that from the saddle?" Iliana opened her mouth, closed it. The lattice pulsed. The woman retainer had reached the far side of the mill. Iliana felt her position as clearly as if she had drawn it on a map, the angle of the approach, the cover of a collapsed cart, the line of sight to the first torch-bearing man. "Granary," Iliana turned to her father. "I need you on the mill platform. When the first man falls, the rest will try to reach the horses. Do not let them." He did not argue. He dismounted, drew the blade Iliana had seen him clean 100 times but never use, and walked into the dark without a word. Tobin started to follow. "No." Iliana's hand shot out, catching his arm. "You stay with the horses. If the survivors reach this position, you block them or you call out. That is what you do." His jaw tightened. His eyes were wet. "Tobin." She waited until he looked at her. "I need you alive." He nodded once, stiff, and turned the horses toward the tree line. Iliana walked toward the mill. The lattice hummed. The older retainer had moved to the eastern door. The woman had climbed the cart and was positioned above the yard, her blade catching the firelight. The younger man followed Iliana at 3 paces, his presence a warmth against her back. She felt them all, their fear, their resolve, the way every heartbeat synchronized as she approached the mill yard, as the first torch-bearing man turned and saw her shape emerging from the fog. He opened his mouth to call out. The lattice answered before his throat could shape the sound. The woman dropped from the cart. The blade found the soft tissue beneath his jaw, a clean angle, a practiced motion. He fell without a scream, without a warning, his torch spinning into the ice where it hissed once and died. The mill yard erupted. Men moved from the shadows, blades drawn, trained for slaughter but not for an attack that came from inside the night itself. The lattice fed Iliana every position, every pivot, every raised arm and turning shoulder, and she moved through them like a needle through cloth. The first man she reached had his back to her. She could have called out, could have given him a chance to yield. Mercy would risk the province. Her blade found the gap between his ribs and the leather of his jerkin, and he went down with a sound like a punctured bellows, and the lattice sang with the knowledge of where his blood touched the frozen ground. Tristan arrived from the trees. His face was stripped of everything familiar, a stranger's face in a stranger's fight, his blade already wet. Their eyes met across the mill yard, one heartbeat, two, and she saw him see her. Saw him see what she had done, what she was still do. He did not look away. The fight lasted less than 2 minutes. When it was over, 7 men lay in the mill yard. One had escaped into the dark, bleeding from a wound to the thigh, and Iliana let him run because he would lead the lattice to wherever the survivors gathered. 2 had surrendered, hands raised, weapons dropped. The lattice held. Iliana stood at the center of the mill yard, her blade dripping, her breath a white cloud in the frozen air. The sigil blade was warm, almost hot, as if it had drunk the violence and stored it in the steel. Casnia appeared with the satchel. She did not look at the bodies. She knelt beside the first surrendered man, opened the satchel, and began pulling out witness forms, ink, a sealing stamp. "What is your name?" Her voice was calm. The man did not answer. Casnia looked at Iliana. "He does not have to talk. I can trace the seal on his pay paper. I can find the quartermaster who issued his boots. I can—" The butchers arrived tonight. The surrendered man spoke, his voice cracked, his eyes fixed on the bodies in the yard. "You think you stopped something? You think this changes anything?" Iliana turned to face him. "You killed the easiest ones," he said. "The decoys, the ones sent to draw you out. The real force is already at Thornwood Village, and they have been there since the bell." The lattice went cold. Iliana felt the knowledge move through the bindings, through the retainers, through the shared awareness, a wave of dread traveling the same channels her command had traveled moments before. The fire beyond the mill road was not the signal. It was the bait, and she had taken it. Chapter 36. The truth landed like a blade in the throat. Iliana stood at the center of the mill yard, the prisoner's words still hanging in the frozen air, and felt the lattice shiver through every bound retainer. The fire beyond the mill road had been burning for hours. She had watched it and thought she understood the shape of the trap. She had been wrong. The village. Her voice did not sound like her own. "How many?" The prisoner stared at the bodies. "Enough." Casnia was already moving. She pulled the witness forms from her satchel, ink pots spilling, pages scattering across the frozen mud. Her hands shook as she gathered them. "We can still reach them." Tobin's voice cracked behind Iliana. "The horses can—" "No." Iliana turned her back on the prisoner. "They wanted us here. They wanted us to fight this fight. If we ride straight to Thornwood now, we ride into whatever they have prepared. So we let them die." She heard the break in his voice, the place where his softness was bleeding into something harder. "We ride to the orchard." Iliana looked at Casnia. "We have bodies to hide and evidence to stage. If the village falls, we need to control what the witnesses remember." Casnia's face went pale. Then she nodded. The next hour existed outside time. Iliana moved through the orchard with the lattice humming in her chest, directing the retainers to drag bodies into the deeper shadows where morning light would not find them for hours. The older man worked without speaking. The woman was efficient and precise, positioning corpses as if arranging furniture. The younger man stared at his hands between tasks and did not look at Iliana at all. Casnia followed with the satchel, stopping at every body to check pouches, pull papers, examine boot stamps and belt buckles, and the weave of jerkins. She found 3 paychecks bearing the same treasury seal Iliana did not recognize. She found a folded map showing the mill road, the village paths, and the river crossing with a mark at each staging point. She found a letter fragment that named no one but used phrasing Iliana recognized from the purge pay sheet. "Imperial money." Casnia held up the chit. He was right. They were paid from the same purse, but there is no name here, no office, nothing that reaches higher than a quartermaster's stamp. That is the design. Iliana wiped blood from the sigil blade with a torn strip of cloth. The money is traceable, but the hand that issued it is not. Corvus does not sign his name. Tobin appeared through the trees, his face gray, his hands empty. "The villagers." He swallowed. "They heard the fighting. Some of them tried to run toward the mill road. I stopped them." "How?" "Told them the heir was ordering them to stay." Iliana looked at him. His jaw was set, but his eyes were wet. I lied to them, he said. I used the authority of the house to make them afraid. Is this what it feels like? Before Iliana could answer, the prisoner laughed. He was still on his knees where Casnia had left him, hands bound, blood from a gash on his forehead crawling down his cheek. The laugh was low and broken, a sound that did not belong in the frozen orchard. You think any of this matters? He raised his head. You think finding a chit or a map or a letter fragment changes anything? It changes what the witness forms say. Iliana walked toward him. It changes the story. No, he smiled. Blood had reached the corner of his mouth. You are too late. Even if you reach the village, even if you save some of them, the story is already written. The Regent prepared his narrative before the first blade was drawn tonight. Then why did you tell us about the Imperial money? Because you asked? Iliana stopped. The prisoner's smile widened. The oath pressure you used to make me speak, did you think I did not feel it? Did you think I could not choose which truth to give you? The lattice flickered. Iliana looked at Casnia. Her sister's face had gone still. He is right. Casnia's voice was quiet. I pressed the witness form against his skin. I asked the oath work to compel him, but I could not control what shape the truth took. He gave us what we needed, Iliana said, or what he wanted us to find. The prisoner laughed again. You are clever, little lady, but clever does not beat a story that was written before you were born. House Pelumir will burn. Your names will be carved into the concordances as monsters, and no piece of paper will undo it, because the paper itself is part of the lie. Iliana raised the sigil blade. You do not know what I am willing to burn. The prisoner looked at the blade. Then he looked at her eyes. I think I do, he said. It is what frightens me. Behind her, Tobin made a sound that might have been a sob. Casnia had stopped gathering the papers. The lattice held steady, but Iliana felt the edges of it fraying, the younger retainer's fear bleeding through the bond like cold water through a cracked hull. She had to decide. Ride to the village and walk into the trap. Stay in the orchard and salvage the evidence. Track the wounded man into the dark, and the lattice led her to the survivor's gathering point. 3 choices, none, clean. And then the night answered for her. A bell began to ring from the direction of Thornwood Village, not the alarm bell, not the warning bell, the death bell. Slow, measured, 1 note every 5 heartbeats, the rhythm the province used to mark a finished thing. Iliana felt the sound travel through the lattice, through the retainers, through the frozen ground beneath her boots. The butchers had finished their work. She had been in the wrong mill yard when it happened. Many I clear you slying out there. I was so stracking for the throtcher. The Proddy menace convented, just by the Hass under Agritas Strice. The judges of Trismeters actors act strapping, and Lightery Sistry, a spies based. I prosopsized that the Jamas class of recurring them to be us, the terrible of the same wilm, get every pretty after Marcus. The orges between the plan'll say, this is your love, just your one. I inspise you to take it from the crown, the things is not unseen. 20 year we haven't up with these minutes right. I spied for the last $1, which is far as the ladding idea that would go to the Ghost Ball Center. I said the public baiterful said, it's the little blinding out there, whatever it does, when the command have posidated for this world follow an opportunity that I am expected to surprise the blending lost leld, and steply exorcist the edges together and exactly the overcanned, then there we needed to live the definite slight yet. Chapter 37. Iliana turned from the death bell. The sound kept coming, slow and measured across the frozen distance, each note a nail in a story already finished. But the orchard still held the living. The prisoner still knelt in his blood. The lattice still pulsed at the edge of her ribs, and through it she felt the younger retainer's fear, the woman's steady readiness, the older man's patient waiting. She did not ride for the village. She walked to the prisoner and crouched in front of him, the sigil blade resting across her knees. You knew, she said. When Casnia pressed the form against your skin, you knew you would give us evidence. You chose what to feed us. You chose the imperial play chits and the map and the letter fragment. The prisoner said nothing. You wanted us to find those things, Iliana said. You wanted us to believe we had proof, because the real trail is something else, and you needed us to stop mucking before we found it. The prisoner's smile cracked. Iliana stood. Casnia, the map, her sister brought it. The paper creased where it had been folded inside a dead man's jerkin. Iliana spread it across a flat stone near the orchard wall. The mill road, the village paths, the river crossing. 3 marks at staging points, each one a circle drawn in faded ink, but there was a 4th mark. Near the eastern edge of the map, past the river crossing, a small line that could have been a crease in the paper. Iliana held it up to the torchlight. It was not a crease. It was a trail leading to a dot labeled in ink so faint it had nearly washed away. "Grimmer's Ford," she said. "I have never heard of that crossing," Casnia said, "because it is not a crossing anymore. The bridge burned 5 years ago." Iliana looked at the prisoner. "But the supply road still reaches it. And if the butchers had a staging point beyond Thornwood, somewhere to cache weapons and feed reserves through the night, it would be there." The prisoner's face went still. The lattice flared. Iliana felt it through the bond, the shift in him, the tightening that told her she was no longer following his script. "Granary." Her father stepped forward, his blade still wet from the mill yard. "Take the older retainer and ride for Grimmer's Ford. If there is a convoy moving supplies along the river route, intercept it. Do not engage unless you must, but see what it carries and where the seals are stamped. And you? I will follow the lattice through the river fog and find the men who were supposed to meet that convoy. They are still out there. They do not know we have the map." Garamir's hand moved to his sword. Then he stopped. "One thing." Iliana looked at him. "If I find something that reaches Masik's fiscal network, if I find a factor's seal or a treasury stamp that names him, do I bring it back or do I send it ahead with a rider?" "Bring it back. If you send it ahead, it will disappear before dawn." He nodded. Then he was gone, the older retainer following him into the dark. Iliana turned to Casnia. "Tobrin stays with you. Take the woman retainer and the prisoner. Ride for the village. The death bell has finished, which means the butchers are either gone or waiting for orders. Find survivors. Count them. Record what they remember. And you? I will take the younger retainer and follow the lattice." Casnia's jaw tightened. "You said there are still killers in the fog." "I am counting on it." The river fog had thickened by the time Iliana reached the bank. It rolled across the water in gray sheets, slallowing the far shore and the skeletal trees beyond. The younger retainer followed her without speaking, his fear still bleeding through the lattice, but he had not broken. She stopped at the water's edge. The lattice told her what her eyes could not. 3 presences downstream, moving parallel to the bank. Not fast, not slow. The steady pace of men who believed their work was done. She stepped into the fog. The river path curved through reeds and frozen mud. The lattice guided her, a thread of warmth in her chest that pulled left where the ground sloped toward an old wharf. She found the first sign there. Boot prints pressed deep into the frost, leading toward a half-collapsed boathouse. She did not enter. She circled. The men were inside, 4 of them from the sound, their voices low and unhurried. One laughed. Another struck flint, the scrape of a blade being sharpened. Iliana looked at the younger retainer. She did not need to speak. The lattice carried her intention. He moved left. She moved right. The boathouse had 3 gaps in the wall where planks had rotted. She chose the second and waited until the retainer's signal came through the bond, a single pulse. She stepped through. The first man saw her before she saw him, his mouth opening, his hand still gripping the reins of a dead horse. His blood had not yet frozen. Iliana stopped. The lattice hummed, still connected, still warm. Because the oathwork did not break when the body died. It kept going, waiting for a command that would never come. She knelt. His hands were still curled around the reins. She pried them open and found a folded scrap of paper inside his palm, still dry, the ink still visible. A treasury levy, made out in the name of a shell factor from the southern march, listing a shipment of goods to Grimmer's Ford dated 2 days before the village fell, stamped with a seal she did not recognize. But beneath the seal, a note in the margin, a single initial. Iliana looked up. The road ahead was empty. The fog had swallowed everything. Somewhere beyond it, Granary was alive or dead, and she did not know which. The paper trembled in her hand. The lattice had nothing left to give her. I actually begone me. I will don this letter instead. Famila will place me, if it will put the brooding, with a no doubtin in nor days. This brave fixes inside the resiral, your wonderful tax is my age according by guests, and the times from a break pluch people. The day of the Amunder was completely cloud. By the spectra, a netrud birder is the weight, rowled the heaven fat, well, pleans in his argument, which was for rised bakels. They don't want to get your peeper first climbs, which will do this. The green. It was durest. My hold is finished in the privacy part, like always entirely goodlestrily. This truth is not a parp, but my which is that the oppressy quartermast is quiad. The muns would a speaking a particle of weakness. You see this acceptably little farm whether that tears catesum, between this entire plants, mitts and mun. The tightening her intentions even fear, what she wrote it exactly something of the glubgut starvisky. This cledding of the daves of the roiled frust starkus up traply, for a gravel for he wanting to might so many jars, and let's jump her vouter showers. That was the gallants outsole, but restly, that's what I give me on your player writing. The floor groams got a glow up well. When we move trust, and that is my wife, I would have complete early Iliana in my witch, one of a churpa, stest audience. I have sporshed me afterwise dust. I still have the idea in your entire line. My brother littles amenically, as we praise. Johnny, grim. My damus wavy. My wound, damn mock. I am searly a long Swede. My nuff was outside lied, so I can finish me inside. I am such the fast as you tried to include it. I wouldn't actually smalls bloods of butters of sears hear you the bregical over it or no, and I said then I but whenever turned. Chapter 38. The fog had not lifted by the time she found him. She followed the lattice east, through the reeds and the frozen ruts, past the place where the older retainer's blood had begun to freeze in the road. The younger retainer stayed at her side, his fear pulsing through the bond like a second heartbeat. Granary was not on the road. She found him in the ditch, 30 yards past the curve, where the bank sloped down toward a frozen stream. He lay on his back, one arm thrown over his chest, his face turned toward the sky. The sigil blade nearly fell from her grip. She dropped to her knees beside him, her hands finding his throat, his wrist, the torn edge of his cloak where a blade had punched through the wool and found nothing below it. He was warm. He was breathing. His eyes opened. He looked at her for a long moment, and his mouth moved, but no sound came out. Then he blinked, and something in his chest hitched, and he said, "You found me." Iliana did not answer. She pressed her palm against his chest, feeling the rise and fall of his breath, the solid weight of him still alive beneath her hand. The lattice hummed through her fingers, and she felt the younger retainer's relief wash through the bond like a wave. Granary sat up slowly. He looked at the blood on his cloak, the tear in the wool, the empty road behind them. "The older man," he said. "The retainer. He stepped in front of me." Iliana's throat closed. "I know. He took the blade that was meant for my throat." "I know." Granary looked at her. His eyes were the same eyes she had seen across breakfast tables, across audit tables, across the courtyard when he had given her the sigil blade. But there was something new in them now, something she could not name. "You saved my life," he said. "The retainer saved your life. You chose him. You bound him. You put him beside me." Iliana said nothing. Granary rose to his feet. He stood in the frozen road with blood on his cloak and fog curling around his boots, and he looked at his daughter. "The convoy," he said. "The ledgers. Did you stop them?" Iliana shook her head. "They left an hour ago, already on the road to Aurenthal." "Can we catch them?" "Not before they reach the capital." Granary was silent. Then he said, "Then we have lost." Iliana did not answer. She turned and walked back toward the boathouse, her boots crunching on the frost, the lattice pulling at her chest like a thread that would not break. They regrouped in the orchard. Casnia arrived first, her satchel heavy with witness forms, her face gray with exhaustion. She dismounted before the horse had fully stopped, her boots hitting the frozen ground with a thud that echoed through the empty trees. "Tobern is with the village," she said. "He is counting the dead." Iliana nodded. "How many?" 7. 7 villagers. "Which families?" "I do not know yet." Casnia looked at her. For a long moment he did not speak. Then he said, "When I was in the ditch, with the blade at my throat, I thought of you." Iliana said nothing. "I thought of the morning you gave me the false ledger, the morning I saw that you had been fighting for years without me knowing. I thought of all the nights I slept while you were awake, reading, planning, moving pieces I did not know existed." He stepped closer. His voice was low. "I am alive because you put a man beside me who is willing to die for a house that is not his blood. And I have spent the last hour asking myself whether that makes you a daughter I should be proud of, or a commander I should be afraid of." Iliana met his eyes. "Both," she said. Garomir held her gaze, then nodded, once, and walked past her into the fog. Chapter 39. The orchard had grown quiet in the hour before true dawn. Iliana stood at the edge of the trees with the sigil blade still in her hand, the leather grip warm where her fingers had curled around it through the night. The lattice hummed beneath her ribs, thinner now, the younger retainer's fear still bleeding through but muted, like a wound that had stopped gushing and begun to ache. Casnia knelt on the frozen ground with the satchel open beside her, sorting the witness forms into 3 piles. Clean, staged, unusable. Her fingers moved with the efficiency of someone who had learned the shape of evidence from her sister's shadow. "This one is good," she said, holding up a sheet. "The seal is intact, the date matches, the quartermaster's stamp is visible." "Who does it name?" "No one. That is the point." Iliana walked over and looked at the paper. Treasury seal. Quartermaster's stamp. Blank space where the recipient's name should have been, as if the Empire had prepared the forms before deciding which house would bleed. "They left the names empty," Casnia said, "so they could fill them in after the bodies were counted." "Can we use it?" "Against whom? The paper is guild stock. The seal is imperial. The stamp is a number, not a name. We can prove collusion, but we cannot prove who colluded." Iliana took the form and folded it into her own cloak. "Keep everything else, even the unusable ones. Pattern matters more than signature." Casnia looked up at her. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair escaping its pins, a smear of something dark along her collar that might have been blood or mud. "You look like what you are," she said. "What is that?" "A commander who has not slept." Iliana did not answer. Turbin found them as the first gray light began to seep through the orchard branches. He walked with a steadier spine than Iliana had seen in months, his shoulders squared, his jaw set. The softness was still there. She could see it in the way his hands hung at his sides instead of curling into fists. But it had been overlaid with something else, something that looked like grief worn on the outside. 7 dead, he said. 2 children, 4 men, 1 woman past 60. Iliana felt the words settle in her chest like stones. "The survivors?" "Scared, angry. They want to know who to blame." "What did you tell them?" Turbin met her eyes. "I told them the truth. That House Pelumir came to stop the killers, that we lost one of our own, that we would stand with them when the bodies were buried." Casnia rose to her feet. "And they believed you?" "They wanted to believe someone." Iliana looked at her brother, the boy who had wept when she raised the blade in the orchard, the heir who had lied to villagers using his house's name, the same autumn leaf hair, the same mother's eyes, but something in his face had shifted, like a door that had been left open and was now closing. "You did well," she said. Turbin's mouth tightened. "Does it feel like doing well? When the children are already dead and we are only deciding how to remember them?" Iliana had no answer. Tristan found her at the northern edge of the orchard, where the fog met the river. He had cleaned his blade. His tunic was still dark at the hem, but his hands were bare, and his face was unreadable in the half-light. "The villagers are gathering in the mill yard," he said. "They have laid the bodies in a row. Someone has covered them with cloaks." Iliana nodded. "Casnia is bringing the witness forms. She will read the statement I wrote." "Statement?" "The truth, edited." Tristan looked at her. His pale gray eyes held hers for a long moment. "When I saw you at the mill," he said, "with the blade in your hand and the lattice singing through your arm, I understood something I had been trying not to see." "What?" "That you are not just willing to become what the court fears, you are already becoming it." Iliana did not look away. "I told you I would make it impossible for you to stand beside me." "Yes. Are you still standing?" Tristan stepped closer. His voice dropped. "I am standing here, but I cannot promise I will stand here forever. Every time you choose the blade over the truth, the lie over the confession, the control over the trust, you make it harder to remember why I started." Iliana felt the words hit like a blow. "Then why are you still here?" He looked at her. His hand rose, and for a moment she thought he would touch her face. Instead, his fingers brushed the edge of her cloak, the fabric still wet with river fog. "Because I have seen what you are fighting against, and I have seen what you are fighting for. The problem is that both of them look the same from where I am standing." Iliana said nothing. Granary returned as the sun broke the horizon. He walked through the orchard with a paper in his hand, his face gray with exhaustion, his cloak still streaked with the older retainer's blood. "The convoy," he said. "It reached the capital 2 hours ago." Iliana's stomach tightened. "Then the ledgers are in the Regent's tower." "Yes." She waited. Granary held up the paper. "But this arrived by courier an hour after, from a clerk in the treasury who owes a favor to a man who owes a favor to the head laundress of Bracken Keep." Iliana took the paper. It was a single sheet, folded twice, sealed with wax that bore no sigil. Inside, in a hand she did not recognize, were 3 lines. "The ledgers are received. The treasury has stamped them into the record, but the quartermaster who signed the Petitions has been found dead in his office. The trail you wanted is closed." Iliana read the words twice. Then she looked at Garama. "Who killed him?" "Someone who wanted the trail closed. The question is whether they closed it for us or for Masik." Iliana stared at the paper. The gray light was growing, the orchard filling with the sounds of morning, the bodies in the mill yard waiting for words that would become the story that would become the truth. She had saved Thornwood from massacre. She had preserved House Pelumir from immediate destruction. But the ledger trail was gone, the quartermaster was dead, and the clean justification Vestamin needed to act openly had been sealed along with Devastin. "Then we have bought time," she said. Garama looked at her. "At what cost?" "I do not know yet." She walked through the orchard alone, the paper still in her hand, the lattice pulling at her chest, the younger retainer's fear a thin thread she could not cut. The sun had risen, the bodies were being buried, the story was being written, and in the distance, where the eastern road met the horizon, she saw a rider. Single horse, no colors, coming fast toward Bracken Keep. Iliana stopped. The rider was too far to see clearly, but something in the angle of the shoulders, the pace of the horse, the deliberate straightness of the path, told her this was no messenger from the capital. This was someone who knew exactly where they were going, someone who had been waiting for the night to end. Iliana's hand found the sigil blade at her belt. The rider drew closer. Chapter 40. The rider resolved as she crossed the last rise before the gates. Not a courier, not a herald. A woman on a gray mare, traveling without escort, her cloak the color of wet slate, and her hood thrown back despite the cold. She rode straight through the open gate as if she owned it, and the keep's men, still ragged from the night, did not move to stop her. Iliana knew the angle of those shoulders, the way the woman sat a horse like she was judging the ground beneath it. She had seen that stillness once before, in a marble corridor, when a woman in green silk had smiled and asked who had taught her. Lady Prunell Jackmont slid from the saddle before the horse had fully stopped. Her boots hit the frozen mud of the courtyard without hesitation. She looked at the blood on the stones, the men moving slow with exhaustion, the smoke still rising from the mill road beyond the trees. Then she looked at Iliana. "Walk with me." They crossed the yard together. Iliana did not ask how Purnell had found her, did not ask how she had known where to ride. The question would have been answered with a smile and a deflection. Instead, she matched the woman's pace and waited. Purnell stopped at the edge of the orchard where the grass was still bent from the bodies that had been carried through. She looked at the ground for a long moment, then turned. "You killed 7 men at the mill." "Yes, and led one run so you could track the survivors." Iliana said nothing. "The evidence you found on the bodies, the pay chits, the map, the letter fragment." Purnell's voice was calm, unhurried, like a woman discussing weather. "You have them all sorted in your sister's satchel. 3 piles, clean, staged, unusable." Iliana's chest tightened. "Casnia told you." "Casnia has not left the Great Hall since dawn. She has not spoken to anyone, except your brother and a woman named Marin, who I assume is the laundress you have been using for message work." Purnell tilted her head. "No one told me anything. I read it in the way you are standing." Iliana held still. "The left hand on the belt," Purnell said. "The right thumb pressed against the seam of your cloak. The way your eyes keep moving to the eastern road even while you are looking at me. You are waiting for the next blow, and you have already decided you will meet it alone." Iliana's hand dropped from her belt. "Better," Purnell said, "but not good enough." The great hall was empty when they entered. The fire had burned low. The trestle tables were still pushed against the walls from the night before. A single cup stood on the dais, half full, forgotten. Purnell did not sit. She stood in the center of the room, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze moving across the hall like she was counting the cost of every beam. "You saved Thornwood from massacre," she said, "but you lost the ledger trail. The quartermaster is dead. The evidence you gathered will point toward the conspiracy, but you cannot prove who gave the order without a name attached to the paychits." Iliana did not answer. "And now you are standing in a cold hall with a dead retainer's blood still under your fingernails, wondering what to do next." "I know what to do next." Purnell turned. "Tell me." "I will find the name behind the M on that treasury levy. I will trace the guild paper to whoever supplied it. I will follow the chain until it leads to someone I can use." "Use?" "Yes." Purnell's mouth curved. 3 years ago, you blocked a levy by redirecting petitions and timing objections so precisely that no one noticed your hand. Last night, you killed trained men in a mill yard with a lattice you built from oathwork you should not have known how to perform. You have been fighting alone, in the dark, with borrowed tools and stolen knowledge. She stepped closer. "And you are tired." Iliana did not flinch. "I have been tired before." "I know." Purnell's voice dropped. "That is why I am here." She drew a folded paper from her sleeve and held it out. Iliana took it. The seal was broken. The handwriting was familiar. She read the first line and felt the floor shift beneath her. The paper was a treasury receipt, dated 3 days before the attack, listing a payment to a quartermaster's office for the hire of 12 men, the purchase of provincial weapons, and the staging of a meal fire. The recipient line was blank, but the margin bore a seal Iliana recognized. Her own. She looked up. "I did not sign this." "No," Purnell said. "But it exists. It was found in the quartermaster's office after his death. If it reaches the Regent's desk, it will be read as proof that House Pelumir staged the attack on Thornwood to frame the Empire." "Then why are you showing it to me?" Purnell held her gaze. "Because I am the one who found it." The silence stretched. "I took it from the quartermaster's desk before Masic's men could seal the room," Purnell said. "As far as anyone knows, it does not exist. But it exists, and I have it. And now you know that someone inside your own household has been forging your seal while you were busy saving your family." Iliana stared at the paper. The seal was good, not perfect. A trained eye would notice the slight unevenness in the ash tree impression, the way the wax had been pressed at a fraction of the wrong angle. But good enough to pass a treasury clerk's examination, good enough to hang her. "Why are you helping me?" Purnell smiled. It was not a warm smile. "Because you have 2 choices, Iliana Pelumir." She stepped forward. "You can keep fighting from the margins. You can keep hiding, manipulating, burning evidence and killing men in the dark, hoping each move is enough to survive the next. You will probably last another season, maybe 2. Then someone will catch you, and the story they write will make you the villain they always needed. Iliana's throat was dry. What is the second choice? Come to Aurenthal. Purnell's voice was soft, almost kind. Step inside the machine that is writing the Empire's lies. Learn how it digests truth. Learn how to steer it. Iliana shook her head. You serve the Regent. I serve the structure that keeps the realm from collapsing into famine and war. Purnell's eyes did not waver. The Regent is a tool. The throne is a tool. The Concordance is a tool. They can be wielded or broken, depending on who holds the handle. She extended her hand. I am offering you the handle. Iliana looked at the hand. Purnell's palm was open, empty, waiting. I will show you how the records are written, how the oaths are sealed, how the stories are made into law. Purnell's voice dropped, and in return, you will stop burning alone in the dark and start learning how to command the fire. Iliana did not move. A woman rode alone into my keep this morning, she said, carrying a forged document that could have my family executed. She is standing in my hall telling me she is the only path forward and offering me nothing but her word that she will not use the paper she is holding. I expected you to see it. Then you expected me to refuse. No. Purnell's smile changed, became something sharper. I expected you to demand more. Iliana held her gaze. What else are you offering? Purnell reached into her sleeve again. This time she drew out a second seal. Small, silver, unbroken. A seat at the winter-end concordance revision, she said. Not as a witness, as a signatory. Iliana's breath caught. No house below the rank of March Lord has ever been seated at the revision. No house below that rank has ever killed 7 Imperial agents in a millyard and lived long enough to negotiate about it. Purnell held the seal between them. You are no longer a provincial lord's second daughter. You are a variable the Regent cannot predict. That makes you valuable. And valuable people get seats. Iliana looked at the seal, then at Purnell's face. I need time. Take tonight. And if I refuse, Purnell's expression did not change. Then you will spend the rest of your life fighting with one hand, and I will spend mine watching someone else wield the fire I could have taught you to command. She placed the seal on the trestle table between them. It caught the low firelight and held it. The rider who brought the forged receipt is waiting at the eastern gate, Purnell said. She will carry your answer to Aurenthal by dawn. She turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she stopped. One more thing. Iliana waited. Your brother Tobin, Purnell said, told the survivors the truth this morning. He told them House Pelumir came to stop the killers. Yes, that was a mistake. Purnell looked over her shoulder and her eyes were not smiling. Because now the villagers know who to blame if the killing starts again. She stepped through the door. The hall was silent. Iliana stood alone in the firelight, Purnell's forged receipt in one hand and the silver seal in the other. The younger retainer's fear still bled through the lattice. The bodies were still being buried. And the sky beyond the eastern window was darkening toward a winter dusk she did not know how to survive. Chapter 41. The great hall was cold without Purnell in it. Iliana stood alone at the trestle table, the forged receipt in one hand and the silver seal in the other. The fire had burned low. The shadows had stretched into something darker along the walls. She should move. She should find Grelmere. Wake Casnia, call the family together and decide what to say about a spy master who had ridden into their keep with a paper that could kill them and an offer that could save them. She did not move. The seal was warm from her grip, small, unassuming. A silver disc, no larger than her thumb, bearing the crossed quills of a concordant signatory. Iliana turned it over. No engraving on the reverse, no housemark, no owner's name. It could belong to anyone. It could be taken from anyone. A footstep at the hall door. Iliana looked up. Purnell stood in the doorway, her traveling cloak still damp, her expression unreadable. She had not gone to a guest chamber. She had not left the keep at all. I thought you were waiting at the gate, Iliana said. I was waiting in the corridor. Purnell stepped inside. I wanted to see what you would do alone. And what did you see? A woman who is still deciding whether she wants to live. The words landed like a blade laid flat on the table. Iliana set the seal down. I have been deciding whether to live since I was 8 years old. Yes. Purnell moved closer, her steps measured, unhurried. I know. The firelight caught her face, the lines at her eyes, the mouth that seemed always on the verge of a joke that would cut as much as amuse. I know more than you think, Iliana. Iliana's chest tightened. I am going to tell you something, Purnell said, and then you are going to tell me what you have been hiding since you walked out of the archive with your hand pressed against your ribs. Iliana did not speak. Purnell stopped an arm's length away. The concordance page you stole from the hidden room, she said, the one in the Regent's own hand. I know you have it. The hall was very quiet. You let me walk out of the archive? Iliana said. I let you walk out because I wanted to see what you would do with it. Purnell's voice was soft. You proved me right. You hid it. You studied it. You used it. She tilted her head. What else have you stolen from history? Iliana's throat was dry. She thought of the forged receipt, the silver seal, the lattice that still bled the younger retainer's fear into her bones, the bodies in the orchard, the children in the village. Everything, she said. Purnell's smile changed. It was not a kind smile, but it was not a cruel one either. It was the smile of a woman who had just found a door she had been looking for. Then I want the full list. Why? Because I cannot teach you to steer the machine if I do not know what you have already broken inside it. Iliana held her gaze. And if I refuse to tell you? Purnell stepped closer. Then I will take the forged receipt back to Aurenthal, give it to my stick, and watch him use it to finish what the butchers started. She was close enough now that Iliana could smell cloves and winter roses. Your choice is not whether to come with me. Your choice is whether you come as a student or as a prisoner. Iliana's hand moved toward the sigil blade at her belt. Purnell did not flinch. You will not draw that blade on me, Iliana. Not because you cannot, but because you are too clever not to wonder what I would do with the body. The words hung between them. Iliana let her hand fall. Good. Purnell stepped back. Now, start at the beginning. Iliana looked at the seal on the table, at the forged receipt in her hand, at the woman who had just told her that she had known, all along, what Iliana had stolen from the Regent's archive. The page was hidden behind a tapestry, she said. In the south corridor, the guard changes at the 4th bell. I know the room. I found it because Princess Iloia told me where to look. Purnell's expression flickered, a fraction of a second, almost invisible, but Iliana saw it. Iloia gave you the location? Yes, she did not tell me. Then she trusted me more than she trusted you. Purnell's smile returned, or she used you both. She walked to the trestle table and pucked up the silver seal. Iloia Nimic is the smartest person in the Regent's household. Do not mistake her cage for weakness. She held the seal out to Iliana. I am going to ask you one more time, and this time I want the truth. Iliana took the seal. I have been lying to everyone I love for 3 years, she said. I have manipulated accounts, stolen documents, ordered men to die, killed with my own hand. She met Purnell's eyes, and I would do it again, every time, to keep my family alive. Purnell looked at her for a long moment, then she nodded. Good. She turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she stopped. One more thing. Iliana waited. The concordance page you stole, Purnell said. I have not read it. She looked over her shoulder. You are going to show it to me, tonight. And if I refuse? Purnell's eyes were cold. Then I will walk out that gate, ride to Aurenthal, and tell the Regent exactly where to find the girl who has been rewriting his script. She stepped through the door. The hall was silent. Iliana stood alone, the silver seal cold in her palm, the forged receipt still pressed against her ribs. And for the first time since the orchard, she did not know which move would save them. Chapter 42. The great hall felt smaller with 4 of them in it. Gromir stood at the trestle table, the silver seal catching the candlelight. Casnia had wrapped herself in a wool shawl, arms crossed, face unreadable. Tobin leaned against the stone pillar near the hearth, his autumn leaf hair dark with damp, his mother's eyes fixed on Iliana. She told them everything. Brunell's offer, the forged receipt, the concordance seat, the rider at the eastern gate waiting for her answer by dawn. Casnia spoke first. "You are considering this?" "I am considering what happens if I refuse." "Prison," Casnia said. "You said that. Prison and the receipt given to Maskik." "Yes." "Then there is no choice." Iliana shook her head. "There is always a choice, but every other option ends with the house destroyed and all of you dead." Tobin pushed off the pillar. "And what ends with this option?" She met his gaze. "I do not know yet." He held her eyes for a long moment, then he looked away. "That is not enough." "It is all I have." Garomir set the seal down. The sound was soft, final. "You have been carrying this alone for 3 years," he said, "and now you are standing here asking us to approve a plan you have already half decided." Iliana did not deny it. "I am asking you to understand what I am walking toward." Casnia's arms tightened across her chest. "And what are you walking toward, Iliana? Becoming one of them? Learning how the machine works so you can feed people into it yourself?" "No." "Then what?" Iliana thought of Purnell's smile, the way she had said good when Iliana confessed to killing, the way she had looked at Iliana like a door finally opening. "I am walking toward knowing how to tear it down from the inside, but I cannot do that unless I learn how it is built first." The words hung in the cold air. Tobin's jaw tightened. "And who do you become while you are learning?" Iliana had no answer. Casnia stepped forward. "You told Purnell you would do it all again. Kill, lie, order men to die. You said it like a vow." "It was the truth." "The truth." Casnia's voice cracked. "You have hidden the truth from me for 3 years, from Tobin, from Father, and now you stand here and tell us the one thing you are certain of is that you would choose the same lies again." "I would choose to keep you alive." "At what cost to yourself?" Iliana looked at her sister, at the fury and fear warring in her face. "I do not matter." "Yes, you do." Casnia's voice broke. "You matter, Iliana, and I will not watch you burn yourself to nothing for a house that might not survive anyway." Silence. Garomir picked up the seal again, turned it in his scarred fingers. "You taught Casnia to manage evidence. You put Tobin where he could be seen by the village. You made me a commander in a battalion I did not know I was fighting." He looked at her. "You have been training us to survive without you." Iliana's chest tightened. "I have been training you to survive whether I am here or not. And now you are leaving." "I am leaving because Purnell holds the forged receipt. Because if I stay, Maskik will find another way. Because the only way to destroy the machine is to stand inside it." Garomir set the seal down a second time. "Then go." Tobin straightened. "Father, she is right. The house cannot survive another season of attrition. The ledgers are stamped. The quartermaster is dead. The court has already decided we are guilty." His voice was tired. "If she stays, we all burn. If she goes, at least one of us might learn how to put out the fire." Casnia looked between them. "On what terms?" "Terms we set." Garomir turned to Iliana. "You will write to us, every week. You will tell us what you are learning, what you are seeing, and who is watching you. You will not disappear into Purnell's web without a thread back to this house." "I can do that." "And when the concordance revision meets, you will vote in the name of House Pelumir, not for Purnell, not for the Regent, for us." "Yes." Garomir held her gaze. "One more condition." He stepped closer. "If you start treating us like pieces on a board again, I will stop you myself." The words landed like a blade. Iliana felt them in her ribs. "You do not believe I can do it." "I believe you love us," Garomir said. "I also believe you love control more. And I need you to know that if that love ever means choosing our safety over our freedom, I will stand against you." She looked at her father, at the silver in his hair, at the tired lines around his eyes, at the man she had been protecting for 3 years by lying to his face. "Understood." He nodded once. "Then go find Purnell. Tell her you accept, and tell her that if she harms a single person in this house, I will burn Aurenthal to the ground with my own hands." Iliana turned toward the door. Behind her, Tobin's voice stopped her. "Are you coming back?" She looked over her shoulder. "I am going to make sure there is something to come back to." She stepped into the corridor. The eastern gate loomed at the end of the frozen path. A single rider waited beside it, breath misting in the dark, horse blowing steam into the night. Iliana walked toward them, and behind her, in the great hall, her family stood in silence, holding the weight of what she had just become. Chapter 43. The cold bit through her cloak before she cleared the southern gate. Riding alone had been Garamir's condition, no escort of Pelumir colors, no retinue that could be counted and catalogued by the watchers at every post house. Iliana had agreed without argument. A reduced presence was a statement in itself. The house that survived the massacre now had nothing left to waste on show. The road to Aurenthal took 3 days. She stopped twice at inns where the innkeepers recognized the Pelumir name and charged her double. At the second stop, a serving girl pressed a folded paper into her palm during the meal. No seal, no signature, just a single line in ink that had not fully dried. The Chapel of St. Yvain's. An hour before midnight. "I know who opened the archive door for you." Iliana read it twice, then held it above the candle flame and watched it curl to ash. Aurenthal rose from the frost on the third morning, its towers cutting the gray sky like broken teeth. The winter market was sparse, the streets quieter than she remembered. Fewer carts, fewer colors. The city was holding its breath. She passed through the north gate unchallenged. The guard who checked her papers barely glanced at her face, and she wondered if Purnell had arranged that, or if the Empire simply did not bother tracking a second daughter who had survived a massacre meant to kill her whole house. The townhouse was cold when she entered. A single servant had been left to maintain it, an old woman who moved like a shadow and said nothing. The fire in the main hearth had not been lit in weeks. Iliana stood in the empty hall and listened to the silence settle around her. She had 3 hours until midnight. The Chapel of St. Yvain's sat at the junction of 2 abandoned alleys near the eastern wall, its door half rotten, its stained glass cracked and boarded. No one had held services here in years. The lock on the iron gate was rusted open. Iliana slipped through sideways, keeping her hand on the dagger she had strapped beneath her cloak. The interior smelled of damp stone and old wax. A single candle burned at the altar, its flame steady in the still air. A figure stood beside it, hooded, facing the faded mural of a saint Iliana did not recognize. "You came." The voice was young, female, familiar. The hood fell back. Princess Iloia Nemec turned, her dark eyes catching the candlelight. "I did not expect you to come alone," Iliana said. "You did not expect me at all." Iloia stepped down from the altar platform, her gown brushing the flagstones. She looked fitter than Iliana remembered, the hollows beneath her cheekbones deeper, the composure more brittle. "I am the one who sent the note, and I am the one who opened the archive door for you, though Purnell believes she discovered it herself." Iliana's hand tightened on the dagger. "Why?" "Because I owed your mother a debt I could not pay while she lived." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. "That is what you told me at the banquet. You never explained what the debt was." "No, and I will not explain it tonight either." Iloia's smile was thin. "But I can tell you that I have been watching Purnell watch you, and I am the reason she did not find you in the archive that night." Iliana studied her face. "You diverted her patrol." "I diverted one patrol. The second was Purnell's own. She sent it on purpose to test whether you would be caught." Iloia's gaze held hers. "You passed, which means she will now trust you enough to teach you. And that is far more dangerous than her suspicion would have been." The candle on the altar flickered. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because Purnell has made you her student, and I need you to know that I am watching her watch you, not as a rival, as an ally who cannot yet show her hand." Iloia stepped closer. "When the time comes that she asks you to choose between her and your family, you will remember that I was here first." Iliana said nothing. Iloia pulled her hood back up. "The Chapel of St. Yvain's is watched by no one, because no one remembers it exists. If you need to reach me, leave a stone turned on the eastern windowsill." She walked toward the side door. "One more thing, Iliana." The princess paused. "The Regent has scheduled a private audience with you in 4 days. He will offer you a seat on the Concordance revision as a gesture of imperial goodwill. Accept it. He cannot understand why you would want it, and that ignorance is the only advantage you still have." She stepped through the door. The darkness swallowed her. Iliana stood alone in the chapel, the candle flame casting her shadow long across the stone floor, and wondered how many games were being played around her that she had not yet learned to see. Chapter 44. She stood in the chapel long after the candle burned low, the silence pressing against her ears. Aloya had left through the side door. The darkness had swallowed her like it had been waiting for her. Iliana let the moment stretch, counting breaths, waiting for the night to settle back into stillness. She was about to move when the floorboard creaked behind the altar. Not a footstep, a deliberate sound, someone letting her know they were there. Iliana did not reach for her dagger. She turned slowly, letting her hands stay visible. A woman stepped out from behind the faded mural, from a gap Iliana had not noticed, a sliver of darkness where the stone had been cut to form a narrow alcove. She was young, perhaps Casnia's age, with pale hair pulled back tight and a face that gave nothing away. Her dress was the plain wool of a household servant, but her shoes were good leather and her hands were clean. "The princess sent me to make sure you were not followed," the woman said. "I was to wait until she left before I showed myself." Iliana studied her. "You were in the alcove the whole time." "I was. You did not hear me." It was not a question. "Who are you?" "A handmaiden to Princess Aloya. I have served her for 6 years. She trusts me with her life, and I am trusting you with mine by standing here." The woman stepped into the candlelight, and Iliana saw the shape of her face more clearly. High cheekbones, a calm mouth, eyes that had learned to watch without flinching. "The princess diverted the patrol on the night you entered the archive," the handmaiden said. "She did not know what you were looking for. She still does not know what you took. She acted on faith because of the debt she owes your mother." "That is what she told me." "Then she told you the truth." The woman's gaze held steady. "But she did not tell you the cost." Iliana felt something tighten in her chest. "What cost?" "The patrol she diverted was commanded by a man who reports directly to Chancellor Massik. He did not report the diversion. He noted it. He filed a quiet observation that Princess Aloya's movements that night did not match her stated whereabouts." The handmaiden's voice dropped. "That observation has been read by 3 people. One of them is Lady Prunell." The candle flame jumped. "Prunell has not acted on it," the handmaiden continued. "Not yet. She is waiting to see what the princess does next, whether she reaches out to you again, whether she gives you more. And if she does, then the observation becomes evidence, and Aloya loses her last private freedom." Iliana's throat tightened. "The betrothal." The handmaiden nodded once. "Her uncle has been negotiating with House Averley for 6 weeks, a marriage contract that would bind her to Lord Varon Averley's eldest son. The negotiations have stalled because the princess has been useful to the regent where she sits, inside the palace, gathering information, smoothing tensions. But if she becomes a liability, if she is seen to be interfering in matters that do not concern her, the regent will sign the contract himself and send her south before the spring thaw. Where she can do no more harm. Where she can do nothing at all." Iliana looked at the candle. The flame was burning low, the wax pooling at the base. "Why are you telling me this?" The handmaiden's expression did not change, but something in her voice softened. "Because she will not tell you herself. She will let you believe she is untouchable, that she can help you from inside the cage without ever rattling the bars." She paused. "But every message she sends you, every patrol she diverts, every stone she turns on the windowsill, brings the contract closer. And when it is signed, she will be gone." The silence stretched between them. "How long does she have?" "If she is careful, months. If she helps you again, weeks. If she helps you a 3rd time." The handmaiden let the sentence hang. Iliana understood. "Tell her I will not ask for more. She knows you will not ask." The handmaiden's eyes held hers. "That is why she will offer anyway." The woman moved toward the side door, her steps silent on the flagstones. At the threshold, she paused. "There is one more thing." Iliana waited. "The night your mother died, Princess Eloia was 12 years old. She was found in the garden at dawn, still wearing her nightgown, her feet bare and bleeding. She has never told anyone what she saw that night, but she has never stopped trying to repay it." The handmaiden slipped through the door. The darkness swallowed her. Iliana stood alone in the chapel, the candle sputtering in its final inch of wax, and felt the weight of a debt she had never known existed sail across her shoulders. Her mother had left her more than a letter and a warning. She had left her allies she had not yet longed to name, and costs she had not yet begun to count. She blew out the candle. The dark was absolute. She found her way to the side door by touch, her fingers tracing the cold stone, and stepped out into the empty alley. The moon was hidden behind cloud. The street was silent. She was 3 steps from the chapel door when she heard the whisper of fabric on stone behind her. She turned. A figure stood at the corner of the alley, hooded, still as a blade waiting to be drawn. Not tall, not broad, but positioned exactly between her and the main street. Iliana's hand found her dagger. "You were not supposed to come alone," the figure said. The voice was low, female, familiar in a way that made Iliana's blood run cold. Gahud fell back. It was the serving girl from the inn, the one who had listed the note. But her face was different now. The deference was gone, the softness. What remained was something sharp and patient and waiting. "My name is Sella," she said. "I am Lady Purnell's apprentice, and she sent me to make sure you found the chapel tonight." Iliana's grip tightened on the dagger. "She also said to tell you that the handmaiden's warning was true, every word of it." Sella's mouth curved. "But she wanted you to hear it from someone else, so you would know which truths are real and which ones are given to you by design." She turned and walked away. Iliana stood in the alley, the cold air burning her lungs, and realized the game had not just begun. It had been moving around her the whole time, and she had only just learned to see the board. Chapter 45. The townhouse smelled of beeswax and chilled roses, the salon of Duchess Farrell crowded with bodies dressed for winter and speaking of summer. Iliana stood near the eastern window, a glass of untouched wine in her hand, and watched the room breathe. She had been in Aurenthal for 6 days. 6 days since the chapel. 6 days since Purnell had demanded the stolen page and received it in the dark of the Pelumir townhouse study, reading it by candlelight with an expression Iliana still could not name. She had not seen Purnell since. The invitation had arrived that morning, delivered by a liveried footman who waited for her answer. Duchess Farrell was a minor court figure, a widow of 50 whose influence ran through invitations rather than offices, but her salons were where reputations were made or buried. Iliana had come because staying away would have been noticed. She had not expected the temperature of the room. "The Pelumir girl," the whisper came from her left, 2 women in mourning gray, their fans moving in unison. "They say the family keeps private soldiers now." "Not private, oath-bound. The Lord bound them to her." Iliana did not turn. She watched the reflection in the window glass instead, the blurred shapes of the room moving behind her. The narrative had already shifted. 3 weeks ago, the court had been preparing to mourn Thornwood's dead and blame Pelumir for the massacre that never happened. Now the massacre had failed, the butchers were dead, and the court needed a new story. They had found one quickly. Pelumir did not survive because they were innocent. Pelumir survived because they were dangerous enough to kill. Iliana took a sip of the wine. It was sweet and thin, the kind of vintage served when the host wanted to signal economy without admitting poverty. First, she rides with armed retainers now, like a warlord. At her age, she is older than she looks. That one made her jaw tighten. She forced her shoulders to stay loose, her hand to stay steady on the glass. The Duchess appeared at her elbow, as if summoned by the whispers. Lady Varel was a woman preserved by good bones and better cosmetics, her dark hair threaded with silver wire, her gown a deep blue that dot the candlelight. She smiled as she approached, and Iliana had learned enough about court smiles to know this one cost nothing. "Lady Iliana, I am so glad you could attend. The Duchess's voice carried. The room adjusted, conversations pausing just enough to let the words land. Your invitation was kind, Iliana said. I have been eager to make the acquaintance of more of the capital's households. Of course. Burrell's smile did not change. I heard of you kept busy. The Concordance revision keeps strange hours, I am told. The shot was precise. Iliana had been given the silver seal, but she had not yet attended a single revision session. Her first appearance was scheduled for the morning after next. I am still learning the rhythms, Iliana said. I would not want to attend unprepared. How prudent. Varel tilted her head. Your father always valued preparation. I remember him at the Thornwood hearings years ago. He came with 3 bound volumes of testimony. The clerks were quite impressed. The Thornwood hearings. The real ones. The ones that had been staged. Iliana kept her face still. My father believes in thoroughness. He does. Varel's eyes traveled over Iliana's face with the slow attention of someone memorizing a document. I hope you have inherited that quality. The revision will require it. The Duchess moved on before Iliana could answer, her hand touching the shoulder of a young baron as she passed, the touch a benediction or a judgment depending on how the room chose to read it. Iliana stood alone again. The whispers resumed. She stayed another hour. She spoke to 3 minor lords, 2 merchants' wives, and a secretary from the Regent's correspondence office who asked careful questions about Morvain Beach's winter grain estimates. She answered with numbers she had rehearsed, numbers that were true enough to survive scrutiny and vague enough to give nothing away. By the time she made her excuses, her jaw ached from holding its shape. The night air hit her face as she stepped onto the street, cold and sharp and clean. She stood for a moment, letting it fill her lungs, letting the tension drain from her shoulders. Iliana. She turned. Tristan stood at the corner of the townhouse, half in shadow, his cloak pulled high against the wind. He looked like he had not slept in days. You should not be here, she said. No. He did not move closer. But there is something you need to know. She crossed to him, her boots ringing on the frozen cobbles. Up close, she saw the hollows beneath his cheekbones, the way his hands staged his sides as if he did not trust them. I was at the garrison house this morning, he said. A transport arrived from the south before dawn. 1 prisoner, brought under guard from Morvain Reach. Iliana's blood went cold. Who? A mill reeve, from the village west of Thornwood. Tristan's voice was flat. He was taken 4 days ago. They have been questioning him since. For a moment, Iliana could not breathe. She had checked. She had sent word through Marin's network, confirmed that every living soul in the village knew to stay silent, knew that speaking would bring the purge they had barely survived. Who took him? Chancellor Marsik's men. They were already in the village before the bodies were cold. Tristan's jaw tightened. They told the reeve that Pelumir soldiers killed the 7 villagers, not the butchers, and they showed him witness forms with his own name already written on them. Iliana's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs to stop it. He is naming names, Six said. He has already named Garomir. He has named Tobin. He has named a woman with gray eyes who came to the village 3 times, asking questions about the grain. Her. He was describing her. They are bringing him to the Hall of Concordant Testimony tomorrow at noon. Masik has already filed a request for a public oathwork hearing. The street was silent around them. The moon was hidden. The cold was absolute. Iliana looked at Tristan, at the man who had warned her, who had crossed the line again to stand in front of her with news that should have condemned them both for the telling. Why are you here? She asked. He did not answer for a long moment. Because I still do not know which story I am in, he said, but I know who I want to be in yours. He turned and walked into the dark. Iliana stood alone on the frozen street, the weight of the coming hearing settling across her chest like a blade laid flat against bone. Tomorrow at noon, a witness who was naming her, and she had less than a day to decide how he would die. Chapter 46. She did not move for a long moment. The frozen street stretched empty in both directions. A single lamp burned above the townhouse door, casting her shadow long and thin across the cobbles. The cold had settled deep into her bones, past skin and muscle, into the narrow space between her ribs where her heart still beat too fast. Tristan had disappeared into the dark. She had not heard his footsteps fade. He had simply become shadow, then nothing, in the way a man learned when every step might be followed. She should go inside. She should find paper and ink and begin mapping every route through this problem that did not end with a blade in the Reeve's throat. She did not move. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of wood smoke from a dozen chimneys, the distant clatter of a night patrol's horse. The city breathed around her, indifferent, beautiful, full of people who would read about tomorrow's hero over breakfast and feel nothing. Iliana? She turned, and Tristan was there again. He had not gone far. He stood at the mouth of the alley beside the townhouse, still half in shadow, his cloak pulled tight. He held something in his gloved hand, small enough to close his fingers around. "I thought you left," she said. "I walked to the corner and stopped." His voice was rough, as if he had been shouting and the hoarseness had not worn off. "There are things I did not say." She crossed to him, each step deliberate. The frozen cobbles felt like accusation beneath her boots. "Your commander is watching you," she said. "You told me that." "Yes, and you came back anyway." Tristan's jaw worked. He looked past her, up the street, then back toward the square where the salon's last guests were still dispersing. When his eyes returned to hers, they held something she could not name. Not anger, not fear. Something that looked almost like grief, but sharper at the edges. "I was at the garrison house when the transport arrived," he said. "I heard what the Reeve told them before they started the proper questioning." "What did he say?" "He said he did not want to lie. He said he had seen Pelumir soldiers pull bodies from the mill before the fire spread. He said he knew the girl with gray eyes was not a killer because she had helped his daughter through a bad birth 3 winters ago." Iliana's breath caught. The village west of Thornwood. The mill Reeve whose name she had never learned. The daughter with the fever who had taken 3 days to deliver. The one Iliana had sat with through a sleepless night while Trobin argued that they should not be seen there. "He is not a liar," she said. "No, but they broke him. Not with pain, with time. They kept him in a room under the garrison for 4 days, alone, no window, no sound, no one to speak to. By the 3rd day, he was ready to sign whatever they put in front of him, just to hear a human voice." The image rose unbidden. A man she barely knew, sitting in the dark, slowly losing the shape of himself because he had helped her once. "When does he testify?" "Noon." Tristan's voice dropped. "They moved the hearing to the main hall. They want a crowd." Of course they did. Masikt did not just want a conviction. He wanted a spectacle, a public confession that would echo through every house in Aurenthal before the sun set. "If I reach him before then, you cannot. He is held in a locked room above the garrison forge, 3 guards outside the door, 2 below at the entrance. The only person who can authorize a visit is Chancellor Masik himself." She had known this. She had known it from the moment Tristan spoke the Reeve's name on the street. But hearing the shape of the cage did it real in a way that knowledge alone had not. "You still came back," she said again. Tristan held her gaze. In the dim light, his face looked carved from stone, the hollows beneath his cheekbones deep as wounds. "I came back because I am going to be there tomorrow," he said. "I drew the duty rotation before I knew what the hearing was about. They will put me on the testimony floor, 2 steps from the witness box, to ensure no one interferes." She understood before he finished speaking. He would be standing beside the Reeve when Iliana found a way to stop him. Either she would have to act through Tristan, which would condemn him as her accomplice, or she would have to find a path that left him clean, which meant moving without anyone seeing who had helped. "I did not ask for this," she said. "I know. I did not ask you to be there. I know that too." His hand opened. In his palm lay a key, dark iron with a single tooth at the end, worn smooth from years of use. A thin leather cord was studded through the head. "The Hall of Concordant Testimony has 3 entrances," he said. "The main doors, the servants' passage beneath the kitchens, and a door in the east wall that opens into the undercroft where the oathwork chambers are prepared. This opens the east door." She did not reach for it. "If I take this and you are discovered, I will not be discovered because I will not be the one who used it." He pressed the key into her hand. The metal was warm from his body, still carrying the heat of his palm through the leather of his glove. "Whatever you decide to do tomorrow, do it through that door. The guards on the east wall change at the half hour. You will have a 6-minute window between the bell and the new watch's arrival." The key sat in her palm, light, cold now, as the warmth began to fade. "Why are you doing this?" He did not answer. His hand closed around hers, pressing the key deeper into her skin. His thumb traced the edge of her palm once, a movement so small she barely felt it through the numbness of the cold. "Because I want to be in your story," he said. "Not the one the Empire writes about you, the one you will make." He released her hand and stepped back into the shadow of the alley. "Tomorrow at noon," he said. "Whatever you choose, I will be there." He turned and walked into the dark, and this time she heard his footsteps, steady and unhurried, the gait of a man who had already accepted the cost of being seen. Iliana stood alone on the frozen street. The key bit into her palm. She had less than 12 hours before the witness spoke, and the path she needed was now open. She did not yet know what she would find at the other end of it. Chapter 47. The key bit into her palm as Iliana moved through the pre-dawn streets. Aurenthal was still asleep, the windows dark, the cobblestones slick with frost that had not yet melted. She kept to the narrow passages behind the main thoroughfares, the ones Aloya had marked on the map fragments she had studied by candlelight in the townhouse's cold study. The Hall of Concordant Testimony rose ahead of her, pale stone catching the first gray light. She stopped at the corner, pressed herself into the shadow of a closed baker's stall, and watched. The east wall was bare. No guards visible. The change would come at the half hour, and the bell had not yet rung. She counted her breaths. The bell sounded, distant from the cathedral tower, the note carrying across the frozen city. Iliana moved. The east door was set into the wall at an angle that made it invisible from the main approach, a low arch of dark wood with iron bands that had rusted to orange along their edges. She pressed the key into the lock. It turned without resistance, the mechanism oiled recently. Someone had prepared this passage for her, or for someone else. The door swung inward onto darkness. She stepped through and closed it behind her, and the city vanished. The stairs descended in a tight spiral, each step worn concave by generations of feet. The air changed, grew cold and still, carrying the smell of old dust and something metallic that she recognized from the concordance page she had pressed against her ribs for 3 years. Insert witness name. Align testimony to concordance pattern H-7. Seal with oathwork before noon. Sitting, do not vary from prepared script. Below the template, in different ink, someone had written a name. Reeve Thomas Mallory. She touched the page. The ink was still dry, but the entry had been made recently, the letters sharp and unblurred by time. She began opening ledgers at random. Each one held the same structure: blank templates, prepared scripts, margin notes that showed how each testimony had been aligned to the concordance pattern that would make the Empire's version of events into legal truth. The names were different, the crimes were different, but the architecture was identical. Purge of Thornwood, Year 5. Purge of Thornwood, Year 12. House Everly Inquiry, Year 8. House Velen Debt Confirmation, Year 14. 23 houses, all of them processed through this room. She found the ledger for House Pelumir at the far end of the shelf, laid flat as if waiting for her. The first entry was dated the year of Iliana's mother's death. Preliminary concordance design initiated. Target pattern: instability, fiscal mismanagement, heir unsuitability, latent violence. Estimated timeline: 15 to 18 years. She read the entry again. 15 to 18 years. The conspiracy had not started 3 years ago when she woke in the nursery. It had started the year her mother died. The year Iloya was found barefoot and bleeding in the garden at dawn. She turned the page. Lord Granary Pelumir. Fracture point identified. Widowhood grief. Eldest daughter too visible. Heir too soft. Requires external pressure to accelerate behavioral alignment with target pattern. Recommends staged fiscal siege beginning in year 12. Below it, in the same hand that had written the concordance revision, a single line. Approved. Begin year 12 operations. Year 12. The year Iliana had woken in the nursery. The year the winter tithe audit had arrived with its fabricated arrears and inflated penalties. Someone had known she would come. Someone had planned for her. She heard footsteps, light, careful, coming from the corridor she had just left. Not the heavy tread of guards. Someone who knew how to move through this space without announcing themselves. Iliana closed the ledger. Her hand found the dagger at her belt. The footsteps stopped outside the door. She waited, her pulse steady, her body positioned so she could strike or flee depending on who entered. The door swung open. Lady Pernell Drachmont stood in the doorway, dressed in dark wool with no jewelry, her hair unbound. She looked like a woman who had risen early for ordinary business. She looked like she had known Iliana would be here. "Good morning," Pernell said. Her voice was calm, almost pleasant. "I wondered which door you would choose." Iliana did not lower the dagger. "You knew I would come. I knew you had a key. I did not know which direction you would take once you entered." Pernell stepped into the room, her gaze moving across the ledgers, the open volumes, the template for Reeve Thomas Mallory's testimony. "You found the archive. That is good. Most people stop at the first room. What is this place?" "The skeleton." Pernell gestured at the walls. "Every verdict, every confession, every legal truth that the Empire has produced for 30 years has passed through these rooms. The courtrooms upstairs are theater. This is where the script is written. You built this." "I maintain it. I did not build it. The machine was running long before I inherited it." Pernell's eyes met hers. "The question is what you intend to do with what you have found." Iliana's hand tightened on the dagger. "I intend to stop the Reeves testimony." "Yes, I assumed that was the goal." Pernell moved to the table, her fingers brushing the open ledger. "The question is how. You can destroy the template and the preparation notes, but Masik has copies in his private office. You can steal the Reeve, but you would have to get past 3 guards and 2 watchmen, and you would have to bring him somewhere he could not be found before noon. You can kill him, but that would confirm everything Masik intends to say about Pelumir in his absence." Each option, laid out with clinical precision. Iliana said nothing. "Or," Pernell said, "you can use the machine as it is designed to be used." The words hung in the cold air. "You are asking me to let the testimony proceed. I am asking you to choose which story you are willing to tell." Pernell's voice was soft now, almost gentle. "You came here with a key that someone gave you. You found a map that someone left for you. You are standing in a room that someone prepared for you. The question is whether you will write your own testimony or let someone else write it for you." Iliana looked at the open ledger, at the template with Reeve Mallory's name, at the margin notes that would turn his true words into a confession that did not belong to him. "Recruitment or arrest," she said. Pernell smiled, not a warm smile, a smile of recognition. "Those are still your options, but you have 1 hour before the guards change downstairs, and I want to see which one you choose." Chapter 48. The lessons begin. Pernell left the archive room without waiting for an answer. Iliana followed her through the corridor of ledgers, past the script assembly chamber with its rows of blank templates, past the oathwork calibration room where the prepared testimony for Reeve Thomas Mallory still lay open. The candlelight caught Pernell's unbound hair as she climbed the spiral stairs, her dark wool blending into the shadows. They emerged through a servant's door into a narrow courtyard behind the hall of concordant testimony. Dawn had not yet broken. The sky was a pale, bruised gray, and the frost on the cobblestones crackled under Iliana's boots. Pernell did not stop walking. She led Iliana through a covered passage, across a second courtyard, and into a townhouse pressed against the eastern wall of the Regent's tower. No servants greeted them at the door. No lamps had been lit. The interior smelled of old paper, beeswax, and the faint clove scent Iliana remembered from their first meeting at the Midwinter banquet years ago. Purnell hung her cloak on a hook by the door and walked into a study lined with documents, maps, and sealed rolls. She took a seat behind a wide desk without gesturing for Iliana to sit. "You have 1 hour before the guards change beneath the hall," she said. "You can spend that hour here, or you can spend it running toward the reeve. But if you choose the reeve, you choose to act without understanding the ground beneath your feet." Iliana stood in the doorway, the dagger still at her belt. "And if I stay? Then the lesson begins." Purnell slid a single sheet of paper across the desk. It was a treasury receipt dated 3 days before the mill attack. Iliana's name was written in the Pears line. Her seal, the ash tree sigil with the crescent moon, was pressed into the wax at the bottom. Iliana picked it up. The paper was good quality, thick and cream-colored, with the watermark of the Aurenthal Treasury Office. The ink was the same dark brown the keep used. The signature was close enough to hers that she had to look twice. "It is good work," Purnell said. "Whoever forged it had access to your writing and your seal. That suggests someone inside your household." "I know." "Do you know who?" Iliana set the paper down. "Not yet." "Then you are missing a limb and you do not know which hand holds the blade." Purnell leaned back. "That is your first lesson. The machine does not kill with armies. It kills with ink, paper, and the trust you press in people who share your roof." Iliana said nothing. Purnell pulled a second sheet from a drawer. This one was older. The paper yellowed at the edges. The ink faded to a rusty brown. It was a list of names, 23 of them, arranged in 3 columns. The houses purged at Thornwood. Iliana recognized the names from her mother's journal. House Velen, House Bronwick, House Averley, though that entry was marked with a note, deferred. "This is the original witness sheet," Purnell said. "Every name on this list was written by Retet Fezevin Faldemir's own hand, in this room, on this desk, before a single accusation was ever spoken aloud in a courtroom. The trials were theater. The verdicts were written here." She tapped the paper with one finger. "The question is not whether you can stop the Reeve's testimony. You can kill him, you can steal him, you can destroy his template and burn the ledger. But the machine will simply produce another witness, another template, another script. It has been doing so for 30 years. Iliana's hand rested on the back of the chair in front of her. She did not sit. "Then how do you stop it?" "You do not." Purnell's voice was soft. "You learn to steer it. You learn which levers adjust the narrative, which clerks can be turned, which seals can be borrowed, which doors have been left unlocked for the right price. You learn to write the script before the Regent does." She pushed the Thornwood list aside and pulled out a third sheet. This one was a dossier. Iliana's name was written at the top. Below it, in small, precise handwriting, a timeline of inconsistencies that made her blood go gold. Pelumir, Iliana. Second daughter of Garomir and Saravin Pelumir. Age 8. Severe fever following riding accident. Bedridden 8 days. No records of delirium consistent with head trauma. Age 9. Begins demonstrating literacy and numeracy beyond your education level. Cannot explain source of knowledge. Age 10. Intercepts a fabricated grain shortfall at Harrowfield Mill. Identifies accounting errors no adult in the household had yet caught. Age 12. Blocks a punitive levy through correspondence network no child should have been able to sustain. Age 14. Orchestrates the destruction of an armed conspiracy targeting House Pelumir's provincial holdings. Leads an Isalt. Kills 2 men with her own hand. Behavioral profile. Subject displays adult reasoning, advanced strategic thinking, and a capacity for violence inconsistent with documented upbringing. Has no close friends outside immediate family. Seems to anticipate events before they occur. Conclusion. The person calling herself Iliana Pelumir is not the child who fell from a horse at age 8. The question is who she is, and where she learned what she knows. Iliana read it twice. The room was very quiet. Purnell watched her with the patience of someone who had already waited years for this moment. "I have been building this file since you were 9, she said. I have kept it from the Regent, from Masik, from everyone who would use it to destroy you. I have let you grow and test and make mistakes because I wanted to see what you would become. She folded her hands on the desk. Now I have seen, and I am asking you directly, because I believe in direct questions. Her eyes did not waver. Who is sitting behind Pelumir eyes, Iliana? And what did she leave behind when she came here? The candle guttered. Iliana stood with the dossier in her hands, the weight of Purnell's knowledge pressing against her chest. She had prepared for exposure. She had prepared for threats, for blackmail, for the cold steel of an arrest order. She had not prepared for someone to simply ask. And that, she realized, was the most dangerous question of all. Chapter 49. The truth sat in her throat like a bone she could neither swallow nor spit out. Iliana held Purnell's gaze across the desk. The dossier lay between them, its pages full of years she had thought invisible, every inconsistency catalogued in someone else's hand. The candle guttered again, shadows stretching and shrinking along the walls. You want to know who I am? Purnell did not blink. I want to know who taught you, who sent you, what you left behind so you could arrive here knowing what a 9-year-old should not. Iliana's hand moved to the edge of the dossier. The paper was warm from her grip. I remember a life before this one. The words came out flat, stripped of drama. She did not know they were coming until they left her mouth. Purnell's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a hunter settling into stillness as the prey finally stepped into the open. Pieces, Iliana said. Not a full life. Moments. A kitchen. Cold. A door that would not open. A woman's voice I cannot attach to a face. Knowledge I should not have, about how the world works, about how people think, about what comes next. She paused. The lie, the truth, the space between them. I cannot explain it. I have never been able to explain it. I woke in the nursery at age 8 with blood on my tongue and memories that did not belong to me. The riding accident did not give me this. It simply uncovered what was already there. Purnell watched her for a long moment. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked. Somewhere in the townhouse a board creaked under a servant's foot. You are telling me you were born with another person's mind. I am telling you I do not know what I was born with. Iliana met her eyes. I know what I have now. A memory of cold and a locked door. A knowledge of patterns I should never have learned. A sense that I have already lived something like this before and failed. The admission scraped something raw inside her. She had never spoken the full shape of it. Not to Granary, not to Tristan, not even to herself in the dark hours before dawn. She had always held the truth behind a wall of half-answers and deflections. Purnell leaned back. Her fingers tapped once on the dossier, a soft, deliberate sound. A fracture, she said, not a heresy. I beg your pardon? You expected me to call it possession. Demon-touched, a soul stolen from the ancestors. Purnell's mouth curved, not quite a smile. I've seen stranger things in 30 years of watching the Empire's hidden machinery. A woman who dreamed the plague that killed her husband 3 days before his fever broke. A child who described the coronation of Aldemir II in perfect detail, a ceremony that burned in the archives before he was born. The world is full of cracks, Iliana. People fall through them. Sometimes they come back carrying things they should not know. The candle flame steadied. Iliana's chest felt strange, lighter and heavier at once. You do not find it impossible. I find it useful. Purnell pulled a fresh sheet from the drawer, this one bearing a treasury seal Iliana did not recognize. Because if you are telling the truth, if you truly carry knowledge from beyond this room, then you already understand the next piece of this conversation. She turned the paper around. It was a ledger's page, copied by hand, listing debts and repayment schedules for 2 houses Iliana knew by name. House Bronwick's surviving branch and House Averley's southern holdings. Both were marked with a red column note. Treasury action imminent. Assets to be seized within the month. Masik is not waiting for the hearing, Purnell said. He is moving against your allies now, before you can rally them. The public oath work tomorrow is the axe. These are the cuts that make sure no one can catch the pieces. Iliana read the figures twice. House Bronwick was already 3 years into recovery from the original Thornwood purge. House Averley had been deferring their debt to keep their eldest son's marriage contract viable. If both fell within the same month, no southern house would risk standing with Pelumir. "There is a way to stop it," she said. It was not a question. Penel nodded. "An imperial arbitration. 3 days from now in the Regent's Tower. The Treasury will present its case for seizure. A witness from a neutral house can argue for deferment, challenge the debt calculation, force a revision period that buys Bronwick and Averley until spring. And that witness must be credible. Someone who knows the southern accounts, someone the court has already seen in the chamber. Someone who has just accepted a concordance revision seat and is learning to steer the machine." Penel's eyes held hers. "You will not be Pelumir's hidden hand any longer, Iliana. You will walk into a public chamber, sit at a table, and speak aloud where everyone can hear you. Masik will see you coming. The Regent will watch you move, and you will do it anyway. Because if you do not, your allies will be stripped before spring planting, and Pelumir will stand alone when the next blow falls." The room contracted around Iliana. She could feel the weight of it, the public exposure, the end of operating from shadow. Penel was not offering her a choice. She was offering her the only door that remained. 3 days, Iliana said. 3 days until you walk into a room full of people who want to destroy you, and you smile at them while you take their leverage apart. Penel's voice was soft. "That is the lesson I came to teach you. Not how to hide, how to stand in full view and still win." Iliana looked down at the dossier, at the ledger, at the proof of years she had never belonged here. "If I do this, Masik will know exactly who he is fighting. He already suspects. Let him see." Penel folded the treasury sheet and slid it across the desk. "The question is whether you are ready to be seen." The candle sputtered. Iliana picked up the paper. Her hand was steady. "Tell me what I need to say." Chapter 50. The arbitration chamber smelled of old wood and older ink, the Regent's Tower rising around them in rings of carved stone and witness galleries packed with the city's hunger for spectacle. Iliana sat at the table Penel had chosen for her, 2 steps from the treasury clerks, 4 from Chancellor Moskik's council table, close enough to see the way Bronwick's representative held his breath. Across the chamber, Mostik arranged papers with deliberate calm. He did not look at her. That was the first sign he knew she was coming. "Imperial Treasury Petition," the chambermaster announced. "Seizure of House Bronwick grain stores, livestock, and standing timber for arrears on the spring restoration loan. Seizure of House Averley Western Holdings for failure to meet harvest tithe obligations over 2 consecutive seasons." Mostik rose. His voice carried the weight of a man who had done this 100 times. The Bronwick loan was extended under good faith to support recovery from the Thornwood unrest. House Bronwick received the grain, the breeding stock, the lumber credits. They have failed to remit payment for 3 consecutive quarters. The Treasury cannot carry debt accounts. He paused. Let the silence work. House Averley's tithe obligations are a matter of public record. 2 seasons of shortfall. The Western holdings are collateral written into the original agreement. We are not asking for anything the House did not sign. Iliana watched his hands, flat on the table, no tremor. He had rehearsed this. The chambermaster turned. "The petitioner for deferment, identify yourself and your standing." Iliana rose. "Lady Iliana Pelumir, concordance revision signatory, witness appointed by neutral house arbitration provision." She heard the ripple move through the gallery. Pelumir, the name that had been whispered through 6 days of court gossip. The house that had killed the butchers and survived. She had practiced Penel's lesson that morning in the cold glass of the townhouse window. "You are not here to refute innocence. You are here to make the numbers lie so badly that no one trusts them again." "Your Grace." She faced the dais where Chancellor Moskik's senior clerk presided. The Regent was not here. That was deliberate too. A procedural hearing, not a royal audience. Mostik wanted the seizures done quietly. She would make it very loud. House Bronwit's restoration loan bears a repayment schedule designed for a harvest yield of 9 bushels per acre. The documented yield for the 3 seasons in question was 6, 5, and 7 bushels per acre respectively, adjusted for a late frost and an unseasonal dry spell. She laid out the first paper. These are the quartermaster's own tallies from the Bronwit storehouses, sealed by a treasury witness and filed with the correspondence office. The clerk took the paper. Read it. Frowned. The quarterly assessments the Treasury is using for its seizure claim are based on a projected yield of 9 bushels per acre. The same fields, the same seed, the same quartermaster. The discrepancy is 3 bushels per acre per quarter. Mostic's junior clerk leaned in, whispering. Mostic's jaw did something small. Iliana did not wait for him to recover. 3 bushels per acre over 53 acres of plantive land produces a fault of 159 bushels per quarter. Across 3 quarters, that is a 477 bushel gap between what the Treasury claims Bonwick owes and what the Treasury's own witness recorded as harvest. She turned to the gallery, not to the clerk. She wanted them to see her face. This is a lie, written into a seizure petition, sealed by Chancellor Mostic's office, and presented to this chamber as legal truth. The silence was absolute. Then, Mostic moved. Lady Iliana, his voice soft, almost courteous. You accuse this office of fabricating evidence. I accuse your office of using projected yields instead of recorded yields. The difference is 477 bushels of debt that does not exist. I will not. The Averley case is worse. She did not let him finish. House Averley's tithe shortfall is calculated against a boundary measurement that was revised in 1408. The revised measurement added 12 acres of stony hillside to their assessed farmland. Hillside that was surveyed as woodland in 1402 and never produced a tithe bushel in the history of the house. She laid out the second paper. The original boundary map is here, sealed by the surveyor's office in 1402. The revised map showing the additional 12 acres was filed in 1408 by a surveyor whose office was dissolved in 1410 for irregularities in his measurement records. The chambermaster's pen had stopped moving. House Averley has been paying tithe on 12 acres of woodland for 18 years. That is the shortfall the Treasury is now using to seize their western holdings. The gallery began to murmur. Mostic's council table had gone still. Iliana let the silence stretch. Then she delivered the line Penel had given her, the one that would make her unforgettable. I did not come here to argue that the debt should be forgiven. I came here to argue that the debt never existed, and that the Treasury has been collecting on a ghost for 18 years. The clerk's face had lost its professional neutrality. This is a grave accusation, Lady Iliana. It is a grave pattern. She looked directly at Mostic. And I have more. She had paired 7 separate challenges, 4 for Bonwick, 3 for Averley. Penel had called it overkill. Iliana had called it insurance. She laid out the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th challenges. Supply chain inflation on the Bonwick loan materials, a forged inspection date on the logging assessment, a signature discrepancy on the original tithe adjustment for Averley. By the time she finished, the chambermaster was taking notes as if his life depended on it. Mostic's junior clerk had stopped whispering. He was just staring. The gallery was no longer murmuring. They were watching Iliana with the stillness of people watching a blade being drawn. Mostic rose. Lady Iliana has presented a thorough alternate accounting. His voice was granite. The Treasury will review the documents she had provided and respond within the staggered 30-day window. A revision period, Iliana said. Not a response. The arbitration provision requires the Treasury to defer seizure until the revision period expires, if the challenge meets the evidentiary threshold. The chambermaster consulted his codex. His eyes moved. His lips moved. Lady Iliana is correct, he said. The words seemed to cost him something. Then the seizures are deferred. Iliana's voice carried no triumph. She had learned that from Purnell too. Never let them see you enjoy it. Mostic's eyes met hers for the first time. Cold. Measuring. The man who had covered a decade of his career with eyes like that did not have a decade left. She saw him realize it. The doors at the back of the chamber opened. Regent Fissim and Aldermere walked in. The gallery stood. The clerks scrambled. Mostic's face did something that might have been shock or might have been calculation. Iliana stayed exactly where she was. Fissim did not look at her as he took the seat at the high table. He looked at the papers, the ledgers, the maps. I was informed that would be a hearing today. His voice carried the warmth of a man discussing weather. I found myself with time. He picked up the Braunwick yield report. Read it. Set it down. This is the Treasury's own filing. Yes, Your Grace. The Chambermaster's voice cracked. And this is the discrepancy Lady Iliana identified. Yes, Your Grace. Fissim looked at her. His pale eyes were calm, architectural. You came prepared, Lady Iliana. I came with facts, Your Grace. The Treasury brought projections. The silence stretched. The gallery held its breath. Then Fissim smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was a smile of assessment, of recognition. Chancellor Mostic. Fissim's voice did not rise. I will want the complete audit trail for both accounts in my study by morning. Mostic inclined his head, a precise, controlled motion. Of course, Your Grace. Fissim rose. He paused at the door. The Braunwick yield report. Read it. Set it down. This is the Treasury's own filing. Yes, Your Grace. I'm immediately kiling through the complication of your Hawa, and all these sort of understand as positivity. I knew as people's world peoples take this Wurchinkle Moors. Mostic indicated shinny before we clam. This is like a system persinid unna. It isn't to quite for the whole, but I know nothing for existed here. For the devident which is almost will droist out of more than many features approx or rights. I don't know how we leave. There's just no I'd, but they have starters, back my shop. Iliana did not move. Mostic's gaze was on her, colder than winter slate. She had won. She had made herself a target. The gallery rose and the chamber began to empty. Iliana stayed at the table, her hands flat on the paper she had just used to rewrite the morning. Purnell appeared at her elbow. That, Purnell said, was a public baptism. He knows. Of course he knows. He came to watch. Purnell's voice was low. And he stayed to bless you. Bless me? Iliana looked at her. That was a blessing. It was a mark. Well argued. Those two words will reach every ear in Aurenthal by nightfall. Now every house will know the Regent has noticed Pelumir's hidden daughter. Iliana felt the weight of it pressing against her ribs, the first cut of being seen. She reached for her papers, and her hand touched something smooth beneath the ledger. A single folded note, left while she had been speaking. The ink was still wet. She opened it beneath the table, shielding it from Purnell's view. A line of neat, familiar script. You are not the only one who can rewrite a script. The Reeve testifies at dusk. Someone moved the hearing. Chapter 51. The conservatory sat at the heart of the Nemec wing, a glass cage where winter could not reach. Iliana found Aloea among the roses, not seated, not waiting. Standing with her back to the door, one hand resting on a bloom so dark it looked almost black in the pale light. The petals bent beneath her fingers but did not break. You came fast. Aloea did not turn. I wondered if you would. How did you know I was free? I watched the arbitration from the gallery. Aloea turned then, and her face was smaller and sharper than the last time Iliana had seen it in the chapel. You were very good. Masick expected a child who had memorized a few pages. He did not expect someone who had read the original surveys. Iliana stayed by the door. The note, she said. Was it yours? I do not leave wet ink in strangers' papers. He did not expect someone who had read the original surveys. Iliana stayed by the door. The note, she said. Was it yours? I do not leave wet ink in strangers' papers. Aloea's mouth curved, but there was no amusement in it. But I know who did, and I know why. Tell me. First, sit. You have been standing in a chamber of knives for the past hour, and if you fall now, it will not be because you were outthought. Iliana did not sit. Aloea sighed. a sound that carried the weight of years spent in rooms where no one told the truth. The betrothal is real. The negotiations with House Averley are not a rumor Lord Varen's people spread to test the water. They are nearly complete. Your uncle signed it. My uncle wrote it. Ilya's voice did not change, but her hand tightened on the rose. I am anemic. I was useful here because the court believed I had no faction, no loyalty, no reach. The moment they realized I had been feeding information to a Pelumir, I became a liability. And liabilities are traded south before the snow melts. Iliana felt the shape of it settle against her ribs. You warned me anyway. I owed your mother more than silence. Ilya released the rose. A single petal fell, dark as old blood, and landed on the white stone. And now I am asking you to owe me something in return. What? If I am sent to House Averley, if the contract closes and I am taken south, you will not waste what we have found. Ilya's dark eyes held Iliana's. The truth about your mother. The records beneath the horror, the names in the ledger. You will use them. You will not bury them to keep yourself safe. Iliana thought of the note in her pocket, the Reeve testifying at dusk, the second player rewriting scripts. I cannot promise I will survive long enough to use anything. I am not asking you to promise survival. Ilya stepped closer. I am asking you to promise purpose. The conservatory was warm. The roses were too red, too heavy, their scent pressing against the glass like something trapped. Why me? Iliana asked. Why not Pernell? She has the archive. She has the dossier. She could expose the conspiracy with a single letter. Pernell serves the machine. Ilya's voice carried no judgment, only fact. She believes she can steer it, but she will never break it. You are the only one who came here without wanting to inherit what the Empire built. Iliana looked at the fallen petal. And your mother knew it. Ilya's voice dropped. She told me once, years before she died, that if the Empire ever came for House Pelumir, it would not come through Goromir. It would come through a woman her blood had not yet met. The words landed like a blade between ribs. Iliana's throat closed. What did she mean? I do not know. Ilya's smile was thin and tired. But I think she was not speaking of Casnia. The conservatory held its breath. Iliana reached into her pocket and pulled out the note. The Reeve testifies at dusk, she said. Someone moved the hearing. Someone who wants me to know they are watching. Ilya took the note. Read it. Her face did not change. You have an ally you have not met yet, or an enemy who wants me to think I do. Both are possible. Ilya handed the note back. But the timing is specific. Dusk, not noon. Whoever moved the hearing is giving you a narrow window to act, and they knew you would come to me first. Iliana looked at her. Can you still reach the east door? If I move before the half-hour bell. Then go. Ilya's voice was quiet. And remember what I asked of you. Iliana turned toward the door. Lady Iliana. She stopped. Ilya had picked up the fallen petal. She held it between thumb and forefinger, dark against her pale skin. If I am gone when you come back, she said, do not look for me. Do not try to stop the contract. I will survive Everly. I have survived worse. Iliana met her eyes. And if I cannot let you go? Ilya's smile was hollow and real and final. Then you will learn what your mother understood. Some debts cannot be repaid. They can only be honored. The petal fell from her fingers. Iliana walked out into the cold. The half-hour bell had not yet rung. She had maybe a dozen minutes before the guards changed, before the east door opened, before she found out whether the note was a gift or a trap. She ran. Chapter 52. The commendation ceremony lasted 43 minutes. Tristan stood at attention in the third rank, polished steel catching the hall's winter light, and listened to the Secretary of Works read the names of men who had done nothing but follow orders while the Empire burned a mill village and called it justice. Captain Halvar received a silver clasp for decisive deployment during the Thornwood unrest. Lieutenant Marston received a signed citation for maintaining civil order during the Treasury review period. Tristan's own name was read without warning. For exemplary conduct in the verification of Imperial grain stores during the first winter assessment, he stepped forward. The secretary pinned a bronze seal to his collar. The hall applauded. Tristan bowed. The bronze seal was cold against his throat, and he could not stop thinking about the reeve, locked above the garrison forge, broken by isolation, and waiting to speak words someone else had written for him. He had seen the template. Iliana had shown him everything. The machinery worked because good men performed small duties without asking who they served. Every clasp, every citation, every seal pinned to a uniform by candlelight and approving faces, each one was a link in the chain that would drag House Pelumir into the ground. He stood through the rest of the ceremony with his hands clasped behind his back and his face empty. When it ended, he walked out through the side door before anyone could congratulate him. The cold hit his face like a slap. He crossed the outer courtyard at a measured pace, not running, never running, past the garrison forge where the reeve would sleep one more night before being led to the witness box, past the east wall where Iliana had slipped through the door at dusk, past the servants who lowered their eyes when his rank caught their attention. He reached the empty training yard behind the Norse barracks and stopped. The snow had been trampled to gray slush by morning drills. A practice dummy stood against the far wall, its straw chest marked with scores of blade test cuts. The sky above the yard was the color of old pewter. Tristan drew his sword. He did not practice a form. He did not work through a sequence. He simply held the blade, point down, and looked at the reflection of his own face in the steel. He looked tired. He looked like a man who had been pretending to believe in something he no longer believed at all. A door opened behind him. He did not turn. "You missed the reception," a voice said. Lieutenant Marston, the same man who had accepted a citation for maintaining civil order, while knowing full well what civil order meant in the context of Thornwood. "I needed air." Air. Marston's boots crunched through the slush. He stopped 3 paces to Tristan's left, close enough to speak quietly, far enough to retreat if challenged. "You looked like a man swallowing broken glass during the pinning." Tristan slid the sword back into its sheath. "I am dropping for the recognition." "Of course you are." Marston's voice carried no mockery, only the flat weariness of a man who had seen too many ceremonies to mistake them for truth. "I stood exactly where you are standing now after the purge of Thornwood. Told myself the seals meant something, that I had earned them." Tristan turned. Marston was younger than he looked in the hall, mid-30s, with a scar cutting through his left eyebrow, and the kind of stillness that came from learning to hold still while worse men made decisions. "You were at Thornwood." "I was at the cleanup." Marston's jaw tightened. "Arrived the morning after. Saw what 17 bodies look like when they have been arranged to match a witness form." The words landed between them like stones. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I know who you have been meeting." Marston held his gaze. "And because I know what you are feeling right now, because I felt it too, and I chose to bury it. I have spent 12 years trying to drink that choice out of my blood." Tristan's hand stayed on his sword hilt. "I do not know what you think you saw. I saw you leave the East Barracks at dusk on the night the Pelumir girl arrived at court. I saw you return without your cloak." Marston's voice dropped. "I am not going to report you. I am not going to warn the Chancellor. I am telling you because someone told me, once, and I was too afraid to listen." The yard was very quiet. "The reeve testifies at dusk tomorrow," Marston said. "They are moving him to the Hall of Concordant Testimony at noon for pre-examination. If you are going to act, you have between the noon bell and the dusk bell to do it." Tristan's pulse beat in the throat. "Why are you helping me?" Marston looked at the practice dummy, the scored straw chest, the sword marks that would never heal. "Because when I was your age, I stood in this same yard and let a man walk into a trap because I was too loyal to ask what I was protecting." He met Tristan's eyes. "If you are going to fall for something that will let you sleep." He turned and walked back toward the barracks without waiting for an answer. The door closed. Tristan stood alone in the gray light, the bronze seal cold against his throat, Marston's words settling into his ribs like splinters. Noon to dusk. A window. A choice. He thought of Iliana, the way she had looked at him in the carriage after the arbitration, the note pressed between her fingers, the shape of a secret she was still holding back. She had not told him who wrote the warning. She had not told him what she planned to do about it. She was still moving alone. She would go to the Reeve before the testimony. She would try to steal him, or silence him, or use the machine Pernell had shown her. She would do it without asking anyone to share the cost, because that was who she had become. Someone who carried weight until her spine bent under it rather than let the people she loved feel the burden. Tristan drew his sword again. This time he worked through the forms. The blade cut air. The steel sang. His breath steamed in the cold and his arms burned, and he moved through each position with the precision of a man who had nothing left but the muscle memory of duty. He finished with the point pressed against the frozen ground, the hilt warm in his palm. A bell rang in the distance, the noon bell. He had until dusk. He sheathed the sword, unpinned the bronze seal from his collar, and held it in his palm. The metal was light. The commendation meant nothing. The men who had applauded him would applaud the execution order with the same enthusiasm. Tristan closed his fist around the seal. He walked toward the east gate. The guards nodded as he passed. They did not ask where he was going. They did not need to. He was a knight of the court, decorated, trusted, covered by the same institutional faith that had pinned crowns to his collar and called it honor. He reached the gate. The street beyond was empty. The half-moon door in the east wall of the Hall of Concordant Testimony was visible from here, a dark gap between two merchant houses, the same door Iliana had used at dusk. He had given her the key. He had told her he wanted to be in her story. And now he stood at the edge of that story, holding a piece of metal that proved the Empire trusted him, and he understood with terrible clarity that the Empire's trust was the heaviest weight he had ever carried. Because if he kept it, he would have to stand witness. He would have to watch the Reeve speak words written by a machine that had been killing families for 30 years. He would have to do nothing. Tristan looked at the door. Then he looked at the seal in his hand, turned, and walked back toward the garrison, where the Reeve was waiting in a locked room above the forge, and where the truth, whatever it was, would either be spoken or silenced before the sun set. Chapter 53. The back cellar at Bracken Keep smelled of ink and dust and the faint wax residue of seals that had been pressed and broken and pressed again over 40 years of correspondence. Casnia sat at the writing table with her sleeves pinned back, 3 completed letters drying on the blotter and a 4th half-finished under her hand. The morning light through the east window caught the tremor in her wrist, a fine vibration she could not still no matter how she braced her elbow. She had been writing since dawn. The first letter went to Lady Morna Harwith, a widow in the Eastern Reach, who managed 3 mills and a timber claim that supplied half the southern guilds. Casnia had met her once, at a harvest feast 4 years ago, and remembered she drank her wine cut with water and watched the door while pretending to laugh at jokes. I write not as House Pelumir's eldest daughter, but as a woman who understands that land held alone is land that can be seized. If you have 100 Stedamonish Crassadet Tressling for Trisny a quarter, I would welcome a quiet conversation before the snow melts. The second letter went to a trade factor in Thornwood Cross, who had once owed Casnia's mother a debt for grain advanced during a bad spring. The debt had never been collected. Casnia collected it now, in the form of monthly reports on which imperial collectors traveled the southern roads and what seals they carried. The third letter went to a cousin on her mother's side, a woman named Sereth, who had married into a minor house on the coast and who sent polite, empty holiday notes every winter. Casnia had kept every one of them. She had read them for subtext, for the things Sereth did not say, and she had found, buried in the third year's note, a single line that read, "The tides have changed. The harbor master answers to a new seal now." She had not understood that line when she was 15. She understood it now. Casnia signed the 4th letter with her full name, not her title, and set the quill in the tray. The ink was still wet. The words were precise, chosen for their weight and their deniability, the kind of language that could be read as courteous inquiry or as an invitation to conspiracy, depending on who opened the seal. She had learned that from watching Iliana. The thought settled in her chest like a stone. She folded the letter, poured the wax, pressed the polymer seal into the scarlet circle. The impression was clean. The ash tree pommel, the crossed branches, the motto she had never fully understood until this year. We bend, we hold. The door opened. Tobin stood in the frame with a tray of bread and cold meat, his reddish hair catching the light, his face thinner than it had been a month ago. Merrin said you had not eaten. I will eat. She said you would say that and I should wait until you actually did. Casnia looked at the tray. The bread was still warm. Tobin had carried it up from the kitchen himself instead of sending a servant, which meant he wanted something, or he was worried enough to bring it personally. She took a piece of bread. Tobin sat on the edge of the writing table, careful not to disturb the drying letters. You have been at this since dawn. I have. Are you going to tell me what you are doing, or am I supposed to guess? Casnia chewed the bread. It tasted like nothing. She swallowed and reached for the water cup. I am building a net. A net for what? For information, for leverage, for people who owe us debts they have forgotten, and people who might owe us new ones before the spring. She set the cup down. Iliana is in Aurenthal playing Purnell's game and the Regent's game and whatever other game the court has laid out for her. Granary is watching the southern roads and counting how many retainers we have left. Someone has to hold the ground they are standing on. Tobin said nothing. I know you think I am the sister who smiles and pours tea and lets other people carry the weight. Casnia's voice did not waver. I let her think that too. I let everyone think that, because if I am the bright, harmless one, no one watches what I write. The silence stretched. How long? Tobin asked quietly. Since the orchard, the night Iliana killed that man. Yes. Casnia looked at her hands. I watched her come back with blood on her sleeve and something in her eyes I did not recognize, and I realized I had been standing on the side of the road, waiting for the war to end instead of learning how to fight it. She picked up the fourth letter, folded it, and sealed it with a second drop of wax. The cousin on mother's side wrote back within the week. She's been watching the coastal harbor master shift allegiance toward Aurenthal for 2 seasons. She gave me names, dates, ship manifests. Casnia met Tobin's eyes. Our mother had been building a network for years before she died. Sareth was part of it. She is still part of it. She has been waiting for one of us to ask. Tobin's breath caught. She never told us, he said. She was protecting us. Casnia set the sealed letter on the stack. Or she was waiting until we were old enough to carry it. I do not know which. I do not think it matters anymore. A knock at the door. Merrin stepped in, her hard face unreadable, a folded dispatch in her hand. From the southern road, my lady, brought by a rider who did not give his name. Casnia took the dispatch. The seal was unfamiliar, a single bent branch pressed into gray wax, no house colors, no identifying marks. She broke it open and read the single line of text inside. Her face went still. What is it? Tobin asked. Casnia read the line again, then held the paper out for him to see. The last letter was read by Aurenthal before it reached your cousin. I know who opened it. Meet me at the Tribunal of Ash on the old mill road before the next bell, and I will give you his name. No signature, no house, just the bent branch seal and the cold certainty that someone inside the Southern Alliance was feeding information to the court and that the traitor wanted to negotiate face-to-face before the next dispatch. Tobin looked up from the paper. It could be a trap. It could be. Casnia folded the dispatch and tucked it into her sleeve. But if it is not, I have just found the thread that will unravel whoever is selling our family to Mesquite's office. She stood. Merrin, have my horse saddled. Tell no where I am going. Merrin nodded once and left. Tobin grabbed Casnia's wrist before she reached the door. Let me come with you. No. I am the heir. If something happens to you, then you will be the one who holds the net. Casnia pressed her hand over his, brief and warm. That is why you stay. Because if I do not come back, someone needs to know what I found today. She walked out into the corridor. The morning light had shifted, colder now, throwing long shadows across the stone floor. The ash tree at the old mill road had fallen 3 winters ago in a storm. She knew exactly where it lay. And she knew, with the same certainty that had driven her to wake before dawn and write 4 letters before the household stirred, that whoever was waiting for her under that dead tree had already decided whether she would walk away from this meeting or whether someone would have to carry her back to the keep. The dispatch was still warm from the writer's hand. She pressed it against her ribs, where it felt like a second heartbeat, and walked toward the stables. Chapter 54. The archive labyrinth stretched deeper than Iliana had expected, each corridor narrower than the last, the air growing still and cool as the stone drank the warmth from her skin. Shelves of bundled records lined both walls, their spines marked in fading ink, dates and house names she recognized from Eloia's decoded letters. She counted doors, 14 paces between each one. The third door from the stair had a lock that gleamed, recently oiled, the brass still bright where fingers had touched it. Iliana pressed her palm against the wood and pushed. The room beyond was small, no larger than a pantry, with a single reading desk bolted to the floor and a row of ledgers bound in gray leather. No dust on the desk. Someone had been here within the week. She pulled the nearest ledger and carried it to the desk, the binding stiff, the pages dry but not brittle. The cover read, Southern March Genealogical Annex, 1372, 1383, the year range stamped in gold that had not yet tarnished. Inside, the handwriting shifted between 3 clerks, neat and uniform, recording births, betrothals, land transfers, and death dates for minor houses along the southern rivers. She found House Pelumir entries scattered through the middle pages. Her grandmother's marriage contract, a land division between 2 branches, a note about a dowry that had never been collected. Then she found her mother's name. Lyra Velen Pelumir, second daughter of House Velen, wed Lord Granary Pelumir in the spring of the 1343 concordance year. The entry was unremarkable. A dozen similar lines filled the page for other women, but the ink was wrong, darker than the surrounding text, the letter forms slightly narrower, as if written with a different hand and a different intent. Iliana tilted the ledger toward the candle on the desk. The loop of the L in Lyra had been traced over, the original stroke visible beneath, lighter and more angled. A woman's handwriting, perhaps, looser, faster. Someone had come back to this page after it was written and pressed fresh ink into the old letters, thickening them, changing nothing and everything. She turned the page. The annex continued for another 3 leaves, then stopped. The remaining pages had been cut away, the stubs still visible in the binding, the blade that severed them clean and professional. No ragged tearing, no hurry. On the final intact page, a marginal note in the same narrow ink read, See corrected compact, 1344, Southern Witness Roll 7C. Iliana copied the reference into her sleeve with a nub of charcoal she carried for such moments, then closed the ledger and returned it to the shelf. Her hands were steady. Her heart was not. The compact roll was 2 racks over, stored horizontal in a box of black wood with a silver latch. She lifted the lid and found a single sheet of parchment, larger than the ledgers, folded twice and sealed with a wafer of red wax that had cracked with age. The seal bore no house crest, just a circle, empty, as if the owner had chosen not to mark it. She broke the wax and unfolded the sheet. The compact was dated 1344, signed by 7 names, 3 mill guildmasters, 2 river barons, Lady Pernell Drachmond, and, at the bottom, in the same loose, angled hand she had seen beneath the overwritten letters, her mother's signature. Lyra Velen Pelumir, followed by a date stamp. The text was plain, unadorned by legal flourish. The signatories bound themselves to mutual witness, to share treasury documents, to refuse separate audits, and to pledge that no house among them would be broken without the others knowing the true cause. It was not a rebellion. It was a shield, built by women and tradesmen who had seen what the empire did to houses that stood alone, and it had been erased. Iliana turned the sheet over, The back was blank except for a single line in a different hand, sharp and precise, the ink still dark enough to read clearly. Annexed to 7C. No further action required. The handwriting matched the margin note in the genealogical ledger. It matched nothing else she had seen in the archive. Not Purnell's careful script, not the clerk's neat loops, not the Regent's architectural hand on the stolen concordance page. Someone in Vesmeem's circle had found this compact, annotated it, filed it away, and then ordered the genealogical annex cut short to hide the thread that led here. Iliana pressed her thumb against the empty seal on the folded parchment. No house colors, no identifying mark, a compact built to be invisible, signed by people who knew that being seen meant being destroyed. Her mother had been one of them. She thought of Aloya's words in the conservatory, how she owed Iliana's mother more than silence, how the Empire would come for House Pelumir through a woman her blood had not yet met. Not a prophecy, perhaps. A warning passed down from a woman who had already watched the Empire erase her compact and was trying to arm a daughter she would not live to see. Iliana folded the compact carefully, the old parchment crackling, and tucked it inside her coat beside the warning note from the arbitration chamber. 2 documents, both hidden, both written by people who had chosen to fight from the shadows because the light would have killed them. Footsteps in the corridor. She blew out the candle and pressed herself into the corner behind the open door, her breath held, her fingers finding the short blade tucked inside her boot. The footsteps passed without slowing, regular and unhurried, a clerk making a circuit, not a hunter searching. She waited until the sound faded, then counted to 60 before she moved. The corridor was empty. The candle she had extinguished was still warm, but the air had begun to cool around it. She left the archive room as she had found it, door closed, ledger replaced, the broken seal on the compact the only sign anyone had been here at all. She did not go back the way she had come. Instead, she followed the corridor deeper, past more locked doors, past shelves of records she did not have time to read, until she found a narrow stair spiraling up toward a faint line of gray light. The stair opened into a storage alcove behind a chandler's shop on a street she did not recognize, the air thick with tallow and wax. She stepped out into the cold, pulling her collar up, and walked until she found a corner where she could stop and breathe. The compact was still warm against her ribs. Her mother had been building a shield, and someone had cut it down, page by page, name by name, until only a single folded sheet remained in a black box that no one was supposed to open. The question was not who had done it. She already knew the answer lived in the Regent's tower, in offices with no names, in the same machinery that had written House Pelumir into a story of monsters. The question was how many others had signed, and whether any of them were still alive to witness again. Chapter 55. The chandler's shop door closed behind her with a click that sounded like a lock engaging. Iliana stood in the narrow alley, the compact pressed against her ribs, the cold air pulling at her breath. The street beyond the alley mouth was unfamiliar, cobbles laid in a pattern she had not seen before, shutters painted the same gray as winter cloud. She had been walking for 5 minutes before she realized she was heading east. Not toward Purnell's townhouse, not toward the chapel where Aloya's stone waited on the windowsill, toward the garrison forge, where a man she had never met was being prepared to destroy her family with words that were not his own. The Reeves name surfaced from Cornell's briefing. Thomas Mallory, 43 years old, mill overseer at 3 Forks, west of Thornwood, married to a woman who had borne him 4 children, 2 of whom had survived past their first winter. Iliana had helped his daughter through a difficult birth 3 winters ago. She had not known his name then. She had only been a figure in a dark room, pressing compresses against a woman's forehead while the midwife worked, holding a child's hand through the worst of it. The Reeve had been outside the door, pacing, and she had not seen his face. Now he was in a locked room above the forge, his memory shaved into shapes that would bloom under oathwork pressure, and he would testify against her at dusk. She needed to see him. Not through reports, not through Purnell's curated summaries or Tristan's second-hand warnings. She needed to stand in front of the man and read what had been done to him, because the truth of his testimony would not be in his words. It would be in the gaps between them. The Forge district occupied the northern edge of Aurenthal's garrison quarter, a spall of stone buildings where the smoke never fully cleared. Iliana reached it by moving through the mid-afternoon crowds, keeping her hood up and her pace unhurried, letting the flow of bodies carry her past the patrolled checkpoint at the bridge. No one stopped her. She was a woman in a gray cloak, too ordinary to draw a second glance, carrying nothing that marked it as Pelumir. The forge rose at the end of a narrow lane, its chimney streaming a thin column of smoke that the wind tore apart before it reached the rooftops. 2 guards stood at the ground floor entrance, their halberds crossed in the casual posture of men who had been standing for hours without incident. Iliana counted them. 3 outside the door, as Tristan had said, 2 below at the entrance. The window on the upper floor was shuttered, but a line of light showed through a crack in the wood. She had no plan to get inside. She only needed to confirm that the reeve was there, that the testimony was real, that the warning note had not been a trap designed to draw her into visibility. She found a corner where the wall of the neighboring building created a pocket of shadow, and she watched. Minutes passed. The guards shifted weight. Audit passed, loaded with charcoal, and one of them called according to the graver. Normal. Unremarkable. The kind of detail that made report writing easy. Then the door opened. A man in clerk's robes stepped out, carrying a leather folder under his arm. He was thin, with the hunched shoulders of someone who spent his days bent over ledgers, and he did not look at the guards as he passed. He walked straight toward the lane that led back to the garrison headquarters, his footsteps quick and precise. Iliana followed, not close enough to be noticed, not far enough to lose him. She moved through the gaps between carts and doorways, keeping him in sight as he turned left, then right, then entered a low stone building with iron bars on its windows. She stopped at the corner and watched him disappear inside. The building had no sign, no marker, but the bars on the windows were new, their iron still bright against the weathered stone, and the door closed with a sound that was heavier than wood alone made. A holding chamber, a preparation room. Somewhere the reeve had been brought before his transfer to the Hall of Concordant Testimony. Iliana pressed her back against the wall and forced her breathing to slow. She could not go in. She had no authority, no cover story, no reason to be near a coerced witness. If she was caught here, the compact in her coat would not save her. It would become evidence of a conspiracy she could not explain. But she needed to see him. The thought coiled in her chest, warm and insistent. She needed to see his face, to know whether the man she had helped 3 winters ago was still inside the shell the clerks were building around his testimony. She was still weighing the risk when the build door opened again. A different clerk emerged, this one younger, carrying a bucket of water. He set it down outside the door, straightened his back, and looked directly at the corner where Iliana was hiding. His eyes met hers. For one heartbeat, she was certain she had been seen. The boy would shout, the guards would come, and her careful anonymity would shatter into a scandal that could not be contained. But the boy only blinked, turned away, and walked back inside, leaving the bucket on the step. Iliana let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Then she looked at the bucket. Clean water, drawn fresh, left outside a door where a prisoner was being held before testimony. A small mercy, or a small cruelty, depending on whether the water was meant for drinking or for washing. She knew, with a certainty that settled cold in her stomach, that the reeve was being cleaned. Not his body, his memory. The oath work would have been applied already, the shaving done, the planted phrases woven into the gaps. The water was for the surface, to make him presentable, to ensure that when he stepped into the hall, he looked like a man giving honest testimony rather than a puppet whose strings had been pulled. The reeve was already lost. Whatever Iliana did now, she would not undo what the clerks had already done. She could steal him, pull him from the holding room by force, drag him into the open, and let the court see what had been made of him. But she had no way to reach him, no allies within shouting distance, and the attempt would mark her as an enemy of the Empire in a way she could not walk back. She could expose the tampering, stand in the hearing chamber and describe the oathwork coercion, the planted phrases, the shaved memories. But the evidence was thin. A bucket of water, a clerk's glance, a building with new iron bars. None of it would hold against the weight of a prepared concordance script. Or she could let the testimony proceed. Let the Reeves stick the words that had been planted in him. Let the court hear his false confession. And then, when the testimony had been recorded and the script had run its course, she could move against the machinery that had produced it. That was what Purnell would do. That was what the compact required. Patience. Witness. The long game of a woman who knew that rushing into an open trap only guaranteed the trap would close. Iliana looked at the bucket one last time, then turned and walked away. She was halfway down the lane when she heard the scream. High and thin, cut short before it could fully form. A sound that did not belong in daylight, a sound that had been forced out of a throat that did not want to make it. She stopped. The scream did not repeat. The lane settled back into its ordinary noises, the clang of the forge, the rumble of cartwheels, the distant call of a vendor selling roasted chestnuts. Iliana stood very still, her hands cold, her heart beating a rhythm she could not control. She had left a man in that inn who had once paced outside a door while his daughters struggled through labor. She had left him to the clerks and their planted phrases and their shaved memories, and she had told herself it was strategy. But the scream had not sounded strategic. The scream had sounded like a man who was no longer sure which parts of his mind still belonged to him. Iliana pressed her palm against the compact, feeling the cracked wax beneath her fingers, and she forced herself to keep walking. One step, then another, then the corner, and the forge district falling behind her, and the Reeves' voice still echoing in the space between her ribs where she kept the truths she could not afford to feel. She had a choice to make. But the compact was warm against her skin, and her mother had taught her, from beyond the grave, that patience was the only weapon that could not be taken away. Iliana turned toward Purnell's townhouse, walking faster now because the scream was still following her. Chapter 56. The scream stayed with her through the winding streets, through the pressed shadows of the chandler's lane, through the damp stone arch where she stopped to catch her breath. It had not faded. It lived in her chest now, a splinter she could not work free. She leaned against the wall and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until lights burst behind the lids. Patience, Purnell would say. Watch the machine turn. Let the script run its course and strike when the mechanism has committed itself. But the scream had not sounded like a mechanism. It had sounded like Tomas Mallory, 43 years old, mill overseer at Three Forks, father of 4, 2 of whom had lived. A man who had paced outside a door while his daughter struggled through labor, who had seen Pelumir soldiers pulling bodies from the mill before the fire spread, who had named a gray-eyed woman to his interrogators because the clerks had already shaped his tongue. Iliana opened her eyes. The street was empty. A cat watched from a windowsill, tail curled, unblinking. She could let the testimony proceed. Let Mallory speak the planted words. Let the concordance record his false oath. And then, when the machinery had committed itself, she could move against it with the compact as her shield and her mother's network as her blade. That was the long game. That was what the compact required. But the compact signatories had refused separate audits and pledged mutual witness because they knew that silence was the Empire's preferred weapon. They had not signed to watch one another die cleanly. They had signed to prevent the killing from happening at all. Iliana pushed off the wall and began walking again, not toward Purnell's townhouse, toward the garrison forge. She found the younger clerk in a narrow alehouse 2 streets east, sitting alone at a corner table with a half-eaten bowl of stew and a cup of watered wine. He looked up when she slid into the seat across from him, and his hand went still on the spoon. "You saw me," Iliana said. "At the holding building. You saw me watching." The clerk did not deny it. He set the spoon down, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and studied her with the flat patience of a man who had learned to wait before speaking. "What do you want?" he asked. "Name your price." "For what?" "Access to the Reeve, tonight, before the pre-examination." The clerk's expression did not change. "The Reeve is under Chancellor Massig's authority. No one enters without his seal." "Then find me someone who can." She was gambling on the boy's earlier silence. He had seen her, and he had not raised the alarm. That choice had cost him something already, or it meant he was already compromised, already looking for a way out. "You are Iliana Pelumir," he said, not a question. Yes. Then you already know that helping you is death. Then why didn't you call the guards when you saw me? The clerk picked up his spoon. He stirred the stew, watching the broth swirl, and when he spoke again, his voice was lower. Because I was there in the holding room when they finished with him, before the water came, before they made him presentable. He looked up. He kept saying a name, not a confession, not a plea, just a name, over and over, like it was the only thing the oath work could not take. Whose name? The clerk held her gaze. His daughter's. Iliana felt the splinters shift, pressing deeper. Help me get him out, she said, and I will get you out of Aurenthal before morning. The clerk looked at his stew, looked at his hands, looked at the door, where the night pressed against the window glass like a held breath. There is a back stair, he said, behind the forge. The men on watch change at the 3rd hour. If the 2nd watch is delayed, there will be a gap. How long? 7 minutes, maybe 8. Who holds the 2nd watch? A sergeant named Rook. He drinks at the Crown and Thistle most nights. If someone bought him a bottle of the good brandy, he might not notice the time passing. Iliana reached into her sleeve and placed a silver coin on the table, then another, then a third. For the brandy, she said, and for the silence afterward. The clerk took the coins without counting them. There is a cart, he said, behind the tannery on Ash Street. It belongs to a man who moves goods at night for people who do not want to be seen. Tell him the boy from the archive sent you. He will know where to take the reeve. And where will you be? The clerk stood. He left his stew half-eaten, his wine untouched. I will be somewhere else, he said, and walked out into the dark. The hours that followed were a blur of cobblestones and whispered exchanges, of shadows that moved when she moved, for hand that accepted silver without asking questions. She found the cart behind the tannery. She found Rock's brandy, paid for by a messenger who never gave a name. She stood in the frozen alley behind the forge and counted the bell strokes that marked the 3rd hour. 7 minutes, maybe 8. The reeve came out wrapped in a canvas sheet, carried by 2 men who did not look at her face. He was conscious, but silent, his eyes open and empty, his mouth moving around words that no longer belonged to him. They loaded him onto the cart, and the driver flicked the reins, and the reeve vanished into the night like a secret that had never been spoken. Iliana watched the cart until it turned the corner. Then she walked back to her lodgings, past the sleeping city, past the guards who did not see her, past the windows dark with the promise of dawn. She had acted. She had chosen the shorter path, the one Purnell would have warned her against, the one that felt like movement instead of waiting. And as she climbed the stairs to her room, she told herself it had worked. The reeve was safe. The testimony would not happen. The script had been broken. She woke to shouting. Light streamed through the shutters, sharp and cold, and the voice below was not a servant's voice, but a herald's, pitched to carry. She was on her feet before she was fully awake, crossing the ring in 3 strides, pulling the shutters open. A crier stood in the square below, a sealed scroll raised above his head. By order of the Regent's inquiry, he called, his voice rolling across the cobblestones. The reeve Thomas Mallory was taken in the night by agents of House Pelumir. The Lady Iliana Pelumir is summoned to answer before the special tribunal at noon. The words did not land all at once. They arrived in pieces. Taken. Agents of House Pelumir, special tribunal. Someone had wanted her to do exactly what she had done. Someone had left the path open, laid the silver, and watched her walk straight into the net. She stood at the window, the morning cold against her face, and she understood that the reeve's scream had never been a warning. It had been bait, and she had taken it. The crier turned and walked to the next square, and the scroll in his hand bore a seal that had been pressed into red wax so dark it looked like blood. Chapter 57. The chamber was smaller than she had expected, not the grand hall of public judgment, not the ceremonial space where Vicimint held court before the full nobility. This was a narrow room on the 2nd floor of the Regent's tower, paneled in dark wood, lit by a single tall window that threw a column of pale winter light across a long oak table. 3 chairs faced one. Iliana stood in the column of light, her hands loose at her sides, the memory of the reeve's scream still pressed against the back of her teeth. The door opened. Chancellor Massik entered first, a leather folder tucked under his arm, his face arranged in an expression of courteous regret. He did not look at her as he took the chair to the left. Behind him came a clerk she did not recognize, carrying an inkwell and a stack of blank paper, settling at a small writing desk against the wall. And then Pelumir walked in. The Archduke moved like a man entering a room he owned, which did. He wore dark gray, unadorned, his silver blonde hair catching the light as he took the center chair. His pale gray eyes found her face, held there a moment, and then moved away with the ease of a man who had already seen everything he needed to see. "The Lady Iliana Pelumir," he said. Not a question, a placement. "Your Grace." She inclined her head, neither bow nor defiance. "Sit, please." She sat. The chair was hard, the wood cold, even through her dress. The clerk's pen scratched once, testing the ink. Massik opened his folder. The sound of the pages turning was very loud in the silence. "The Reeve Samas Mallory," he said, his voice carrying the same dry precision she had heard in the arbitration chamber, "was removed from imperial custody last night, 3 hours before his scheduled pre-examination. 2 guards were found unconscious at their posts. A cot was observed departing the Ash Granary district shortly after the 3rd hour. He looked up from his papers. "Would you like to tell us where he is?" Iliana kept her breathing even. "I would like to know who observed the cart," she said, "and whether that observer was the same person who left the Reeves' path unguarded between the 2nd and 3rd watch." Massik's mouth tightened, a fraction, nothing more. "The inquiry is not here to discuss Imperial Guard rotations, my lady." "Then I am curious, Chancellor, why you asked me about a cart when the route to it was paved with silver laid by someone who knew I would follow." Vesemund made a small sound. Not quite a hum, not quite a word. Both men turned toward him. "Let us be direct," he said, his voice mild, almost conversational. "Lady Iliana, the Reeve vanished. Witnesses place you near the garrison district last evening. A man matching your description was seen speaking with a clerk who now cannot be found. The cart that carried the Reeve away was seen on no fewer than 3 people, each of whom independently described a young woman with dark hair and gray eyes directing the loading." He tilted his head, the light catching the thin scar along his jawline. "I am not asking whether you were there. I am asking what you intended to accomplish." The room was very quiet. The clerk's pen had stopped moving. Iliana met his gaze. "I intended to prevent a coerced testimony," she said. "The Reeve was tortured. His memory was altered by oath work. The testimony he would have given at noon was prepared in advance, written in a ledge beneath the Hall of Concord and Testimony, aligned to a pattern that has been used against at least 23 houses since the Purge of Thornwood." She let the words settle. "If the Empire needs a confession so badly that it must manufacture one, I wanted to see what would happen if the manufactured witness simply was not there." Massik's face had gone still. Not angry, still. "You are confessing to the removal," he said. "I am explaining my reasoning to the Archduke." She did not look away from Vesemund. "You asked what I intended to accomplish. That is the answer. I intended to break a script that should never have been written." Vesemund regarded her for a long moment. The light from the window fell across his hands, folded on the table, still as stone. "That is a serious accusation," he said. "Yes, Your Grace." "And you offer proof?" She had the compact. She had the warning note. She had the pattern of margin annotations that matched the stolen page in her mother's journal. She also had the certainty that showing any of it now, in this room, with Massim watching and Vesemund waiting, would burn every piece of leverage she had built in a single stroke. "I offer my presence," she said. "If I believed the Imperial Court had handled the Reeve justly, I would not have risked myself to remove him. A woman who stakes her freedom on a principle is either a fool or someone who has seen the evidence." Vesemund's mouth curved. It was not a smile. "That is not proof," he said gently. "It is theater." "Yes, Your Grace, but so is a testimony written before the witness speaks." The silence stretched. Massik's pen tapped once against the table. The clerk's breath was audible in the stillness, and then the door opened. Iliana did not turn. She did not need to. She knew the weight of those footsteps, the rhythm of them, the slight drag of the left boot, where an old wound had never fully healed. Iliana Pelumir walked past her chair and stood at the end of the table, still wearing his traveling cloak, frost still clinging to his collar. He did not look at her. He looked directly at Vesemund. "The reeve is in Pelumir custody," he said. "I ordered the removal." Massic's head came up. "You were not in Aurenthal last night." "No." Garomir's voice was flat, tired, immovable. "But I have men here, and I gave the order 3 days ago when I learned the reeve had been taken without proper cause." The lie was perfect. It was also transparent. Every person in the room knew it. But Iliana saw what he had done. He had not cleared her. He had shouldered the blame himself, wrapped it in the authority of a house lord, and dared the chamber to proceed against him instead. Vesemund looked at Garamir for a long, considering moment. Then he looked at Iliana. "Your father," he said, arrived quite quickly. The faintest opening, a chance to step back to let Garamir absorb the blow. Iliana held his gaze. "Yes," she said. "He is very loyal to his family." Vesemund nodded. He unfolded his hands, placed them flat on the table, and rose. "The inquiry is adjourned pending further evidence," he said. "Heed Garamir. You will remain in Aurenthal until this matter is resolved. Your daughter will be permitted to return to her lodgings under house watch." He walked toward the door, paused with his hand on the frame. "You have raised interesting questions, Lady Iliana. I look forward to your answers." The door closed behind him. Massic gathered his folder without looking at either of them. His footsteps receded down the corridor, and then she and her father were alone in the narrow room, the winter light falling across the table, where 3 chairs still faced an empty seat. Garamir let out a breath. He did not turn to face her. "Did it work?" he asked. Iliana thought of the reeve, silent and empty-eyed in the cart. She thought of the clerk who had vanished into the night. She thought of the warning note pressed against the compact, the 2 documents that might prove everything or nothing. "I do not know," she said, and in the silence that followed, she heard the reeve scream again, and she understood that the inquiry chamber had not been the trap. The trap had been choosing it all. Chapter 58. Garamir did not move. He stood at the end of the table with frost still melting on his collar, the water beating and falling onto the polished wood. He had not removed his cloak. He had not asked for a chair. He had simply walked into a room where the Archduke and Chancellor were interrogating his daughter and declared himself the responsibility, and now he waited for the chamber to decide what to do with a lord who had admitted to kidnapping a witness. Mastic was the first to speak. "Lord Garamir." His voice was flat, stripped of courtesy. "You are claiming you removed the reeve from imperial custody without filing a petition, without notifying this office, and without producing a single document of transfer." "Yes. That is a violation of imperial procedure." "I am aware." Massic's pen tapped once. Twice. "You understand what admitting this means for your house." Garamir did not hesitate. "I understand what admitting this means for my daughter." The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with everything he had not said, that he would burn his remaining political capital, that he would accept whatever censure the Regent imposed, that he would let them call him a rogue lord, a provincial brute, a man too stubborn for the forms of empire, as long as Iliana walked out of this room free. The Samund had not sat back down. He stood by the door, one hand still resting on the frame, his pale gray eyes moving between Garamir and Iliana, with the patient attention of a man watching 2 pieces reorder themselves on a board he had thought he understood. "Where is the reeve now?" he asked. "In secure custody," Garamir said. "He will remain there until I am satisfied the court can receive his testimony without coercion." "You are accusing the imperial judiciary of coercion." "I am saying the reeve was taken by men with treasury seals and held in a forge building for 4 days before any charge was filed. If that is standard imperial procedure, then I would like to see it written down." Mastic's pen stopped tapping. "Lord Garamir," he said, "you are standing in a chamber where you have just confessed to a felony, and you are lecturing this office on procedure." "Yes. Have you any idea what the penalty is for removing a witness from imperial custody? Exile, Garmoyer said. Force a core of title. Transfer of provincial authority to the nearest imperial seat. And you offer this freely? I offered because I am the Lord of House Pelumir. Garmoyer's voice did not rise. It did not need to. And I will not watch my daughter answer for a choice I made. Iliana opened her mouth. Garmoyer's hand moved, a fraction of an inch, a gesture she recognized from childhood when he would reach back to steady her on a horse. It meant wait. She waited. Visimund tilted his head. The movement was small, almost invisible, but Iliana caught it, the shift of a man recalculating. You are claiming full responsibility, he said. I am. And you expect this chamber to accept your word. Without documents, without a signed confession, without the reeve produced to confirm he is in Pelumir custody. I expect, Garmoyer said, that the reeve will testify when he is ready, and when he does, the truth will match what he would have said on the day he was taken. If the court wishes to punish me for preserving the integrity of that testimony, then the court may proceed. He paused. But if the court moves against me now, without the reeve's testimony, without a hearing, without allowing House Pelumir to present its case, then every provincial lord in the Southern March will know exactly what kind of justice the Regent Circle delivers to those who ask questions. The room changed. Not visibly. The light did not shift. The walls did not move. But something in the air between them tightened. A thread pulled taut, and Iliana saw Visimund's hand leave the doorframe. He walked back to the table. He did not sit. He stood at the head of the table, looking down at Garmoyer with an expression that might have been respect or might have been assessment. It was impossible to tell which. You are offering yourself as a hostage, he said. I am offering myself as a lord who takes responsibility for his house. Visimund was silent for a long moment. Then he said, quietly, I chose this. Iliana waited. I could have stayed in Bracken Keep. I could have let you face the inquiry alone. I could have trusted that you had a plan, that you would find a way through, that you had learned from all those years of moving pieces in the dark. He looked at his hands. But I chose to come. I chose to stand in front of the Regent and claim responsibility for a crime I did not commit, for a strategy I did not design, for a daughter who still will not tell me how many other fires she is trying to put out alone. His voice was not angry. It was tired. It was the voice of a man who had spent years trusting his children to be children and was only now understanding how much he had missed. Tell me, he said. Iliana felt the compact against her ribs, the warning note, the stolen page, her mother's journal, the list of names from the archives, the pattern of margin annotations that would take months to decode and a lifetime to prove. She thought of Aloya, bound for a marriage she did not want. She thought of Casnia, building a network in secret. She thought of Tobin, standing at the fallen ash, waiting for a sister who might not return. Mastic is not the only one, she said. Garmoyer's eyes did not leave her face. There is a second player, someone who moved the Roove's hearing to dusk, someone who left me a warning note in the arbitration chamber, someone who is rewriting the script from inside the machine, and I do not know if they are ally or enemy. And the compact? She drew a breath. The compact is real. My mother signed it. Purnell signed it. 5 others. It was a shield against exactly this kind of destruction. And someone in the Regent Circle found it, annotated it, and buried it in an archive where no one was supposed to look. Garuma's hands were still. You have been carrying this alone. Yes. Why? She opened her mouth. The answer was ready. The answer she had used for years. The answer that had kept her safe and her family alive. Because you needed to be protected. Because Casnia needed to be kept clear. Because Tobin needed to stay gentle. Because if I told you, you would try to stop me, and I cannot afford to be stopped. But she looked at his face, at the lines she had been watching deepen for a decade, at the exhaustion he carried like a second cloak, at the hands that had stopped shaking because he had made a choice, and she realized she could not say it. Because I was afraid, she said. I was afraid that if I told you how deep it went, you would carry it too. And you were already carrying so much. Garuma's eyes closed, the long silence. Then he said, I am your father. It is my burden to carry. I know. You do not have to protect me from the truth. I am learning that. He opened his eyes. They were wet, but he did not let the tears fall. He looked at her for a long moment, and then he reached across the table and took her hand. The reeve is gone, he said. The testimony will not happen, but that does not mean the war is over. They will find another way to push. They will find another witness, another debt, another fire in an orchard. And when they do, you will come to me. Not after. Before. It was not a request. Yes, she said. He held her gaze. Promise me. She thought of all the promises she had made, all the ones she had broken, all the ones she had bent to fit the shape of survival. I promise, she said, and she meant it. The door opened before either of them could say more. A clerk stood in the frame, pale-faced, holding a folded paper. He looked at Iliana, then at Garuma, then back at Iliana. A message, my lady, he said, delivered to the east gate, for your eyes only. She took it. The seal was bent branch and gray wax, the same seal. She broke it open and read the single line. The fallen ash has a witness. If you want to know who moved the hearing, come alone before the next bell. She folded the paper and looked at Garuma. I have to go. Chapter 59. The garden behind the townhouse was smaller than she remembered, a pocket of winter-bare rose canes and frost-cracked flagstones enclosed by walls too low to keep anyone out. Iliana stood at the center of it, the bent branch summons still warm in her palm, and counted the spaces where a watcher could hide. 3 shadowed alcoves, 2 unshuttered windows above, a gap in the eastern wall where the mortar had crumbled. She heard him before she saw him. Boots on stone, a breath that was not quite steady. I heard what happened. Tristan emerged from the archway between the house and the stable block, still in his ceremony coat, the bronze seal gone from his collar. His face was hollowed out in the moonlight, cheekbones sharp, eyes dark with something that was not cold. I heard Garomi walked into the Regent's chamber and claimed responsibility for a crime he did not commit. He chose to come, Iliana said, and you let him. I did not ask him to. That is worse. Tristan stepped closer. You did not ask. You never asked. You move alone, you burn alone, and you leave the people who love you to find the ashes afterward. The words hit where he meant them to. Iliana's jaw tightened. I did what I had to do. You freed the reeve. You walked into a trap someone designed for you. You handed Vesemund a confession of intent and called it theater. And the only reason you are standing here instead of in a cell is that your father lied to the Archduke's face. He chose. Yes. Tristan's voice cracked on the word. He chose, because you did not give him the chance to choose before. You never do. The silence between them was sharp enough to cut. Iliana looked at his hands. They were bare, no gloves. The knuckles were white where he was clenching them. You came to argue, she said. I came because I do not know what else to do. He took another step, close enough now that she could smell the wood smoke on his coat, the horse sweat from riding hard. I watch you walk into fire after fire, and every time I tell myself you know what you are doing. Every time I tell myself you see the shape of the board better than I do. And then I hear that you freed a man from imperial custody without a guard behind you, without a backup plan, there was a backup plan. What, the cart? The cart. She did not blink. And the driver, and the clerk who directed me, and the 6-minute window I used to reach the holding room. I did not walk in blind. No, you walked in reckless. Those are the same thing to a man who has never had to choose between speed and safety. Tristan's breath caught. She watched him absorb the hit, watched his jaw work, watched the anger shift into something raw, something that looked like fear wearing a different coat. I have watched you bleed for this family, he said. I have watched you kill for them. I have watched you spend pieces of your own memory to bind men to your will, and I have told myself it was necessary, that you were fighting a war you did not choose, that no one else could do what you do. He paused. But I do not know if I am watching you save them anymore, Iliana, or if I am watching you learn to burn the world down, because it is the only way you know how to love. She felt the words land in her chest like stones. You think I want this? I think you do not know how to stop. The truth of it hurt more than the accusation. She stepped forward. One step, close enough to see the pulse at his throat, the way his hands had stopped clenching, the slight tremor in his lower lip that he could not hide. "You are right," she said. "I do not know how to stop, but I know how to finish. And I will finish this, Tristan, with or without you." His eyes searched her face. "I am already with you," he said. "That is the problem." She did not know which of them moved first. The kiss was not gentle. It was hard and desperate, teeth and breath and the taste of salt, his hands in her hair, her fingers gripping the collar of his coat, pulling him closer because distance had become unbearable. He made a sound against her mouth, low and broken, and she answered it with her body, pressing into him until there was no space left for argument. They broke apart, gasping, his forehead pressed against hers. His hands were still tangled in her hair. His voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. "I do not know if I am trying to save you anymore." She waited. "I do not know if I am trying to join your fall." Her heart was beating so hard she could feel it in her throat. "Then do not fall," she said. "I am already falling." He pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. "And I do not know if I want to be caught." The words hung between them like a blade waiting to drop. Iliana opened her mouth to answer. A branch snapped in the hedges. Not wind, not an animal. A deliberate sound, the kind a foot makes when it lands on dry wood after misjudging the distance. Tristan's head turned. Iliana's hand went to her belt where the knife should have been, but she had left it in the room. The shadow in the hedges moved. Not toward them. Away. Running. Tristan was already moving before she could speak, his boots silent on the frost-cracked stone, his body low and fast as he rounded the corner of the garden wall. Iliana followed. The gate at the far end of the path was swinging open. Empty. She reached it just as Tristan stopped, breathing hard, scanning the street. Nothing. No running figure, no sound of retreating feet. Just the wind and the frost and the dark windows of the townhouses opposite. "She was watching," Tristan said. "Did you see her face?" "No, just the shape, small, fast." Iliana's blood ran cold. She thought of the young clerk who had seen her at the holding building and not raised the alarm. She thought of Sella, Purnell's apprentice, who had delivered a message in a chapel at midnight. She thought of the bent branch sender who had summoned her to the fallen ash. "Whoever it was," she said. "They were close enough to hear every word." Tristan turned to look at her. The moonlight caught his face, the hollows beneath his cheekbones, the worry he could not hide. "Then they know," he said. "About you, about me, about what we said." Iliana looked at the empty street, at the dark windows, at the city that was full of eyes she could not see. "Yes," she said. "They know." Chapter 60. The Reeve was dead before they brought him through the door. Iliana saw it in the way the guards carried him, not supporting, bragging. The way his head hung at an angle no living neck would hold. The way the herald still announced him as Thomas Mallory, Mill Reeve of Three Forks, summoned to bear witness under oath. The chamber had been prepared for theater. 12 witnesses in formal rows. Chancellor Masick at the high table with a clerk on either side. Fresh ink, fresh paper, fresh script. The air smelled of beeswax and something metallic, blood that had not quite dried. Iliana stood at the back, behind the witness benches, where she had been told to stand and watch and learn how the machinery worked. She learned. The guards deposited Mallory in the witness chair. His hands had been bound. His collar was wet. A bruise was already flowering along his jaw, the kind that took hours to set, not minutes. Someone had beaten him after the cart. Someone had made sure he would be pliable, and then someone had gone too far. His head lolled. The clerk nearest Masick leaned in, whispered something. Masick's expression did not change, but his hand moved, a flick of the fingers, and a second clerk hurried to the witness chair and pressed 2 fingers against Mallory's throat. The pause stretched. Iliana counted heartbeats. 12, 15, 20. The second clerk straightened and turned to face the chancellor. "He is alive, my lord. Barely." Masick's face remained a mask of judicial concern. "Then we will proceed." The chamber stirred. A whisper ran through the witness rows like wind through dry grass. Iliana felt her own pulse in her throat, thick and hard. She had sent that man south in a cart. She had paid a driver with silver from her own purse. She had watched the cart disappear into the frost and believed she had broken the script. Someone had pulled him back. Someone had brought him here, broken and bleeding, to finish what they had started. The Oathwork scribe stepped forward, a thin woman in gray robes, carrying a copper bowl and a sealed vial. She knelt beside Mallory's chair, unstoppered the vial, and let 3 drops of something dark fall into the bowl. The liquid hissed. Smoke rose, gray, thin, climbing toward the ceiling like a question. "Reeve Thomas Mallory," the scribe said, "you are called to witness under binding oath. Will you speak the truth as the Empire requires?" Mallory's lips moved. Iliana could not hear the answer, but the smoke shifted, curled, formed a shape that held for half a breath before dissolving. A word, perhaps. A name. The scribe looked at Masik. "He has accepted the oath." Masik nodded. "Begin." The questions came in order: name, station, length of service. Each answer dragged from Mallory like something pulled from deep water, each one closer to the planted script. "On the night of the mill fire, who gave the order to burn the grain?" Mallory's eyes were open but fixed on nothing. "Lord Iliana Pelumir." The whisper in the chamber sharpened. Iliana felt her stomach drop. "On the night of the mill fire, who directed the removal of bodies before Imperial assessors could arrive?" The gray-eyed one. Her. What was her name? Mallory's jaw worked. The smoke from the copper bowl thickened, coiling around his throat like a hand. "Pelumir," he said. "The younger daughter." Iliana held very still. The phrases were aligning. She could hear it, the cadence, the rhythm, the same pattern she had seen in the pre-written script beneath the hall of concordant testimony. Concordance cues, planted language, words that had been forced into his memory alongside the water and the pressure and the hours of darkness. He was not testifying. He was reciting. Masik leaned forward. "And what did this younger daughter say to you, Reeve Mallory, when she appeared at the holding building?" Mallory's lips parted. The smoke coiled powder. And then the east door opened. Tristan stepped through. He was in full ceremonial armor, the bronze seal pinned to his chest, his face carved from something harder than stone. He did not look at Iliana. He did not look at Masik. He walked directly to the witness chair and stopped. "Scribe," he said, "halt the oath." The chamber went silent. The scribe's hand froze above the copper bowl. Masik rose from his seat. "Knight Wendemir, you are not permitted to interrupt sworn testimony." "I am," Tristan said, "when the witness cannot consent." He turned to face the room. His voice carried, clear and cold, the voice of a man who had already decided he would not walk back from this. "The Reeve has been beaten. He has been deprived of water and rest. He was found this morning with a rope around his neck, a staged suicide that someone arranged to make him desperate enough to cooperate." He paused. "I was there when they cut him down." Iliana's breath caught. She had not known. Mathik's face had gone very still. "That is a grave accusation, Knight." "It is not an accusation. It is a fact." Tristan reached into his tunic and pulled out a length of rope, frayed at both ends, dark of blood at the knot. This was still around his neck when the garrison physician examined him. The bruising is inconsistent with a suicide attempt. The angle of the ligature suggests he was pulled from behind, not dropped from above. He laid the rope on the scribe's table. "Testimony given under such conditions is invalid by imperial statute. The concordance requires that a witness speak from free will and clear mind. Reeve Mallory has neither." The chamber erupted. Voices rose, overlapping, accusations and defenses tangling in the air. Masik's clerks were writing, already documenting the disruption for whatever script came next. The scribe had pulled her hands back from the copper bowl as if burned, and in the center of it all, Tristan stood motionless, his eyes finally finding Iliana's across the room. She saw what he had done. He had broken protocol. He had spoken against the Chancellor. He had produced physical evidence that contradicted the official narrative. He had borrowed his own position, his rank, his safety, all of it, to give her 30 seconds of chaos. The chamber doors slammed open. Regent Vesemandaldramir walked in. He was not in formal robes. He wore plain dark wool, no chains, no seal, no sign of office except the way every voice in the room died when he entered. He stopped at the edge of the witness circle and looked at the rope on the scribe's table. Then he looked at Tristan. "Knight Windermere, you have met a serious claim. I have presented evidence, my lord. You have interrupted a sworn proceeding in front of 12 witnesses and the Chancellor of the realm." "I have." Vesemin's pale eyes shifted to Iliana. She felt the weight of them, cold and assessing, the same look he had given her in the arbitration chamber when he said, "Well argued," and made her a target. "And you, Lady Iliana," he said, "what do you say to this?" Iliana opened her mouth, and behind her, the Reeve Thomas Mallory spoke one last time. "He did not fall," Mallory whispered. Everyone turned. The Reeves' eyes had cleared. For the first time since he had been carried through the door, they were focused, present, himself. "They pulled him back," he said, "the ones in gray. They pulled him back from the rup and they told him to finish the testimony or his daughter would be next." The smoke from the copper bowl curled once, twice, and then dissolved into nothing. Mallory's head dropped. Silence. Vesemin's face did not change, but something moved behind his eyes. A calculation, a decision. He looked at Masik. "Chancellor, we will adjourn until the Reeve has recovered sufficiently to testify without coercion." Masik's jaw tightened. "My Lord Regent, the schedule." "We'll wait." The word was soft, final. Vesemin turned and walked out. The chamber held its breath, and then Masik's clerk stood, clearing his throat, and announced the adjournment in a voice that cracked on the final syllable. The guards moved to collect Mallory. The witnesses began to file out, whispering, casting glances at Tristan, at Iliana, at the roke still lying on the scribe's table. Tristan did not move. Neither did Iliana. She waited until the last witness had gone, until the doors had closed, until the only sound was the distant bell marking the change of watch. Then she crossed to him. "Where did you find the rope?" "I told you. I was there when they cut him down." "You did not know about the cart. You did not know I sent him south. You could not have known where they were holding him." Tristan met her eyes. "I followed the clerk." The words landed like blows. "You followed the clerk?" she repeated. "The one from the holding building, the one who told you about the watch gap and the sergeant and the brandy." He paused. "He reported back to someone last night. I saw him leave the garrison and walk east toward the river district. I followed him to a building with no sigil on the door. And I found the Reeve on a cot with a rope burn across his throat and a man in gray standing over him with a fresh cup of water." Iliana stared at him. "You did not tell me. I am telling you now. You walked into that chamber with evidence you did not share, with a plan you did not coordinate. You gambled the entire proceeding on a piece of rope and a speech." "I gambled," he said, "because I knew you would not stop until you had burned yourself to nothing, and I could not watch that happen." The words were quiet. They were not angry. They were worse. They were true. Iliana looked at the empty witness chair, the copper bowl still steaming faintly, the rope lying where Tristan had left it, a dark line across the polished wood. She had thought she was the only one rewriting the script. She had been wrong. Chapter 61. The chamber had not stopped trembling since Tristan spoke. Iliana felt it in the floor, in the walls, in the space between her ribs where her breath was supposed to live. The scribe's table still held the rope, the copper bowl still steamed, and Tristan stood at the center of it all, pale and steady, a man who had just set fire to his own life. She had not seen him plan this. She had not seen him choose her. The doors had barely closed on the last witness when the clerk returned, a thin man with a ribbon of gray in his hair and a tremor in his hands. "Chancellor Masik requests that Knight Windermere attend him in the East Study, immediately." Tristan did not look at Iliana. He straightened his collar, adjusted the ceremonial gorget that sat crooked on his shoulders, and walked out without a word. The door clicked shut. Iliana stood alone in the empty chamber. The rope lay on the table. The rope. She crossed to it and picked it up. It was rough, stained, still marked with the curve of a man's throat. She wrapped it around her palm and pulled. It held. She did not know what she had expected. A trick, a fabrication, a piece of theater Tristan had staged to give her cover. But the rope was real. The burn was real. The Reeve had been hanged, cut down, and forced to testify against her family. And someone had watched it happen. The ones in gray. She tightened her grip until the fibers bit into her skin. The door opened again. She turned, already forming the words, but it was not Tristan. It was Lady Pernell Drakmont, green silk and silver thread, carrying a leather folder and a look of cold amusement. "Alone already," Pernell said. "Knight Windermere does not waste time. He has been summoned by the Chancellor." "Yes, I know." She set the folder on the scribe's table and opened it. "I also know he will survive the interview. Masik will threaten him, offer him a quiet transfer, and expect him to choose obedience by morning." "And if he does not?" Pernell's lips curved. "Then the Chancellor will discover that the knight's testimony has already been copied, sealed, and deposited with 3 separate houses in Aurenthal, each instructed to open their copy if Tristan Windermere fails to report for duty tomorrow." Iliana stared at her. "You prepared for this. I prepared for you to fail beautifully and need a safety net. The knight was your variable, not mine." She pulled a single sheet from the folder. "But since he chose to burn his position for you, I thought I might ensure he survives the ashes." The sheet was a deposition, Tristan's name, his account of finding the Reeve, the building without a sigil, the man in gray, the rope, signed, sealed, dated. Iliana read it twice. "You copied his testimony before he gave it." "I copied the testimony he would give, based on what I knew he had seen. The knight confirmed the details when he found me in the corridor this morning." This morning. Before the hearing. Pernell closed the folder. "He came to me because he knew you would not ask for help, and he needed someone who could move paper faster than you could move people." Iliana's throat tightened. Tristan had gone to Pernell. He had gone to Pernell because he knew she would not ask. "You are angry," Pernell observed. I'm," she stopped. She did not know what she was. Angry, grateful, terrified. "I am trying to understand why you helped him." "Because he is useful. Because his survival protects yours." Pernell's eyes sharpened. "And because one day you will need to choose between a knight who burns for you and a house that demands you burn alone. I wanted to make sure you had both options when that day comes." The words landed like the rope had landed. Iliana opened her mouth to answer, and the door burst open. A young clerk, red-faced, gasping. "Lady Iliana," he said. "The Reeve, he is awake. He is asking for you." She was moving before the sentence finished. The infirmary was 2 floors down, a narrow room with high windows and the smell of spirits. Mallory lay on a cot, his throat wrapped in linen, his face the color of ash. He was alive. Barely. Iliana crossed to him and knelt. "I am here." Mallory's eyes found hers. They were clear, present. The same eyes that had watched her 3 winters ago when she held his daughter's hand through the worst of it. "You," he whispered. "Me? I did not." He coughed. The sound was wet. "I did not tell them everything." "I know. There is a man. He comes at night. He watches the cell." "A man in gray?" Mallory's grip tightened on her wrist. "No, a man in black. He does not speak. He only watches. And when the gray ones leave, he stays." Iliana felt the cold spread up her arm. "Where does he stay?" "In the corner, against the wall. He does not move." Mallory's breath caught. "He was there when they cut me down. He was there when they brought the rope. He watched them tie it, and he did nothing. And then he smiled." A man in black, watching, smiling. Iliana looked at the door. She did not know if he was still out there. She did not know if he had followed her here. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. The ones in gray were not the only threat. There was another layer. And it had just shown its face. Chapter 62. The Reeve's breathing had changed. Iliana heard it before she saw it. A wet drag in the throat, slower than before. She crossed the infirmary in 3 steps and knelt. Mallory's eyes were open. They found hers. "I did not," he started. "Stop talking." "No." His fingers found her sleeve. "I need to." The man in black. He was there when they brought me in. He watched the whole thing. The hanging, the rope, the cut down. He watched like he was waiting for something. Waiting for what? Mallory's chest hitched. For me to see you. The words landed cold. He wanted me to know your face, Mallory whispered. He wanted me to remember it. Iliana's throat closed. She looked at the door. The man in black had not followed her here. He had already been here, watching, waiting for Mallory to wake, making sure the Reeve knew whose face to fear before the end. Why are you telling me this? Because you came. Mallory's grip tightened. You came for me. You did not have to, but you came, and I want you to know that he is not the only one watching. Who else? I do not know his name, but he is there, in the shadows, in the corner. He does not speak. He only waits. Mallory's eyes fluttered. Thomas. No answer. Mallory. His hand went slack. Iliana stayed. She stayed through the silence, through the healer's footsteps, through the murmured confirmation that the Reeve was gone. She stayed until the healer touched her shoulder and said she had to leave. She left. The corridor was empty. She walked. 1 step, 2, 3. The rope was still wet. She walked faster. By the time she reached the end of the hall, she had decided she was done being the person who let men die while she watched. Purnell was waiting at the foot of the stair. The Reeve? Dead. Purnell's face did not change. Did he say anything useful before he slipped? He told me about the man in black, the one who watches, the one who smiled. The one who smiled. Yes. Purnell's eyes narrowed. I have heard of him, not by name, but I know the office. Then tell me. Not here. Purnell glanced down the corridor. But I will tell you this. The ones in gray are foot soldiers. The man in black is a collector. He does not coerce. He does not interrogate. He watches, and he reports. And when he smiles, it means the trap is already closed. Iliana felt the cold spread. Then I need to move faster. You need to move smarter. No. Iliana turned to face her. I need to move before the track closes, and that means finding the intermediary who helped stage the hanging. Purnell's eyebrows rose. You have a name? I have a face, the man who paid Sergeant Rourke, the one who left the bucket of water outside the holding door. You want to find him. I want to make him talk. Purnell studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded. There is a man in the Warren district, calls himself the Keeper. He handles witness preparation for a fee. If someone staged the hanging, they likely hired him. Where in the Warren? Gray Street, 3rd building from the tannery, red door. Iliana turned. Wait. Purnell's voice stopped her. You are not going alone. I am. Then take this. Purnell pressed a folded paper into her hand. A writ of passage. It will get you past the night patrol. Do not lose it. Iliana took it. She did not say thank you. She was already running. The Warren district stank of offal and wet leather. Iliana found the red door between a tannery and a shuttered coper's shop. No light showed through the shutters. No sound came from inside. She tried the handle. Unlocked. She pushed. The room was small. A table. A chair. A man slumped in the corner with his hands tied and his mouth open. Blood pooled beneath him. Iliana crossed to him and checked his pulse. Gone. She tilted his head. His tongue had been cut out. Clean cut. Professional. Someone had gotten here first. She stood up, breathing hard. The intermediary had been silenced, and she had not been the one to do it. The man in black had been 1 step ahead. Or someone else. She looked at the door. She did not know who had done this. She did not know why. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. The game had just changed, and she was no longer the only one playing it. Chapter 63. The blood on the keeper's floor had already cooled to tacky. Iliana stood in the doorway, breathing through her mouth, the writ of passage still warm in her hand. Useless now. The intermediary who staged the hanging had no tongue to confess with, no throat to scream, no pulse to race when she pressed a blade to his chin. Someone had known she would come. Someone had gotten here first. She backed out of the red door and let it swing shut. The Warren district breathed around her, indifferent to the corpse 3 paces from the street. A dog barked somewhere. A woman laughed. The Terry next door kept bleeding its stench into the frozen air. Iliana walked. She did not know where she was going, only that she could not stay here, could not stand in that doorway watching another body cool while the trail evaporated ahead of her. The game had changed, but the game had not stopped. She reached the main road before a rider found her. The horse was lathered, flank heaving, nostrils flared wide. The rider wore Pelumir colors, threadbare at the sleeve, mud splashed to the knee, and he was already sliding off before the animal had fully stopped. "Lady Iliana." She caught his arm. "What's happened?" From the south. He pressed a dispatch into her hand, the wax already cracked from travel. "Lady Casnia sent it. 3 riders before me. I was the last. 3 riders." That meant Casnia had expected some of them to be intercepted. Iliana broke the seal and read, standing there in the frozen street, the dispatch trembling in her fingers. Morvain Reach was collapsing. The mills at 3 Forks in Eastwater had declared lockout, their guild masters refusing to grind Pelumir grain until the Imperial Audit was resolved. River toll valance had erupted at the Narrows Crossing. 2 barges burned, a toll keeper beaten half to death by men wearing no colors but carrying imperial steel. The Southern Coalition was fracturing. House Braunwick had withdrawn its pledge of mutual defense. House Averley had gone silent, and 3 lesser banner houses had sent word that they could no longer be seen standing beside a house under formal inquiry. They were afraid. Pelumir had become toxic, and without the mills, without the river tolls, without the coalition, Bracken Keep would starve before spring thaw. Iliana read the last paragraph twice. "I have the traitor's name." Casnia's hand had pressed hard enough to crack the paper at the final word. Iliana looked up. "Where is my sister?" "Still at the keep, my lady. She said you would know where to find her next." The fallen Ash. Casnia had not waited. Iliana folded the dispatch and tucked it inside her coat, pressing it against the compact, pressing it against the warning note, pressing it against every piece of paper she had ever hidden against her ribs. "Get a fresh horse," she told the rider. "Tell the stable I will be at the north gate before the bell." "My lady, go." He went. Iliana stood alone in the frozen street, the Warren district behind her, the red door closed, the keeper's blood cooling in the dark. She had a name now, and she had a choice. Purnell found her before she reached the gate. "How did you know I would be here?" "Because you always go where the door is still open." Purnell fell into step beside her, her breath fogging the cold air. The keeper. Dead. Tongue cut out. Clean. Purnell nodded as if she had expected it. "Then the trail is cold." "No." Iliana kept walking. "The trail is not cold, it just moved." "Where?" Iliana did not answer. She did not know yet. But she knew one thing with certainty. Casnia had the traitor's name, and Casnia was riding toward a meeting that could either break the conspiracy open or walk her directly into its teeth. "I need to go south." "Now?" "Before the coalition splinters completely. Before the mills lock out for good. Before my sister meets the bent branch sender alone." Purnell said nothing for 3 strides. "You understand that leaving Aurenthal now looks like flight?" "I understand. That Moskik will use your absence to confirm every suspicion he has. Let him. And that the man in black will have time to reshape the field while you are gone." Iliana stopped. She turned to face Purnell and she let the silence hang between them until the older woman's eyes narrowed. "I am not rutting," Iliana said. "I am going to find the name Casnia has, and I am going to put it in front of everyone who will not see. If the man in black wants to reshape the field, let him. The field is about to burn anyway." Purnell studied her. Then, slowly, she reached into her sleeve and produced a folded paper. "Another name." Iliana took it. "The bannerman who sent letters to Aurenthal. The one who sold your correspondence for coin. I had my own sources confirm it this morning." Iliana stared at the paper. The name was familiar. A Meyer house, old stock, sworn to Pelumir since the border wars. A man who had sat at Gramir's table. A man whose children had played in the ash orchards with Troban. "I know him." "Yes. He was at my mother's funeral." Purnell's voice was soft. "He was. Iliana folded the paper without reading the name again. She did not need to. She had already memorized it. The road south was frozen and dark. Iliana rode alone, the voice's breath clouding ahead of her, the stars cold and distant above the tree line. She had not told anyone she was leaving. She had not waited for Tristan to find her, had not sent word to Granary, had not stopped at Purnell's townhouse for another writ or another warning. She had simply taken the horse and gone. The dispatch from Casnia was pressed against her chest. The Nen was folded into her palm, and somewhere ahead, on the old mule road, beneath the fallen ash that Casnia had ridden toward, a man waited. A man who had betrayed House Pelumir. A man who had sold their letters, their movements, their secrets. A man who now wanted blood payment for his silence. Iliana rode. She rode until her hands were numb on the reins, until the horse's stride began to falter, until the first gray light bled across the tree line and she saw the ash tree ahead, its branches split and fallen, its trunk blackened by an old fire. Casnia was there, standing alone in the frost, her breath rising in steady clouds, her hand pressed to her side where a blade might have been hidden. She turned when she heard the horse, and Iliana saw it in her sister's face before she spoke. The name was real, the proof was real, and the price he demanded was written in blood they had not yet spilled. Chapter 64. The frost had burned off the grass by the time Casnia spoke. You came. Iliana slid from the horse, her legs stiff, her hands numb on the reins. You sent 3 riders. You knew I would. I hoped. Casnia's hand stayed pressed to her side where the blade hid. I did not know if you were still alive. Alive enough. They stood beneath the fallen ash, its trunk blackened by old fire, its branches splintered and scattered across the frost like bones. The morning light was thin and gray, the kind that promised no warmth. Where is he? Iliana said. Waiting. Where? Casnia nodded toward the tree line. He came alone. No retainers, no horses. He wanted to walk the last stretch himself. To make sure no one followed. To make sure he could leave if he did not like what he saw. Iliana understood. The bent branch sender had been careful. He had survived this long by never trusting the hand that fed him. Does he know you brought me? He knows you are coming. Casnia's voice was flat. He asked for you specifically. Said the name Iliana Pelumir was worth more than gold now, because the court could not stop talking about you. Iliana said nothing. She walked past her sister and into the trees. The path was narrow, winding through ash and thorn, the ground soft with rotting leaves. Iliana counted her steps the way she had learned to count heartbeats in the dark. When she reached 40, she saw him. He stood in a clearing where the trees opened to a frozen stream. Middle-aged, broad-shouldered, dressed in good wool and a travel-stained cloak. His face was the kind that looked honest. Square jaw, steady eyes, a mouth that smiled easily. She had seen that face at her mother's funeral. She had seen it at Garober's stable. He had watched her grow up. You came, he said. You sent for me. I did. He did not move. I did not think you would answer. Casnia's dispatch said you had a name. I do. And proof. Enough to hang a man. Iliana stopped at the edge of the clearing. The frozen stream separated them, its surface cracked and gray. Then tell me. The bannerman looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his cloak and pulled out a folded paper. Your mother saved my house, he said. 23 winters ago, before you were born. The same treasury purge that killed Thornwood would have taken my land, my grain, my name. She stopped it. She sat in a room with men who wanted me dead, and she talked them into mercy. Iliana did not move. I never repaid that debt, he said. I told myself I would when the time came, when the price was right, when it would not cost me everything I still had. But the price got too high. The price got impossible. He unfolded the paper. I sold your sister's letters to Aurenthal, 4 of them. I told the capital what Casnia was writing, who she was writing to, what she was building. I did it because the Regent's men made it clear that if I did not, they would take my house the same way they took Thornwood. And now? Now I have watched your father walk into the Regent's chamber and claim a crime he did not commit. I have watched a reeve die on a rope for refusing to lie cleanly. I have watched you ride south alone with nothing but a dispatch and a name. He held the paper out across the stream. I want to pay the debt before it is too late. Iliana did not take it. Who is the traitor? The bannerman's hand did not waver. Howl Ryden. The name landed like a stone in still water. Iliana knew it. Howl Dryden. The name landed like a stone in still water. Iliana knew it. Howl Dryden. The second son of House Dryden, the northern banner that had sent a suitor for Casnia 3 years ago. He had visited Bracken Keep twice, had sat at Garmir's table, had walked the ash orchards with Trobin. He was young. He was ambitious. He was in love with a woman who would not marry a second son with no land. Howl Dryden, she repeated. He sold the letters. He told the capital where Casnia's network was growing, who her contacts were, which routes she used. He did it for coin and a promise of a landed title when House Pelumir fell. And who promised him? The bannerman's eyes flickered. Chancellor Masik's office, through a clerk named Vellum, the same clerk who processed the winter tithe audit against your father. Iliana memorized the name. Vellum. She would find him. What else? The bannerman hesitated. There is a letter. What kind of letter? A letter in your mother's hand, dated a month before she died. It names the men who were closing around her. It names the Regent. It names Masik. And it names someone inside House Pelumir who she believed was feeding information to the capital. Iliana's chest went cold. You have this letter? I have a copy. He pulled another paper from his cloak. The original was destroyed, but I made a copy before it burned because I knew you would be worth something someday. To you. To anyone who wanted to prove that Lyra Pelumir knew she was being hunted before she died. Iliana stared at the paper. It felt like a trap. Every word this man said could be true, or it could be a story designed to make her trust him, to buy his silence with hers, to get her to promise something she could not take back. But the name was right. Howl Dryden, a man who had sat at their table, a man who had smiled at Tobrin, a man who had asked Casnia to dance at the midwinter banquet. Why now? She said. Why tell me this now, after selling our letters to the capital? The bannerman's face changed. The easy smile faded, replaced by something raw and tired. Because your mother saved my house, and I watched her die, and I did nothing. Because the Regent's men promised me safety if I kept my mouth shut, and I believed them. And then last week one of their collectors visited my gate and told me the price of my silence had gone up. His voice cracked. Your mother saved me, and I repaid her by selling her daughter's letters. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking for a chance to do one thing right before the capital finishes what it started. Iliana took the paper. She unfolded it. The handwriting was her mother's. Loose, angled, the same strokes she had seen in the compact and the genealogical annex. The ink had faded, but the words were still clear. The bannerman had not lied. Lyra Pelumir had known. She had named names. She had traced the pattern. She had written it down because she knew she might not survive to speak it. And at the bottom, in a darker ink, a single line. If I fall, Iliana will finish what I began. Iliana folded the paper. She looked at the bannerman. You will give me the original copy and every name you have. You will write a full account of everything you sold to Aurenthal, every contact, every payment, every promise. And then you will leave the province and never return. And my house? Your house will be spared, because my mother saved it, and I will not let her final mercy be erased by your cowardice. The bannerman's shoulders sagged. He nodded once. Then he turned and walked into the trees without looking back. Casnia was waiting at the ash tree. She saw Iliana's face and did not ask. They stood together in the cold, the letter pressed between them, and for a long moment neither of them spoke. It is real, Casnia said finally. It is real. Then we have a name. We have a name. And a letter that could destroy our father if he reads it. Iliana looked down at the paper in her hands. Her mother's handwriting. Her mother's final warning. She had spent years trying to save House Pelumir from the outside. Now she had to decide whether to protect it from the truth its own matriarch had buried. We ride for Aurenthal, Iliana said. We confront Howell Dryden before he knows we have his name, and we find out whether the Regent's cloaked vellum is still alive. And if he is, Iliana folded the letter. Then we make him talk before the man in black gets to him first. Chapter 65. The road south tasted of ash and frost. Iliana rode with the compact pressed against her ribs, and her mother's letter folded into her palm, the ink already blurring where sweat and cold had touched the paper. Casnia matched her pace, stride for stride, hood drawn, hand never leaving the rein. Behind them, Tobrin kept silence in a way that felt new, a silence that asked questions without needing words. The abbey had not been used in 12 winters. Iliana knew that before she saw it, knew it from the maps her mother had marked, knew it from the compact's language about safe places and shared witness. The roof had fallen in on the eastern transept. Moss climbed the altar stone, but the cellar door swung open on oiled hinges, and the steps below showed recent footprints. Someone had been here. Someone had left in a hurry. "Stay behind me," Iliana said. Cassia at wrist. We agreed. No more orders dressed as protection. Iliana met her sister's eyes. The gray was darker in the cellar light, harder. "Then stay beside me." They descended together, Tobin a step behind, torchlight throwing their shadows across walls that had once held prayers and now held only damp and the smell of old paper. The cellar ran deeper than the abbey above, a vaulted chamber lined with shelves that had been cleared in sections, leaving gaps like missing teeth. A brazier sat cold at the room's center. Around it, scattered across the flagstones, lay fragments of parchment and wax seals that had been torn from their bindings and thrown into a fire that had not quite caught. Iliana knelt. She lifted a half-burned page. The handwriting was her mother's. "If the concordance is revised to name us, these copies will stand as witness. I have hidden them where no imperial clerk will think to search. The abbey keeps its own records, and the abbey answers to no crown." The rest had burned. Iliana set the fragment aside and reached for another. Casnia moved to the shelves, pulling down what remained, sorting quickly. Tobin took the far wall, his torch casting long light across a shelf of ledgers bound in undyed leather. No crest, no marking. "These are mill records," Tobin said. "Three Forks, Eastwater, the Narrows, years 14 through 18. "Before the compact," Iliana said. "Before they knew to hide what they knew." Casnia held up a roll of vellum tied with red cord, the same red cord Iliana had seen in the archive beneath the Regent's tower. She cut the binding with her knife and unrolled it across the cold brazier. The names were there. 7 names, the same 7 from the compact. But this copy listed something the compact had not. The debts each house had carried going into the agreement, debts recorded in imperial ledgers, and then quietly retired through payments no clerk had ever logged. "This is proof," Casnia said. "Proof that the treasury erased debts for houses that played their game." And a map of who refused. Iliana pointed to the final name on the roll, Iliana Pelumir. Beside it, in a different ink, a note in her mother's hand. Refused consolidation. Refused audit, surrender. "They will come for me first." Iliana stared at the words. Her mother had known, not suspected, knew. And she had written it down anyway, left it where someone with eyes to find it could piece together what the Empire had done and what it would keep doing. "Heading says there is a second roll," Tobin said. "A list of signatories who survived." "Where?" Tobin lifted a ledger from the shelf. The binding had been cut, the pages inside torn free. Only the cover remained, stamped with a date that made Iliana's chest tighten. The year her mother died. "She was here," Iliana said. "She came here after she wrote the letter. She hid what she could, and then she went back to Bracken Keep and waited for them to come." Casnia's voice was quiet. "She knew she would not survive it. She left us the trail anyway." Iliana gathered the loose pages, the half-burned fragments, the roll of 7 names. She pressed them against the compact, against the letter, against everything she had carried south. The weight was physical now, a stack of paper that could destroy every house still standing or save the ones that mattered. Tobin took the far shelf. He pulled a leather folder from behind a loose stone, dust rising in a pale cloud. "More," he said. Iliana took it. Inside, her mother's handwriting again, but different from the letter, tighter, faster, as if written in a room where time was running out. "If you are reading this, I am dead. Do not trust the investigation. Do not trust the healer who attends me. Do not trust the servant who brings my meals. The traitor sits at my table and eats my bread, and I cannot name them because the evidence is not proof. It is pattern. But the pattern is enough. Watch for the one who never hesitates. Watch for the one who always agrees. Watch for the one who volunteers to carry messages to Aurenthal, because that is how they sell us." Iliana read the words twice. The traitor at the table. Her mother had known there was someone inside House Pelumir, feeding information to the capital, watching, waiting, smiling while the net closed. The same traitor Iliana was now hunting. Casnia took the paper from her hands and read it in silence. When she looked up, her face had gone still in a way Iliana recognized, the stillness before action. "It could be anyone." "It could be," Iliana said. "But my mother listed the houses that refused consolidation, and Howell Dryden's name is not on that list. Because he was not a househead. Because he was bought before the compact was even signed." Tobin set his torch in a wall bracket. "We need to burn this place. We need to take everything that matters and burn the rest," Iliana said. "If the man in black follows the same trail we did, he already has." The voice came from the top of the cellar stairs. Iliana turned. A figure stood silhouetted against the gray light filtering through the abbey ruin above, hooded, still, watching. Then the hoofbeats started. Not one horse, many, coming fast. Chapter 66. The hooded figure at the top of the cellar stairs did not move. Iliana counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3. The hoofbeats outside grew louder, a dozen horses at least, maybe more, coming fast through the frozen morning. Casnia shouldn't argue. She swept the leather folder, the roll of 7 names, the half-burned pages into her coat. "How do you know about a tunnel?" "Because my mother built this place to hide things. You do not build a hiding place without a way out." The hooded figure took one step down. Iliana saw the hand first, bare, pale, gripping the rail with the casual confidence of someone who knew exactly what waited below. The face remained shadowed, but the posture was wrong, too relaxed for an ambush, too calm for someone who had just discovered intruders in a dead woman's archive. "Who are you?" Iliana called. No answer. The hoofbeats stopped outside. "Now," Iliana said. Casnia pulled Tobin toward the well casing. He hesitated, eyes fixed on the figure above, and Iliana saw the question in his face. The same question that had haunted her since the mill fight, whether running made them cowards or survivors. "Move," she said, softer this time. "That is an order." Tobin moved. He lifted the loose stone with his shoulder, revealing the gap behind it, a low tunnel barely wide enough for a grown man to crawl through. Casnia went first, pushing the leather folder ahead of her. Tobin followed, and Iliana heard his breath catch as he dropped into the dark. Iliana grabbed the torch from the wall bracket and threw it into the brazier. The dry wood caught fast. Flame leaped across the cellar floor, catching the old records, the shelf fragments, the papers they could not carry. Smoke coiled toward the stairs, buying them seconds. She dropped to her knees and pulled the stone back into place as the first boot hit the bottom stair. The tunnel was black and cold, dirt and stone pressing close on all sides. Iliana crawled blind, following the sound of Tobin's breathing ahead of her. The air tasted of old mortar and something metallic, rust or blood, she could not tell which. Behind her, a voice called out, muffled by stone and flame. "She is already gone. Search the perimeter." Familiar. Not the hooded figure. Someone else. Someone who had arrived with the horses. Iliana kept crawling. The tunnel sloped upward after 20 yards, narrowing until her shoulders scraped both walls. She pushed through, using her elbows, feeling the compact press against her ribs alongside her mother's letter and the roll of 7 names. Then the tunnel opened. She pulled herself out into a small stone chamber, empty except for a rusted bell mechanism and a gap in the wall where winter light bled through. Casnia stood at the gap, peering down at the abbey grounds below. Tobin leaned against the bell frame, breathing hard, the leather folder clutched against his chest. 12 riders, Casnia said. No colors, no banners, but they knew exactly where to stop. They followed us, Tobin said. From the keep, from the road. Someone knew we were coming here before we did. Iliana pressed her palm against the cold stone and looked down. The riders had dismounted. They moved through the abbey ruins with practiced efficiency, spreading out in pairs, searching every doorway, every fallen arch. One of them stood apart, watching the cellar stair where smoke now rose in a thin, gray column. The hooded figure emerged from the stair, spoke to the watcher, and pointed east, toward the bell tower. Time to go, Iliana said. They dropped from the bell tower's broken base into the frozen drainage ditch behind the abbey, then ran through the tree line, boots slipping on frosted leaves, breath tearing in their lungs. The horses were still tethered where they had left them, a quarter-mile east, hidden in the hollow where the old mill road curved into the ash grove. They reached the horses as shouts rose behind them. Iliana swung into the saddle, paper crackling against her chest. Casnia mounted beside her, face set in the stillness Iliana recognized as controlled fury. Tobin pulled himself up last, the leather folder tucked inside his coat, and for a moment he looked at Iliana with something she had not seen before. Not fear, certainty. We cannot go back to Bracken Keep, he said. They will expect that. Where then? Dradden's estate is 2 hours north, Tobin said. Howell Drydle thinks we do not know his name yet. That gives us time. Iliana looked at her brother. The gentle Heir, the boy she had tried to protect from every hard choice, was already thinking about the next move, the one the enemy would not anticipate. Who taught you to think like that? She asked. Mother, he said. She taught all of us. You were just the only one listening. He kicked his horse forward. Casnia followed. Iliana stayed still for one breath, watching Tobin's back as he rode, the leather folder pressed against his ribs, his shoulders set in a way she had never seen before. The shouts behind drew them closer. She rode. They pushed the horses hard through the frozen morning, crossing the old mill road at a shallow ford where the water ran black and cold over cracked stones. Tobin led, choosing the path without hesitation, and Iliana recognized the shape of the landscape now. These were the hunting trails she had mapped with her mother's old journals, the routes no imperial survey had ever recorded. Casnia pulled alongside her, breath coming in clouds. Tobin has been studying Mother's maps, she said, for 3 years, while you were in Aurenthal. He never told me. He did not want to distract you. The words hit harder than they should have. Iliana had spent so long carrying the burden alone that she had forgotten to look for the hands reaching to share it. They stopped in a hollow between 2 ridges, hidden from the road by a wall of bare thorn. Tobin dismounted first and pulled the leather folder from his coat, spreading the contents across a flat stone. Iliana knelt beside him. The pages were loose, some had burned at the edges, but the handwriting was clear. Her mother's hand, tight and urgent, the same script that had named the Regent and Mystique in the letter she carried. But these pages went further. Tobin turned to a page near the bottom, where the ink changed from black to a faded brown, older, written months or years before the letter. The chain does not end with the Chancellor. Mystique is a visible hand, but the hand that feeds him belongs to someone closer to the throne than any of us dared name. I have traced the payments. I have watched the correspondence. The patron above Mystique sits at Zesemanen's right hand, eats from his table, and writes the orders Mystique signs. If you find this, do not speak the name aloud. Do not write it where another eye can see. The moment you know who holds the leash, you become a target. But knowing is still worth the price. Below the text, a single line, crossed out so hard the parchment had torn. Iliana turned the page to the light. The name beneath the crossout was still legible. Lady Pernale Dreckmate. Chapter 67. The hollow was quiet now. Iliana sat with the leather folder open across her knees, the half-burned pages spread like fallen leaves, and watched Tobin trace his finger along the margin of one of their mother's maps. The name below the cross-out still burned behind her eyes, Lady Pernell Drakmont. She folded the page and pressed it against the rest of the stack. Casnia was staring at the same spot of frozen ground, her face unreadable. Tobin was the one who finally spoke, his voice low, as if testing whether sound still worked. "We need to show Father." Iliana shook her head. "Not here. Not while riders might still be searching." "Then where?" "Bracken Keep. We take the long way through the ash groves. No roads." They rode in the lengthening silence, keeping to the hunting trails Tobin had memorized, the horses picking their way through frozen ditches and bare thorn. Iliana watched the tree line and thought about Pernell's smile, the clove and winter rose scent, the way she had offered mentorship with one hand while writing Mossig's orders with the other. The betrayal did not feel like a stab. It felt like discovering a door she had thought was open had always been locked from the other side. The keep rose out of the gray afternoon like a stoned fist. Goromi met them in the courtyard. He was still in the same clothes from Aurenthal, his coat stained at the collar, silver hair uncombed. He looked at the three of them dismounting, at the leather folder Tobin carried, at Iliana's face, and did not ask where they had been. He already knew it was somewhere he would not want to hear about. "I have news," he said, "but yours first." They moved to the back solar where the fire was low and the walls were thick enough to muffle voices. Tobin set the leather folder on the table. Iliana watched Goromir's hands as he opened it, the tremor in his fingers, the way he touched the pages as if they might burn him. "Lyra's hand," he said. "Yes." He read the half-burned pages in silence, the one about hiding copies to witness the concordance revision, the debt roll with Lyra's refusal written beside her name, the page that named Masik and Vesimund and the unnamed inside source. Then he reached the bottom page, the one with Pernell's name crossed out beneath the warning about the patron above the chancellor. Goromir stopped breathing. Iliana watched his thumb move across the crossout, tracing the torn parchment where the pen had bitten through. He read the line again, then once more. Then he set the page down with the care of a man handling something that had already cut him. "She told me she was being careful," he said. "When Lyra said the court was building a story around us, I told her she was being careful, that paranoia would break her before the Empire ever could." "Father, she told me someone high in Aurenthal was feeding orders through the treasury." His voice was flat, reciting. "She said the chancellor was not the real author. I told her she had no proof. I told her to wait." Iliana said nothing. "She brought me letters, names, patterns. I burned them." Goromir looked down at his hands, then back at the page. "I told her that carrying evidence of a conspiracy we could not prove would get us killed faster than the conspiracy itself. I told her to trust the law. I told her to trust the Regent." Casnia made a sound, not a word, something between a breath and a wounded thing. "How long?" Tobin asked quietly. Goromir's jaw worked. "A year before she died. Maybe more. She stopped bringing me the letters after the 6th time I told her to bury them." The fire popped, a log shifted. Iliana felt the weight of it settle across her ribs, the knowledge that her mother had been alone with the truth because the one person who should have stood beside her had chosen comfort over confrontation. She thought of all the letters Lyra had hidden, all the evidence she had cached in abbey cellars and behind loose stones, preparing for a war her husband had refused to believe was coming. She thought of Pernell smiling at her across the chapel, teaching her to steer the machine, never mentioning that she had helped build it. "Do you despise me?" Goromirr asked. The question was not directed at Casnia or Tobin. It was for her. Iliana looked at her father's face, the grief lines carved deep around his mouth, the gray pallor of a man who had been carrying guilt so long it had reshaped his bones. She thought about Sabriel's husband, the one who had signed the divorce papers and let her die alone in a parking lot. She thought about Goromir cutting pears at breakfast, his hands shaking as he fed his children. "No," she said. "She chose you. She kept coming back to the table. That means she knew you were afraid, not that you were wrong." Goromir's eyes closed. "We have to move," Iliana said. "Pernell knows we were at the Abbey. She does not know what we found, but she will assume the worst. Howell Dryden does not know we have his name yet. That advantage expires the moment someone tells him we were seen riding toward his estate. Howell Dryden? Garomir straightened. He sold Casnia's letters to Aurenthal. Garomir's hand went to the table edge. He held it until his knuckles whitened. A rider's horn sounded from the gate. They all turned toward the window. Iliana crossed to it first, pressing her palm against the cold glass. A party of 5 riders in Aurenthal colors was dismounting in the courtyard. The lead rider carried a dispatch case with the Regent's seal. "I told them we needed time," Garomir said. The knock came before he finished speaking. Iliana watched a steward cross the courtyard, heard the exchange of formal greetings, the scrape of boots on stone. A moment later, the solar door opened, and the steward stood with a sealed parchment in his hand, his face carefully blank. "For Lord Garomir Pelumir," he said, "from the Regent's Tower, delivered by Captain Aldrich of the Household Guard." Garomir took the parchment. Iliana watched him break the seal, read the contents, and go still in a way that was worse than any flinch. "What is it?" Casnia asked. Garomir's voice came out steady, which meant he was holding something back. "Proof of house good faith," he said. "Tobrin is summoned to Aurenthal to serve as personal squire to Lord Aldrich's household for the winter season, a sign that House Pelumir has no grievance with the crown." Tobin's face went pale. "It is a hostage-taking," Iliana said. "It is a formal honor," Garomir replied. "And a hostage-taking. The distinction depends on whether we survive the winter." The dispatch crackled in his grip. "You leave at dawn tomorrow," he said to Tobin. His voice broke on the last word. Chapter 68. The Aurenthal guest wing smelled of cedar and beeswax, the floors polished to a shine that caught the gray morning light like standing water. Tobin stood in the center of the chamber they had given him, his saddlebag still on his shoulder, and counted the ways the room was a cage. The windows faced the inner courtyard, not the street. The door had no lock on the inside. The servant who had shown him in had not asked when he wished to be woken. He set the saddlebag on the bed and walked to the window. Below, 2 guards in Aldrich colors stood at either end of the cloister walk, their postures relaxed, their positions calculated. They could see every approach to his door from either direction. The courtesy had been flawless. Captain Aldrich had met him at the north gate with a formal bow and an escort of 4 household guard, all clean-shaven, all armed with the short stabbing swords used in close quarters. The captain had expressed Lord Aldrich's pleasure at receiving such a promising young squire. He had mentioned the quality of the winter hunting in the royal preserves. He had not mentioned Tobrin's father or sisters once. Tobrin pressed his palm against the cold glass. "You are not a guest," he told himself. "You are a piece on their board. Do not let them move you." A soft knock came at the door. He turned. A young woman in household guard livery stood in the doorway, her face pleasant and unreadable. "Lord Aldrich requests the honor of your presence at the midday meal, sir. He asks that you wear the colors of your house." Tobrin nodded. "I will be there." She withdrew, closing the door without sound. He stood alone in the cedar-scented room and thought about his mother. She had walked through halls like these. She had smiled at servants like that one, eaten at tables laid by the same hands that now laid his. She had been the one the capital hated enough to kill, and she had still walked into these rooms knowing what they were. He opened the saddlebag and found the leather folder Iliana had pressed into his hands before dawn. "Read them on the road," she had said. "Burn what does not matter. Keep what does." He had not opened it yet. Now he pulled out the top page, Lyra's handwriting, the angular letters he had memorized from 3 years of studying her maps. "If I fall, Iliana will finish what I began." He folded the page and tucked it inside his tunic, against his ribs. The midday meal was served in a long hall hung with hunting tapestries, the windows tall enough to admit the winter sun. Lord Aldrich sat at the head of the table, a man of perhaps 60 with iron-gray hair and the soft hands of someone who had not drawn a blade in years. He smiled when Tobrin entered. "Tobrin Pelumir," he said, as if tasting the name. "Sit. You must be hungry after the road." The meal was excellent, roasted pheasant, winter preserves, fresh bread still warm from the oven. Tobin ate carefully, matching the pace of the other diners, watching who watched him. There were 7 at the table. Lord Aldrich and his wife, a woman with quick eyes who asked no questions. A younger man introduced as Captain Aldrich's nephew, serving as household steward. 2 older retainers who ate in silence and observed everything. And at the far end, a man Tobin did not recognize, dark-haired, lean, dressed in riding leathers rather than formal wear. Master Kellen oversees the royal hunt, Lord Aldrich said, following Tobin's gaze. He tells me the boar have been running thick in the eastern preserves this season. Tobin nodded. We have boar in the reach. They root up the orchards when the snow deepens. Kellen smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Then you know how dangerous they can be, he said. A cornered boar will kill a man before he knows he is dead. Speed, weight, tusks that can open a thigh to the bone. Master Kellen loves his work, Lord Aldrich said, with a fondness that sounded rehearsed. The meal continued. Tobin answered questions about his journey, his studies, his age. He did not mention Iliana. He did not mention Casnia. He did not mention the leather folder pressed against his ribs. When the servants cleared the plates, Lord Aldrich set down his wine and looked at Tobin with the expression of a man about to deliver a gift. The hunt convenes at dawn tomorrow, he said. I have taken the liberty of having a horse prepared for you. A fine bay gelding, steady in the saddle, fast enough to keep up with the beaters. Tobin felt the trap close. I am honored, he said. The young lords of the capital will be there. House Venn, House Dryden, House Averlet. It will be a good chance for you to make acquaintance with your peers. Lord Aldrich smiled again. Every new squire should have a proper welcome. The man called Kellen was still watching. Tobin walked back to his chamber through the cloister, counting his steps. The 2 guards were still at their posts. The sky had gone the color of iron. He closed the door and leaned against it. The hunt. A boar hunt with the young lords of the capital, led by a man who had looked at him like a problem to be solved. He thought about what Iliana would say. She would tell him to watch the ground, to track who carried what weapons, to notice whose horse was fresh and whose was tired. She would tell him that hunts were only hunting until someone decided the prey should walk on 2 legs. He opened the leather folder again and spread the pages across the bed. His mother's handwriting. The names of the dead. The pattern of the purge. He picked up the half-burned page with Purnell's name crossed out and traced her letters with his thumb. You are not a guest, he told himself again. You are a piece on their board. But the board was larger than he had known. Outside his window, the courtyard lamps were being lit. The day was falling toward night. He thought about the bay gelding, fast enough to keep up, fast enough to die on, he thought. He folded the pages and put them back in the folder, then laid his head on his arms and waited for the knock that would tell him it was time to pretend again. Chapter 69. The bay gelding moved well beneath him, steady in the saddle, responsive to the leg. Tobin noted the way the horse flicked its ears at the gathering, not nervous but alert, a creature trained to read the riders around it. Dawn had broken gray over the eastern preserves, frost still clinging to the grass where the beaters had gathered. 12 men with long poles and dogs, 3 mounted lords in hunting leathers, and Kellen at the center, dark-haired and still, his smile already in place. Tobin counted the faces he knew. The young lord from House Venn, red-cheeked and eager, barely older than himself. A Dryden cousin, thinner, darker, watching the tree line with studied disinterest. Someone wearing Averley colors, a woman with a bow across her saddle, her eyes moving from rider to rider like a merchant counting stock. None of them looked at him directly. That was the first signal. Kellen raised his hand, and the hunt moved forward. They entered the tree line in single file. Tobin let the gelding find its pace, keeping 2 lengths behind the Averley woman, watching how the beaters spread into a crescent. The dog's breath plumed in the cold air. The frost cracked under hooves. Kellen dropped back. The horse came alongside, close enough that Tobin could smell leather and wood smoke and something metallic under it. First boar hunt, Lord Tobin? First in the capital preserves. Kellen's smile deepened. They run different here, meaner. The eastern boar have learned to double back. Iliana said the same of the reach, Tobin said, and watched Kellen's eyes narrow for half a heartbeat before the smile returned. Your sister has opinions on boar? She has opinions on anything that pretends to be one thing while being another. Kellen laughed. It did not sound false, which made it worse. I look forward to meeting her properly. The line moved deeper into the wood. The light changed, filtered through bare branches, casting the riders into a world of gray and brown and occasional flashes of frost-bright green. Tobin kept the gelding steady and watched. The trap would not look like a trap. That was the rule Iliana had taught him. It would look like an accident, a stumble, a misjudged angle, a boar that charged from the wrong direction. He touched the folded page inside his tunic. If I fall, Iliana will finish what I began. But I am not falling, he told the paper. Not yet. The beaters flushed a sow from a thicket at mid-morning. She broke left, fast and low, and the young Ven Lord spurred after her with a cry. The Averley woman followed at an angle, her bow already half drawn. Tobin saw the dogs converge, heard the beaters shouting, felt the gelding gather beneath him. He held. Kellen was watching him. You do not join the chase, Lord Tobin? I do not know the ground. Then you will learn nothing standing still. The words were mild, the smile was not. Tobin touched his heels to the gelding's flanks and followed. The chase took them through a dry creek bed, up a slope of loose stone, and into a clearing where the sow had turned at bay. She was not large, 200 pounds perhaps, her tusks short and worn. But she had her back to a fallen oak, and the dogs had learned caution, circling with lowered heads and bloody muzzles. The Ven Lord had his sword out. First blood to House Ven, he said, and spurred forward. The sow did not charge. She waited until the last stride, then pivoted, and the horse shied. And the Ven Lord's sword cut air. He recovered well, bringing the blade around, but the sow had already turned, already committed to a new line, straight toward Tobin. The gelding stood. That was its training. But Tobin had no spear, no bow, only the short blade at his belt, and the knowledge that this was the shape the trap would take. He did not spur away. He did not draw. He sat still and looked at the boar's eye. She was 30 feet, 20. Her head dropped, tusks rising, and he saw the muscle bunch in her shoulder, the moment before the charge would break. He raised his hand. The Averley woman's arrow took the sow in the throat. She went down in a tangle of legs and blood, skidding to a stop 5 feet from the gelding's forelegs. The horse did not flinch. Tobin did not flinch. The clearing went silent. Kellen rode forward, his face unreadable. A clean shot, Lady Averley. The woman lowered her bow. The horse stood well. The horse, Kellen said, still watching Tobin, knew its rider. Tobin did not answer. He looked at the dead boar and thought about what Iliana would say. You did not fall. That is enough, but it was not enough, and he knew it. The trap had not been the boar. They found the second boar an hour later, and the third. Tobin did not ride at the front. He did not ride at the back. He stayed in the middle of the line, the gelding matching pace, his hand never far from the short blade he had not drawn. He was learning the ground. He was learning the faces. The Dryden cousin watched him with the same studied disinterest, but his horse kept drifting closer, always on Tobin's left, always within striking distance. The Ven Lord had stopped speaking to him. The Averley woman had not looked at him since the clearing. Kellen circled them all like a patient shepherd. And then, near the end of the day, as the light began to fail, the beaters flushed something larger. It broke from the undergrowth at full charge, a boar twice the size of the first, its tusks yellowed and scarred, its shoulders matted with old blood. The dogs scattered. The horses screamed. Tobin saw the Dryden cousin's horse rear. He saw the cousin's sword come out, too late. He saw the boar's head drop, and he knew that this was the real trap. Not a random flush, a directed one. He had time to make a choice. He spurred forward. The gelding responded like a creature trained for war, surging between the boar and the Dryden cousin. Tobin did not draw his blade. He did not shout. He leaned forward, one hand on the horse's neck, and let the gelding take the boar's charge at an angle. The impact was not clean. The boar's tusk caught the gelding's shoulder, tore through leather and hide and muscle. The horse screamed and went down. Tobin was already moving. He rolled clear, came up on one knee, and drew the short blade. The boar had turned, bloodied, enraged, its head low. It did not see the Avonlea woman's arrow until the shaft sprouted from its flank. It did not see the Ven Lord's blade until the steel took it through the throat. It went down. Tobin stayed on his knee, breathing hard, the short blade still in his hand. The clearing was silent. Kellen rode forward, his eyes on Tobin's face. That was either very brave or very foolish. Does it matter which? Kellen's smile flickered. Not to the boar. Tobin stood. The gelding was still down, its breath hitching, its shoulder a ruin of blood and torn muscle. The Averley woman dismounted, walked to the horse, and cut its throat with the economy that spoke of practice. "No horse to ride home, Lord Tobin," Kellen said. "I will walk. The wolves will find you before dawn. Then I will walk faster." Kellen laughed again, and this time it sounded almost genuine. "Ride with me. My horse is sound, and I would hear more of your sister's opinion on things that pretend to be what they are not." Tobin sheathed his blade. He had not drawn blood. He had not been the one to fall. But he knew, with a certainty that sat cold in his chest, that the hunt was not over. They rode back through the failing light, the dead boar lashed to a pack horse behind them. Tobin sat behind Kellen, his hands loose on the saddle pommel, his eyes on the tree line. The Dryden cousin rode ahead, still silent. The Ven Lord had recovered his color. The Everley woman did not meet Tobin's gaze. They reached the edge of the preserve as the lamps were being lit. Lord Aldrich waited at the stable yard, his face arranged in pleasant welcome, his hands clasped before him. "A successful hunt," he said, as Tobin dismounted. "I am told you distinguished yourself. I lost a good horse. A loss I will remedy. I have another in the stables, a gray steady in the field." Tobin inclined his head. The trap was still closing. He could feel it, the way he had felt the boar's charge before it came. "I am grateful, Lord Aldrich." "Not at all." The older man's smile did not waver. "It is important that our young men learn to trust one another. Hunts build bonds." Tobin looked past him, at the courtyard, at the guards in Aldrich colors, at the windows that faced inward. "Some bonds," he said, "are built faster than others." Lord Aldrich's eyes flickered, and then a rider came through the gate, mud-spattered and breathing hard, and Tobin saw the dispatch in the rider's hand and knew that the hunt had not been the only trap closing tonight. Chapter 70. The dispatch rider's horse was still blowing when Tobin reached the stable yard. Mud streaked the animal's flanks. The rider's hand shook as he passed the sealed tube to Lord Aldrich's steward, who read the contents, went still, and then walked directly to where Tobin stood with Kellen's reins still in his hand. "Lord Tobin, a message for your sister." Tobin took the tube. The wax was plain, no seal, no crest. He broke it open and read the single line in a hand he did not recognize. The boar was not the only thing they flushed tonight. Someone died at the South Road crossing. The hunt's architect named your sister before he bled out. He folded the paper and put it in his tunic beside Lyra's pages. "Who sent this?" The steward's face was smooth. "The rider does not know. It was handed to him at the garrison gate by a woman in gray." One of the gray watchers, or some wearing their color to hide their own. Tobin turned. The stable yard was filling with lanterns, servants moving to take the horses, the Averley woman already dismounted and walking toward the guest wing without looking back. Kellen was watching him from the tack-shed doorway, arms crossed, his silhouette still against the yellow light. He wants to see what I do with the news. Tobin walked to the tack-shed. "I need a fresh horse. My sister's townhouse in the spice quarter." Kellen's eyes dropped to Tobin's tunic, where the folded page lay. "That was not approved movement. I am not asking." A pause. Then Kellen's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "The gray will carry you faster than the bay." He unhooked a bridle or whistled. A horse materialized from the deeper dark, not the gray Kellen had ridden, but something leaner, darker, its coat the color of wet ash. "That one is not mine to offer." "Everything in the stable is mine to offer." Kellen held out the bridle. "Take it, or walk, and if you fall, Fall where the mud hides your colors. Tobin took the bridle. He found Iliana in the Spice Quarter townhouse, still in her riding clothes, the compact spread across the table beside a half-eaten meal she had not finished. She looked up when he entered, and her face told him she already knew. "The South Road Crossing," she said. "A bannerman from House Venn. He died with your name on his lips, not mine." "That is not what my dispatch says." Iliana's jaw tightened. "They are already circulating a corrected version. By dawn, every house in Aurenthal will believe Tobin Pelumir was seen arguing with a Venn man before the hunt, and that the same Venn man was found dead on the road 2 hours later with a Pelumir blade in his chest." "I did not argue with anyone." "I know." She stood, walked to the window, and stared into the dark street. "But the story does not need your truth. It needs a shape that fits the script." Tobin felt the folded page against his chest. "Then we write a different shape." Iliana turned. For a moment her face softened. "You sound like her." "Mother?" "Me. Before I learned that writing alone does not stop the ink from being rewritten." A knock at the door. Sharp. 3 beats. Iliana did not move. "Who?" The door opened. Lady Pernille Grackmont stepped inside, still in her green silk, as though she had been waiting in the corridor for the right moment to enter. She did not look at Tobin. She looked only at Iliana. "Someone is trying to force a split," Pernille said. "Between you and the knight. Between you and your brother. Between Pelumir and every ally who still wavers." Iliana's voice was flat. "I know. Do you know why? Because isolation makes authorship easier." Pernille's smile was thin. "Then you understand the game. Now let me tell you the move." She stepped closer, one hand resting on the edge of the table, her fingers tracing the compact's cracked packs. "The Venn bannerman was killed by a man wearing a Pelumir sigil. The sigil was borrowed. The man is already dead, found in a ditch an hour ago, throat cut, no identification. The trail is clean. Except you know who killed him." "Except I know." Pernille's eyes met Iliana. "And I know the name of the man who gave the order to borrow your family's colors. He sits in a locked room in the East Garrison waiting for dawn, waiting for someone to ask him the right question." Tobin spoke. "Why are you telling us this?" Pernille's gaze shifted to him, cool and measuring. "Because Lady Iliana has something I want, and I am willing to trade." Iliana's hand moved to the compact, pulling it toward her. "What do you want?" "A sealed file. In the Regent's tower, third door from the south stair, iron lock, no crest. It contains testimony from the night your mother died." Iliana's breath caught. Tobin saw it. "You have had access to that file for years," Iliana said. "You could have burned it any night." "Burned it, yes. Vanished it, no." Pernille's smile did not reach her eyes. "If I take it, the archivist notices. If the paper turns to ash, the binding remains, and the binding carries the memory. But if someone else enters, reads it, and the file is never returned, then the file simply exists nowhere. No record, no evidence, no trace. And you want me to steal it? I want you to own it." Pernille folded her hands. "The hunt death was designed to isolate you. A Venn bannerman dead, a Pelumir sigil found, a story already written. But the architect made one mistake. He named himself in the dispatch to the garrison before the body was cold. He was too proud to let someone else claim the work." Iliana's voice was quiet. "His name. Expose him before dawn, prove the sigil was borrowed, prove the order came from his hand, and I will let the file on your mother's death vanish. No questions, no conditions." Tobin stepped forward. "You are asking her to burn an ally." "I am asking her to prove she knows how to choose which pieces to sacrifice." Pernille's gaze never left Iliana. The game does not reward caution, it rewards precision. Iliana was silent for a long breath. Then she reached for her coat. "I will need access to the East Garrison." Pernille's smile deepened. "I thought you might." She drew a key from her sleeve and placed it on the table. "The third cell from the north end. The man inside knows who paid him. He will not speak until dawn." Iliana took the key. "And the file? When the architect is named in public, the file will be waiting in the third door from the south stair. Bring nothing but the key. leave nothing but silence. Purnell turned and walked to the door. At the threshold, she paused. Lady Iliana, one more warning. Iliana waited. The man you are about to name was not acting alone. He was given the order by someone who wants you to believe you have won tonight, so that tomorrow you are too confident to see the next blade coming. She stepped into the dark. The door closed. Tobin looked at Iliana, at the key in her hand, at the compact still spread across the table. What do we do? Iliana's fingers closed around the key. We name the architect, we take the file, and we learn who is trying to make us believe we have won tonight, so that tomorrow you are too confident to see the next blade coming. She stepped into the dark. The door closed. Tobin looked at Iliana, at the key in her hand, at the compact still spread across the table. What do we do? Iliana's voice was quiet. He said to the story, the Despectorate cumlers completely. He was right both the manny. The truth women were entirely crowned. It was IF, which was all the entire behave only. Riffery, or well. We're falling at the city of Midgen, bothly Proftimus, Slests, in this port's bagged. Timing is a strain start. From the time and the Bubbycraft on birth. Temin crowd out on the 8. Nor day. A mating. Steph. Cinching. The truth women really sweetly temptmently just shut out that presh Lady Blad. The pluddy is feeling the reckles of explayer grand. I haven't let a stand this onus still living about anyone. My sense of did not either this, and that we being moved at my instance only with a guardia, do a rap. The narrative hears this littly present to Intema, which promisey steebits and promisely. I asked the Georgiamatically what acquired is even still the Venin a 7, 1638 war. A 7 war. 1 sef 10. But we didn't have to temple. They are just dealt fluch, for fresh power at the boy dad. I still dying in a way that his friends may sure to be increasing his chides. I'm just rabbing a slightly gines of a comprehended job. I had to be dying just to the pre-pinnel, which was stales your little bon. Now let me do it well. We stay by the Eichel speaks. He's trackling the screen, laid it on the hate of exhaustion, unastaled dannery. A quality fraud, still paid as the speaks board. The cacris dorset point, I'm to sweck. Let's say this truthfully will litter away in my turn, since I am down. It is around what's all in his cycle, which is the George infinite of these heavies, who I list for Capitovi chances, so that he would go for my body, and I would just be big, still restin' and more, fast to my way from an effector. I'm ing Bacifix and I am absolutely light, and we just haven't a man to pinks most month. But a fit, he said, I don't make a thiepers, but the stetch full crop another. Temple lapped in this coin. 2, a filled, pitching 3. One aged, hollow-cheeked, the kind of face that had learned to smile at the right people and forget itself in the dark. His eyes moved over her, then over Tobin, and settled on the key still in her grip. You are not the garrison watch. I am the one who will hear your name before dawn, Iliana said. Or you will give it to the men who come after me. He laughed. It was a dry, practiced sound. You think I will break because you ask nicely? Iliana set the key on the bench between them. She did not sit. She stood where the torchlight fell across her face and let him read the stillness there. I think you were paid to borrow a Pelumir sigil and give it to a man who killed a Ven Bannerman on the South Road. I think the man who wore the sigil is already dead in a ditch with his throat cut. I think you were promised a clean exit and a purse that would carry you past the border. And I think whoever promised you that has already written your death into the same dispatch that names my brother. The hollow-cheeked man stopped laughing. You know the dispatch? I know the architect named himself before the body was cold. He was silent. His hands shifted against the rope at his wrists. I want the name, Iliana said. Not the man who carried the sigil, the man who gave the order. You think that will save your brother? I think it will shift the blame to someone who deserves it more. The hollow-cheeked man looked at Tobin, then back at Iliana. Something shifted in his face, a calculation, a weighing of odds. The stables, he said, the east stable. A grue named Hedden. He took the wager, passed the coin, and marked the route. Whose coin? the treasury clerk who handles Masik's discretionary accounts. A man named Pelum. He does not sign his own name to anything, but he keeps a book. Red leather, brass corners. It lives in the third drawer of his desk in the Chancery Annex. Iliana's mind moved. Pelum. She knew the name from the compact's debt roll, a clerk who had processed the audit adjustments against House Pelumir for 3 years. How does Pelum reach Hedin? Through a runner, a woman in gray. Iliana's breath caught. The same gray as the ones who had threatened Mallory's daughter. The same gray as the woman who had handed the dispatch to the rider at the garrison gate. And Pelum's book names every payment he has made for the last 2 years, including the one that bought the sigil. Iliana picked up the key. She did not thank him. At the door, she paused. If you are lying, I will come back. The hollow-cheeked man met her eyes. If I am lying, you will not need to. She stepped out. Tobin followed. The door closed with a sound that echoed down the corridor. The Chancery Annex is 2 streets east of the garrison square, Tobin said. But it will be locked until dawn. Then we do not go through the door. They moved through the night. The streets were empty, the lamps burning low, the kind of hour when only guards and thieves and desperate people walked the cobblestones. Iliana counted steps, turns, alley mouths. Tobin matched her pace without speaking. The Chancery Annex was a narrow building wedged between a counting house and a shuttered apothecary. Its windows were dark, its door was barred. Iliana did not stop at the front. She circled to the rear, where a service door opened onto a yard stacked with crates and empty ink barrels. The lock was older, simpler. She worked it with a blade from her sleeve. Inside, the air smelled of tallow and dust. The third drawer of Pelum's desk opened with a dry scrape. Iliana found the book where the hollow-cheeked man had said it would be. Red leather, brass corners, the pages packed tight with dates and sums and initials. She flipped to the most recent entries. A payment to Hedin. A payment to a man named in the margin as C, the dead man in the ditch. A payment marked Sigil Acquisition, with no further detail. And at the bottom of the page, a single line in Pelum's hand. Order confirmed by written directive. File in East Garrison Ledger. Signed under seal of discretionary account 7C. Iliana stared at the reference. 7C. The same annex number that had been stamped on the compact. She closed the book. Pelum wrote the order, she said, but he did not originate it. He processed it for someone else. Who? Iliana turned the book in her hands. The leather was warm from her grip. The man who gave the directive signed it under a discretionary account. Those accounts are managed by the Chancery's Fiscal Oversight Office, and the man who oversees fiscal oversight for the southern provinces reports directly to... She stopped. Masik, Tobin said. Masik, Iliana said slowly. Or someone who outranks him. She slid the book into her coat. They left the annex the same way they had entered. The streets were still empty. The lamps were still low. But the air had changed, charged, waiting. The East Garrison Square was lit when they reached it. Torches told in brackets. 2 soldiers stood at the gate, their faces unreadable. Iliana walked toward them with the book in her hand. I have come to name a man, she said. The soldiers exchanged a glance. One of them stepped aside, revealing the courtyard beyond. The courtier was brought before her within the hour, a man in a tailored coat with folk-stained fingers and the soft hands of someone who had never carried a blade. His name was Pelum, and when Iliana laid the book before the garrison commander and recited the chain, he went still. That book proves nothing, Pelum said. It proves you paid for the sigil, Iliana said. It proves you marked the route. It proves you gave the order. You cannot prove intent. I do not need intent. I need connection. She held his gaze. The Ven Bannerman is dead. The sigil is Pelumir. The man who wore it is in a ditch. And your book places you at the center of every payment that made the trap possible. Pelum's jaw tightened. His eyes moved around the square, searching for a face, a rescue, a way out. He found none. The accusation stands, the garrison commander said. Master Pelum, you are confined to the garrison pending tribunal. Pelum laughed. It was a low, wet sound, the laugh of a man who had already lost and knew it. "You have caught me," he said. "Well done. You followed the coin, the route, the wager. You traced the chain to my desk. You think you have saved your brother." Iliana said nothing. "But you have mocked the wrong prey." Pelham's smile was thin, almost pleasant. The trap was never just for Tobrin. The hunt was a diversion. The real blade was always pointed at someone else. Iliana's blood went cold. "Who?" Pelham's smile widened. "Your knight." He turned his head deliberately toward the garrison gate. Iliana followed his gaze. Tristan Wenvir stood in the torchlight, his hands bound, 4 soldiers flanking him, their blades drawn. His face was still. His eyes met hers, and she understood. Pelham had not only set the hunt death, he had prepared a second accusation, one that would land the moment she named him, a charge of procedural corruption, improper contact with House Pelumir, conspiracy to manipulate a sworn hearing. The wrong prey. Tristan was the one they had come for all along. Chapter 72. The garrison commander's hand stayed on his blade. The soldiers flanking Tristan did not waver. 4 of them, short swords drawn, their formation leaving him no angle to run, no room to reach for steel he no longer carried. Iliana did not look at him. She looked at Tristan. His face was still. His eyes held hers without apology, without fear, without the wild look of a man who had been caught. He had known. When Pelham laughed in the courtyard, when the soldiers moved, he had known this was coming. "You had time to run," she said. "Nowhere to run to. You could have warned me. And then what?" His voice was quiet, rougher than she remembered. "You would have burned the book anyway. You would have named Pelham, and they would have arrested me on the same charges with an added count of flight. This way, at least, I am in one cell, not a dungeon." The garrison commander stepped forward. "The prisoner will be confined to the East Holding Block pending tribunal. Knight Wenvir, you will surrender your seal and your blade." Tristan did not resist. One of the soldiers unbuckled his sword belt. Another reached into his coat and pulled out the bronze seal, the one Marston had watched him unpin and repin, the one that had cost him his sleep. The seal clinked against the cobbles. Iliana's chest went tight. "No holding block," she said. The commander turned. "Excuse me? He is a knight of the realm with no prior offenses. He has family in the northern provinces. He is not a flight risk, and the charges are procedural. You will confine him to a private room under house watch, not a cell, or I will have Lady Prunell Grackmont file an objection before the ink on the charge sheet is dry." The commander's jaw worked. He looked at Pelham. Pelham looked at Iliana with something like admiration. "You do not give orders in this garrison," the commander said. "No, but Lady Prunell does." She said it flat, without threat, without bluster. She said it the way a woman states a fact she has already confirmed, because Prunell had taught her that the machine answered those who proved they understood its levers. The commander's hand left his blade. "Private room," he said. "House watch. But he does not speak to anyone without a witness present." Iliana nodded once. The soldiers moved Tristan toward the east stair. He did not look back. His shoulders were straight, his stride measured, the walk of a man who had already accepted the shape of his fall and chosen to land on his feet. When he was gone, the courtyard emptied. Pelham was led away. The garrison commander retreated into the tower. Torches guttered in their brackets. Iliana stood alone with the red book against her ribs and the echo of bronze on stone in her ears. Prunell's voice came from the shadows. "Well?" She emerged from the north arch, her green silk gown catching the slow-burning light. She had been watching the whole time. Of course she had. "The charges will not hold," Iliana said. "They are too thin. Any competent advocate will not get the chance." Prunell stopped an arm's length away. "Because the tribunal will not rule on evidence. It will rule on narrative. And the narrative says a knight from a minor house became entangled with a family on the edge of destruction. That is all the court needs to convict him of something. Not guilt, conviction. Then I break the narrative." "How?" Iliana had no answer. Prunell studied her for a long moment. The torchlight carved lines into her face, making her look older, harder, more like the woman who had crossed Lyra's name out of history. "I can keep him alive," Prunell said. "For questioning. A week, maybe 2, before the tribunal convenes." "In exchange for what?" "Nothing tonight." Prunell's voice was soft, almost kind. "Consider it a demonstration." "Of what?" "That I am useful." Prunell's smile was thin, precise, the smile of a woman who had never lost a game she meant to win. And that the machine protects what it values. Your knight is valuable because he served the court well before he met you. That record will buy him time, but it will not buy him freedom, not unless you learn to make the machine value you more than it values his conviction. Iliana said nothing. Prunell turned toward the arch. At the edge of the torchlight, she paused. You have the book. You have the chain. You have named Pelham. You think you have won a battle tonight. She looked over her shoulder. But you have only learned the difference between knowing the game and playing it well enough to keep what is yours. Think on that, Iliana. And when you are ready to learn how the machine really works, you know where to find me. She walked into the dark. Iliana stood alone in the garrison square with the red book cold against her ribs and the sound of Tristan's footsteps fading into stone. She did not know how long she stood there. Long enough for the torches to burn lower, long enough for the knot guards to shift their post, for the courtyard to empty of every face that had witnessed Pelham's laugh and Tristan's stillness. Long enough for Torbern to find her. The cell is east, he said. Second floor, one window, iron bars, looking out over the stables. Iliana turned. Can you reach him? Not tonight, not without a witness. She pressed the book into Tober's hands. Take this. Hide it somewhere Pelham's people cannot find it. I need it for the tribunal. Torbern took the book. His face was pale, but his hands were steady. And you? She looked toward the east stair. I am going to see a man in a locked loom. Chapter 73. She found Tristan on the second floor of the east holding block, in a room that was not a cell but was not free either. The door had no lock on the inside. A single torch burned in a bracket by the window. He sat on the edge of the cot with his hands open on his knees, empty hands that had held a blade since he was 15 years old. He looked up when she entered. You came. I said I would. You said a lot of things. His voice was quiet, not accusatory. You said you would not let them take me. Iliana closed the door behind her. The latch clicked. She stayed standing. I am going to get you out. I know. He looked at his hands. That is what I am afraid of. She crossed the room and sat beside him on the cot. The straw rustled. The torchlight carved shadows across his face, making the hollows beneath his cheekbones deeper, older. I knew it was coming, he said. Pelham's people have been watching me for 3 weeks. I could have run. I could have warned you. I chose not to. Because you wanted to be the target instead of Torbern. Because if I ran, they would have taken you to get to me, or taken your father, or burned something you love while you watched. Iliana sat on the stone floor and opened it. The first layer was testimony. 3 witnesses, each describing the night Iliana Pelumir died. The accounts matched in the way of rehearsed stories, too clean, too consistent, each ending with the same verdict. Fall from the North Tower. Accidental, no foul play. Iliana set them aside. Beneath the testimony she found her mother's hand. Letters, names, contact points. A chain of people who had agreed to witness, to hide, to carry messages if the conspiracy ever moved openly. Lyra had built a network, small but durable. People in mill guilds, in the garrison record office, in a spice merchant's counting room, in a temple archive. People who had agreed to speak if she ever called them. Most of them were still alive. Iliana's hands trembled as she read the names. She recognized 3 from the compact, 4 from Casnia's recovered letters. The rest were strangers, faces she had never seen, debts she had never known her mother had called in. She set those pages aside too. The last section was different. It was not in Lyra's hand. The ink was newer, the script smaller, tighter. A clerk's hand trained to compress information into narrow margins. The first entry was dated the winter of Iliana's 9th year, the year the tithe audit arrived, the year she had begun testing her memory against the world. Child shows awareness of fiscal procedure inconsistent with age and education. Discussed arrears with steward using correct terminology. Source of knowledge unknown. Another entry, 6 months later. Child correctly predicted outcome of Harrowfield audit before results were announced. No prior access to findings. No correspondence with witnesses. A third, the year Iliana turned 11. Child recognized seal of Chancellor Maskik's office on a dispatch before it was opened. Cannot have seen this seal previously in her upbringing. Pattern suggests prior knowledge of imperial administrative marks. Iliana read the entries in silence. Someone had been watching her since she was 9 years old. Not the midnight watcher at Bracken Keep, not Purnell's agents, someone else. Someone who recorded her inconsistencies with a methodical hand and filed them in her mother's sealed file. She turned the page. The last entry was dated 3 months ago. The subject's behavior pattern consistent with known transmigration markers. Recommend direct observation. Recommend caution. Iliana stared at the word. Transmigration. The Empire had a word for what she was. She closed the file. The names of her mother's network lay in a stack beside her. She could destroy them. She could burn every page, leave no trace of the people Lyra had trusted. Let them stay hidden and safe and never called upon. Or she could keep them, use them, turn them into weapons. She thought of Tristan in the locked room. She thought of Tobrin carrying the red book through the dark. She thought of the woman in gray, the ones who watched, the ones who smiled while men hanged. Iliana took the network pages and held them to the torch. The flame caught the edge of the paper, curled it, blackened Lyra's careful handwriting. Iliana watched the names turn to ash. She did not look away. She left the transmigration entries intact. When she stepped out of the record room, Purnell was leaning against the wall 3 doors down, arms folded, green silk catching the torchlight. "How much did you burn?" Purnell asked. "The part that would have exposed living people. And the part about yourself?" Iliana met her eyes. "I left it." Purnell's smile was slow, precise, the smile of a teacher whose student has just passed a test the student did not know she was taking. "I knew you would," Purnell said. "That is why I let you have the key." She pushed off the wall and walked past Iliana without another word, her heels clicking on the stone, the sound receding into the dark of the tower stair. Iliana stood alone in the corridor with ash on her fingers and a word she had never expected the Empire to know burning in her chest. Transmigration. She had to find out who wrote that entry, and she had to do it before they found her first. Chapter 74. The summons came before dawn. Iliana stood at the window of the Spice Quarter townhouse, watching the sky pale over the Regent's tower when the knock sounded. Not a servant's hesitant rap, but 3 measured beats, spaced like a command. She opened the door to a man in Aldrich colors, his face unreadable, so my hands empty of weapons. The Regent's card was different in the half-light. The marble held no warmth, the tapestries looked like shrouds, and the servants who passed her in the stair kept their eyes down as if she were already dead. The Aldrich guard led her past the inquiry chamber, past the arbitration hall, past the door she had used to reach Lyra's file, up a spiral stair she had never climbed before. The private study was smaller than she expected. A desk of dark wood, 3 chairs, a fire that had been burning long enough to settle into steady heat. No guards inside the room, no clerks. Just Vesimund Aldemir, seated behind the desk with his hands flat on the surface, palms down. He was dressed in gray wool, no sigil, no circlet. The thin scar along his jaw caught the firelight. "Close the door," he said. Iliana did. She did not sit. He did not ask her to. For a long moment, Vesimund studied her the way a scholar studies a text he has read before, looking for the marginalia he missed on the first pass. His pale gray eyes moved from her face to her hands, to the way she held her weight, balanced, ready. "You have been busy," he said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation, neutral as weather. "I have been defending my house," Iliana said. "Defending?" He tasted the word. "An interesting choice. You raided my chancery annex. You stole my treasurer's records. You helped a prisoner confess before I could have him silenced. You burned pages from a sealed file in my own tower." He knew. Of course he knew. He had known before she walked through the door. "I did," she said. "And you tracked the sigil chain back to Pelham's book, named him before the garrison. confiscated the evidence before my clerk could disappear it. Vesemund leaned back in his chair. That was elegant. I could not have done it cleaner myself. The compliment landed like a blade between her ribs. I am not here to be praised. No, he agreed. You are here because I want to understand something. He folded his hands. You know what I am building. You have seen the concordance page, the ledger projection, the timeline. You know I spent 15 years preparing House Pelumir for the role it needs to play, and you have spent the same 15 years unpicking every thread I laid. He stood. He was taller than her by half a head, lean and precise in his movements, the kind of stillness that came from absolute confidence in his own position. I want to know, he said, whether you believe love can govern better than narrative. Iliana's breath caught. It was not the question she had expected. She had prepared for threats, for bargaining, for the cold calculus of power she knew how to match. But this was philosophy, naked and patient, and it demanded an answer she had not fully asked herself. Love governs a household, she said slowly. Narrative governs an empire. They are not the same scale. No, Vesemund said, but they are the same mechanism. Love is a story you tell yourselves. This family is worth saving. This house is worth fighting for. This girl who woke in a nursery at age 8, carrying memories that should not belong to her, is worth protecting. Iliana's blood turned cold. He knew. He had known about the transmigration entries. He had read the surveillance file before she burned the network pages. He had let her find it, let her keep the entries, let her think she had chosen freely. The Empire has a word for what you are, Vesemund said. Transmigration. It is rare. We have records of 7 confirmed cases in the last century. Most do not survive the first year. The mind fractures, the old identity and the new one tear each other apart, and the body dies without visible cause. He said it the way he might describe the weather pattern. You are the 8th, he said, and you are the only one who has ever used the knowledge to dismantle a state operation. Iliana's throat was dry. If you know, why am I not in a cell? Because I do not want you in a cell. Vesemund moved around the desk, slow and unhurried, until he stood 3 feet from her. I want you to understand what I am offering, he told her. Not in threats, not in riddles, but with the same cold coherence he applied to everything. House Pelumir would survive, not as the villain of his script, but as a managed danger, a contained threat, a house that had proven itself too costly to destroy directly. He would withdraw the concordance revision. He would dissolve the staged debt. He would release Tristan Wenmere from custody and send him south with a clean record. In exchange, Iliana would step into the machine beside him. She would learn the architecture of narrative, the true mechanism behind the concordance, the way the Empire wrote its history before history happened. She would become one of the hands that shaped the story, not a footnote being written out of it. I am offering you authorship, Vesemund said. I am offering you to let me test it. You will destroy yourself. Then I will destroy myself. She stepped toward the door. But I will not become your successor. I will not become Purnell's creature. I will not sit in a room and decide which houses burn so the Empire can pretend it has no blood on its hands. Vesemund watched her. He did not call for guards. He did not move to stop her. Then I will do what I must, he said. Yes, Iliana said. So will I. The door was heavy. It opened with a sound like a stone rolling from a grave. She stepped into the stair, and the door closed behind her, and she heard Vesemund's voice one last time through the wood. Quiet, almost gentle. Goodbye, Iliana Pelumir. She walked down the spiral stair with her hand pressed against her ribs, feeling the shape of the compact she still carried, feeling the word transmigration still burning in her chest. At the bottom of the tower, Purnell was waiting. Her face was unreadable. He just condemned you, Purnell said. He just condemned himself, Iliana said. He does not know it yet. Purnell's mouth curved, that private smile. And what do you intend to do about it? Iliana looked east, toward the garrison, toward Tristan's locked room, toward the tribunal that would decide whether narrative or truth ruled this empire. I am going to write a backstory, Chapter 75. The room smelled of old straw and the iron tang of a blade recently surrendered. Isekai stood in the doorway of the east, holding Block's second-floor chamber, watching Tristan sit on the edge of a narrow cot with his back to the wall. His hands rested empty on his knees. No seal, no sword. The absence made him look stripped, like a tree after a storm had pulled every branch. He looked up when the door closed behind her. "You came back." "I said I would. You said a lot of things." His voice held no accusation, just weight. The weight of a man who had counted the hours in a locked room and used them to think. Isekai crossed to the window. The iron bars cast shadow stripes across the floor. Outside, the stables lay quiet, lantern light pooling on cobbles, a groom leading a horse in circles to cool it. Normal life, continuing without her permission. "Vesemund summoned me this morning," she said. "He told me he knows." Tristan's head came up. "Knows what?" "What? That I am not who I appear to be. That I woke at age 8 remembering a life I should not remember. A world that does not exist here. A story in which this empire wrote my family into monsters and then killed them." She kept her back to him. Saying it to the bars was easier than saying it to his face. "He has a word for it. Transmigration. The Empire has documented 7 cases in the last century. I am the 8th. Silence stretched behind her. She heard him breathe. Once, twice. "He offered me a choice," she continued. "Partnership or death. Sit at his table and help him decide which houses burn or be killed while my family still survives. And you refused him." It was not a question. "Yes, because you want to write a better story." She turned then. Tristan was still sitting, but his hands had moved, gripping the edge of the cot until his knuckles went white. His face was pale in the dim lantern light, sharper than she remembered, carved by something between anger and grief. "I watched you kill a man in a mill yard," he said. "I watched you stand over his body with steam rising off your blade and your face so still it could have been carved from marble. I watched you lie to your father, your sister, your brother. I watched you burn pages from a sealed file in the Regent's tower." He paused. "And I still came back. I still chose this room. Do you understand what that means? You are a fool." "Yes." His voice cracked on the word. "I am a fool who cannot stop wanting the woman who is standing in front of me, even though she is becoming exactly what the court fears. Even though she has been manipulating me since the first letter we exchanged." Iliana's throat tightened. "I did not manipulate you, Tristan. No, you just withheld the truth and let me fill the gaps with hope." She crossed the room and sat on the floor at the foot of his cot, close enough that her shoulder brushed his knee. He did not move away. She took that as permission. "The story I remember," she said slowly, "the one that should have happened, ends with my father becoming a monster the Empire uses to justify war. My sister dies first, my brother follows. My house is erased from every record except the one that calls us villains." She looked up at him. "I have been fighting since I was 8 years old to make sure that story never happens. And every victory I carve out leaves blood on my hands that I cannot wash off." "You killed them," Tristan said. "The men in the mill yard, the ones who would have slaughtered Thornwood. You killed them, and you did not blink." "I blinked." Her voice dropped. "I blinked every time the blade went home. I just did not let anyone see it." His hand found her shoulder, warm, calloused, trembling slightly. "I do not know if I can follow you," he said. "I do not know if I can watch you become what you need to become and still call myself a knight." "Then do not follow." She met his eyes. "Stay in this room. Let the tribunal convict you. Let Prenell keep you alive. I will find another way. And if I choose to walk out of this room and never look back, then I will understand." He stared at her for a long moment. The firelight from the courtyard below shifted, casting his face into shadow, then light, then shadow again. "I cannot," he said finally. "I have tried. Every time I imagine a road that leads away from you, I see myself standing at the end of it with nothing left." He exhaled, rough and uneven. "You have ruined me for honorable paths, Iliana Pelumir." She reached up and pressed her palm against his. He turned his hand to grip hers, and for a moment the locked room held only the sound of their breathing. Then Tristan's grip tightened. "Someone in knightly command visited me this morning," he said, "before you came. A man I have never seen before, wearing the seal of the Southern Command. He told me I am being transferred south. Immediate reassignment. Extraordinary powers. I am to leave at dawn." Iliana's blood cut cold. "Extraordinary powers," she repeated. "That is not a transfer. That is a removal." "Yes." Tristan met her eyes. "He said the writ bears Veseman's personal seal, but the orders came from someone else. Someone who wants me far from Aurenthal before you make your next move." "Who?" He would not say, but he smiled when he handed me the paper. The same smile the man in black gave Mallory before they hanged him. Iliana rose. The room felt smaller now, the walls pressing in. "The transfer is not real," she said. "It is a cage on wheels. They will move you south, and you will disappear into a garrison posting where no one will ever find your body." Tristan stood. His hand still held hers. "Then I suppose we have until dawn." The window cast its shadow stripes across the floor, counting the hours. Outside, the horse was still circling the stable yard, walking a path it would walk until someone told it to stop. Chapter 76. Dawn came cold and gray, the light thin as old milk. Iliana stood at the window of Tristan's holding room, watching the stable yard fill with shadows that became men. 3 horses being saddled, a cart being rolled out from the tack shed. The Southern Command writ was still in Tristan's hand, the paper warm from his grip. "You need to go," he said. "I need to think. You need to move." He stood and crossed to her, close enough that his breath touched her temple. "If they transfer me at dawn, they transfer me. But if you are still standing in this room when the garrison commander comes to collect me, you lose the hours you could have used to stop it." She turned. His face was hollowed by sleeplessness, but his eyes were clear. "I am not letting them move you south. You may not have a choice. I always have a choice." She pressed her palm against his chest, over the heart. "I just do not always like the cost." A knock at the door. Not the garrison commander. Tobin's voice, low and urgent. "Iliana, come out, now." She found him in the corridor, pale, holding a folded dispatch that had not been there when she entered Tristan's room. "What is it?" "Masik's people moved before dawn." Tobin handed her the paper. "Emergency grain seizure claims on 3 Forks, Eastwater, and the Narrows. River penalties on every barge carrying Pelumir grain. Legal notices triggering simultaneous defaults on 3 separate loan agreements father signed after mother died." Iliana read the dispatch twice. The language was precise, bureaucratic, devastating. "He is not trying to prove us monstrous anymore," she said slowly. "He is trying to starve us into it." Tobin nodded. "If the villages cannot get grain through imperial channels, they will either face winter without stores or take it by force. And if father orders his men to defend the granaries, the Empire has legal grounds to call it insurrection." Iliana looked back at Tristan's door, then at the dispatch in her hand. "How long until the first granary is sealed?" 3 Forks already is," Tobin's voice cracked. "The seal went on at midnight. The village reeve tried to argue and they broke his arm." The world contracted. 3 Forks was the southernmost mill village, the one that fed the families who worked the ash orchards and the river flats. If they lost 3 Forks grain, the entire southern valley would be on emergency rations before the first snow. She folded the dispatch and pressed it against her ribs beside the surveillance entries she had not burned. "I need horses, 2. 1 for me, 1 for Tobin." "You are not going alone," Tobin said. "I am not going to 3 Forks." She met his eyes. "I am going to Masik's office. If he wants a war over grain, I will give him a war over ledgers." Tobin stared at her. "You cannot walk into the Chancellor's office unchallenged." "Who said anything about walking unchallenged?" She moved past him, down the corridor, down the stair. The garrison was waking now, soldiers stirring in the courtyard, the day's first patrol mounting up. She crossed to the stable tack room where the red book was hidden behind a loose board Tobin had found the night before. She pulled it out. The brass corners caught the gray dawn light. "You are going to use Pelham's book against Masik," Tobin said behind her. "I am going to use Masik's own accounts against him. Pelham logged every payment, If Masik signed a single directive under that discretionary account, the ink connects him to the frame, the hunt, the sigil, and now the grain seizures. And if he did not sign? If the directive came from someone higher? Iliana closed the book. Then I will have a different conversation with Purnell. She walked out of the stable yard before Tobin could argue further. The streets of Aurenthal were waking in layers. Merchants rolling up shutters, apprentices sweeping stoops, a baker's boy carrying bread baskets on a wooden yoke. Iliana moved through them like a ghost, the red book cold against her ribs. She reached the Chancery Annex as the first clerks were unlocking the doors. The night guard recognized her from the Pelham confrontation and stepped aside without a word. Mastik's private office was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a corridor lined with filing cabinets and locked record chests. The door was closed, but a light burned beneath it. She did not knock. Mastik looked up from his desk as she entered. He was writing, a quill in his right hand, a stack of fresh dispatch paper beside him. He did not look surprised. Lady Iliana, you are up early, and you are working fast. She set the red book on his desk, open to the entry for account 7C. I found this in Pelham's drawer. It logs payments for the sigil forgery, the hunt, and the bannerman's death. It also references a signed directive under discretionary account 7C. Masik set down his quill. Pelham is a clerk. Clerks keep records. Records do not incriminate their superiors unless the chain is proven. It is proven. Iliana laid a second paper beside the book. The compact from the Southern March, Annex number 7C stamped in the corner. Your account number matches the compact you thought you buried. The compact your office annotated and hid. The compact that proves you have been coordinating the destruction of House Pelumir for over a decade. Mastik stared at the paper. His face did not change, but his hand still on the desk. You should not have that document. I should not have a lot of things. Iliana leaned forward. Release the grain, withdraw the river penalties, call off the defaults, or I walk into the tribunal chamber with your book and your compact, and I tell the whole court what they mean. And I will tell the court you stole both documents from a sealed treasury investigation, which makes them inadmissible, and you a criminal. Try it, she smiled. I have Purnell's testimony ready to counter yours. I have a garrison commander who watched Pelham name you as the one who signed the directive, and I have a dead man's smile following every move you make. She did not know if the man in black was actually watching Masik, but Masik flinched anyway. He was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his desk drawer, pulled out a sealed scroll, and slid it across the desk. The grain release order, already signed. I expected you would come. Iliana took it. The seal was intact. The language was identical to the seizure dispatch, only reversed. You planned this. I plan to offer you a choice. Mastik picked up his quill again. The grain is released. The river penalties are suspended, but the loan defaults will proceed. Those are held by a different office, one I do not control. Who controls them? Mastik did not answer. He dipped the quill in ink and returned to his writing. Iliana stood there for a moment, the grain release warm in her hands, the loan defaults cold in her mind. Then she turned and walked out. Tobin was waiting for her in the corridor, still pale, still tense. Did he give it to you? Yes. She held up the scroll. But he said the loans will still default. Someone else controls those. Who? I do not know yet. She started walking, faster now, the scroll pressed against her palm. But I am going to find out. Behind her, in Masik's office, the quill stopped moving. The Chancellor stared at the closed door, then at the red book still open on his desk. He picked it up, turned it over, and smiled. The first village granary had been sealed at midnight. The grain release in her hand would open it again. But the loans would still fall due, and the Empire's next move was already in motion. Chapter 77. The grain release order was still warm from her palm when Iliana reached the outer gate of Bracken Keep. The journey had taken 13 hours, 3 horses, and a sleep she could not afford. Tobin had stayed in Aurenthal to watch the Yellow House and mark who visited Masik after dark. Casnia had ridden ahead through the back routes her mother's maps had taught them, carrying the abbey records wrapped in oiled cloth. Now, Iliana stood in the frozen courtyard, the keep dark and waiting, and saw that her sister had already lit every window in the great hall. Casnia met her at the door. She was dressed in her riding leathers, sleeves still damp from the river crossing, dark circles carved beneath her eyes. "The grain release?" "Signed." Iliana held up the scroll. "But the defaults will still fall. Masik controls the seizures. Someone else controls the debts. Someone in the Imperial Bank Council." Casnia stepped aside to let her in. "I found the 9 while you were riding. Aurenthal Core, 3rd seat, holds the Pelumir loan agreements under a consolidation writ from the year Mother died." Iliana stopped in the doorway. "How did you find that name?" "The bannerman who sold my letters knew where the payments went. I sent word to his wife through Marin's cousin. She told me everything he had not dared to write down." Aurenthal Core. The name did not match any house she remembered from the novel's cast, which meant he was background machinery, a functionary paid to hold a lever until someone pulled it. "Can he be reached?" "Not with coin. He is already bought." Casnia's voice was flat. "The Empire pays his salary. His wife's brother sits on the Northern Supply Board. He will not default on his own will. He will default when the order arrives from above. Then we do not ask him to stop." Iliana walked past her into the great hall, where the fire had been stoked high and the abbey records were spread across the table like a battlefield map. "We make the loan irrelevant." Casnia followed. "How?" Iliana touched the compact, the Mill Guild records, the half-burned page naming Prunell, and the list of southern houses that had refused consolidation. "We use these to prove the debt was never valid. The consolidation writ you named it a writ from the year Mother died. That was before the compact was signed, before the Treasury erased debts for cooperating houses. If they erased debts for houses that joined their game, then the loan agreements they kept for houses that refused are not debts at all. They are penalties for non-cooperation. Putative, unenforceable under the original compact terms." Casnia stared at her. "You want to argue imperial contract law against the Regent's Bank Council?" "I want to argue it in front of witnesses who will remember." Iliana spread the Mill Guild records beside the compact. 3 Mill Guild masters signed the original agreement. 2 are still alive. One of them owes my mother a debt he has never repaid. The Mill Guilds will not testify against the Crown. They will not have to. They will only have to confirm that the compact exists and that the consolidation writ was issued after the compact was sealed. If the writ is out of order, the debt is void. It was thin. It was parchment thin, and it would hold only if every witness stayed steady and no one moved the line first. But it was the only weapon she had. They worked through the night. Casnia sent messengers to the surviving Mill Guild masters, to the reeve at Eastwater who had seen the original grain tallies, to the spice merchant whose name appeared in Lyra's network letters. Iliana wrote depositions in her mother's hand, matching the rhythm and phrasing she had memorized from 100 pages of Lyra's writing. Not forging signatures, but leaving the words ambiguous enough that anyone who read them would know whose voice they carried. By dawn, 11 replies had come back. 9 were refusals, polite and terrified. 2 were agreements to witness if the hearing was private and their names were sealed. "It is enough," Iliana said, though she was not certain. Cass needs not argue. She just folded the 2 agreements into her sleeve and began writing the tribunal petition that would challenge the loan default orders. That was when Tobrin walked in. He looked like he had not slept in 3 days. His coat was stained with road mud, his hands were raw from holding reins too long, and his eyes had the hollow clarity of someone who had stopped being afraid. "Maskik knows you have the grain release," he said. "He sent riders ahead. They sealed 3 Forks anyway, claiming the order was issued before the release was signed." Iliana's hands went cold. "They cannot do that. The seal is dated last night." "The garrison commander at 3 Forks cannot read dates. He can read the sigil of the man who pays him." Tobin walked to the table and set down a folded dispatch. "This arrived an hour ago, from Lord Aldrich, not as my host, as a military courier." She unfolded it. The language was formal, courteous, and final. "House Pelumir, by obstructing imperial grain relief at 3 Forks, Eastwater, and the Narrows, had violated the terms of its sworn compact with the crown. A tribunal would convene at Aurenthal in 3 days to determine whether the house had committed treason by preventing lawful imperial administration of its province. The order was signed by Regent Vesemund Aldemir, endorsed by the Imperial Military Council, and backed by the authority of 2,000 garrison troops already moving south along the river road. 2,000? Casnia's voice cracked. 2,000, with siege equipment and a writ of summary seizure if we resist. Tobin looked at Iliana. He is not trying to starve us anymore. He is trying to make us fight so he can call it rebellion. Iliana stared at the dispatch, the grain release in her hand, the loan defaults still falling. The tribunal order that would convict them on narrative, not evidence. She thought of Vesemund's quiet goodbye in his study. He had already written this chapter. Then we do not fight, she said. Tobin's head snapped up. What? We do not meet force with force. We meet it with records, with witnesses, and with a legal argument that makes their tribunal look like the charade it is. She folded the dispatch and pressed it into the pile of Abbey records. But we need time. Can the villages hold 3 days without the grain? Tobin hesitated. If they tighten belts, if the weather holds, if no one panics, then we make certain no one panics. Iliana turned to Casnia. Send word to every village headman within 2 hours' ride. Tell them the grain is coming. Tell them the tribunal will clear the obstruction and the release will be honored. You do not know that. I know that if they believe it, they will wait. If they do not, they will burn the granaries themselves, and Vesemund will have his rebellion whether we swing a blade or not. She looked at Tobin. You are the heir. They will believe you. Tobin was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded and walked toward the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame. I will tell them. His voice was quiet. But if the tribunal convicts us anyway, if they take you or Garmir or Casnia, I will not answer hunger with force. I will answer it with the truth and let the empire choke on its own narrative. Iliana watched him go. Outside, the first snow of the season had begun to fall. By midday, the riders began arriving, not the village headmen, but imperial couriers, 2 of them, their horses lathered and their faces set. They carried a secondary writ that did not name the tribunal. It named a military command, transferring authority over Morvain Reach from House Pelumir to the imperial garrison, pending the tribunal's outcome. Granary was still in Aurenthal. Casnia was in the village with the headmen. Tobin was on the mill road. Iliana received them alone in the great hall, the Abbey records still spread across the table like a battlefield map. You are to stand down, the lead courier said. All armed retainers are to surrender their sigils pending the tribunal's verdict. House Pelumir is under military observation. Iliana looked at the writ, at the seal, at the 2 men who carried it. On whose authority? The regent's. Show me. The courier hesitated, then produced a letter of authorization bearing Vesemund's personal sigil. Iliana read it slowly. The handwriting matched the concordance page she had stolen years ago. The same loops, the same pressure on the final stroke. She handed it back. I will surrender the arms in 3 days at the tribunal, as the law requires, not before. The courier's face darkened. That is not an option. It is the only option I am offering. Iliana smiled, a thin blade of a smile that did not reach her eyes. If you wish to take the arms by force, you may try, but I would advise you to count how many bows are sighted on you from the keep walls before you give that order. The courier looked past her, at the narrow windows, at the shadows moving in the courtyard. He did not count. He just turned and walked out, his junior scrambling behind him. Iliana stood alone in the great hall as the hoofbeats faded down the road. She had bought them another day, maybe 2. The tribunal would decide the rest. And she still did not know who held the loan defaults or whether Vesemund's 2,000 troops would arrive before her witnesses could speak. The fire crackled. The Abbey records rustled in the draft, and somewhere in the stables, a horse began to circle, walking a path until told to stop. Chapter 78. The tribunal chamber was smaller than Iliana expected. A wooden table, scarred by decades of ink pots and knife edges. 3 chairs behind it, empty. The imperial seal hung on the far wall, The sunburst faded to the color of old bone. Iliana stood alone at the claimant's rail. The Abbey records were spread across the table before her in neat piles. The compact, the debt roll, Lyra's half-burned pages, the red book. Tobin had argued to stand beside her. She had refused. "Let them see me alone," she had said. "Let them wonder what I brought." Now the wonder felt like hunger. The side door opened. 3 men entered in gray wool, their faces familiar from the morning's briefings. The provincial treasurer, gaunt and sweating, the military assessor, a man with a soldier's stillness and a clerk's hands, and presiding over them, Chancellor Aurenthal, who had ridden south through the night to claim the center chair. He did not look at Iliana. He looked at the records on the table, and his thin mouth pulled sideways. "This is irregular," Mostik said. "The accused does not set the order of testimony." "The accused was not given time to prepare a defense," Iliana replied. "I am making order from what you gave me." The provincial treasurer shifted. The military assessor did not move. Mostik nodded, as if she had confirmed something he already knew. "Proceed." Iliana began with the compact. She spoke for 40 minutes, her voice steady over the drum of winter rain against the high windows. She showed the 1344 Southern March Compact, its signatures, its promise of mutual witness. She showed the debt roll, the erased entries, the names of houses that had cooperated and disappeared. She showed Lyra's half-burned page, the crossed-out name, the warning. "The evidence against House Pelumir," she said, "was not gathered. It was manufactured. The debt was inflated. The signatures were forged. The timeline was written to fit a verdict, not to test a truth." Mostik let her finish. Then he leaned forward. "And who," he said softly, "burned the page that would prove your mother's claim? Who removed the evidence from the Abbey before you arrived?" Iliana did not blink. "I do not know," she said, "but I know it was not House Pelumir." Mostik smiled. It was not a kind smile. "You claim contamination of the record. But every piece you offer has been handled by Pelumir hands, carried by Pelumir riders, stored in Pelumir vaults. The compact itself was hidden in a disused abbey on Pelumir land. The debt roll was found in a Pelumir archive. The red book you retrieved from a treasury office was stolen by your own hand." He spread his hands. "Who burned the evidence? Perhaps the same person who has spent 3 years moving secretly through this conspiracy, leaving no trace, answering to no authority, acting as though the law applied to everyone except House Pelumir." The provincial treasurer nodded. The military assessor's stillness deepened. Iliana felt the weight of the room shift. "Every irregularity you present," Mostik continued, "proves only that someone inside House Pelumir has been tampering with the record, that someone altered the debt chain, that someone concealed the compact, that someone stole treasury documents. The question is not whether the conspiracy exists. The question is whether you are exposing it or directing it." He paused. "And we both know the answer." The chamber was silent. Iliana's hand rested on the red book. She felt the brass corners cold against her palm. She had anticipated this reframing. Knew Mostik would argue that Pelumir contamination of the evidence proved Pelumir guilt rather than conspiracy. She had prepared for it. But preparation and victory were not the same thing. She began to speak again, citing the Reeve irregularities, the broken debt chain, the Southern Command writ that bore Vesemin's seal but had been delivered by a man whose smile matched the one who had watched Mallory hang. She laid out the pattern, the repeated shape of the frame, the same witness forms, the same margin notes, the same empty circle seal that appeared on every forged document. The provincial treasurer began to sweat. The military assessor's stillness cracked, just slightly, at the mention of the Southern Command writ. Mostik remained unmoved. He was about to respond when the chamber's rear door opened. The sound was deliberate, unhurried. Iliana turned. Lady Pernell Drakmont stood in the doorway, her green silk gown dark with rain, her lips curved in that private smile Iliana had learned to read as warning and welcome at once. She was not alone. Beside her stood a woman Iliana had never seen before, thin, lay-haired, dressed in the plain wool of a temple archivist. Her face was lined and calm. Her hands were folded at her waist. Pernell stepped forward. "Chancellor," she said, I believe the tribunal wished to hear from all witnesses with direct knowledge of the concordance procedures in question. Mostic's face did not change, but something in the set of his shoulders shifted. Who is this? Someone who has been waiting a long time to speak, Purnell said. Someone who has seen the machinery from the inside. The archivist stepped forward. Her voice was soft, worn by years of silence. I served in the Hall of Concordant Testimony for 37 years, she said. I witnessed every revision to the compact rolls between the purge of Thornwood and the death of Lady Iliana Pelumir. I saw pages removed, dates altered, signatures added after the signing was complete. I saw a silver seal pressed into wax that had already cooled. She looked at Iliana. I saw the name Pelumir written into a document that had not yet been brought before the signatories. And when I asked about it, I was told the correction would be made at a later date. The provincial treasurer had gone pale. Who told you? Iliana asked. The archivist turned to face Mostic. The chancellor's own clerk, a man named Willem. Mostic rose. This is hearsay, he said. A single witness, produced without notice, offering testimony that cannot be verified. It can be verified, the archivist said quietly. I kept copies. She reached into her sleeve and produced a folded sheet, yellowed, creased. She laid it on the table. Page by page, the room grew colder. Iliana watched Mostic's face. For the first time, she saw something behind his eyes that was not calculation. It was memory. Do you know what I have convinced my superiors to believe? The archivist asked Iliana, her voice barely above a whisper. Whether I am telling the truth or lying for you, on your orders. Iliana looked at the yellowed page, at Mostic, at Purnell. She had not ordered this. She had not known the archivist existed. Purnell had held this code in reserve, waiting for the moment when Mostic had nearly reframed the entire defense into an accusation and played it. I know, Iliana said, that you are telling the truth. The archivist smiled. Then I am running out of time, she said. The blood clause activates at the first lie spoken under oath. I have already spoken 3 truths I was never supposed to tell. Her eyes met Iliana's. The 4th truth is your name. From before. The room stopped. Iliana felt the oathwork latch, cold and swift, like a blade sliding between ribs. The archivist opened her mouth, and the blood clause took her. The 37-9. The archivist did not scream. The blood clause took her like a hand closing around a candle flame. One moment she stood before the tribunal, her hand still extended toward Iliana, her mouth open on the syllable of a name only she knew. The next, she crumpled. Her knees hit the stone floor first, then her shoulder, then her temple. The yellowed sheet she had carried skittered across the table and stopped against the red book. For 3 heartbeats no one moved. Then the military assessor shouted for a healer. The provincial treasurer knocked his chair over, backing away. Mostic stood frozen behind the claimant's table, his hands flat on the wood, his face the color of old linen. Iliana was the first to reach the archivist. She dropped to her knees beside the crumpled figure, her hands finding the woman's wrist, searching for a pulse. The skin was still warm. The veins beneath her fingers fluttered once, twice, then stilled. Clear the chamber, the military assessor rondered. Clear the chamber now. No, Iliana's voice cut through the rising noise. She looked up at the assessor, then at Mostic, then at Purnell, who had not moved from the doorway. She came here to speak. The chamber heard her. The tribunal heard her. The archivist's hand was still warm in Iliana's grip. The yellowed page lay on the table between the red book and the compact, a copy of altered records kept for 37 years and surrendered in the minute before silence took the woman who hid them. Who was she? Iliana asked. No one answered. The healer arrived, a squat woman with a leather bag and no patience for ceremony. She knelt, pressed fingers to the archivist's throat, lifted an eyelid, and sat back on her heels. Dead, she said. Oathwork backwash. Whatever she was bound to say, it killed her the moment she tried. She didn't say it, Iliana said. She stopped before the 4th truth. The healer looked at her with something like pity. That's not how blood clauses work, my lady. The attempt alone is enough. The body knows what the mouth was about to speak. It reacts before the words arise. Iliana released the archivist's wrist. She straightened slowly, her knees aching from the stone floor, and turned to face the tribunal. "The testimony stands," she said. "She spoke before she died. The chamber heard her name Vellum. The chamber saw the yellowed page. The chamber watched her fall." Mostic found his voice. "A dying woman's accusation is not evidence, Lady Iliana. You know this." "I know that a woman who served 37 years in the Hall of Concordant Testimony carried copies of altered records in her sleeve for decades and produced them at the moment a blood clause killed her to keep her from speaking my true name." Iliana let that hang. "A name none of you know. A name I have never told anyone in this room." The provincial treasurer had gone the color of ash. The military assessor was staring at the yellowed page. Pinel stepped forward at last, her green silk dress brushing the stone floor, her face unreadable. "Chancellor Masick," she said quietly, "you sent dispatch riders to seal 3 Forks at midnight. You pre-signed a grain release order you never intended to honor. Your clerk Vellum told a temple archivist that a correction would be made after the signatures cooled, and you built a case against House Pelumir using documents altered under the concordant seal you are sworn to protect." She paused. "The archivist is dead. Her testimony is on the record. Her copies are on the table. I suggest you consider very carefully what you say next." Moskik's hands were still flat on the wood. He looked at the yellowed page, then at Purnell, then at Iliana. "The tribunal will recess," he said. "Further testimony will be heard at dawn." "Dawn is 11 hours away," Iliana said. "Your troops are already on the river road. You will use those hours to seal every door, silence every witness, and burn every page that contradicts your narrative." "I will use those hours to verify the archivist's claims," Masick said coldly, "as is my right." "Then verify them now." Iliana picked up the yellowed page and held it out to him. "You know Vellum's hand. You know the date stamps of the Hall of Concordant Testimony. You know whether this is true." Masick did not take the page. The military assessor cleared his throat. "Chancellor, I need to understand something." He pointed at the yellowed sheet. "If this document is authentic, the entire Pelumir Compact investigation is procedurally void. Every finding, every seizure, every arrest, the tribunal's authority collapses." Masick was silent. "Is it authentic?" the assessor pressed. "It is," Cornell said, "or the archivist would not have died for it." Masick turned to look at her. "You brought her here, Lady Purnell. I brought her here to tell the truth. You brought her here knowing she would die." Purnell's expression did not change. "I brought her here knowing she had 37 years of truth inside her, and that she chose to speak it. The blood clause was her bind, not mine. She knew what her testimony would cost. She walked into this chamber anyway." The chamber fell silent. Iliana looked at the archivist's body, at the yellowed page still in her hand, at Purnell's still, elegant face. She had not known. Purnell had hidden this card from everyone, including the woman she was training, and she had let the archivist die to play it. "Recess until dawn," Masick said again, his voice flat. "The tribunal will reconvene in this chamber at first light. No witness is to leave the city. No documents are to be moved from the Hall of Concordant Testimony without my seal." He gathered his papers and walked out without looking at Iliana. The provincial treasurer followed. The military assessor paused at the door, glanced at the yellowed page one last time, and left. The chamber emptied until only Iliana, Purnell, the healer, and the dead archivist remained. The healer began covering the body with her cloak. "What was her name?" Iliana asked. Purnell twisted her head. "Maris Jenner. She served under 3 keepers. She was the only archivist who refused promotion to ward supervisor because she wanted to stay close to the documents. She knew every alteration in the compact records for the last 30 years. She also knew your face the moment she saw you enter the archive." Iliana felt cold. "She knew who I was. She knew you were Lyra's daughter. She knew you had come looking for what had been hidden. And she decided, before she ever met you, that she would speak when you found her." Iliana looked at the covered body. "She decided to die." "She decided to tell the truth," Purnell said. "The death was the price of the telling. She paid it willingly. The question now is whether you will let her payment be wasted. How? Prenelle walked to the table and picked up the yellowed page. She folded it carefully and held it out to Iliana. Vellum is still alive. Masik will try to silence him before dawn. If you want to save the testimony, you reach Vellum before Masik's people do. If you want to save House Pelumir, you use what Maris Jenner gave you to force Vesimin to retreat. She paused. And if you want to understand what it means to steer the machine, you watch what Masik does in the next 6 hours. He will not sit idle. He will burn every thread that leads to his desk. The only question is whether you burn them first. Iliana took the yellowed page. The paper was warm from Prenelle's hand. It felt heavier than it should have, the weight of a dead woman's last act pressed into fibers and ink. Where is Vellum? I don't know, Prenelle said. But I know who does. She walked to the door and looked back. Are you coming, Lady Iliana? Or do you need a moment to mourn? Iliana looked at the covered body one last time. Maris Jenner, 3 keepers, 37 years, a name spoken aloud only after death. She followed Prenelle into the dark, the door closed behind them. Outside, the first snow of the season was still falling. The courtyard was white and silent. The torches along the garrison wall guttered in the wind. A figure stood at the far edge of the torchlight, hooded, still. Iliana stopped. The figure did not move. Prenelle followed her gaze and smiled. Someone has been waiting for you, she said. Who? Someone who was Maris Jenner's contact inside the Hall of Concordant Testimony. Someone who knows where Vellum is hiding. The hooded figure stepped forward. The torchlight caught a face Iliana had seen before. The clerk. The young clerk from the holding building, the one who had shown her the back stair and the watch gap and directed her to the cart on Ash Street. He was pale. He looked terrified. Lady Iliana, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I know where he is, but we have to go now. Mastik's men are already at the east gate. Iliana looked at Prenelle. Prenelle's smile had not changed. Every choice, Prenelle said, is a door. You have opened this one. Now walk through it. The snow fell. The clerk waited, and Iliana stepped forward into the dark. Chapter 80. The snow fell harder as they crossed the courtyard. The clerk walked ahead, his boots leaving dark prints in the white that filled behind him almost as fast as he made them. He did not look back. He did not slow. Iliana matched his pace. Prenelle followed at a measured distance, close enough to observe, far enough to deny involvement. What is your name? Iliana asked. The clerk glanced sideways. Joran, 3rd copyist. Hall of Concordant Testimony. Maris trained me. Trained you to do what? To see the difference between what the page says and what the ink hides. He pulled his hood lower. She taught me the documents are not truth. They are the shape someone wanted truth to take. Her word, not mine. The east gate loomed ahead. 2 torches burned in iron brackets, their light carving a narrow tunnel through the snow. Beyond them, the dark Swallower. Masik's men could be anywhere. Where is Vellum? Iliana asked. Joran stopped at the gate's edge. He turned, and for the first time she saw his face clearly in the torchlight. Young, maybe 19, with the kind of stillness that came from having already decided to die for something. The old spice warehouse on Ash Street, he said, the one with the cracked sign and the boarded upper window. He has been there since Maris told him to run. He has the original ledger, the one before the corrections. Why should I trust you? Because Maris told me to find you. Because if I wanted Mastik's coin, I would have named you to him before you left the tribunal chamber. He held her gaze. And because I know your mother's face. I was 12 when she came to the hall. She was kind to me when no one else was. Iliana studied him. The snow gathered on his hood, on his shoulders, on the desperate set of his mouth. Lead the way. They moved through the darkened streets like ghosts. The city was silent under its first deep snow. Windows shuttered, patrols pulled inside. The cold had driven everyone to hearth and bed. The spice warehouse stood at the dead end of a narrow lane, its sign hanging crooked, one hinge rusted through. The upper window was boarded. No light showed anywhere. Joran stopped at the side door. "He is in the cellar. There is a trap door behind the spice racks on the north wall. I will watch the lane." Iliana turned to Pernell. "You stay here?" Pernell smiled. "I had no intention of entering." Iliana pushed through the door. The warehouse was dark and cold, the air thick with the ghost of pepper and clove and something rotting in the corners. She found the north wall by touch, the spice racks by memory of Joran's description. The trap door was beneath a layer of burlap sacks. She pulled it open. A single candle burned below. She descended. Vellum sat at a low table, surrounded by ledgers and loose pages. He was younger than she expected, maybe 30, with ink-stained fingers and the haunted look of a man who had been running for days and knew he was nearly out of time. "Lady Iliana," he said, "Maris told me you would come." "She is dead." Vellum closed his eyes. "I know. She died to give me your name." He opened his eyes. "Then I suppose I had better tell you what I know before Mastic's men find this door." Iliana sat across from him. The candle flickered between them. "Start with the loan defaults," she said. "Who controls them?" Vellum set his hands flat on the table. "The office of the Keeper of the Imperial Purse, a position that has been vacant for 3 years. The seals are held by proxy, by a deputy who answers to no one in the treasury chain." "Who appointed the deputy?" Vellum met her eyes. "Archduke Vesemund Oldermere, directly. No council oversight, no audit trail. The Regent has been writing the loan terms himself through a proxy who cannot be questioned because the office officially does not exist." The words settled between them like stones. Iliana felt the full shape of the conspiracy finally lock into place. Not Mosk, not Pernell, not even the Grey Watchers. Vesemund had built a parallel treasury, a shadow office that could destroy any house he chose, funded by the same imperial purse that was supposed to protect the realm. "Why House Pelumir?" Vellum looked at the candle. "Because your mother refused to sign the compact revision. Because she found the pattern in the Purge of Thornwood and started writing it down. Because she was the only one who understood that the Regent was not punishing rebels. He was clearing the board. And my father? Your father was meant to break," Vellum said. "Every pressure was calibrated to make him desperate enough to do something that looked like treason. The debt, the grain seizures, the threats to his children. But you kept interrupting the script." He looked at her. "You were never supposed to exist, Lady Iliana. The Regent's timeline assumed a quiet second daughter who would marry into a neutral house and disappear. Instead, you became the variable he could not control." Iliana sat in the dark, the candle flame reflected in Vellum's eyes, and understood that she had not been fighting a conspiracy. She had been fighting an authorship, and she had just found the author's pride at hand. "Can the original ledger prove the defaults were written retroactively?" Vellum pushed a leather-bound book across the table. "Every entry, aided, sealed, witnessed by 3 clerks who are still alive and will testify if they know Maris is dead." Leonda took the ledger. It was heavier than Maris Jenner's yellowed page, heavier even than Pelham's red book. This was the spine of the case. "Come with me," she said. "And be killed on the street? You will be killed in this cellar when Mosk's men are burning evidence. Every hour you delay, your men are burning evidence. Every hour you delay, the Regent's proxy is sealing another door. We finish now, or I take this ledger to every house in the Southern March and let them read what the Empire has been doing in their name." Silence. The military assessor looked at Mastic. "Chancellor?" Mastic stared at Iliana. His face was unreadable, but his hands were still. "The tribunal accepts the ledger as evidence," he said. "The charges against House Pelumir are suspended pending further review." Iliana heard the word. Suspended. Not dismissed, not acquitted. Suspended. A door left open, a thread left dangling. It was not victory, it was breathing room, and she would take it. The great hall of Bracken Keep was warm when she returned, fire crackling in the hearth, Garomir rising from his chair as she walked through the door. He did not speak. He crossed the room and wrapped his arms around her. Iliana stood still. Then she let herself lean. "You did it," he said against her hair. "We did it," she said. "Maris Jenner did it. The dead woman whose name no one will remember." Garomir pulled back. "We will remember." Tubban was at the table, his face gray with exhaustion. Casnia stood at the window, her arms crossed, her eyes on the snow. Tristan was not there. "He stayed in Aurenthal," Tubban said, reading her look. "Here he had to clean up the garrison records before Massig's people could bury them. He will ride south in 2 days." Iliana nodded. The knot in her chest loosened a fraction. Purnell stepped through the door behind her, shaking snow from her hood. The room went still. Garomi's hand moved toward his belt. "What is she doing here?" "She is the reason we have a case," Iliana said. "And she is the reason Maris Jenner is dead." Purnell smiled. "That is one way to frame it." "Then frame it another way," Casnia said coldly. Purnell turned to Iliana. "You have proven what I suspected since the Midwinter banquet. You can see the machine. You can read its joints. And now you have shown that you are willing to pay the cost of using it." She reached into her cloak and drew out a folded document, sealed with silver wax and a crest Iliana had never seen. "A seat on the Concordance Revision Council," Purnell said. "Not as observer, as author. You will have a voice in every document the Empire produces about your house. You will see the revisions before they are written. You will shape the narrative before it is sealed." Casnia stepped forward. "And what does Lady Purnell want in return?" Purnell's smile did not waver, only that she uses what she learns, that she does not sit silent while other houses are fed into the same machine that nearly consumed hers. Iliana looked at the document. A seat at the table, a voice before the ink dried, the chance to write back from inside. Garomi shook his head. "Iliana, this woman, I know what she is." Iliana took the document. The silver seal was cold against her fingers. She turned it over, reading the formal language, the imperial stamps, the signature line waiting for her name. "I will accept," she said, "on 3 conditions." Purnell tilted her head. "Name them." "First, Vellum and Joran receive imperial protection. No reprisals, no accidents. They walk free." "Granted." "Second, the loan defaults against House Pelumir are cancelled permanently, with written proof that no third party can revive them." "That will take time." "Then you have until the snow melts." Purnell's smile again, warmth and winter together. "Welcome to the machine, Lady Iliana. Try not to break it before you learn to steer." She turned and walked out into the snow. The door closed behind her. Iliana stood alone in the warmth of Bracken Keep, the silver seal cold in her palm, and understood that she had just accepted entry into the heart of the Empire's lie. She would learn to write back from inside. But first, she had to survive the becoming.